Yuwu Chapter 117 to Chapter 158. The blood-stained white chess piece was placed on the dark red sandalwood tea table. It looked like the white of a bloodshot eye, lifeless but eerily looking in all directions. Gu Mei resisted his excitement and slowly picked up the chess piece from the table. At first, he didn't notice the difference of this chess piece, but after looking at it for a moment, his pupils suddenly contracted and he raised his head in astonishment. Exquisite chess game? In the end, Marshal Gu has dealt with the burning country a lot and is very knowledgeable. Xianxia said, it took 3 days and 2 nights to confirm that this is the exquisite chess game, but Marshal Gu can judge it with just a few glances. That's right. This is one of the 3 ancient forbidden techniques. Exquisite chess game. Exquisite chess game. It was a bloody technique left from the Great Desolate Era. It could refine black and white chess pieces with one's own spiritual energy and thus control all things in the world. Whether it was birds, beasts, humans, ghosts, immortals, demons, so long as the chess piece was planted, it would become a puppet and help the tiger do evil. However, this forbidden technique had a big limitation, that is, it had a very high requirement for the caster's cultivation base. Because every time a chess piece was refined, it would consume a lot of spiritual energy, so it was impossible for people who weren't at the great warlock rank to control it. But even so, the exquisite chessboard was still one of the 3 ancient forbidden techniques that had been passed down for generations with the clearest traces. Compared to the mysterious rebirth secret technique and the mythical gate of life and death, the exquisite chess game stirred up a bloody storm that splashed the history of the entire cultivation world. Countless people with ambitions to proclaim themselves as kings and hegemons scrambled to collect the remnants of the exquisite chess game from all over the world. Although there was still no one who could do what was written in the scroll of the forbidden technique, to cast beans into soldiers, millions of chess pieces, and to refine tens of thousands of black and white chess pieces with one's strength, no one could thoroughly master and use the exquisite chess game to change the color of the universe and dye the mountains and rivers with blood. However, there were still cultivators who could refine dozens or hundreds of chess pieces. And sometimes, to promote a mutiny and overthrow a regime, it only needed the most crucial few people to be temporarily controlled, and that was enough. Gu Meng's eyes trembled. Exquisite white chess game. He murmured and repeated several times, his lips trembling slightly. So Lu Zhanxing was controlled by the exquisite chess game? Xianxia replied, yes. It was just a simple sound, but it seemed to light up the light that had been extinguished on Gu Meng's body in an instant. Gu Meng said excitedly, Monarch, are you telling me this because you want me to do something for Zhanxing? I can do anything. Marshal Gu. Xianxia interrupted him and poured another cup of tea. Calm down first. Sit down. But, believe me. Since I am willing to tell you the truth personally, I will not let Lu Qing be wronged. His words were too ingenious. What did he mean by, I won't let Lu Qing be wronged for no reason? At first, it sounded like he wanted to rehabilitate Lu Zhanxing, but after thinking about it carefully, there was another possibility. He wanted to make Lu Zhanxing's case worth something, so that he would not lose this deputy commander in vain. The sacrifice was worth it. This was also a kind of not for nothing. However, how could Gu Meng understand the hidden meaning in Xianxia's words? He blinked his moist eyes and looked at Xianxia's sincere face. In the end, he lowered his head and sat down. Gu Meng was a bundle of firewood that was easy to ignite. A moment ago, he was still cold as if he would never trust or work for anyone again. However, as long as there was a little spark, he would offer his everything to Xianxia. She closed his eyes, his eyelashes trembling. At this time, Gu Meng's hope was rekindled. The pain in Moshi's heart was deep, because he knew that things would not go as Gu Meng hoped. This fleeting flame was just Gu Meng's last reflection in the Chonghua. Marshal Gu, do you know how I noticed this chess piece? Gu Meng shook his head. Xianxia said, after Lu Zhanxing was taken into the Yin prison, the jailers interrogated him in detail as usual. However, they found that he was in a very strange state at that time. He did not speak clearly and his reaction was very slow. I had doubts in my heart, so I let Zhou He perform a magic analysis on him. After he finished speaking, he pointed at the white chess piece on the table. Then they found this in his body. After all, the exquisite chess game is not a magic that is easy to control. No one has been able to truly master it since ancient times. Therefore, this white chess piece is not as perfect as it is recorded in the book. It can only be regarded as a failure. However, it can still control living creatures in a very short time and make them do what the caster wants to see. Xianxia paused and raised his eyes. Marshal Gu, you have always been smart. Presumably, I don't need to say it. You should know which side would benefit the most from Lu Zhanxing killing the envoy at that time. Gu Mei was silent for a while and said in a low voice. Liao. Yes. It is Liao. Xianxia picked up the white chess piece and stood it up. He exerted force with 2 fingers and the white chess piece suddenly spun rapidly. He stared at the chess piece and said, the caster, because his cultivation was not good enough, he could not use the exquisite chess game to control others for a long time. He also could not control cultivators like you and Lord Shihi who had reached the peak of spiritual power. And your deputy Marshal Lu Zhanxing was alone in the army at that time, so he became the best candidate for the other party. As if layers of gauze were being removed, revealing the bloody truth and hideous scars underneath. Gu Meng's fingertips were trembling as he stared at the ugly white chess piece. Think about it, Marshal Gu. No matter from Lu Zhanxing's temperament, origin, status, his anger made this matter reasonable. If it was not for Zhou He's careful investigation, this case would have ended like this, and no one would be suspicious. The white chess piece was still spinning on the table like a spinning top. Separated by this frantically spinning exquisite chess piece, separated by a narrow wooden table, a ruler and a minister looked at each other. A chess piece buried the most valiant army of the Chonghua, destroyed the reform of the Chonghua, and made me completely become the puppet of the old aristocrats. And you people, will never have the chance to rise again. Can you imagine that scene? Imagine? After a long time, Gu Meng's expression was palpitating with fear. He whispered in a hoarse and tired voice. Xianxia, I have been living in this scene these days. He crossed his hands and pressed them against his brow bone, burying his face deeply. From the moment I knelt in the imperial court and begged you to build the 70,000 tombstones for my brothers. I have already, he was like a traveler on the verge of death after trekking in the desert for too long. The sudden hope made him choke. From Emoshi's angle, he could see the side of Gu Meng's face. The slender phoenix-tailed butterfly-like eyes had clear traces of tears falling down. Xianxia was silent for a moment and whispered, Minister Gu, I am very sorry. Facing a Xianxia who had insulted and disrespected him in the court, how many ministers could let go of it without any resentment, putting aside those servile and coquettish people, whether it was Amoron Lian or Emoshi, none of them would easily accept such an apology from the bottom of their hearts. But Gu Meng was a general with a poor life. Other generals could be high and mighty, but what about him? He was often shameless, grinning as he went to the aristocrats to ask for military pay, and thick-skinned to build relationships with other commanders. He was not lowly, so lowly that if someone slapped his left cheek, he would put his right cheek up. He had no choice. He only had so much. He was responsible for the lives and dignity of 100,000 soldiers. His pockets were empty, and he had no background. The only thing he could pitifully take out was his smiling face. He could only nod and bow. What else could he do? Gu Meng silently wiped his eyelashes with his thumb and raised his head. The wind blew away the candle. Emoshi saw that his tears had not dried, but he still tried to smile. That smile was broken, but strong. Gu Meng said, it doesn't matter. At that time, Elder Zhou had not sensed the traces of magic on the exquisite chess pieces. Xianxia did not know the truth. That kind of reprimand was deserved. He paused, and then carefully peeked at Xianxia's face with his moist black eyes. Then may I ask Xianxia, how do you plan to overturn Lu Zhanxing's case? Xianxia did not answer. In this kind of silence, the spinning of the white chess pieces slowly slowed down. The spinning became more and more tiring, more and more dispirited. Outside, lightning flashed again, reflecting the distant mountains, making them look like malicious spirits that came out from the belly of the earth. With a boom, thunder broke through the sky, and rain poured down like a waterfall. Xianxia said, Marshal Gu, I'm afraid that's not possible. Gu Meng's pupils shrank in the purple lightning, and the white chess piece on the table was also exhausted at this time. It struggled with its last bit of strength to spin a few more rounds, and then lay on the table, no longer moving. Everything returned to silence, like a pool of lake water with surging waves. Fengyi was about to break out, and the shining scales would illuminate the abyss, returning justice to all. But suddenly, the wind stopped, and the water was extinguished. River Earl dived back into the depths of the cold pool, making the people on the shore wait bitterly for a long time. They were happy for a long time in vain. Gu Meng's throat was a little dry. What do you mean? Jun Shang did not answer his question immediately, but asked, does Marshal Gu know how Lu Qing feels in prison now? Until now, he still thinks that killing the envoy in Fengming Mountain was something he did impulsively. He feels extremely guilty. Zhou he said that when he was being interrogated, he kept saying that he wanted to see you. He wants to apologize to you personally for his impulsiveness. Gu Meng suddenly closed his eyelids, and his fingers hanging by his legs clenched into fists. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his expression was extremely painful. Jun Shang's fingertips stroked the pale white chess piece again, and he rubbed it. Lu Qing doesn't know that people whose minds are controlled by white chess pieces, no matter if it's murder, betrayal, rape, or any other kind of evil, they can do it all, and they will think that they are doing it willingly. He's just an innocent victim, a knife that kills people. But he thinks that he is the murderer. Gu Meng suddenly straightened up, and he couldn't help but say in a trembling voice, then why didn't Jun Shang tell him? Why didn't I tell him? Jun Shang seemed to be asking a rhetorical question, but also seemed to be asking himself. He laughed softly with some sadness, and after a while, he said, because Gu Meng feels guilty. He turned his head to look at the vast curtain of rain, and the world was desolate under the rain, but his voice was even colder than the mountain. Jun Shang said softly, Gu Meng doesn't know how to face him. He is not a rebellious minister, but a general who has been tortured for the sake of Chonghua. Gu Meng's heart is also made of flesh. Gu Meng doesn't have the face to see him. He paused. Do you think that Gu Meng doesn't want to clear his name, and doesn't want to immediately return your reputation and justice? You are wrong. How can there be a monarch in the world who is willing to disappoint an important minister like this? Jun Shang got up and walked to the edge of the golden platform, and looked at the endless night in front of him with his hands behind his back. He was silent for a while, and suddenly said with a sigh, Marshal Gu, there is one thing that Gu Meng is afraid that even if Gu Meng were to kneel in front of you today, you would still not believe me. He paused for a moment, and said, in Gu Meng's eyes, your army is the most precious treasure that Gu Meng inherited. From Father Lord. No matter how much land you give Gu Meng, no matter how beautiful you are in exchange, Gu Meng will not agree. Gu Meng doesn't want to lose you at all. The author has something to say. Jun Shang, I think I can have a few other names. Gu Meng dazed, what? Jun Shang, drama queen. Gu Meng dazed, 66666, and, Jun Shang, movie emperor. Gu Meng dazed, 66666, and, Jun Shang, thousand-faced arhat. Gu Meng dazed, 66666, and, Jun Shang, nothing else, I just want to know what my real name is. I am the only supporting character in the novel, and I still don't have a name. Gu Meng didn't say anything. He only felt that it was absurd. However, Gu Meng wasn't the only one who felt that it was absurd. She also felt that Jun Shang's words were too ridiculous. Valuable, unwilling to lose, throwing it away like a worn-out shoe, eager to dismiss it, saying that it was a thorn in Jun Shang's flesh was more like it. Who would believe that it was a treasure? Jun Shang saw that Gu Meng was silent. He tilted his head and suddenly asked, Marshal Gu, what kind of person do you think Gu Meng is? Gu Meng's lips moved, and then he tightly closed them again. Actually, even if you don't say it, Gu Meng is clear in his heart. You people all think that the first emperor is a virtuous ruler, willing to give a cultivator born as a slave a chance to make a name for himself. In your eyes, the first emperor is a distant figure. But Gu Meng? Jun Shang smiled. Gu Meng is stubborn and stubborn. He looked at the curtain of water trickling down the corner of the eaves. After a while, he said, but have any of you ever stood in Gu Meng's position and thought about Gu Meng's situation? Gu Meng also has no other choice. Jun Shang sighed softly. Marshal Gu, you were born as a slave and walked all the way to today's position. You've encountered all kinds of criticism and countless setbacks. In Gu Meng's eyes, what I feel the most is not admiration or pity, but empathy. Because your path and my path are both equally difficult to walk. We are destined to bear countless infamy and crimes. No, Gu Meng is actually inferior to you. In any case, you still have a Lord Shihi whom you can confide in, and a group of lone warriors who are loyal to you to the death. What does Gu Meng have? Meng Zhe? Yan Ping, or a Morong Lian? As Jun Shang spoke, he lightly laughed self-deprecatingly. In such a big palace, there are many direct relatives, but none of them have no grudges with Gu Meng. Do you know why? Gu Meng shook his head. Jun Shang said, because Gu Meng's path to the throne has long been splashed with the blood of my brothers. As he spoke, he raised his head to look at the ink-like sky. Gu will tell you a rumor. No, it should be considered taboo. However, gossip is the hardest thing to suppress in this world. I believe that Marshal Gu might have heard of this legend before. Gu Meng didn't say anything. Jun Shang paused, then said, it happened a long time ago, when I was just born. As everyone knows, I am the eldest son of the Wang family. Logically speaking, I should be the heir to the throne. However, Chonghua's struggle for the throne is not without precedent. As long as I haven't officially ascended the throne, anything can happen. Therefore, on the day of Gu Yi's full moon, Mother secretly sought out the fortune-teller, Zhan Cheng, for a fortune-telling. The divination is dangerous. The fortune-teller said that there will be a calamity in my life. In the Ziwei Star Palace, I am destined to fight with my brothers. This divination caused Imperial concubine Mother to be unable to eat or sleep in peace. She was seriously ill for several months. And after she recovered, Jun Shang paused for a moment and closed his eyes. For some reason, of all the male babies born by the concubines in the palace, none of them were able to live past a full age. She knew that Jun Shang was right. When he was young, he often went to the palace with his father. From beginning to end, he had only seen one young imperial son, and that was the current Jun Shang. He also clearly remembered that there was once a gentle concubine in the palace. She was good at making pastries. Every time he came, she would specially make 2 boxes of pastries for him to bring home. That concubine had a weak body. Later on, she became pregnant and used all her strength to give birth to a child. It was a young master. At that time, she still remembered that his father had discussed with his mother what kind of gift was suitable. However, before the gift could be finalized, the funeral bell in the palace rang throughout the entire capital. The young master had died. As for the specific cause of death, because she was too young at that time and too much time had passed, he couldn't remember it clearly. He vaguely remembered that it was a kind of acute illness in a child. The most unforgettable thing was that concubine was inconsolable because of the death of her young son. A few days later, she took advantage of the fact that the maids and guards weren't paying attention and hanged herself. This strange matter spread throughout the Chonghua. Other than this concubine, the other concubines all felt insecure. Later on, when there was a boy, for these women who relied on their son's status, it wasn't a good thing, but a curse. That year, these murder cases were condensed from the tears of countless mothers and the souls of the deceased who died unjustly. However, if one really wanted to summarize it, it really was just this simple sentence. Jun Shang gazed at the boundless rainy night. His gaze was very empty, as if he was looking at his own brothers who hadn't grown up yet. He said softly, these things, whether it was a coincidence or if they were really done by mother concubine, I won't be presumptuous. However, everyone will feel that I have stepped on a path stained with blood. So of the previous emperor's concubines, which one of them will wish me well? Which one of their distant relatives will truly be willing to be of the same mind as me? They weren't willing to submit to me and didn't pledge their loyalty to me. What's more, when the previous emperor passed away, he wanted to abolish me, to adopt a Morong Lian. How secure do you think my position is? Gu Meng, after Jun Shang finished speaking, he bit his lip. The light in his eyes flickered. So it's not that I don't want to inherit the previous emperor's path, and it's also not that I really view you all as duckweed. It's because... He closed his eyes. I don't have any other choice. When I first took power, there were internal and external troubles. Everything wasn't stable. You all seem to think that as long as I approve all the big and small matters of Xianxia, I can make any decision. But in fact, I can't even touch the fallen plum garden that the Lord Wangshu opened. This is the situation of the new emperor of Xianxia. Look at how ridiculous it is. Gu Meng, fallen plum garden is just a brothel. Why can't it be sealed? Brothel. Jun Shang sneered coldly. He raised his eyes to look at Gu Meng. Does Marshal Gu know how deep the water is behind this brothel? When you don't touch it, you only know that it's a place under the Lord Wangshu. But when you really want to uproot it, you'll find that its roots cover more than half of Wangqing. As soon as you touch it, the interests buried deep in the soil will demonstrate to you, cry out to you, and go against you. Just a fallen plum garden is involved in officials protecting each other, selling stolen goods, accepting bribes, and all kinds of scandals. This is just a brothel. In today's Xianxia, when I do something, there are 10,000 pairs of eyes watching, 1,000 mouths saying no, and 100 arms anxiously urging me back to my seat. What if one day, I want to reform the ceremony platform, the military agency, and even completely change the national system of Xianxia? What kind of situation will that be? The wind blew and the rain slanted. The rapid rainwater slanted into the golden platform. For a moment, no one spoke. Whether it was Mo Shi, who was watching from the side, or the pair of officials at that time, they all fell into silence. Not long after, Jun Shang said again, retreating and sticking to the old ways is not my will. It's a strategy that I have no choice but to take on, a responsibility that I have no choice but to take on. A strategy that can't work, a responsibility that I have no choice but to take on. These two sentences were like nails that were hammered into Gu Meng's flesh and blood, making his heart tremble. Marshal Gu. Gu Meng suddenly raised his head. Jun Shang put his slender fingers on the edge of the dark red railing and said in a low voice, "Do you know what I want to do the most in my life? I want to make those old nobles learn to shut their mouths. I want to make those good-for-nothings spit out the meat in their mouths." Chen Tang believed in Hua Peng wrongly. With the burning country, some people felt that cultivators who were slaves should never be taken. But father believed in Gu Qing, so Xianxia had an iron general to fight against the burning country. If there is Hua Peng in this world, there will be you, Gu Meng, and there will be Lu Zhanxing. The late emperor chose the right path, but I want to go further than him. He paused, his eyes focused, and his fingers slowly clenched unconsciously, as if he was about to face something disgusting. Those officials who are unfaithful, those old nobles. They don't care about the Xianxia at all. They only care about what rewards they get today and what titles they get tomorrow. If they really go to the battlefield, they are all a bunch of good-for-nothings. It's been so many years. Using Hua Peng's treason, they would rather die than let any capable and knowledgeable cultivator come out. If any cultivator who was born as a slave came out, they couldn't wait to attack and accuse him of a bunch of groundless crimes and let him die in the storm pavilion. Not only Gu Meng, but even Mo Shi was shocked by these words. When has Jun Shang ever been this emotional and spoke so much in one breath without any concealment? Moreover, when he said these words, his eyes gradually flashed with an intense light. This light seemed to have cracked the layer of invisible shell covering him. At this time, he really looked like a vigorous and high-spirited youth. They are afraid of the reformation of Xianxia, afraid of the understanding of black magic, afraid of all the unknown changes. They only want to live a peaceful life until they die. They don't think that after 100 years, the country may be destroyed, their family may be destroyed, and they only want to fight for a day of pleasure. This is the nobility of Xianxia. My brothers. Jun Shang said at last. But you are different. My brothers, my comrades, those who have the same blood as me in their bones, all they think about is how to drink more blood from Xianxia, and how to be a glorious overlord for one more day. Marshal Gu, you are different. Those brothers of yours, that army of yours, that is a sharp sword that Xianxia hasn't refined for hundreds of years. Whether you believe it or not, it's my treasure. Trapped in the night rain and unable to escape, the moth danced crazily by the candle flame and finally threw itself at the flame. Suddenly, the flame rose up, emitting a pungent burnt smell. The moth finally died with the light and fell in the middle of the candle pond. In this life, not only do I want to follow my father's path, but I also want to reduce the power of the nobility and lower my skirt. I also want to take risks that no one dares to take. Xianxia doesn't learn the black demon forbidden arts, but I must master it and know it. What is the shame of knowing it but not being righteous? If Xianxia could learn the three great forbidden arts widely, why would Lu Zhanxing be like this? Gu Meng's body suddenly trembled. Marshal Gu, one Lu Qing is enough. I don't want to see a second or third Lu Qing being harmed by the black demon without anyone noticing. He looked at the Qiong hut. At this time, there was a flash of lightning in the sky. Not long after, there was a muffled rumble of thunder. Jun Shang's eyes were lit up by the lightning. He muttered, "Xianghua's sky, it's time to change." In the night, most of the candles in the inner court of the palace were extinguished. Only the golden stage at the top of King City was still lit by the whistling wind. It was like a cold sword, pointing straight to the ninth heaven, breaking through the thick clouds. Gu Qing, I need a person. He must be loyal enough, brave enough, and smart enough. I need a person like this to enter Liao country and pass on information for me, to become the poison that is poured into the stomach of Liao country and the old nobles. Gu Meng wasn't stupid. He already faintly understood the reason why Jun Shang invited him to meet on the golden stage today. As expected, Jun Shang said, Gu Qing. Are you willing to be Xianghua's right-hand man and bear the burden? Gu Meng was silent for a while and said, Jun Shang wants me to pretend to surrender? Extreme. Silence. The sound of the wind and rain falling on the roof almost penetrated the eardrums. Gu Meng was waiting for this answer. Emoshi was also waiting. It was like the bowstring of a jade bow had been pulled to the limit, only waiting for the last bit of strength to be exerted. Jun Shang closed his eyes and then said, Yes. With a bang, the bowstring broke. The broken string couldn't help but tremble, even though he was in Wangjian, he was just a bystander. She still felt that this night's wind and rain had killed into his bones and blood in an instant. All the blood in his body rushed to his head and immediately condensed into ice. He seemed to be frozen by this affirmation. He lost all feeling in his limbs and bones. Cold, really cold. But perhaps it was because he had been waiting for this affirmation, the truth of treason. He had waited for 8 years of sorrow, 8 years of pain, and 8 years of despair. When he really heard this sentence and knew that Gu Meng did have some hidden feelings, and was even a chess piece that Xianxia had planted in Liao country, all the emotions in these years turned into bitterness and heartache in an instant, reporting to Jun Shang's golden platform, leading the Jade Dragon to die for Jun Shang. How ironic. Only those who had truly stepped onto this high platform that was admired by tens of thousands of people would know what it meant to be an important official. The so-called important official was not above the heavens, nor below the earth. All the conspiracies, tricks, and treacherous sacrifices would all come out from the mouth of the king and into the ears of the official. From then on, the brilliant and sincere smile would be torn off from the face dripping with blood. A face that you couldn't choose would be firmly pinned on your face. When the blood dried and the scar faded, you would raise your head, but you would no longer be able to see your own face in the bronze mirror. The so-called hero, perhaps for a dream, perhaps for a goal, perhaps for a person's words of goodwill, nodded on a stormy night. From then on, he gave his whole life, and there was no turning back. The wind blew his wide sleeves. Gu Meng pushed aside the scattered hair on his temples and said, Jun Shang, you want to prove that you are right. You want to do something that will shake the heavens, and let the old nobles see clearly whether you are a piece of trash that stepped on flesh and blood to ascend the throne, or an indomitable king. Is that so? His words were too quiet, as if he was trying to suppress some emotion, so Jun Shang didn't answer immediately. Jun Shang wants to be a wise king, and wants to change the foundation of Xianxia. Naturally, this is a good thing. I also admire you very much. Hearing him say this, Jun Shang was slightly relieved. He was about to answer when he heard Gu Meng say, But Jun Shang, I have already died 70,000 times. The scar on my heart hasn't formed a scab, and the 70,000 souls haven't been buried. Yes, I am willing to become your sharp blade, to become the poison you pour into the belly of the burning country, to become the spy who gathers information about the black demon for you, and to become the sacrifice you send to appease the old nobles. I can agree to these, and I am willing to do them. I just want to ask you to spare my brother's life for the sake of these 70,000 dead people. I am not some god of war, I am just one of the 100,000 slave cultivators. I am willing to become a traitor that you have appointed, and bear a lifetime of infamy, but I beg you to give them the justice that they deserve. Xianxia slowly closed his eyes, as if he was disturbed by his words. He whispered, I won't let you suffer in vain. One day, Guqing, one day, I will clear your name. On that day, I will personally give you a blue gold ribbon. I will tell the whole Xianxia, tell every peaceful and happy people that you have paid such a sacrifice to have such a world. Gu Meng's eyes flickered, but in the end, he was not moved by the future that Xianxia described. He was still clear-headed and stubbornly clinging to the things he had set his mind on. He stared at Xianxia's face and said word by word, what about Lu Zhanxing? Xianxia looked at him. Their gazes were like an invisible contest. In the end, Xianxia was defeated in this panic-inducing deathly silence. He closed his eyes and said in a low voice, Minister Gu, Minister Lu has no way out. The author has something to say. Xianxia, I heard that my speech yesterday didn't gain the trust of the comments section, so I decided to try again. Gu Meng was confused, you have to persuade me first. I think they are smarter than me. You have to persuade me first, and then persuade them. 233333333. Although Gu Meng already knew what Xianxia was thinking, when this sentence really hit him like a heavy hammer, his voice suddenly trembled. Why? Because this white chess piece has been tempered with devil energy, Lu Zhanxing's spiritual flow is no longer pure. How likely do you think Xianxia will allow a person with black devil energy to live well? Xianxia continued, since ancient times, these people who have been infected with black devil energy have either been torn apart by the carriage or tortured to death on the trial platform. Do you want him to wash away his crimes and then be tortured to death like this worthlessly, or do you want his death to at least pave the way for Xianxia and for you? Gu Meng, I want Xianxia to accept slaves and understand the black devil. After a pause, Xianxia said, but the price is that Lu Zhanxing's injustice is destined to be known only by you and me. He must be sentenced. A few more lights were extinguished in the strong wind, and the light of the golden stage was even darker. After hearing this sentence, Gu Meng slightly raised his head, as if he was holding back something wet in his eyes. After a while, he seemed to not want to argue with Xianxia anymore, so he said in a low and hoarse voice. Then, what's next? After the sentence, what will happen? Next, I will pave a logical way for your treason. After this year's autumn hunt, Lu Zhanxing will be executed as usual, and the remnants of your army will be detained. I will not release even the slightest signal of mercy to slave cultivators to the outside world. I will do it thoroughly, let the civil and military officials in the court think that I finally chose the old aristocratic class, let everyone see that I am reducing your power, degrading you, and pushing you out. I will force you to the road of no return. After the autumn hunt, I will give you the last push, so that you will have enough reason to betray the country. Gu Meng said, betray the burning country? Betray the burning country. Gu Meng laughed in a low voice, as if he had heard a ridiculous joke. How far does Xianxia have to go to make people believe that I, Gu Meng, will choose the most depraved and dark one among the 28 countries and 9 regions? Betray the burning country. His smile suddenly tightened, and his handsome face even looked a bit ferocious because of hatred at this moment. How far do I have to be forced to betray the absurd country that killed countless of my brothers and sisters and burned the flames of war all over 9 regions? Xianxia said, Lu Zhanxing must die. If Lu Zhanxing doesn't die, no one will think that Marshal Gu, who was once all-powerful and loyal to the country, will choose to go to the gate of the burning country. Only when Lu Zhanxing is dead, the seed of hatred in your heart will germinate, and there will have a chance, everything will have a chance. After a pause, he continued, Gu Qing, think about it. If you save Lu Zhanxing, what will you lose? It looks like he was wronged, and his injustice has been cleared. But he is still destined to be executed because of being infected with the black demon energy. You may think that if he dies like this, at least your army's 70,000 graves and 30,000 heroes will be treated fairly. However, I tell you, it won't. Xianxia's dark eyes seemed to be accumulating dark clouds, which was a kind of heavy siege that was impossible to break through with one person's strength. Once Lu Zhanxing dies, even if I want to rehabilitate your army, reward your soldiers, and set up a monument, there will immediately be old nobles who will jump out and use all kinds of strange reasons to remonstrate with death. There are even the most terrible ones. They will say that Deputy Marshal Liu is infected with the black demon energy, and it is difficult to guarantee that there are no infected people in the army. They would rather kill the wrong person than let it go. They will even force me to kill the remaining 30,000 of your brothers. Gu Qing, your army is like an old house that has run out of water right now. I will try my best to snatch whatever I can from it. But Lu Zhanqing is the place where the fire fell. He has been burned into slag and can't be grabbed. I'm sorry. Gu Meng paused for a long time, almost indifferently. Okay. I understand. We are treasures, but a fire can turn Jun Shang's treasures into slag. He raised his eyes. Jun Shang, do you know what my army is in my eyes? This was really a question that went against the heavens, but Jun Shang didn't refute it. On the contrary, his eyelashes were trembling, and his eyes were evasive, and even sad. Gu Meng said, they are my blood, my eyes, my hands and legs, my family and life. No matter how precious a treasure is, it is useless if it is broken, and it will become ashes after being burned by fire. But my blood relatives are different. Even if they die, even if they burn away, even if they turn into ashes, they will always have a monument in my heart. I will remember every single one of their names, every single one of their appearances, until the day I die too. Jun Shang said, I don't mean that, then what do you mean? Gu Meng softly, almost shyly, smiled faintly at him. Jun Shang, you say we are your treasures, but treasures aren't living things. We are living people. We have shed blood for you, shed tears for Chonghua, served you, worked hard, and even died. I don't know if you have noticed? He chased step by step, so closely, as if the 70,000 death warriors had turned into malicious spirits, seized his body, and attached themselves to him. They were collecting debts from their Jun Shang. Marshal Gu. Jun Shang's face slowly turned gray, but in the end, he still raised his head and looked into Gu Meng's eyes. I have always seen it. But for one person's reputation, is it worth it to pay the lives of 30,000 people, the glory of 70,000 people, and the future of all the slave cultivators in Chonghua? Gu Meng's shoulders trembled, and his lips trembled. He wanted to refute, but he couldn't say anything. He was a talented general, so he naturally knew that what Jun Shang said was right. Jun Shang's words were heartless, but it was the most correct path with the least sacrifice. But how could he nod, how could he let it go? That day in the throne room, you knelt in front of me and begged to erect tombstones for your death warriors and let your remaining troops live. I reprimanded you for your wishful thinking. But now I am standing in front of you. I can swear to heaven that I will not let Deputy Marshal Liu's sacrifice go to waste. I can promise you that everything you asked for that day, except for Lu Zhanqing's life, the 70,000 tombstones you want, and the ownership of your 30,000 remaining troops, I can give them all to you. Jun Shang said, I can even promise you that I will let you see a fair future where everyone has a hero regardless of origin. Gu Meng took a step back and shook his head. The Jun Shang's promise was so heavy that he almost bent over. After a long while, he murmured hoarsely. Lies, I didn't lie. Gu Meng was almost driven crazy. He suddenly raised his head, and his gaze was like a sharp sword unsheathed. His eyes were red as he shouted at Jun Shang, liar. He was furious. In the rolling storm, the blind and clawed beast on the altar was disturbed by the stick and the honey. It didn't know what to believe. It roared at his lord who tamed it, and it slammed into the cage that trapped it. Emoshi closed his eyes. His body that bore the pain of Wang Jian's repair was less painful than a curled up and bleeding loyal heart. Beast on the altar. Beast on the altar. In the past, people said that this was Marshal Gu's reputation that spread throughout the world. But now, Emoshi only saw a beast that was bloody and skinned, trapped in a cage and wailing. The king's beast, the beast of Chonghua, was in so much pain that it wished it were dead for the suffering of its brothers and sisters. But the people who raised it tore off its skin and wrapped it with a new layer of leather on its mangled body. They wanted to send it to another country and let it endure the pain to burn out the last trace of light and warmth. In the sound of the torrential rain, Jun Shang stood upright, as if there was some kind of natural power that belonged to the Jun Shang supporting him. It allowed him to not retreat or hide in front of Gu Meng's strong emotions. Even though his face was already a little ugly. But he was still able to endure it. Do you think I can feel at ease when I make such a decision? Junshang was silent for a moment, and finally asked in a low voice, do you think I can feel at ease when I frame a loyal and good person? Do you think I can feel at ease when I torture my most outstanding general until he is covered in cuts and bruises and even drive him to another country? Do you think I can feel at ease when I stand here today, on the golden platform under the thunder and lightning of the 9 heavens and say these words to you personally? Towards the end, Junshang's voice became louder and louder. His fingertips were trembling, and the light in his eyes was also trembling. Gu Qing. You once said that 70,000 people died in the Battle of Fengming Mountain. You saw 70,000 wronged souls demanding payment from you day and night, scolding you, cursing you, spitting on you, asking you why. His voice trembled fiercely, and every word that came out from between his teeth was stained with blood. Do you think I can't see these scenes? Gu Meng raised his eyes, and almost felt that it was absurd. What can Junshang see? Can Junshang see 70,000 treasures being broken? Or can you see the mud puppets with similar facial features being destroyed one by one? Crazy, really crazy. The disrespectful words rushed out of his mouth. His arm was broken, and his heart was gouged out. Gu Meng actually dared to say anything to the face of the dragon. Juanshang, you keep saying that you see us as human beings, you keep saying that you see the brothers that I lost, the subjects that you lost. But you are grieving that your iron army lost 70,000 men. You are grieving for a number, a group of heroes, not grieving for each and every one of them who are still alive. When the last word was thrown out, outside the golden platform, there was wind and rain, and the golden platform was silent. After a long time, Junshang tightly closed his eyes, and then opened them again. His lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but then he closed them again. After a while, there was a lump in his throat, and he softly and sadly said 3 inexplicable words, Su Xiao Mao. Just these 3 words. Gu Meng froze. Gu Meng's fingers that were originally trembling because of anger seemed to be frozen in ice. He almost didn't move, staring at Junshang's face in disbelief, as if he felt that it must have been his own misconception, that he must have heard wrong, that he heard the lowly and laughable names of his fellow brothers from the mouth of the Son of Heaven. But these names came out of the Son of Heaven's mouth one after another, clear, sorrowful, and solemn. Lan Yufei, Jin Qing, Sun He, Luo Chuan. One name after another was said by Junshang. He didn't say a single one, but Gu Meng could see the voice and smile of those brothers when they were alive. The man who loved to drink and burn knives. The uncle with a large mole on the bridge of his nose. The little girl who always lost when she gambled, and never changed even after repeated warnings. And the little brat who was 15 or 16 years old and with a face full of youthfulness, boldly squeezed into the army. Gu Meng bent his body in the midst of these soul-like whispers. He buried his face in his palms, and his fingers in his hair. He choked out, don't say any more, Qin Fei, Zhao Sheng, Wei Ping. Qin Fei's hearty laughter seemed to have passed through life and death and returned to his ears. Zhao Sheng once ran to his tent at night and gave him a pot of sweet wine that he had brought from the town. He held it in his arms, and it was still warm. Wei Ping was already 30 years old, but he still looked young. When he smiled, 2 sweet canine teeth could be seen. When he asked to stay behind at Fengming Mountain to bring up the rear, he grinned arrogantly and domineeringly. But that was the last time Gu Meng and this guy parted. These names, who would remember, who would remember? Gu Shui, born as a hero, even in death as a ghost. No, these are all empty words. I only hope that you can come back safely from every battle. No one would want their brothers to die in battle. Don't say any more. Gu Meng hugged his head in pain. He bent over and knelt down. He almost broke down and wailed, crying like a trapped beast, don't say any more. Don't say any more. I remember them too. Junshang stopped chanting. He walked to Gu Meng's side and looked at the man who buried himself in the dust and curled up in the sand in front of him. He said softly again, Gu Meng, I remember them too. When he said this, he didn't even call himself Gu. I'm sorry, I didn't spend time with them day and night like you did. I can remember their age, appearance, hobbies, everything. But from the moment I received the military slip of death at Fengming Mountain, I've been remembering their names. Gu Meng's cold forehead was pressed against the ground in a wretched state. Large tears rolled down his cheeks as he sobbed and howled in grief. He had really broken down. He was covered in wounds and endured silently. It wasn't easy for him to suppress the pain and lick the blood. He was barely able to appear in front of others as if nothing had happened. However, Xianxia tore open the flesh that he had just condensed. Fresh red blood and flesh scrambled to be the first to flip out. It was extremely painful, so painful that he was about to die. I thought at that time. Xianxia said, even if I can't erect a proper monument for them, I still want to bury these names in my heart. Marshal Gu, every day and every night, I will remember them in my heart. I'm sorry, Gu has such a difficult thing to do, He held Gu Meng's arm and supported Gu Meng, allowing Gu Meng to slowly raise his head. Xianxia's eyes were also wet. But please believe Gu. In Gu's life, Gu has never and will never see you as lowly servants. It was clearly such a simple and ordinary sentence. There were no praises, no praise. But Gu Meng burst into tears. He knelt, staggered, and broke free from Xianxia's hand. He came to the edge of the golden platform and looked at the majestic green mountain and the vast sky. His sorrowful sobs seemed to be dug out from his throat, stained with dripping blood. The torrential rain instantly swallowed his cries, and the country was a scene of wind and rain. Gu Meng seemed to be exhausted. He leaned his head against the railing, his shoulders trembling, the ends of his eyes red and the tip of his nose red. He couldn't say anything. After a long time, Xianxia slowly walked to his side. His lips moved slightly, and he said in a low voice, Gu Qing, do you believe me now? Gu's words are sincere, I didn't lie to you. Gu can even swear to the heavens. He raised 2 fingers to his forehead, an act of swearing to the Chonghua. On the golden platform where lightning flashed for nearly 9 days, the new Chonghua monarch made a promise to the Chonghua ministers. If Marshal Gu agrees to Gu's request today, Gu will definitely fulfill 3 important matters as promised. First, Marshal Gu's 30,000 remaining troops, Gu will properly take care of them. Second, the Chonghua slaves can cultivate immortal methods, there will be no changes. Third, the 70,000 souls sacrificed in Fengming Mountain, Gu will bury them on the mountain of war souls with national etiquette, and inscribe them on a monument. If I were to go back on any of the 3 promises mentioned above, I would have no children to show filial piety for the rest of my life, and I would die without a proper burial. The throne of Cathay would be destroyed by my own hands, and I would be a sinner for the rest of my life. He paused for a moment, and then spat out the last few words. In life and in death, there will never be a day of peace. The author has something to say. Xianxia, I saw that yesterday in the comment section, there were sisters who were moved by me. Gu Meng, why don't you say that yesterday in the comment section, there were sisters who spurned you even more? Why don't you learn from the Morong Lian? Look at him, as long as he's coquettish, there's no hatred. Ah Lian, online rental of Pinru's clothes, godly equipment for DPS. After wearing it, your violent output will never OT. Xianxia, this is your best choice. Gu Meng was trembling too much. He couldn't help but tremble. He had too little. He was clearly a famous general, but he was like a child beggar, shamelessly asking for benefits from the nobles, asking for recognition. Now, Xianxia had thrown all the things that he had begged for onto him, promising him all of them. How could he continue to straighten his spine? Being arrogant was Mo Shi's Morong Lian's privilege, it was never his. Perhaps Xianxia understood the logic, so he wasn't in a hurry. He stood in place with his hands behind his back, waiting for Gu Meng to slowly calm down, waiting for Gu Meng to slowly yield, slowly walk towards a dead end. The beast waiting for the altar had no choice but to put on the veil himself. Sure enough, after a long time, Gu Meng raised his head, his dark and moist eyes looking at Xianxia in front of him. He had already calmed down, but the light in his eyes had turned into embers, his heart was like dead ashes. I'll have to trouble Xianxia, finally, he said softly, promise me one thing. Speak. Xianxia, he shouldn't be kept in the dark. I want to go to the Yin prison personally and tell him the truth. Xianxia was silent for a while, then he closed his eyes and sighed, Gu Qing, why do you have to? Because I feel guilty. But he doesn't know the truth. This is the best choice, whether it's for you, for me, or for Chonghua. No, he has to know. His sacrifice is already big enough. I beg you, at least this time, just think about him. Gu Meng painfully closed his eyes, tears seeped out from his thick eyelashes and dripped down. He has already been wronged. I can't save him. I can't save him. But I can at least let him. The last few words, every word was so cruel that it was like burning red iron burning in the heart. I can at least let him know that he has never done anything wrong. I can at least let him not die with injustice. After this sentence, the voice weakened, and the figure gradually faded. The scene before his eyes slowly darkened. Before the darkness swallowed up the entire golden platform, Mia saw Gu Meng slowly kowtow to Xianxia. It wasn't like submission, but a kind of exhaustion. His vision darkened. At the same time, a sharp pain exploded in Mo's limbs and bones. The jade slip of history began to draw power from his flesh and blood again. However, Mia felt that it was not only spiritual power that was being drained from his body. His soul seemed to have been pulled out of his body and crushed into fine powder. But she didn't feel any pain. The conversation on the golden stage 8 years ago still echoed in his ears, and Gu Meng's desperate expression still swayed in front of his eyes. A night rain, a scheme, and a sacrifice. He had deceived the world for 8 years. Gu Qing, I need someone. He has to be loyal enough, brave enough, and smart enough. I need someone like this to infiltrate Liao country, to pass on information for me, to become the poison that will be poured into the bellies of Liao country and the old nobles. Are you willing to be Chonghua's right-hand man, to bear the burden silently? Are you willing, from now on, in the whole world, only one person knows the truth? The people you protect spurn you, all your old subordinates misunderstand you, your lifelong friend is your enemy. You will dig out a blazing heart and offer up a lifetime of hot blood, and everyone will only remember your betrayal and the stain on your name. Gu Qing, Gu Shui, Gu Meng. Are you willing? The voice seemed to come from the depths of the clouds, like the sound of heaven's voice that pierced the heart, like a sharp awl that pierced the heart. The world spun in front of his eyes, and all the colors in the scene collapsed like snowflakes and then gathered together. Mok continued to fall in the shaking fragments, as if he was falling into a bottomless abyss. His eyes were wide open, until some kind of burning tears fell from the corners of his eyes. He suddenly realized that he was crying. His body seemed to no longer be his, and his soul seemed to have been split into two, fighting fiercely in the collapsing scene. All the conversations he had with Gu Meng in the past came back to his mind at this moment, crushing him into ashes. Gu Meng said, "They are my blood, my eyes, my hands and legs. They are my family, my life." And he once angrily rebuked Gu Meng, "When you killed countless brothers with your hands full of blood, Gu Meng, have you ever regretted it even a little?" Gu Meng said, "How much did I have to be forced to betray the absurd country that killed countless of my brothers and spread the flames of war throughout Jiuzhou?" And he once said, "If you want to betray the country, there is more than one place, but you chose Liao country. You want revenge, for your ambition, for your comrades, for your way out. You don't care about other people's blood." Gu Meng said, "They will always have a steel in my heart. I will remember every single one of their names, every single one of their faces, until the day I die too. They will never become scum." But he once slapped Gu Meng's cheek. One word penetrated Gu Meng's heart. He said that before he thought of that word, she couldn't help but tremble. He was frightened by his words at that time. His intention was vicious. But he said that he was dirty. After Gu Meng lost his memory, he instinctively wanted to wear the Chonghua's heroic ribbon. He instinctively longed for the day when he could clear his name, and once again stand in front of the generals and soldiers of the 3 armies, looking at his armor shining in the sun. This was probably the only comfort Gu Meng had during the years of undercover work. All he had was this illusory dream, his infatuated imagination. But he thought that he was dirty. I should have it too. I should have it too. The blue-eyed Gu Meng, who had lost his consciousness, fought for his ribbon. That stubborn and sorrowful voice seemed to be washed back to his ears through the years. At that time, the slap he gave Gu Meng's face was like a slap to his own face. It was burning and stinging. How do you deserve it? How do you deserve it? Emoshi was surprised that he didn't burst into tears at this moment. He could still hold it in. He didn't even know if he was numb from the pain, or if he had really tempered his heart into stone in the years of despair. Who knew the meaning of the golden platform? His limbs and bones felt like they were about to be torn apart. Wang Jian nodded his soul, and there seemed to be a voice in the depths of his head, pestering him and asking him questions. Do you want to continue watching? Emoshi, Lord Shihi. What is your heart made of? Why can you still face this bloody past and the truth? Every word was like a sharp knife cutting open his chest. But his body didn't seem to be his anymore. Blood flowed all over his chest, but he didn't feel anything. He opened his eyes wide in a daze, like a walking corpse. Pain? Death? Collapse of the spiritual nucleus? These were no longer important. He only murmured. Blame me, it doesn't matter if I'm iron or stone or ice. Let me continue watching. I want to know everything. The truth that was hidden, swallowed up, and whitewashed. Why did you hide it from me? Why, before embarking on this path, even I was excluded. I didn't know anything, why? Why, Wang Jian said gloomily, since your heart is like this, give me your flesh and blood, I'll forgive you. His chest suddenly throbbed with pain, as if there was an invisible claw full of barbs reaching in and grabbing his heart. The spiritual current of the spiritual nucleus burst and began to dissipate. Xianxia said that if he forced himself to read Wang Jian who hadn't fully recovered, it would consume the spiritual power of Tianyuan and cause him to suffer the pain of having his bones and tendons removed. But at this moment, Emoshi felt that the pain of having his bones and tendons removed was nothing more than this. It couldn't cover up the pain of the truth. Just like this, countless years of the past scattered and gathered in front of him like clouds. The golden platform disappeared. What reappeared in front of him was the cold and dark prison. This was the prison that he saw in the time mirror, the prison that Lu Zhanqing had stayed in. Wang Jian brought him back to the cold hell where he couldn't see the sky above and the ground below. As the scene in front of him became clear, Emoshi's throat was filled with a strong smell of blood. He endured the dizziness in front of him and looked up to see the truth that had resurfaced. In the dark prison 8 years ago, there was a weak lamp. The lamp was spitting out fire listlessly, as if it would run out of oil at any moment. Lu Zhanqing sat on the narrow and cold stone bed. At this time, he hadn't seen Gu Meng yet, so he looked like a completely different person from the calm and clear Deputy General Lu in the time mirror. He leaned against the wall dejectedly, his face buried in the deep shadow, a few strands of messy forehead hair hanging in front of his eyes. He exuded a dejected and dispirited aura from head to toe. At this time, he was an out-and-out, a real prisoner. The door of the prison opened with a creak. The jailer said, surnamed Lu, the judge sent by the emperor is here. You can complain about any grievances you have, you can ask for any requests you have, but remember to be honest. Don't go crazy. After saying that, he put on a flattering smile and said to the man standing outside the door, Officer, please. You can leave. The judge wearing a mask walked into the cell, activated a spell, and raised his hand to close the door. In the cramped cell, except for Emoshi, who couldn't be seen by others, there was no one else who could hear their conversation. Lu Zhanqing didn't feel any excitement because of the arrival of this judge who could complain about grievances. Probably because there were many people like this who came these days, but none of them brought him hope. So he didn't even raise his face. His strong arms were on his knees, and he just repeated the request that he might have repeated thousands of times. He said dryly, I want to see Gu Meng. Nothing else. I don't have any grievances, and I don't have any other requests. Lu Zhanqing murmured lifelessly, as if all his soul had been sucked out, leaving only this trace of obsession. I want to apologize to him in person. Then you can kill me. You can kill me, you can kill me, you can do anything. I won't complain about grievances. The judge didn't say anything, but suddenly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times in front of Lu Zhanqing's dirty bed. Lu Zhanqing finally had some reaction. He was a little startled. What do you mean? Before the battle at Foaming Mountain, I played dice with you. Before 10 rounds, I had to leave. At that time, we agreed to continue after winning the battle. The other party said and took out 2 wooden dice from his Xianxia bag. We couldn't win the battle. But I brought the dice. The 2 wooden dice had a red lotus mark on the sides of the 6 dots. Lu Zhanxing was stunned, as if he was struck by lightning. He suddenly jumped down from the bed and almost grabbed the judge by the collar. He didn't finish his words and didn't take off his mask. But the 2 brothers who grew up together had this kind of familiarity. Lu Zhanxing looked at the black eyes behind the mask. He had never seen anyone's eyes as bright and spirited as his good brother's, his Meng. The 8 feet tall man suddenly choked. He looked at Gu Meng's eyes and said, Meng, it's you? The judge raised his hand and took off the mask on his face. In the dim light, Gu Meng's tear-stained face was revealed. The last time the 2 brothers met, one was an awe-inspiring general, the other was a high-spirited commander. But now, it was just a blink of an eye. One was demoted to a commoner, the other was already a criminal. It's me. Gu Meng's voice was very hoarse. He said with red eyes. I'm sorry, after so long. I came to see you. The 2 brothers reunited after a long time and couldn't help but be emotional. They hugged each other and cried. After a while, Lu Zhanxing wiped the tears on his face and held Gu Meng's hand tightly. He clearly had more things to ask, such as how you came, why you came, how are you now? But Lu Zhanxing looked at his brother's face and the first sentence he asked hoarsely was, Meng, the battle at Fengming Mountain. You still blame me? Gu Meng choked with sobs. Lu Zhanxing was extremely regretful. He had held these words in his heart for so long that it had already become a disaster. He couldn't help but murmur, I was impulsive. I don't know why. I seemed to be possessed. I suddenly felt that it was not worth it to sacrifice my life for the country. I suddenly felt that everything we did was not worth it. But I didn't think so. I just occasionally had such thoughts, but I really didn't think so. I let down the 70,000 brothers of Fengming Mountain. I don't know what happened to me at that time. Meng, I let down your trust, I let down the brothers' trust. Every sentence pierced through people's hearts. Lu Zhanxing's expression was so remorseful. His eyes were red and his tear-stained face was like a sharp needle full of barbs that pierced into Emoshi's flesh. The Lu Zhanxing in front of him who was full of regret because of his big mistake did not look like the sloppy man in the time mirror at all. At that time, the Lu Zhanxing he saw in the time mirror was clearly crazy to the extreme. I ruined his life, but it was better than watching him ruin his own life and the lives of more people. Jun Shang stripped his power. Well done. No, wrong, it was all wrong. The truth was not like this. Emoshi looked at Lu Zhanxing who was kneeling in front of Gu Meng with regret, kneeling in front of Gu Meng in pain. His ears were buzzing. Wrong. It was all wrong. He heard Lu Zhanxing constantly apologizing to Gu Meng. He heard Lu Zhanxing saying to Gu Meng, Meng, I'm sorry. Emoshi only felt a chill all over his body. Now that he thought about it, the Lu Zhanxing in the time mirror at that time clearly knew that his death could save the lives of the remaining 30,000 soldiers, so he wanted to take all the blame on himself. He was obviously not a self-righteous lunatic who castrated his brother's dreams, but he would rather keep the secret in front of Emoshi, and not let the world know that he was a hero who cast his bones, and a loyal person who was wronged. In order to protect Gu Meng, to protect the remaining soldiers, Jun Shang gave him the mask of a guilty official, a mask of a boorish man, and he endured it and wore it to death. It turned out that Lu Zhanxing had never let Gu Meng down. He was Gu Meng's close friend, and Gu Meng's deputy commander. They were all martyrs, and they were the same kind of people. Gu Meng finally managed to calm Lu Zhanxing's emotions a little. He helped Lu Zhanxing up and let him sit on the edge of the bed. He choked with sobs to this regretful man, Zhanxing. You have never let us down. From the beginning to the end, you have always been our brother. This sentence made Lu Zhanxing, who had just calmed down a little, collapse again. Lu Zhanxing buried his face in his palms and rubbed it. He murmured, No. I killed the Roli envoy. I didn't control myself at that time, and I was blinded by my selfishness. Gu Meng held his hand tightly, and his eyes were very red. It's not like that. His words were like thunder piercing through the sky, piercing through the heavy clouds. Listen to me, it's not your selfishness that has blinded you. It's the exquisite chess game in your body. Lu Zhanqing was like a caged beast. His emotions were too agitated. Gu Meng spent a long time explaining the whole story to him. As a bystander, Emoshi found it hard to describe Lu Zhanqing's expression after hearing the truth. In fact, from the moment Gu Meng began to talk about the Jinlong white seed, Lu Zhanqing's expression had been changing. From astonishment to confusion, from confusion to ecstasy, from ecstasy to anger, from anger to sadness, in between, he collapsed countless times. When everything was finished, Lu Zhanqing suddenly collapsed on the cold stone bed. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the low ceiling of the Yin prison. After a long time, he murmured as if in a dream, "I did not disappoint you." Gu Meng's eyes were soft and moist. His voice was hoarse as he whispered, "You never did. I did not disappoint you. I did not disappoint you, ha ha, ha 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 ha." The veins on Lu Zhanqing's forehead bulged. His emotions were so full that his cheeks were red. He suddenly laughed, but as he laughed, he began to cry. He probably felt embarrassed and raised his hand to cover his eyelashes, but the clear tears still leaked out from under the cover of his arm and slid down into the depths of his hair. He sobbed and said, "I didn't let you down." Gu Meng sat down on the edge of his narrow stone bed and turned to look at Lu Zhanqing. Of course, he could not see Lu Zhanqing's eyes. The man was still covering them with his strong arm. Gu Meng was quiet for a moment. Suddenly, he asked in a low voice, "Zhanqing, can you see them often?" It was a sentence that did not have any head or tail, but Lu Zhanqing understood. Emoshi also understood. "Can you see them often?" They saw 70,000 people swimming across the river Styx and coming to your side. Those brothers who had fought by your side, drank with you before countless battles on the battlefield, and made vows with you, came to your side. You were surrounded by 70,000 dead people, and they murmured to you day and night without stopping. Gradually, you can't see the world in front of you. You unknowingly live with the dead. You have become a living tombstone, and your heart is engraved with the names of the deceased. Do you see them often too? Lu Zhanqing's dry lips moved. For the first time, he didn't make any sound. On the second occasion, he said always. "I can see them all the time." After a long silence, Gu Meng said, "Me too." The candlelight in the dark prison silently shed a string of candle tears. Gu Meng said, "Zhanqing, after the battle at Phoenix Cry Mountain, the two of us have become living dead. Do you resent me?" Lu Zhanqing slowly moved his arm down, revealing half of his moist black eyes. "What? I tricked you. I tricked you into following me on this path. I promised you a future without any proof. You followed me, but you didn't have many good days. Instead, you became sinners and boorish men." Gu Meng looked down at his hands. "I've been thinking about what kind of person I am." His long and thick eyelashes fluttered gently, casting a soft shadow on the bridge of his nose. Gu Meng said softly, "I know that Chonghua has a lot of comments about me, praising me, belittling me, slandering me, praising me. I didn't care before because I felt that I had always done the right thing. I, Gu Meng, can live with my conscience. But after the battle at Phoenix Cry Mountain, I have no explanation for my conscience. I have always said that I would change the way Chonghua and even the 9 regions view slaves. I have always said to all the people who followed me that I would take them home and give them a much better future than now. But it turned out that as long as I lost a battle, I would be beaten back to my original form like a clown. As the commander-in-chief of an army, I can't even ask for the most basic fairness for my brothers." His ears seemed to resound with the previous indifferent voice, "High merit shakes the master. The higher that cheap slave climbed, the more miserable he fell. He was the next Hua Pun. No, how could he be worthy of being compared with Hua Pun? At the very least, Hua Pun had the ability to create a nation, and at the very least, he could give his brothers rewards and benefits. He, Gu Meng, was just a dog rolling in the mud. Even if he had the heart, he didn't have the ability. He was a liar. He deceived a group of fools to die with him. What could those who followed him get? Dreams, what a beast on the altar, ha 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 ha." The mocking laughter circled around like a vulture. Gu Meng slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he looked at his calloused hands and said, "Now I finally understand. It turns out that I'm just a gravedigger. Half of my life, I buried all my brothers in the pit." Lu Zhanqing didn't say anything. He turned his head. He looked at Gu Meng for a while and said, "Jun Shang won't reverse the verdict for me, right?" Without waiting for Gu Meng to answer, he said, "I think I know. The old gentry, the black demon art, our new Jun Shang is still too immature. If it were anyone else in my position, he wouldn't be able to keep it." Gu Meng lowered his head and said, "Zhanqing, I'm sorry. Other than telling you the truth, I didn't do anything." Lu Zhanqing stared at the zenith in a daze for a while. The tears at the corners of his eyes had dried. After a long time, he said, "It's fine. I don't blame him, and I don't blame you." After removing the shackles of the guilty official, Lu Zhanqing's entire body relaxed. Even though people would have complicated feelings when faced with the judgment of their own death, for Lu Zhanqing, he didn't have much unhappiness at this time. "I'm the unlucky one, to have become the person who fell for the precious chess piece." Lu Zhanqing took the 2 wooden dice that Gu Meng had brought him and rubbed them slowly. "Do you still remember when we played dice when we were young? I always lost to you and had no choice but to let you eat all the pastries. My luck has always been bad, and this has nothing to do with anyone." As he spoke, he casually threw the dice. The 2 wooden dice rolled and finally opened on 2 ones. Lu Zhanqing said, "You see, I'm right." Gu Meng suddenly lowered his head, his shoulders trembling slightly. After a while, he said, "I heard a long time ago that there's a gambling den in Chonghua, Guijianchou. That person always likes to appear with a bronze mask. He always wins every bet, and has never lost at the gambling table. That person is you, isn't it?" Lu Zhanqing didn't say a word, he was a little stiff. "I want to roll a few dots, and it's a few dots." "You're not unlucky." Gu Meng said hoarsely, "It's you who always let me win and wanted to share the pastries with me." Lu Zhanqing looked at Gu Meng in front of him, and after a while, he sighed softly. Of course, he wanted to protect this little guy. This was simply destined from the first time they met. At that time, he had just been brought back to Wangshu House. He saw that the 4-year-old Gu Meng was bullied by the Murong Lian. He was forced to paint his face with oil paint, and he stood still with a bowl full of water on his head. The young master of the Murong family laughed wantonly and said to him, "If the water in the bowl spills out after standing for 2 hours, all the slaves in the house won't have any food to eat today." Lu Zhanqing's stomach wailed. He thought that he was really unlucky. Such a small kid, how could he hold on for so long? It seemed that he would starve on the first day of entering the house. But he didn't expect that when the dinner was served, the chef still gave each of them 2 big white steamed buns. At this time, Lu Zhanqing heard that the little kid actually had enough strength to stand still for 2 hours. This result made the Murong Lian very unhappy. In the end, the other slaves were not implicated, but Gu Meng's dinner was still deducted for no reason. Lu Zhanqing heard it, ate a steamed bun, and took another steamed bun to find his little friend. He rummaged through the big Wangshu house, and finally found Gu Meng squatting by the grass in the back garden. "Hey!" He patted Gu Meng's shoulder. What turned around was a small face with oil paint. His mouth was moving silently, and his lips were stained with dirt. Lu Zhanqing couldn't see his facial features, but he could see a pair of dark eyes that were as bright as the stars in the night sky. Lu Zhanqing was surprised. Why are you eating dirt?" Gu Meng felt wronged. The 4-year-old little guy's crisp voice sounded like he was about to cry, "Brother, I'm hungry." Lu Zhanqing looked at the pair of helpless eyes like a cub, and his heart suddenly melted. He hurriedly took out the steamed bun and whispered, "This is for you, don't cry. I-oh. Brother will protect you, you little pitiful look." At this moment, Lu Zhanqing looked at Gu Meng in front of him. It turned out that after removing the armor in glory, Gu Meng was still as helpless as the little guy who silently ate dirt with his head down. He had nothing. They struggled for nearly half of their lives, but in fact, they didn't get anything. Lu Zhanqing's dirty face gradually showed a trace of helplessness and gentleness. He raised his hand and touched Gu Meng's face with his dirty hand. His fingertips wiped the corners of Gu Meng's wet eyes. "Menger, don't cry." Lu Zhanqing's mouth curled up into a faint smile, brother will protect you, you little pitiful look. Gu Meng suddenly closed his eyes. His eyebrows were full of sadness, and his Adam's apple moved bitterly. Lu Zhanqing said, "This is the last time. Brother will protect you. In the future, whether you advance or retreat, whether you continue to move forward or return to your hometown, it's all up to you. I'm very happy that you can tell me the truth. Although it seems that nothing can be changed, at least I know that I didn't betray my 70,000 comrades, and I didn't betray you. The stone in my heart has finally been lifted. You can go on. Your brother Lu will be happy for you no matter what choice you make." As he said, he pulled Gu Meng, who was biting his lower lip and trying to hold back his tears, over to him. His forehead touched Gu Meng's forehead, and his hand patted hard on Gu Meng's shoulder. "Who asked you to be my brother? Although we have never sworn brothers." Gu Meng fiercely wiped the tears on his face and raised his black eyes. Before Lu Zhanqing could react, he put on his mask and walked out of the cell. After a while, he brought 2 pots of pear blossom white from the prison. Gu Meng held back his tears and said solemnly, "Lu Zhanqing, after we part today, you and I can only meet again during the autumn execution. I was born without a family, without a father, without anyone to rely on, so I don't dare to be reckless, I don't dare to indulge, I don't dare to go overboard, I always endure in front of others, and rarely have true feelings. Only in front of Brother Lu, can I understand the feeling of having a family, having a big brother. This is what it feels like." As he said this, Lu Zhanqing's eyes also turned red. The two of them took care of each other since they were young, and the scene of them supporting each other flashed through his mind. Gu Meng said, "These 20 years, thank you for taking care of me, brother." Lu Zhanqing suddenly raised his head. He originally thought that he would be executed in a few months, so he didn't want to have any deeper connection with other people. But when he heard Gu Meng's words, every word was sincere, every word was weeping blood, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion, and his blood surged. He held back his tears and took the pear blossom white from Gu Meng's hand, and said, "I, Lu Zhanqing, have been as insignificant as duckweed in this world. I never thought that I could really have a brother and family in this world, and even more never thought that with my tainted name, my fate is nearing, I can still receive the favor of the heavens and have a relationship with you. I didn't care, didn't believe, and disdained these etiquette, but today, I, Lu Zhanqing, also feel very happy." "Good. So be it. Even if I'm a slave, even if I'm nearing the end of my life, even if the road ahead is vast and unknown. I also want to have fun today. The two of us don't ask to be born on the same day, month, and year. It's hard to ask to die on the same day, month, and year." The two of them immediately raised their heads and drank, bowed to each other, and then held hands and laughed, but there were tears in their eyes. Gu Meng said, "Big brother." Lu Zhanqing laughed and said, "From now on, the two of us are no longer alone. When I walk to the netherworld, I also know that I have a real brother." In that sorrowful and heroic, desperate and radiant laughter, the situation in the Yin prison also began to blur, becoming more and more distant, and the figures of the two brothers gradually became hazy. Lu Zhanqing, Gu Meng, brother. It turned out that Gu Meng had once gone to the Yin prison to see Lu Zhanqing, and the two of them had become sworn brothers. Therefore, Lu Zhanqing's various reactions in the time mirror were not sincere. Lu Zhanqing was never a traitor who abandoned Gu Meng's dream and abandoned 70,000 comrades. His sincerity was clearly, "Big brother will protect you well. In the future, whether you advance or retreat, whether you continue to move forward, or whether you retire and return to your hometown, it's all up to you. You can go on, any choice you make, your big brother Lu will be happy for you." "Who asked you to be my brother?" It turned out that the autumn day / when the blade fell, separated by yin and yang, did not only take away Gu Meng's last comrade. When the blade fell, it also took away Gu Meng's only relative. He had just bowed to her, had just owned her, and only had time to call her a few times. The only thing he had in the world. Big brother. The author has something to say. Tomorrow, I'll be rushing out of town to attend my relative's wedding. Tonight, I'll go save up my manuscript first. Because tomorrow and the day after, I won't be able to touch the computer. I'll have to burn my manuscript again. Facepalm. After I save up my manuscript, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, I plan to be a piece of trash for 3 days. I won't do anything but eat. I'm so happy being a piece of trash. If you don't need my help with the wedding decorations tomorrow night, I can reply to the postbird. Moi. P.S. Update as usual, I still have a stockpile of manuscripts to burn for the time being. Gu Meng was confused. Crab Lin saw still I love to drink man manyayad dawn wind waning moon ai chuan dancing cunning linko short don't want to be short xkinks crazy Targaryen pure cleansing looking back at Aoki I am wholeheartedly devoted to Wan Ning Gij night rain light thunder eating fish late night Yuhing declines to visit Bean Bunno clear. String is a salted fish Akira Inc. Landmine X12 I want to see crispy duck Landmine X5 Pocket Cassie Du Yanjian Robber Jing Jing Xing Jiang Hai Inch Heart Gongzi Qianmi Meow like flowers and like water Landmine X2 like meat wrapped duck Landmine X2 Wan Ning Forever Licking Dog X Skink Shimada Naruman Scroll Landmine X2 The flowers of the night sky scattered behind me Lord Grim Manchu Xia Suchi Chen Jing Yu Tua Xiao Tua I Luo Baijiu Take 1 Landmine X2 Jiang Hai Inch Heart Mouse Landmine X2 Yoyoko Kiru Meow and Fish's Broken Thoughts Manchu 36778776 through a grenade. Eating Team's Leader through a rocket launcher. Cassie Luo later Ki San Qinba Wang 5 elements lack awareness when Sui and Little Demon Yu drinking rainbow a cube grass martin single gene caught now useless firewood mouth disgusting body a lotus in heart April X Skinks autumn mushroom nickname not important Linko eyelid when not guilty Pumi elder Qingshu Jiang Yeshua Meng Xian I don't eat corn he Chiao Goose passerby second young master of the Nangong family Mo Chinqingyu in initial state of Anchi Xia Chimra soft sauce Lions 1325 Lingya peach blossom 3333 wind knocks on bamboo take 1 la dance tua xiao tua I like to drink my dong eat potatoes Qing yen Qing mot on mo a passerby second young master of the Nangong family Mo Chinqingyu in initial state of Anchi Xia Chimra soft sauce Lions 1325 Lingya peach blossom 3333 inch wind knocking on bamboo take 1 la dance tua I love drinking pulse potatoes Qing yin chi I love drink jiang chio daily thanks to friends who follow me if you repost, please indicate the source. The pain was like a crack in the ground, exploding from his heart and spreading to his whole body. In Wang Jian's history, Mo Shi knelt on one knee and tried his best to support himself, but he suddenly coughed up blood. The Yin prison in front of him was already damaged, leaving only a blurry light and shadow. Or perhaps it was not the light and shadow that was blurred, but his vision. Wang Jian was constantly seizing his spiritual energy and tearing his flesh and blood. The pain of his soul and the suffering of his body were like a torrent of seawater pouring into his lungs. Wang Jian's cold voice sounded again, hovering and echoing in his ears. The scroll is damaged, and the page is greatly damaged. If you insist on reading it, you will be seriously injured. Seriously injured. What was seriously injured? What kind of serious injury would be more painful than the truth? He was obviously a loyal official with a mission, but he had to be buried deep in the dirty quagmire and couldn't get out. He obviously knew the whole truth, but he had to swallow it with broken teeth and blood. He obviously wanted to warm the fire of the world, but he had to step on it step by step, extinguish it, and crush it into ashes. He had just acknowledged an elder brother, Emoshi coughed up blood, suppressing the broken sobs in his throat. His eyelashes trembled, and tears came out of his eyes and rolled down his cheeks, he almost collapsed. At that time, Gu Meng, what was his mood? He had just acknowledged an elder brother, but in this life, he had only called him elder brother once, and he had to send him to the gallows. He knew that his elder brother was innocent and wronged, but he couldn't redress it and couldn't reveal the truth. When Gu Meng smiled and kowtowed to Lu Zhanqing, what was his feeling? In this world, what kind of serious injury could be more painful than the sorrow of being a spy? What he knew could not be said, what he loved could not be said. His hands were stained with the blood of his comrade. Seeing the tigers and wolves around him wreaking havoc on the land he was guarding, he still had to laugh and say it was very satisfying, hearing the cries of the people of his motherland, the cries of the babies, and the roars of the soldiers. He still had to wear an indestructible mask. He couldn't shed a single tear, he couldn't show any mercy, he couldn't show any hesitation or sadness. What kind of mood would that be? His Gu Meng, his senior martial brother Gu, the Chonghua's Gu Shuai, was clearly a person who would work hard to hold the book of war and memorize every nameless soldier. He used to be so gentle, so kind, so smiley, so precious and respected every life. In the past, he couldn't even bear to hurt a flower on the battlefield, but he wanted to use the knife in his hand to personally stab into the flesh and blood of the living. Wasn't he gouging out his own heart? Mok coughed up blood as he slowly staggered forward. His surroundings were already filled with chaotic darkness. Only a cluster of dim light shone at the far end of the horizon. He knew that it was the next memory that Wang Jian would carry. He walked forward. With each step, it was like an invisible hand was tearing at his lungs and the filth, crazily grabbing blood and Xianxia from his body. His spiritual power had already been swallowed up by Wang Jian, and there wasn't much left. But that light source was still so far away from him. It was as far away as the 8-year Gu Meng, carrying a small tattered cloth bag with his adopted brother's head in it. In the dusk, under the sorrowful falling of the old beggar's lotus flowers, he sang and walked away. Today's gold is scattered, who will regain it? Friends are separated from the pack, hunting dogs are cooked. Eating no porridge during the day and sleeping no sleep at night, I end up singing lotus flowers on the streets. Who can endure the 2 hours of a lifetime? Don't blame your parents, don't blame the heavens. If I had known earlier that I would encounter such a bumpy road, I would have regretted the demons that day. Now that there is nothing I can do, I try to persuade others to give up on me. So, that figure wasn't the figure of a traitor. It was the farewell of a hero. Gu Meng stood on the Chonghua Bridge and turned his head to look at the imperial capital city gate. He murmured. He knew that he was going to fight a battle that no one would support. He was going to fight a bloody battle. He knew that he was going to hell. He said softly, "Let's go." Then he carefully took the only thing his homeland could give him, the cold flatbread that the old beggar had given him. He lowered his head and walked towards his 70,000 dead brothers. Gu Meng. Gu Meng. Can you stop walking? Why can't I catch up to you? She walked step by step towards the light source, tears rolling down his face. It was like there were countless reflections dancing in the darkness around him, mocking him, cursing him, and stabbing the viciousness of the past into his bones and blood. Traitor! Do you know how dirty you are? What you want is revenge. For the sake of your ambition, for the sake of your comrades, for the sake of your future, you don't care about the blood of others. It's not. Don't scold him, he's innocent. She was almost driven crazy by the crazy reflections in the darkness. He couldn't even feel the pain of Wang Jian's heart being torn apart. He just wanted to go back to the river of time and tell his past self that it wasn't true. The truth wasn't like this. Gu Meng, he never thought about revenge. He never had any ambition. He just wanted to protect the 70,000 tombstones and the last dignity of being born with his brothers. He just wanted to see the mountains and rivers bloom again after the Chonghua melts, and the peach blossoms bloom again. He just wanted to see the just and peaceful world that Jun Shang had promised him on the golden platform. He wanted to see it take root and sprout on their bodies that had already been trampled into dust. He wanted to see the new replace the old, the beauty replace the blood, the right replace the wrong, and joy replace sorrow. He just wanted to see heroes come from different backgrounds. He wanted to see a pot of wine placed in front of the martyrs' tombstones and peace. He didn't have the slightest bit of hatred, he just wanted to bring his brothers back home. Mochime staggered towards the light, step by step. It was as if with every step he took, he could get a little closer to the Gu Shui from 8 years ago. It was too painful, the spiritual energy flow was drained, but he didn't stop. Wang Jian went to absorb the energy in his spiritual nucleus, as if he wanted to split his heart into pieces. But he didn't feel this heartbreaking pain. He wanted to, just this thought made his tears fall like rain. He wanted to know if this was how Gu Meng felt when his spiritual nucleus was destroyed. His little martial brother, who was actually very afraid of pain, was very soft, and cried easily. Was he in 10 or 20 times more pain than he was now? He was already in so much pain, but he still had to endure the supercilious looks and misunderstandings of his comrades. No one cared about him, no one took care of him, and no one knew what he had sacrificed. No one knew what kind of expression the smiling Gu Shui had when he turned around and left the Chonghua. Gu Meng. While trying his best to move forward, Emoshi actually had hallucinations. He saw Gu Meng, who was wearing a Chonghua military uniform, walking out from the faint light. He was smiling, and behind him were Lu Zhanxing and the phantoms of his brothers who died in battle, Zhao Xing, Wei Ping, and Luo Xiaochuan. They were all around him. Gu Meng looked very happy. He was cleaner, more handsome, and high-spirited than Emoshi had ever seen him. Mok walked towards them. Gu Meng seemed to see him. There was a flash of surprise in his black eyes, but it eventually spread to the ends of his long eyes. However, it was a brilliant smile. He smiled openly, without the slightest hint of pain or gloom in his eyes. He reached out his hand to Emoshi and said, "Shitty, don't cry. It's okay, you see, this is my life's dream. I hope that one day, whether it's the Chonghua or the Shozhen continent, everything will become the right way. Don't laugh at me for being too naive and idealistic. I know that things will always get better, just like the flowers will bloom, the rain will stop, and winter will pass. My princess, you have to believe me. Look at your brother Gu Meng. When has he ever lied to you?" These were the words he said to the young Emoshi when he was lying by the river in the school. Her voice came from the mortal world, her cheeks were already wet with tears. The flowers will bloom, the rain will stop, and winter will pass. You have to believe me. My Royal Highness. Because, if you don't believe me either, the light suddenly dimmed, and Gu Meng's figure blurred. His military uniform became snow-white slave clothes, and there was a black hook around his neck. The phantoms of Lu Zhanxing and the others scattered behind him like snowflakes. Gu Meng knelt down in the dark night. His hands were stained with blood, and he curled up like a lone beast. If you don't believe me, I'll really be fighting alone. I'll really be alone. Believe me, the figure shrank smaller and smaller, and became more and more stooped. Suddenly, Moxie ran towards him like a madman without a care in the world. Moxie exclaimed. Gu Meng. Gu Meng. I believe you. I believe you when you said that the flowers will bloom, the rain will stop, and winter will pass. Can you come back? Can you not walk down this dark road? It had been 33 years. His brother Gu had been a slave for more than 20 years, a traitor for 5 years, and a captive for 3 years. Counting carefully, he didn't even have a good day. At this time, Emoshi finally understood that Gu Meng had never thought about himself. He had never thought about where he would be after the flowers bloomed, the rain stopped, and the winter was over. He was covered in dirt and his hands were stained with blood. And he had once said to such a selfless commander, "You don't care about more people's blood." How could Gu Meng not care about more people's blood when he was forced to kill the first Chonghua citizen? He had probably buried himself in his heart. The light at the end of Wang Jian swayed. Gu Meng got up and walked further and further away. He couldn't catch up. He started to hear Jiang Yeshua's voice, which seemed to come from across the mountains and seas, calling him, "Emoshi. Emoshi. Wake up. If you continue to force yourself, your spirit core will shatter. Emoshi." Gu Meng's illusion in Wang Jian suddenly stopped. He turned his head. "Emoshi, stop chasing." His snow-white and thin clothes fluttered gently in the wind. His long black hair hung down beside his thin cheeks. After so many years, he had gone from a commander who could rally hundreds of people to a traitor who was hated by everyone. He had lost a lot of weight and was much more haggard. He was no longer as healthy as he used to be. Even the color of his pupils had changed. But that pair of eyes that had experienced countless deaths and bloodshed, hiding countless secrets and sorrows, were still so bright and gentle. In the deepest pain, there was the most tenacious hope. Gu Meng said, "Stop chasing. Everyone has their own path. I've already chosen the path I want to take. It's not an easy path. But I know it's right. Gu Meng, it's right, so I don't regret it." Gu Meng's clothes fluttered in the wind. Gradually, his entire body was blown away like crushed petals. Gu Meng finally smiled at him. That smile was as bright as the first golden winter jasmine in spring bravely poking its head out of the winter snow. It was as if he was saying, "Look, I didn't lie to you. Spring will come. Spring has already come." Suddenly, a strong force pushed him out of the darkness, Gu Meng's illusion in Wang Jian was still in front of him. It hadn't dissipated yet, but he had completely returned to Jiang Yeshua's mansion. He didn't come back to his senses. Blood flowed from his cracked skin and from the corners of his lips, but he didn't feel any pain. He heard Jiang Yeshua calling him anxiously and transferring spiritual power to his heart meridian. But he couldn't feel anything. He opened his eyes wide and didn't blink. He was afraid that if he blinked, the remnant of that smile would completely disappear. Tears flowed down his blood-stained face and into his hair. Emo quenching. Jiang Yeshua couldn't help but choke on her sobs. Why, did you have to? Emo quenching, emo quenching, emo quenching, emo quenching, emo quenching, emo. She didn't answer. It was as if his soul had already died. After a long time, his lips moved. He gently pulled his hand back from Jiang Yeshua's palm. Emo she struggled. He was already in this state. He didn't know what was supporting him, but he was still able to get off the bed. He struggled to stand up and walked towards the door. Jiang Yeshua saw that he was on the verge of collapse but still stubbornly walked forward. He couldn't help but turn as pale as paper. Where are you going? Emo she paused and said, home. He wanted to go home to see Gu Meng. He wanted to go back to tell the Gu Meng who had actually recovered his memories the truth. He wanted to rush back and say, wait for me 8 years ago. He wanted to add, I believe in you 8 years later. I'm sorry, I won't let you be alone again. Whether it's darkness or infamy, I'll go through it with you. I'll bear it with you. He's no longer in Shihi's residence. The sudden voice was like a clap of thunder. Emo she suddenly turned around. Jiang Yeshua's expression became even worse. It seemed like he couldn't decide whether to say it or not. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and said. When you were reading the script, the Morong Lian came. Gu Meng has been taken away by the operating table. At the same time, at the Chonghua administration platform. Elder Zhou. Greetings, Elder Zhou. Zhou, he was a very strict person, and he had a good habit of changing clothes. Outside, he wore his clan's regular clothes, but as long as he returned to the administration platform, no matter how important the task was, he would first go to the guard room to change into the robes of the administration platform. Actually, at his position, no one would care if he didn't wear formal clothes, but Zhou he didn't. He had to wear the robes of the cultivators of the administration platform. Every member of the Chonghua had a set of attire that represented their function. The most popular among young men were Emo Shi's military council's black slim-fit battle attire. It had narrow sleeves, a lapel, a golden buckle, and a golden ribbon. The most popular among young girls was Shenong Platform's attire. It was a green silk robe made of peacock silk, perfumed with agarwood, and covered with a white silk robe. In comparison, the attire of the administration platform wasn't so nice. It was only a moon-white robe with a standing collar and narrow sleeves. There was nothing special about it. Regarding this, some people explained Zhou He's obsession with the robe as a mild obsessive-compulsive disorder, while others said it was some kind of superstition. There were different opinions. Actually, the reason why Zhou He had to change his clothes was very simple. He liked this task of his, so much so that every time he accepted a task, there would be an indescribable sense of ceremony. Changing into the robe was definitely the beginning of this ceremony. Right now, he was about to enjoy this revelry that he was obsessed with. Elder Zhou, the goo worms and magic tools for the trial have been prepared. The trial body has also been brought to the Azure room. The current situation is very stable. Zhou He was walking along the long corridor while adjusting the steel claw finger glove on his left hand. Hearing this, he was startled. Very stable? How stable? The attendant nodded. There's no excessive reaction. It's very calm. Zhou He didn't immediately speak. After a while, he said in a low voice, it really is the legendary beast of the divine altar. The Azure room of the arcane stage was built underground. When Zhou He approached, the iron chains of the door automatically retracted with a clatter, and the stone doors carved with the image of Xingtian slowly opened on the left and right. A piercing chill immediately gushed out from the crack of the stone door. The guards standing on either side of the stone gate saluted Zhou He, and then shook out a black sable cloak that had been prepared beforehand, intending to drape it over the elder. However, he raised his finger, indicating that there was no need. He walked straight in. The Azure room was a cold room about 5 feet wide and long. Because most of the trials needed to be carried out in cold places, the inner walls of the Azure room were made of Kunlun's 10,000-year-old ice. The top of the 4 walls and the bottom of the feet were made of ice. At first glance, it was as if one had entered the legendary Palace of Mirrors. Gu Meng was meditating with his eyes closed in the middle of the Azure room. He walked over and looked at the man with interest. Ever since he became Elder Ren, he had come across a lot of people who tried to temper their bodies. Most of them were scared out of their wits when they were escorted to the main gate of the arcane stage, let alone entering the Azure room. However, he had never seen someone like Gu Meng, who looked as if nothing had happened. Was this person completely stupid, so he didn't know what he was going to face next? Or did the black demon of Liao country give this body some ability, such as not being afraid of pain, not being afraid of death, and so on? How interesting it would be to dissect it. He became more and more excited. He stuck out the tip of his tongue and licked his lips. His slender fingers pressed on the falcon on his waist. Perhaps it was because this person's identity and reaction were too special, so Elder Zhou, who had always been used to treating the trial bodies as livestock, was actually a little curious about the subject of dissection for the first time in his life. He couldn't help but think, what was Gu Meng thinking at this time, and Gu Meng seemed to have peeked into his heart. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at him with his blue eyes. He spat out a word. Cold. Cold, was this the only thought? He stared at those blue eyes, as if he wanted to grab some more exciting emotions from them. But he didn't. How could there be? As long as Gu Meng didn't want to, how could he find out a little bit of his true emotions? What kind of person was Gu Meng? He was a spy appointed by the emperor. A spy who had been lurking in Liao country for 8 years. Bearing countless misunderstandings, accusations, abuse, human lives, and self-blame, Marshal Gu could still grit his teeth and persist on the road to the end. When he joined the enemy Liao country, the enemy didn't dare to trust him at first. He also tried all kinds of methods and poisoned him. But he still couldn't get a secret from him. How could he do it? It doesn't matter. He said, you won't care about this cold in a while. After saying that, he raised his hand and bent his knuckles. The followers who cooperated with him for the trial looked at the order and entered the Shura room. He said, let's start. Gu Meng raised his eyelashes. Through his thick and long eyelashes, he saw the cultivators in moon-white robes lining up in an array. Those people were dragging a wooden tray in their hands. There were daggers, goo worms, magic weapons, and medicine. The daggers were used to cut flesh. The goo worms and magic weapons were used to carry out the HMO trial. The medicine was very precious. It was the top-grade heavenly fragrance life-prolonging dew, which could keep him alive in a critical moment. The cultivator closest to him had a roll of snow-white bandages on the tray. Gu Meng knew that it was not used to bandage, but to pad his teeth to prevent him from biting his tongue to commit suicide. Gu Meng closed his eyes. In his current memory, this was the second time in his life that he had seen such a scene. The first time was in the Liao country. Yes, although the space-time mirror did not return all his memories after the treason, perhaps because it was too painful, this period was an exception. At that time, he buried Lu Zhanxing's head beside the soul-summoning abyss. Then, according to his discussion with the king, he pretended that he was forced to a dead end and turned to the enemy of the Liao country. The main hall of the Liao country was paved with golden red bricks. The whole hall was like a raging fire. The civil and military officials in the hall were like demons and ghosts, each with their own strange points. The young monarch sat on the high throne with a crown on his head. He was only a 16 or 17-year-old child. He couldn't control the dancing demons under him at all. The one who was truly in charge was the man with a golden mask standing beside the monarch. The national master of the Liao country. Gu Mei remembered that he knelt on one knee and bowed his head to offer his proof of allegiance. A scroll of Chonghua's secret method for nearly 100 years was created by the Wang Jian. Although he had discussed with the king and stripped away the most important spells, this scroll could still be said to be one of the most important secrets of the Xianxia state. When the officials of the Liao country saw the Wang Jian, everyone's eyes lit up. Even the king of the Liao country couldn't help but stretch his neck and show a happy face. He was eager to read it. Only the national master chuckled through the golden mask with curved eyebrows and eyes. General Gu, let's not talk about the gift first. Let's talk about why you betrayed the Xianxia first. Gu Meng told the officials of the Liao country what happened after the defeat in the Fengming mountain. When he talked about the place where his sworn brother was beheaded, he even cried and choked with sobs. In fact, before he joined the Liao country, many people in the Liao country had already heard the news. They had all heard about what happened to Gu Meng after the defeat in the Fengming mountain. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, coupled with the Wang Jian who betrayed the country, their suspicions towards him were reduced. Gu Meng said in the end, I have also experienced the humiliation of the king of the Hua kingdom. Instead of staying in the Xianxia and being humiliated by others, why not make the same choice as the king of the Xianxia and betray the Hua kingdom? Hua Pon was the founding king of the Liao country. Who didn't know the similarities between Hua Pon and Gu Meng? The king of the Liao country was immediately convinced. His voice trembled and there was uncontrollable excitement in it. Qing, since you have such awareness, then, halfway through his words, he suddenly felt that he had crossed the line. He couldn't help but shut his mouth and sneaked a glance at the national master beside him. However, he met the national master's smiling eyes. The king of the Liao country was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He swallowed hard and quickly said, then we will listen to the national master's opinion. The national master narrowed his eyes and turned his head with a smile. He said to Gu Meng who was kneeling in the main hall, General Gu, the reputation of the beast on the altar is like thunder to my ears. The beast's surrender is naturally a blessing for the Liao country. It is a great joy. But his voice gradually weakened. The national master suddenly opened his smiling eyes. A pair of slender eyes glanced at Gu Meng through the golden mask. There was a cold light in his eyes. But, General Gu, the national master said, do you know what the first thing the king of the Hua kingdom did after he betrayed the Xianxia? Gu Meng was stared at by the cold and narrow eyes. He actually felt the pain of being bitten by a poisonous snake. The national master smiled, but there was no smile under his black eyes. The king of the Hua kingdom found a few of his personal death servants and asked them to tie him up. He spent 3 days and 3 nights to dispel the curse of the Xianxia. Then, he injected the breath of the black demon into the blood vessels in his chest. In this life, whether it was the Xianxia or his teacher Chen Tang, he had severed all ties with the Hua kingdom. With every word he said, the fierceness and cruelty in his eyes increased. In the end, the golden mask seemed to have been melted through by his evil. One could almost see the ferocious face behind the mask. The national master smiled coldly and said, General Gu, since you are willing to follow the king of the Hua kingdom, then what should you offer? You should know very well, right? In the end, Gu Meng was escorted to the soul tempering room in the Liao country. It was a place very similar to the Xianghua's altar. It was also the same cold room, the same moon-white gown, and even the tray with the dagger and gauze were the same. The interrogation and tempering went on at the same time for 3 days and 3 nights. In the past 3 days and 3 nights, the skin and flesh on his back had been cut open along his spine, and the goo worms that devoured spiritual energy were placed deep into the wound. Thousands of puppet strings spread along his muscles and blood vessels, cutting off the spiritual energy channels that were performing the heavy beauty spell, messing up his internal organs and turning them upside down. The national master sat on the rose-red sandalwood chair in the soul tempering room. He crossed his legs and crossed his hands on his knees, looking at him calmly. When he was in pain, when he was screaming, when he was drooling and bleeding, when his heart was broken, he asked him gently, General Gu, do you regret it? From white to black, from black to white, it is not easy. You have to think clearly. Once your body is filled with the black demon spiritual energy. Among the 27 countries in the 9 continents, only the Liao country can take you in. Do you really hate the Xianxia that much? Gu Meng's body was soaked in his own blood, but this was nothing. The most painful thing was the puppet strings that penetrated deep into his flesh like a crab's 8 claws. Among the thousands of steel wires, there must be some that had the ability to spit out the truth. When he lied, the steel wires all over his body erected sharp thorns. Thousands of small thorns instantly exploded in his flesh, almost tearing his whole life apart. Gu Meng's vision was already blurred. Blood, tears, sweat, everything was there. He heard the national master of the Liao country asking him bewitchingly, "Do you really hate them?" He hated them so much that he did not hesitate to point his spear at them. He hated them so much that he did not hesitate to be their enemy for the rest of his life. Gu Meng's throat convulsed and he almost vomited. He lowered his head and almost choked with laughter. He said, "Yes. Yes, I hate them so much, I hate them so much." The steel thorns were like bones, and his whole body trembled. The beast on the altar of the Chonghua could still bite his mouth, saying nothing and not revealing anything. He could still endure the pain in his body and mind, and his lips trembled as he spat out fragmented words. Yes. I hate. I do not regret. From now on, I, Gu Meng, will cut off all ties with the Chonghua. I, Gu Meng, betrayed the Liao country and pledged my loyalty to the Liao country. In order to take revenge, I am willing to be tortured and fall into the devil's path. I will never regret it. I will never regret it. Turbid tears of blood flowed down his face. He was tortured to madness. His hair was messy, and his face was dirty. He was like a ghost, laughing in grief. He didn't know how he held his teeth, but every time he couldn't take it anymore, he would try his best to recall the scenes of the past. He remembered Jun Shang saying to him on the golden stage, "Marshal Gu, please believe me. In my life, I have never and will never see you as lowly slaves." He remembered Lu Zhanxing saying to him, "Meng, go down. Your brother Lu will be happy for you no matter what choice you make." He thought of Emoshi. Thinking of this name made his heart ache. He remembered the summer breeze when he first met Emoshi. He remembered Emoshi's clear eyes when she turned her face. He remembered Emoshi's first smile and her sad eyes when they parted. It had been more than 10 years. It wasn't that he wasn't moved. It wasn't that he didn't have the impulse to agree to Emoshi's request. He believed that they could really cross the chasm and have a lifetime together. But, in the end, they couldn't fight against the heavens, couldn't fight against fate. Her Highness the Princess, his little martial brother, what kind of expression would she have when she found out that he had betrayed the country? She would probably hate him. If she hated him, that would be good. Don't be so impulsive. Don't be so stupid. Don't go against all the officials and be willing to be his guarantor. Don't do that, Emoshi. I'm sorry. Your senior martial brother truly loves you. Every word he said in the past that he loved you, every word he said was true. From now on, every word he said that he hated you, every word he mocked you, was false. You also mustn't feel regret because you weren't by my side when my martial brother betrayed the country and couldn't persuade me for the last time. Because, Gu Meng's tears rolled down his face silently. Together with his sweat and blood, they fell on his broken and almost lifeless face. Because the person who tried to transfer you to the border and delay your return was not Jun Shang, the person who suggested that was actually me, it was me, I was weak. I didn't dare to let you watch me leave. I didn't dare to listen to your advice and see your sad eyes again. I was afraid that if you looked at me, I wouldn't be able to leave. I'm sorry. I have to go on a long journey. I must leave. I'm sorry. In the end, I still chose Chonghua. I chose my brothers. I chose this path and gave up on you. I'm sorry. More blood flowed down his forehead and into his eyes. His old friend's handsome face suddenly slid down his face along with his tears. The ink was extinguished. He saw the fire and the defeat of the soldiers in Fengming Mountain in a blur of scarlet. He saw the mountains and rivers being sacrificed. He saw those who had sat around the stove with him, drank wine with him on snowy nights, advanced and retreated with him, and talked about daily necessities with him. They were all looking back at him from the other side of the Styx River. Gu Meng had a strong illusion. It was as if he was immersed in this vast Styx River. He wanted to swim across and grab any one of their hands. Wait for me. Wait for me. I'm coming. I'll take you home. I'll take you home. But at this moment, a sharp pain suddenly hit him. The demon's claw attached to his spine absorbed all the Xianxia's spiritual power. It opened his skin and flesh and pulled back his exposed bones. 70,000 fellow soldiers, innocent souls, and a promising future. They turned into nothingness in this extremely ruthless tearing. The black demon's spiritual power mixed with the wolf demon's blood flowed into his body. In front of him, the smiling faces of his fellow brothers gradually faded away in a sea of scarlet red. Gu Meng choked with sobs. He knew that from now on, he would never be able to return to the past. It would never be possible. He knew that he would never be able to return to them. Tsk tisk. The state preceptor pinched his face at the right time. He stretched out his thumb and rubbed the dirty face that was mottled with blood and tears. He said softly, Marshal. Gu. Are you heartbroken? Are you regretting that the spiritual power of your motherland was taken away from you? Gu Meng convulsed and trembled. His body was not strong. He was actually very afraid of pain and bitterness. He was so afraid that he didn't want to pull out the barbs on the edge of his nails. He didn't even want to drink medicine when he was sick. But a soft body didn't necessarily carry an equally soft soul. Gu Meng raised his eyes. His eyes were red. He said hoarsely, No. The state preceptor stared at his eyes in surprise, but he didn't see any wavering or deceit in those black eyes. Gu Meng's soft lips trembled. He said weakly but stubbornly in a low voice, I don't regret it. I want revenge. Tears streamed down his face. He suddenly lowered his head and wailed at the top of his lungs, Revenge. The state preceptor's expression finally wavered. He let go of the hand that was pinching Gu Meng's chin. He slowly raised it to the side and bent it, Guards. The attendant next to him saw the state preceptor's order and immediately said, Yes, state preceptor. The state preceptor said, Engrave all the black magic spells of Liao country on his bones. Yes. After he finished this sentence, he raised his hand. As if he was acknowledging a certain status, he put his blood-stained hand on Gu Meng's head and rubbed it. Gu Meng, do you know what this means? The state preceptor's dark brown eyes were flowing with unfathomable light and shadow. This means that in your life, even if you lose your memory, even if you break your bones, even if you gouge out your eyes and cut your tongue, as long as there is a bone in your body, you will be controlled by the black magic spells. You will never be able to get rid of it. What you can use, what you will use, and what is engraved in your bones will always be the dirty magic that is spurned by the world. You will never forget it. After he finished, he grinned with his white canine teeth. Congratulations, Gu Meng. You are a man of Liao country now. His vision changed and he woke up from a dream. The face covered by the golden mask disappeared and was replaced by Zhou He's frowning face. Zhou He lifted Gu Meng's chin with the tip of the falcon's knife. What are you thinking about? Gu Meng didn't say anything. He didn't know if he used to be a good general, but at least later on, he had been a conscientious secret agent. Although his memory had fallen apart and he himself had many puzzles that he couldn't solve. But he had always guarded his secret to the death. Whether it was to Liao country, Lu Zhanxing, or Mo Shi. He had always kept the truth that he should never mention. It seemed that at least for now, he was not a failure as a secret agent. Zhou He was probably angered by his silence and said gloomily, I want to see how long you can hold on. The light array of the magic spells lit up and flew out from all sides, locking Gu Meng's limbs and neck. Zhou He ordered his men, let's start. As long as there was a country, there would be darkness. And a country's secret technique platform would always be that country's dirtiest, bloodiest, and most shameful place. Whether it was Liao country or Xianxia, it was all the same. Zhou He sat on a rose-covered chair with a silver fox for cushion. He crossed his long legs and leaned his head against the side as he looked at the scene in front of him. The Hayamo trial was very cruel, but it was also very fast. From the time he gave the order, only a stick of incense's time had passed, and the trial had already gone through 2 rounds. Gu Meng was tied up in chains and hung up. Due to the requirements of the technique, Zhou He didn't give him any anesthetic calming herbs. In other words, Gu Meng could feel every stab and bite of a gu worm. The gauze was tied in his mouth, and his soft tongue was already soaked in blood. He took a piece of xiaoxiu cloth from the side, pinched Gu Meng's unconscious face, and replaced it with a new one. Gu Meng didn't react at all. His slender neck drooped weakly, and his face was paler than ice. Even his lips had lost all color. "Zhou," he asked, "how's the spiritual flow?" "Very weak." "Heart pulse?" "Extremely chaotic." There were 3 criteria in the trial: spiritual flow, heart pulse, and mental strength. If it wasn't for the mentality of "it doesn't matter even if this trial body dies," these were the 3 key points that needed to be monitored at all times. Zhou, he frowned slightly as he looked at Gu Meng's pale face. His fingernails couldn't help but clench the armrest of the chair tightly. Other than Jun Shang's instructions for the trial, he still had that person's instructions to complete, but according to the current situation, Gu Meng might not be able to hold on for long. No one could continue to be tormented when their spiritual flow and heart pulse were on the brink of collapse. He would break down. Zhou, he frowned, bit his lower lip, and closed his eyes anxiously. His fingers that were clenching the armrest slowly loosened, and he let out a frustrated sigh. Almost giving up, he asked, "How's your spiritual power?" The cultivator in charge of monitoring Gu Meng's condition raised his finger and placed it on Gu Meng's forehead, which was already drenched in cold sweat. His eyes suddenly widened, and he checked again in disbelief. "Zhou," he said impatiently, "So? Are reporting to elder." The young disciple turned his head and stammered, "Gu. Ahem, tempered body's mental strength is still very strong. There are no signs of his mind collapsing." Zhou, his expression changed. How could this be? He had been in charge of the arcane table for so long. Not to mention enduring until the second round of the trial, it was already extremely rare for someone to be able to maintain their willpower in the middle of the first round. Moreover, that person had to have an especially sturdy body, the kind that was resistant to wear and tear. However, Gu Meng's body was clearly not in good condition. The heavy tempering of burning country had left all kinds of old wounds on his body, and the 3 years in Falling Plum Garden had made him thin and weak. Now, his heart meridian and spirit flow were at their limits. How could he still? Zhou, he suddenly got up and strode in front of Gu Meng. He activated a spell and raised his hand to touch that ice-cold forehead. With one touch, he was even more shocked. Gu Meng's willpower did not show any signs of loosening. If he did not look at this blood-stained body, Zhou, he did not dare to believe that this was the spiritual power of a person who had already been ravaged to the point of being unconscious by the HMO trial. It seemed to be a kind of determination that was engraved into the bones. It was too persistent and too strong. What was he holding on to? "Elder, what should we do next?" Tempered body's body can no longer hold on, but according to his spiritual power, maybe he can still. Zhou, he interrupted the disciple's question. He stared at Gu Meng's face, and a strong sense of uneasiness suddenly arose in his heart. Due to their personal relationship, in addition to completing Jun Shang's HMO trial, he also secretly received a request from a close friend. He needed to mess up Gu Meng's memories. Although he did not know why Gu Meng's memories were worth messing up. He was already a person who had lost his memories, and his brain was not very good. But since that person had spoken, he would definitely give face to the other party and do as he was told. It was just that he originally thought that after the trial was completed, it would be more convenient to do this while Gu Meng's mind was completely broken. But now, it seemed that things would not go as smoothly as he had expected. Zhou, he thought for a moment and said, "You all can withdraw first." "Yes." The left and right retreated. Zhou, he stepped forward and raised falcon. He polished it inch by inch with his knuckles. The bayonet approached, and the cold blade pressed against Gu Meng's equally cold cheek. Shenwu could clearly sense the strong soul contained in this person's body. The bloodthirsty falcon could not help but tremble excitedly in Zhou He's palm. Zhou He leaned over and pressed his lips against Gu Meng's ear. He whispered to the unconscious man, "Gu Meng, I have gone through thousands of trials and crushed countless strong men into a pool of muddy water. You are the only exception. To tell you the truth, I admire you very much." Falcon's light flashed and slowly became dazzling. "Zhou," he said, "it's a pity that I have been entrusted by someone to mess up your mind." "Sorry." He twisted his hand, and Falcon turned into several transparent chains in his palm. Those chains were only as thick as willow branches. They swayed between his fingers like small snakes and hovered beside Gu Meng's head. "Falcon." Zhou, he ordered in a low voice, chaos. The last few words fell from his thin lips. Falcon was like a hunter who had been waiting for a long time and finally got the order from its master. It let out a sharp whistle, and then those thin chains flew out and drilled into Gu Meng's head. Ah! In an instant, blood gushed out. Gu Meng was awakened by the burst of pain. He suddenly raised his head, and a muffled whimper came out from his mouth that was tightly wrapped in gauze. He was already exhausted and could not make too much noise. Only tears rolled down his blood-stained cheeks. His blue eyes were wide open, and his pupils violently contracted. He was hanging in the air, and the iron chains that bound him were rattling. Shenwu turned into a thin chain and wandered crazily in his cranial cavity, like an unscrupulous intruder, whistling and breaking all his memories. Those memories that were hard to remember, those that were hard to pick up, those that were hard to have, precious sobriety. Gu Meng's blue eyes were wide open. In the earth-shattering pain, the cheers of the brothers outside the Great Wall were erased. Jun Shang's promise in the wind and rain of the golden platform was erased. Lu Zhanqing's sorrowful and heroic laughter in the cold cell was erased. In the depths of his memory, Emoshi looked at his eyes gently, and the love and sincerity that he said countless times were erased. Every time Falcon tore apart a memory, Gu Meng tried his best to gather them together. He resisted and trembled because of despair. He had already been washed away once, but now he had to go through Zhou He's hands again. He suddenly felt a strong sense of unwillingness. Why did he have to treat him like this? Why did he have to force him to this point? Why? For the better Jiuzhou, he sacrificed his own flesh and blood, his brother, his conscience, his lover, and his name. There was nothing left. He even forgot who he was, and even thought that he had really betrayed the country, and that he had really used unscrupulous means. He even knelt in front of Emoshi, in front of the Morong Lian, and in front of the martyrs' tombstones in the War Spirit Mountain. He kowtowed one by one, thinking about how to start over again. Later, God took pity on him, and the time mirror made him recover the memories before he betrayed the country. Although these memories were so painful, at least he knew that he was a spy, and a vanguard knife that Cheng Hua pierced into the heart of the burning country. He was not a traitor. Gu Meng's tears rolled down in bunches. He only had a little bit, and he only wanted to remember what he was. Why did it have to be taken away? His mouth was gagged, and he could not say anything, but his blue eyes looked at Zhou He almost pleadingly. This was the first time that Gu Meng looked at him with such eyes since the trial began. It was like a cub that had been driven to a dead end, looking at the hunter in front of it sadly. His consciousness resisted, but the falcon chain pierced even more crazily. Gu Meng suddenly let out a heart-wrenching cry, the meridians on his neck bulged, and his nails dug deep into his palms. His mouth was gagged with gauze, but he still cried out in a vague voice, "No, please, no, don't take away my consciousness. Don't take away my memories. I only had them for a short while. I didn't have time to see the Northern Frontier Army, and see what the teenagers who used to travel with me have become. I didn't have time to walk around the streets of Chonghua, and see if my country is better than before. I didn't have time to call the Soul Abyss, to offer a pot of wine and burn an incense under the old pagoda tree where my brother's head was buried. I didn't have time to arrange the escape route for my silly princess. I don't want to forget. I don't want to." Resisting with all his might, the divine marshal in Zhou He's hand buzzed and trembled. The falcon was like a falcon that couldn't kill its prey, and it burst out with a glow of despair and anger. Bang! A loud sound was heard. The spiritual flow lock in Gu Meng's skull was retracted, and it turned back into the shape of a blood-stained dagger. Zhou He was shocked, and he took a step back. He stared at the failed divine marshal, and then raised his head to stare at Gu Meng. The ground gradually turned to the color of dirt. How can this be? Why is this person? Before he could finish his thought, Gu Meng had already bent over, and blood flowed down from the wound on his forehead. But that was nothing. The blood in his internal organs seemed to have been used up in that instant. He was bent over, and he couldn't stop convulsing and trembling. Blood gushed out from his mouth and nose, and the gauze between his lips and tongue was completely soaked. It was also at this moment that Zhou He heard a noise coming from outside the Shura room. It seemed that the disciples guarding outside were quarreling with someone. But Zhou He was at a loss for a moment, and he couldn't react until the stone door suddenly opened. He saw a man who was in a similar state as Gumeng standing outside the Shura room. All the disciples surrounded him, trying to stop him, but they didn't dare to really make a move. They only gathered around him timidly. He couldn't believe his eyes. He muttered, "Lord Shihi." Emoshi was standing outside the door. He looked as if he had just crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His face was as white as paper and his clothes were mottled with blood. His gaze was frighteningly chaotic. Other than Emoshi, Xianxia had also come. However, Xianxia seemed to be in a difficult position. He sat in his wheelchair with a gloomy expression and looked at the two people inside and outside the stone door with grief and helplessness. These two people were similarly covered in blood and wounds. However, they were similarly stubborn and their hearts were unbreakable. Emoshi collapsed the moment he saw Gumeng. It seemed as if he could not feel the pain in his body. It was as if he was suffering from multiple pains. He moved his feet and walked towards Gumeng. However, only the first few steps could be said to be walking. Towards the end, it became running, staggering, and stumbling. Gumeng, a weak murmur slipped from the corners of his pale lips and repeated it twice. His emotions were uncontrollable. Gumeng, Gumeng. Even though his spiritual nucleus was on the verge of collapse, he did not care and summoned Shui Ran. With a whip, he broke the chains that bound Gumeng. The body that was already soaked in blood fell limply to the ground. Emoshi opened his arms and hugged him. It's okay, it's okay. I'll take you away. I'll take you away now. It's okay, I'll. The person in his arms was so cold that his fingertips were blue and purple from the cold. Dark red blood dripped from his forehead. Emoshi reached out with trembling hands to untie the gauze between Gumeng's lips and tongue. His vision was blurred by tears. Tears flowed down and landed on Gumeng's dirty little face. Actually, his senior martial brother had never been a tall and strong person. He was born young and naive. There was always a kind of innate childishness in his eyes. It was those who clustered about him who were accustomed to his strength, his bravery, his vanguard, and his tenderness, that made him their beacon, and made him invincible. But at this moment, as she hugged him, she realized that the person in her arms was so thin and small. Time had taken away the vitality of senior brother Gu and Gu Shui, leaving Gumeng with scars all over his body. These scars, whether old or new, were all intertwined in Emoshi's eyes. As a result, endless sorrow and pain welled up in his heart. He clearly realized, Gumeng had been smashed into pieces countless times. The death of his fellow soldiers, the execution of his elder brother, the identity of a secret agent, the heavy refinement of the Liao kingdom, and the death of his fellow soldiers who had served the enemy for 5 years. Time and time again, he was pushed down from a high place by fate and smashed to pieces, but time and again he tried to piece himself back together as a human being. He was really trying his best to glue himself together. If it were anyone else, they might have already been crushed into powder and dust, or perhaps they would never be able to stand up again. But Gumeng gritted his teeth and persevered. Because behind him were his brothers who would never return, and in front of him was the dawn he had always longed for. Gumeng, the falcon had given Gumeng too much of a shock. Even though Gumeng had broken free from it in the end, the memory that he had painstakingly recovered was irreversible. He turned his teary, clear blue eyes and looked at Emoshi in a blur. Emoshi was sure that for a moment, Gumeng still wanted to pretend to be strong. Gumeng even wanted to push him away, but his raised hand was caught by Emoshi. Emoshi caught the cold hand that had purple marks from the iron lock. Gumeng's eyelids were half opened weakly. He looked at Emoshi, almost unfocused. After a while, he said, "Emoshi, it's me, I'm here, I'm here." Emoshi choked. He grabbed Gumeng's hand, his wet eyelashes trembling. He kissed his fingertips. "I'm here." Gumeng looked at the person in front of him in a daze. His consciousness was already very blurry. All the memories in his mind were scattered and spinning, as if they would dissipate at any moment. Those snowy nights in the camp, those summer afternoons in the school, that night when he was young, his princess had promised their future over and over again. Everything seemed to be covered with a layer of snow. The heavy snow drifted and pressed down in his mind, trying to cover up the traces of the past bit by bit. Gu Meng knew that he might not be able to hold on for much longer. The pain of losing something and then regaining it, and then losing it again, pressed down on his internal organs. Perhaps it was because the person he loved the most in his life was by his side at this moment, but he wanted to forget her. Gu Meng suddenly felt a kind of unwillingness and weakness that he had never felt before in this severe pain. He suddenly grasped Mo Shi's hand with force. He opened his eyes wide and gasped for breath. Looking at Mo Shi's face, he said in an extremely hoarse and weak voice. But what should he say? I'm not a traitor, I'm not a bad person, it's not that I don't love you, it's not that I don't want to be with you, and it's not that I want to alienate you. Can you believe me? He couldn't say anything. Even at this moment, he still couldn't say anything. He couldn't say anything. The wind and rain of the Golden Terrace, separated by so many turbulent years, poured on his burning heart, extinguishing his only selfish flame. He seemed to hear Jun Shang's voice, which seemed to be pleading and majestic, holding hostage the dream that he had been pursuing all his life. I can promise you that I'll let you see the future where heroes are fair regardless of their origins. Heroes are fair regardless of their origins. Everyone is fair. There would be no one like Lu Zhanqing who needed to be involved in the struggle between the old and the new forces, and die a wrong death. There would be no one like him who couldn't protect his brothers, who couldn't do what he wanted to do, who was suppressed all his life because of his lowly origins. There would be no one who loved each other, who hid because of their bloodline, who didn't dare to give their hearts to each other. I need a person. He has to be loyal enough, brave enough, and smart enough. I need such a person to infiltrate the Liao country, to pass on information for me, to become the poison that is poured into the belly of the Liao country and the old nobles. Gu Qing. Are you willing to be the right-hand man of the Chonghua, and bear the burden? The thunder and lightning of the Golden Terrace seemed to shine in his heart again. He opened his eyes, extinguishing all the selfishness that came with being born as a human, and swallowing all the words back into his stomach. Yes. He was a spy. From the day he agreed to Jun Shang's request, he had no way to turn back. But, it was as if God pitied him, as if God felt that there should be a sweetness in the bitterness of his life. Although he didn't say anything, he heard Mo Shi hold his hand tightly and whisper, I believe you. His blue eyes turned slowly and blankly, looking at Mo Shi's sad face. I will always believe you. I will never leave you again. Gu Meng knew that he should be surprised, should ask him why he suddenly said that, should ask him what he knew, and what he had experienced, but perhaps his mind was in a mess. The strongest feeling he had was a tide of grievance. I believe you. 5 years of treason, 3 years of homecoming. He suddenly realized that he had been waiting for these words for so many years. He had been longing for someone to say these words to him in his dreams, but no one had said it to him, and no one had given him these 3 words. Until today. These years of being a spy, after all, had been too hard. Tears rolled down Gu Meng's eyes. He choked, as if he wanted to say something, but his throat was full of blood, and he couldn't make a sound. Only his lips moved, and he shrunk, trembled, and cried silently, ruining his battered face. This was the first time that Mo Shi had seen Gu Meng cry so sadly and helplessly. Mo Shi raised his blood-stained hand and touched Gu Meng's face. He wanted to wipe away Gu Meng's tears, but clumsily, the more he touched, the dirtier his face became. Mo Shi's tears kept flowing down, and his fingers trembled violently. He stroked Gu Meng's soft but cold cheeks, but he didn't wipe them away. He looked at Gu Meng. There were so many people around, and he didn't want to care about anything. He only lowered his wet eyelashes and looked at this person. After a while, he said hoarsely, Xianxia, I'm sorry. I made you wait for too long. I'm here to take you home. He picked Gu Meng up and put his arm around his shoulder. It was only then that he woke up from his dream and called out to him. Lord Shihe. Do you know that Gu Meng is the body that Jun Shang appointed to train him? Mo Shi didn't let him finish. He suddenly looked up, and his eyes were red. Jun Shang appointed him to do many things. Some things no one knows about. I just want to know if Jun Shang felt guilty when he gave you this task. Are you crazy? Do you know what you're talking about? He turned around and ordered sternly, stop him. Mo Shi was really crazy. He didn't say anything else. He raised his empty hand, and there was a faint blue light in his palm. Xianxia's face turned pale. Mo Shi. Stop. How could he stop? There was a gap of 8 years between him and his senior brother. If he stopped so easily, how could he catch up with Gu Meng, who carried a small burden and traveled alone 8 years ago? Mo Shi closed his eyes and shouted angrily, swallowing the sky. Summon it. A strong gust of wind rose from the ground, and the dark blue scepter suddenly appeared in Mo Xia's hand. Mo Xia felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if he was being twisted by a knife. Blood seeped out from the corner of his lips. His spirit core began to crack, and thin cracks appeared on it. Every strand of magic was causing irreversible damage to his body. Mo Shi's eyes were illuminated by the sharp light of the scepter. He activated his spiritual energy, and the swallowing the sky opened up. It turned into a scepter that was more than 10 feet tall, with a white handle and a golden head decorated with sun patterns. The embedded sapphire emitted a dazzling light. There was a clanging sound. In its complete state, the swallowing the sky spiritual energy vibrated violently. With just a touch of the ground, it shook up waves of spiritual energy. A few of the weaker disciples were forced to kneel on the ground. Lord Shihi. Zhou He's face was already very ugly. Do you know, using a divine weapon in a private fight is a violation of military rules. Join me. The blue-gold light of the scepter shone on Mo Shi's handsome but pale face, but unusually determined. I'll wait. Zhou He, Xianxia. Mo Shi, the swallowing the sky was a terrifying divine weapon that could kill millions of people in one move. Although no one believed that Mo Shi would really use it to deal with the Chonghua people, the complete sun's edge scepter in his hands was already shocking enough. Not to mention the judicial table, even the military council, which was full of experts, would not dare to stop him. Mo Shi glanced at the people who did not dare to step forward. He supported Gu Meng, who had already fainted, and led him out of this bloody hell. 2 people covered in cuts and bruises leaned against each other. Zhou He watched as Mo Shi left with Gu Meng, his expression becoming increasingly unsightly. Elder, what do you think? What should we do now? What else can we do? Quickly report to Jun Shang. Just say that Mo Shi has no regard for national law, trespassed on important grounds, disobeyed Jun Shang's imperial edict, and engaged in a private internal strife. Xianxia frowned. Elder Zhou, this situation is complicated. Jun Shang is not feeling well at the moment, so please reconsider. Zhou He was furious. Surnamed Jiang, do you think it's easy for you to talk while standing? Xianxia, today, he, a member of the military council, dared to trespass on my operating table and kidnap someone from there. If I can swallow this insult, where will I put my face in the future? I know you're his brother, but you better understand that your brother has violated the law. What, are you going to cover up his crime? With a flick of his sleeves, Zhou He sternly said to his subordinates, what are you all standing there for? Why aren't you reporting to Jun Shang? Yes. An hour later, at Shihi's residence. The Mo trial had caused too much damage to Gu Meng, so much so that Gu Meng fell into a coma after leaving the operating table. He hadn't woken up since then. During this long period of absent-mindedness, Gu Meng had a very deep dream. In the dream, he and Mo Shi were only in their early 20s. They walked together on a long embankment on the outskirts of Chonghua City. It was dusk, and the rising sun had removed half of the heavy makeup. The crimson rouge and dazzling gold powder filled the sky, floating in the clouds for thousands of li. He broke a green foxtail and swung it as he walked, saying, I didn't expect Jun Shang to choose you to attack Chong City. He paused. It's your first time in command, right? Are you nervous? Mo Shi lowered his eyes and didn't say whether he was nervous or not, only saying, I will win. Gu Meng smiled and said, that's right. Remember, as a commander, the most important thing is not to collapse. No matter what happens, as long as you don't fall, others will see hope in you. If even the commander-in-chief of an army did not have the courage, then the army would be like a sheet of loose sand. No matter how hard the soldiers tried, it would be useless. You are the soul of an army. The moment you take on the title of commander, you have to be responsible for the lives of every brother. Mo Shi nodded. He raised his hand and looked at Gu Meng's face against the golden sunset. I will. He paused for a moment before adding another sentence. Wait for me to return. Gu Meng smiled. Why are you suddenly so serious? Is there something important? This young man was very serious and very clumsy, but he still had to maintain his composure. My lord said that if I win this battle, he will allow me to leave the Mo family and become independent. So? Mo she bit his lower lip. For a moment, he didn't dare to look him in the eyes. First, he turned his head to look at the clear and crystalline river. The golden light reflected in his eyes and floated on his eyelashes. Perhaps it was because of the sunset, or for some other reason, Mo she's face looked a little red. Especially the tips of his ears, which were filled with a thin layer of red. I can have my own house. Gu Meng, he was also very slow at the time. In fact, both of them had fallen in love for the first time. In reality, neither of them was much smarter than the other. Gu Meng looked at Emoshi in confusion. He really didn't understand what Emoshi was trying to say. After hesitating for a while, he said, okay, then, congratulations? Almost at the same time, Emoshi asked softly, are you willing to live with me? Gu Meng, Emoshi, the two of them looked at each other. Emoshi's handsome and elegant face turned even redder. He coughed softly, as if he wanted to tidy up his dignity, but also as if he didn't want to push the other too far. So, his long eyelashes fluttered and he lowered his eyes. He said, it's okay if you don't want to. I can wait. No, that's not what I meant. What I meant was, I've already seen the drawings, The more he said, the more embarrassed he felt. The more he tried to cover up, the more his soft and immature thoughts were exposed. The calm Emoshi pushed Gu Meng away in the end. He walked to the edge of the dam and put his hand to his forehead. Almost in despair, he murmured. Sorry, I was just asking. Gu Meng remembered seeing this young man's clumsy and stubborn expression when he tried to curry favor with him. Suddenly, he understood. This little brother of his, the war hadn't been fought, and he hadn't gone to war yet, but he was so confident that he would win that he even secretly went to look at the drawings. Thinking of this, he felt a little sour in his heart. He knew that Emoshi had always been sincere to him. It was just that he didn't dare to have it. But perhaps because Emoshi would be going to the front line soon, or perhaps because he had some selfish motives in his heart, he didn't reject Emoshi's proposal at that time. This made the young man very happy. That day, he and Emoshi didn't go back to their respective residences. Instead, they spent the whole night in and outside the city. In the end, he was so tired that he didn't have any strength left. His face was buried in the messy pillow, and the corners of his slender eyes were filled with tears because of the stimulation. He shivered and trembled. When he was in a daze, he heard Emoshi say softly to him, there's something I want to give to you. He didn't have the strength to ask, and Emoshi grabbed his hand that was clutching the bedsheet. His broad palm covered Gu Meng's fingers one by one. He felt a slight tingling on the back of his hand, and then the back of their joined palms lit up with a red light array. It moved along their clenched hands and floated to the side of their necks. Gu Meng was still a little dazed because of the lingering charm. He asked weakly, what is it? A very small sword array. Emoshi let go of his hand. He raised his calloused fingers and gently stroked the side of Gu Meng's neck. I know there will always be people who will bully you. They are afraid of causing trouble, so they don't dare to use spells. They only dare to take advantage of their hands and feet. His eyelashes drooped, and he turned his head to kiss the side of Gu Meng's neck. I left a drop of blood to form this array. I haven't condensed it yet, so you can condense it into anything you want. A word, a flower, anything will do. When I'm not around, it will protect you. Of course, if you don't want it, you can also seal it. While Gu Meng was being gently kissed by him, he leaned against the mattress and listened silently. He had mixed feelings. He wanted to laugh happily, but he also wanted to cry sadly. He actually wouldn't live in Emoshi's mansion. That was a mansion, not a home. A home was a place where two people could be together openly and justifiably. They didn't have to hide, make love like they were having an affair, and bury their mistakes like they were doing something wrong. Emoshi might be able to give him a place to stay, but he couldn't give him a real home. They were not the same kind of people, and they never were. He knew that he would eventually reject Emoshi, but at this moment, looking at the young man's serious and pleading expression, he couldn't say anything. His body had already been softened by his little junior brother, and his heart had already softened into a mess. He was almost driven by guilt, and he turned his face to the side and raised his hand to touch Emoshi's face. "Are you the only one who left a sword array for me?" Black Eye smiled gently, "Then what if someone bullies you?" Emoshi, of course, no one would dare to take advantage of young Master Emo. But it seemed that two people who were destined to never walk to the end wanted to leave a secret on each other that only they knew. Gumeng bit his finger, turned over, and touched the side of Emoshi's neck with his fingertips, and seriously melted a red lotus. Then he grabbed Emoshi's hand, put it on his hand, and smiled, "I'll also leave a drop of my blood. You can help me form a protective sword array, and I'll accompany you. Okay?" Emoshi's eyes lit up with a very bright light. Gumeng couldn't bear to see that light. Emoshi said, "Okay." As he spoke, he hugged Gumeng from behind, his warm chest pressed against Gumeng's arched back. He stroked Gumeng's hair while kissing Gumeng's neck and shivering earlobes. "Wait for me to come back. Wait for me to come back. Everything will be better. Believe in me, believe in me." The scene at that time and Emoshi's voice began to fade away, like all the memories that were pierced by a falcon, fragmented and falling apart. "Wait for me. Everything will be better." Gumeng struggled in his deep consciousness, curled up, and kept apologizing to the sincere Emoshi. "I'm sorry, I also hope that I can always wait for you. I also hope that everything will be better. I've always believed in you. But, Emoshi, some things have to be done, and some sacrifices have to be made. When fate finds you, you don't want to be a coward, so you're destined to face it. We all have our own paths to walk. That future, that home, you've already described it to me. I've already lived such a beautiful and worry-free life in your eyes. That's enough. So, when you return in glory and triumph, and you don't see me, don't be sad, I love you. In this life, every word I've said about loving you is true." Emoshi, in his coma, there were still tears rolling down Gumeng's eyes and seeping into his hair. A group of magicians were busy guarding Gumeng's bed. The leader, the great elder, said in a deep voice, "Open 3 more blood-clotting arrays. Place the spirit-stabilizing needles on the Shinting, Feng Qi, and Renning acupoints." After he finished speaking, he didn't see any movement from his little disciple, so he angrily raised his white eyebrows. "Why are you distracted? Hurry up." The little disciple hurriedly responded, "Oh, oh." His gaze moved away from Gumeng's face in a panic. But he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, the black demon trial must be really painful. Otherwise, why would this Gumeng cry in his coma? His master urged, "Place the needles on the 3 acupoints steadily." Yes. The medical practitioners gathered in front of Shihi's bed in the mansion of medicine. The lighting-colored inscriptions were hanging low, and there was a calming incense burning in the Bayan golden beast, but it couldn't calm the tense atmosphere in the room. The medical officers of Xianxia came in and out, treating the wounds and washing the blood from the wounds. The decoctions and dressings were also sent in one after another. No one dared to speak. Fine beads of sweat appeared on the foreheads of every practitioner and servant. There were 2 patients in the room. One was Gumeng, who was lying on the bed at the moment, and the other was Emoshi, who was sitting at the table. No one knew what Emoshi had experienced, why he was suddenly injured like this, and why he didn't care about his injuries at all. He only cared about the unconscious person on the bed. That traitor. The practitioners who were urgently called to Xianxia to treat the illness were actually very confused. A medical practitioner came forward cautiously and said, "Lord Shihi, the top-grade muscle revitalizing ointment is here. Your injury, give it to him. Xiao, give him all these top-grade ointment." Emoshi's eyes were red, and his gaze didn't leave the bed for a moment. "I'm fine." The only medical practitioner who was responsible for treating Emoshi's injuries had a sallow face. He wanted to say something but stopped. "Big brother, you're not fine. Your spirit core is about to crack. How can you be fine?" But seeing Emoshi's stubborn expression, no one dared to say anything. They could only continue to rush back and forth in the room in silence. While he was busy, a small servant suddenly ran in nervously, Master. What's wrong? Jun Shang sent eunuch Zhao to announce the imperial edict. He said, he wants you to go outside to receive the imperial edict. She didn't say anything or move. He still had one hand on the dark and shiny sandalwood table, allowing the medical practitioner to treat him. After a while, words fell from his thin lips. Tell him to wait. Everyone in the room was shocked. Xiao, who was carrying a bowl of medicine into the room, almost knocked over the bowl. He stared at Emoshi in horror. Everyone had the same thought. Has Lord Shihi gone crazy? The servant stuttered. This, how can this? Emoshi repeated without blinking. This time, he simply said 2 words. Wait. The little servant had no choice but to stumble out of the room. Emoshi was still staring at the figure on the bed, who was shrouded in the spell formation. The silver-bearded medical practitioner elder had said before that Gu Meng's physique had been modified too strangely by the Liao kingdom. His body was surging with extremely heavy yin energy, as if it was a body that had been cursed by thousands of people. The Chonghua was unfamiliar with people with this physique. In addition, Gu Meng's injuries were serious. The medical practitioners used all their skills and could only barely stabilize Gu Meng's life. But they couldn't prevent his head from being damaged again. The medical practitioner elder wiped the sweat on his face and asked, how's his divine sense? The medical practitioner who had been casting spells to stabilize Gu Meng's head was extremely pale. It was obvious that he had used up all his strength. But he still shook his head. I can't hold on any longer. He already lost 2 souls. Now, he's even, cough. In the end, even he was exhausted and coughing up blood. Emoshi's ears were buzzing. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. What do you mean? The medical practitioners looked at each other. They all lowered their heads in shame. No one dared to answer first. What will he become? At this time, only the elder could speak. The medical practitioner elder's expression was very ugly. But he could only brace himself. I'm afraid, he won't remember anything, he won't be able to speak. If he collapses badly, his eyes might even be damaged. Emoshi suddenly stood up. His whole body was trembling. His originally pale lips were even more colorless. The medical practitioner who had been stabilizing his heart was suddenly shaken away by his violent spiritual energy flow. He cried out, Lord Shihi, you can't act rashly anymore. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a soft and faintly discernible female voice. Brother Mo, you've obtained my spiritual nucleus. Is this how you're going to ruin yourself? Everyone turned around in unison and bowed their heads. Princess Mengzhe. Greetings to Princess Mengzhe. Princess Mengzhe, dressed in a pale golden robe and with her hair tied in a falling cloud bun, walked in from the shadows of flowers outside the door. The Meijing Yang followed her, carrying a sandalwood box wrapped in gold in her hand. She entered the room and glanced at everyone's faces one by one. She glanced at Gu Meng lying in the tent, and finally her eyes fell on the pale Emoshi. You don't care about your life again, do you? Mengzhe's eyes flashed. Last time your heart was broken, because you wanted to save your senior fellow apprentice. He almost killed you at that time. I saved you. I have nothing else to ask for from you. I only hope that you will think about whether it is worth it or not when you meet people and things from now on. It was terribly quiet in the room. Only Mengzhe's low but obviously sad voice could be heard. She said word by word, Brother Mo, so many years have passed. Now let me ask you, are you still going to be as stubborn as before and make the same choice? Mengzhe was talking about the naval battle in Dongting. That year, he wanted to use his own life to exchange for Gu Meng's return, so there was a heart-wrenching stab in the naval battle in Dongting. That stab was so decisive that he would feel cold whenever he thought about it later. But now he knew the truth about Gu Meng being a spy. When he thought about it again, he only felt that Gu Meng was too painful. Who do you think you are? Do you think I will feel guilty and turn back if you die? Don't be silly. As a general, as a soldier, as a human being, we can't be too sentimental about old friendships. How did Gu Meng feel when he said these words and did these things? Emoshi closed his eyes. He really couldn't explain it clearly to Meng Zhe in such a short time. He also felt that Meng Zhe couldn't understand the twists and turns in it immediately. His heart was in a mess. He wanted to protect Gu Meng's spiritual sense. He wanted to protect this man who was already covered in wounds. He wanted to seek justice for the secret discussion that had been hidden in the ghost's domain for 5 years. However, the words of Elder Yao Xiao from Xianxia kept echoing in his mind. I'm afraid that I won't remember anything. I won't be able to speak anymore. If he collapsed badly, he might even damage his eyes. In his memory, that pair of bright and gentle black eyes curved up, and the smile was like the stars floating on the surface of the water. The black eyes blinked, and when they opened again, they had changed into an azure blue color. It was as if an untainted lake was slowly flowing towards him. Before the retempering, Gu Meng laughed heartily. After the retempering, Gu Meng looked at him quietly and obediently. They called him Junior Brother Mo, Emoshi, my princess, my lord. Emoshi's hands were trembling. He didn't answer Meng Zhe again. Instead, he walked to Gu Meng's bedside. He bent down and stared at the face that was extremely pale after wiping away the blood stains. After a moment of silence, he said to the elder. Yao Xiao from Xianxia, continue. Meng Zhe's eyes finally flashed with anxiety. She said, Emoshi, I'll explain it to you later. As long as you trust me. Meng Zhe, Emoshi said, I have to save him. The silence was terrible. It seemed that there was some invisible undercurrent flowing. For a moment, almost everyone thought that Meng Zhe was going to explode and collapse. However, Meng Zhe finally paused for a while and said slowly. Okay. Since this is your choice. After a pause, she stepped forward. I'll help you. Yunyang was shocked, Princess. Meng Zhe seemed to be trying hard to hold back her emotions. She had always been a very patient person. However, almost everyone could see the pain and grievance in her eyes this time. Meng Zhe's lips moved slightly. She seemed to want to say something. However, she probably overestimated her limits. Before she could say anything, her eyes turned red. She turned her face and lowered her eyelashes. Yunyang was very distressed. She didn't care about the seniority between master and servant. She lamented, Princess, why do you? Meng Zhe closed her eyes. Her eyelashes trembled. Once again, she controlled herself. This time, she finally held back the sadness that was about to overflow. She opened her eyes and said, Take my medicine box. Everyone was stunned. Morong Meng Zhe was actually planning to practice medicine again? Chonghua had 2 great medicine masters. One was Jiang Fuli of the greed, anger, and obsession, 3 filth, and the other was Morong Meng Zhe of the restraint, determination, and wisdom, 3 sages. However, Meng Zhe had overdrawn the power of her spiritual nucleus to save Emoshi many years ago. There were many things that she couldn't do herself. She had been carefully nurturing herself over the years. Her body had finally recovered gradually. If she practiced medicine again, although she could achieve the best results, she was afraid that she would be completely crippled. How could Emoshi allow her to sacrifice herself again? He grabbed her arm and stopped her in a low voice. Meng Zhe, go back. I already owe you my life. He can't owe you anymore. Morong Meng Zhe's arm was held by him. Tears gradually gathered in her beautiful eyes. Perhaps it was because she had waited for too long and restrained herself too much. Jade Leaf Jinji, who had always been expressionless, actually fell into a situation where her eyes turned red in front of everyone. Brother Mo, you're sad when something happens to him. Have you ever thought about me? The crowd had never heard of Princess Mingze being so emotional before. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. They knew that they shouldn't be listening or watching, but they couldn't leave the room. They could only pretend to be wooden statues. Meng Zhe said in a trembling voice, What do you think will happen to me if something happens to you again? I can't cultivate the right path in this life. Am I so worthless in your eyes that I can only exchange for a few short years of peace? As she spoke, she couldn't help but burst into tears. They flowed down her soft cheeks and dripped on the back of Emoshi's hand that was holding her arm. This senior brother of yours, if he's really so important to you, I'd rather use the forbidden technique again and save him for you. Brother Mo. I've done everything I can. I just hope that you can remember me a little more in the future, then I'll also. She suddenly closed her eyes, and large drops of tears rolled down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. Emo's state of mind was already stretched to the extreme. Gu Meng's illness couldn't be delayed any longer. He urgently wanted to ask the elders of Xianxia if there was a solution, but Meng Zhe was acting like this. He didn't know how to coax a woman. He was anxious and depressed, but he didn't know what to say to make her stop meddling in this matter. She knew how painful it was to owe a favor that was destined to never be returned. Every time he saw Meng Zhe, he felt guilty and blamed himself. And this kind of guilt and self-blame was destined to never be filled. Because what Meng Zhe wanted, he had already given it to the man on the bed. There was no way he could give it to her. Because of this, he always didn't know what to say or do in front of her. It was as if he was tied up by invisible strings. Many things, regardless of whether he was willing or not, as long as Meng Zhe asked him to do, he would do it. This kind of feeling of not being able to control oneself was too uncomfortable. So he didn't want Gu Meng to owe him another favor that was impossible to repay. At this moment, the medicine practitioner who had been maintaining the stability of Gu Meng's consciousness suddenly coughed up a big mouthful of blood. The magic light array on his hand suddenly dimmed. The elders of Xianxia were shocked. What's wrong? The consciousness in his body is too strange. Just now, a very fierce thought suddenly rushed out. This disciple is not talented, and really can't hold it. At this moment, Gu Meng on the bed suddenly opened his eyes. But he didn't regain consciousness. His eyeballs were moving left and right, his pupils were very dilated. His lips seemed to be muttering curses. Then, tears of blood gushed out of his eyes and flowed down his long eyes like a phoenix's tail. A little medicine practitioner who didn't have enough Taoism skills cried out, "What's going on? At this moment, the black demon curse in his body is starting to backfire." Meng Zhe murmured. She suddenly raised her head and said to Emoshi, "His consciousness has begun to collapse. Now, I'm not sure if I can save him. If we can't control it, brother Mo, he will die." Emoshi's face suddenly turned pale. Meng Zhe saw his concern and said sadly, "If you don't want anything to happen to him, let me try. After all, in your heart, I'm also," but before she finished, she was interrupted by a voice from outside the door. "Princess, why are you so pessimistic?" The voice was lazy, with some natural disdain and arrogance. "In my opinion, the person on the bed is very tough. He won't die, and his brain may not be damaged." As soon as the voice fell, a man in a green robe with big sleeves and a golden buckle walked into the room. "You still have me." If it was said that Princess Ming's appearance had already made those medicine cultivators who admired her medical skills extremely nervous, then when this person entered the door, almost all of them had to kneel down before him. "Greetings, Medicine Master Jiang." Meng Zhe was also slightly stunned. Medicine Master Jiang Fuli's expression was indifferent, and he squinted his eyes. He always squinted his eyes. Probably because he counted too much money, his eyesight was not very good. When he didn't wear the glass eyeglasses, his almond-shaped eyes were always hazy, as if there was a misty rain in the south of the Yangtze River. Jiang Fuli held up 2 fingers, and between his white and slender fingers was a golden ticket. He turned to Emoshi and said, "Did you send a messenger beast to deliver this to me?" Emoshi said, "Your wife said you went to the southern border." "Yes. But I haven't gone far, and why would I have a problem with money? I rushed back as soon as I saw the ticket." Jiang Fuli flicked the glittering golden ticket, and glanced at Gu Meng on the bed, "But he's seriously ill, so I have to add 3 more tickets." Emoshi said anxiously, "My senior brother's life, his life and eyes won't be in danger." Jiang Fuli paused for a moment, walked forward, and raised his hand to touch Gu Meng's forehead. "It's hard to say, but it's not to the extent that nothing can be saved. We have to treat him first. No matter what, I'll try my best." Jiang Fuli was a heartless person, and he had no stance. He only had one principle in everything he did, and that was money. As long as the money was in place, he would do his best. Jiang Fuli sat on the edge of the bed, raised his hand to untie Gu Meng's robe, and examined the scars on Gu Meng's body. As he looked, he sighed, "It took so long to treat him like this. What a quack." Everyone at Xianxia, Jiang Fuli raised his slender fingers, and quickly pressed a few acupoints on his body. The gushing blood immediately stopped. He raised his hand and said, "Pass it to me." He didn't say what he was going to pass. He probably thought that others could figure it out on their own, so the little medicine practitioner closest to him hurriedly passed him the medicine box. "Jiang Fuli. Why do I need your broken box? Give me gauze." The little show shivered in fear when he stared at him with his almond-shaped eyes. He hurriedly handed over a piece of gauze with both hands. Jiang Fuli wiped the blood from Gu Meng's serious injuries. As he wiped, he suddenly froze when he wiped the blood on his shoulder. She immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Fuli frowned as he looked at the scar on Gu Meng's shoulder. "This petal-shaped scar, it's not from this time. He had it since he was young." "Of course I know it's not a new scar." Jiang Fuli's gaze was still on the scar. "I just thought it looked familiar. Why do I feel like I've seen a similar scar on another patient before?" As he spoke, he became uncertain. He shook his head and said, "It's probably a little similar. I remembered wrongly." After he finished speaking, he threw away the blood-stained gauze, sat up straight, and began to treat Gu Meng's injuries. The water dripped slowly next to the bedchamber table. The room was very quiet. Jiang Fuli sat next to Gu Meng. His two slender fingers rested on Gu Meng's wrist. He felt his pulse while channeling the spiritual flow of magic into this body. The medical incantation he used was different from the traditional Chonghua's magic incantation. Therefore, the group of medicine practitioners around them could not tell what was going on. They could only watch helplessly as the wounds on Gu Meng's flesh healed at an astonishing speed. The bruises on his cheeks also slowly faded. Meng Zhe said softly, "Jiang Fuli, you really live up to your reputation." Jiang Fuli said calmly, "Princess, you flatter me." The elder of Xianxia cautiously approached and asked, "Medicine Master Jiang, do you need anything else that we can help you with?" Jiang Fuli said, "Oh, yes, I do." The elder hurriedly said, "Medicine Master Jiang, please tell us." "We will definitely do as you say." Jiang Fuli said, "I need all of you to be quiet." However, things seemed to be going against him. Not long after he finished speaking, a manservant suddenly ran in from outside and shouted at the top of his voice, "Bad news, bad news." Jiang Fuli, she suddenly turned around. "What's wrong?" The manservant said, "Bad news. My lord, housekeeper Li can't hold it anymore outside. Eunuch Zhao is already furious. He said that my lord is disobeying the imperial edict. If you don't go out, he will lead people to force you into the palace." Li Wei stood under the plaque in the middle of the main gate with his sleeves covered and his eyes lowered. Behind him was the heavily locked gate of Shihi's mansion. In front of him was the stone pillar bestowed by the late emperor, which was engraved with the glory of the 4 generations of heroes of the school of Mo Butler Li. "You're overturning the heavens. Is Shihi's mansion going to go against the imperial edict?" "Eunuch Zhao, what are you talking about? Haven't I already explained it to you? Lord Shihi is not feeling well now, so he can't come out to receive the imperial edict. When he gets better, I'll immediately inform him of the imperial edict. Please don't get angry, it's not good for your health." Eunuch Zhao was furious. He pointed at Butler Li's nose and scolded, "Li Wei. You should know your limits when you lie. Tonight, Lord Shihi's trespassing on the judicial platform has been exposed to the public. He kidnapped that traitor Gu right under Elder Zhou's nose. Now you're saying he's not feeling well. Who do you think you're treating him as an idiot?" Li Wei touched his nose, cough, "It's a long story. I'm afraid there's a misunderstanding." "What misunderstanding?" In one night, Xianxia, Princess Meng Zhe, and Jiang Fuli all entered the mansion. "Why, these people can see Lord Shihi, but only the people sent by the king are kept outside the door. What's the reason?" Li Wei clapped his hands, "Oh, you're right. You've noticed it too, right? Those who entered were all cultivators from the School of Medicine. They were all here to treat Lord Shihi. He's seriously ill. You." While they were arguing fiercely, the gate suddenly opened with a creak. She stood behind the gate in the middle of the moonlight. He raised his tired but sharp eyes and looked coldly at Eunuch Zhao. Li Wei couldn't delay any longer. When he saw Emoshi come out, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. He quickly stepped aside and bowed his head, "My lord." Moshi stepped over the threshold and said in a low voice, "Thank you for your hard work. You may leave." "Yes." Li Wei retreated and Emoshi walked out. His gaze followed the steps of the mansion and looked down at Eunuch Zhao. Even though Eunuch Zhao was Jun Shang's closest servant and was trusted by Jun Shang, there was still a difference in status. Moreover, Emoshi had a naturally cold aura. When he didn't speak or smile, this aura made everyone feel extremely pressured. Zhao Gong's sharpness was immediately restrained. He bowed his head and said, "Lord Shihi." Emoshi didn't say anything. He raised his head slightly and looked at the starry night before him. His eyes flashed with an indescribable emotion. Zhao Gong continued, "My lord, please, how is Monarch's body?" Zhao Gong was stunned for a moment. He had imagined Emoshi's various reactions, accepting it calmly, getting angry, disobeying, but he was still choked by Emoshi's question that came out of nowhere. Meng Zhe said that his old illness relapsed a few days ago. How is he now? Thank you, Lord Shihi, for your concern. Monarch has the blessings of the heavens. He's almost recovered. Okay. That's good. Emoshi's iron-plated military boots stepped on the ground. He walked down the steps and said lightly, "I'll follow you into the palace." Deep in the palace. Vermilion Bird Palace. This palace was the warmest place in the entire palace. The palace wasn't big, but it was built with rocks from the volcanoes in the extreme south. The palace was filled with cold-repelling incense all year round and thick woolen blankets were spread everywhere. Every time his illness relapsed, Jun Shang would choose to rest here to nourish his body. Emoshi followed Zhao Gong to the outside of Vermilion Bird Palace. Zhao Gong went in to report and then retreated with his horsetail whisk. He bowed to Emoshi and said, "Lord Shihi, Monarch invites you in." Emo extinguishing stepped through the door. He had never liked coming to this hall because the carpet in the Vermilion Bird Palace hall was too thick. Once he stepped through the door, his feet would sink deep into the soft cushions. It was as if he was a wild beast that had fallen into a swamp, or a moth that had fallen into a spider's web. A feeling of helplessness crept up his spine. No matter how good the incense was, it couldn't disperse. Zhao Gong closed the palace doors. The Vermilion Bird Palace was filled with a heavy fragrance, as if even the air was sticky and couldn't be stirred. At this time of the year, the weather was already somewhat hot, but there was still a pot of charcoal burning in the center of Vermilion Bird Palace. Monarch was sitting sideways on a small sandalwood couch, wrapped in a thick fox fur coat. His eyelids were lowered as he turned the Bodhi bead bracelet in his palm. His complexion was very poor and very pale. Even the light from the fire couldn't add any vitality to his face. Hearing the movement, Monarch's hand that was turning the bead bracelet paused for a moment. Then he sighed thinner than paper, "Lord Shihi, you're here." Emoshi didn't speak. In fact, from the moment he saw the truth, he had a monstrous anger. He wanted to immediately enter the palace to question Monarch about many things. However, Gu Meng was still in danger and he couldn't leave. It wasn't until Jiang fully rushed back and began to stabilize Gu Meng's situation that he could finally come to the palace and face this man who actually already knew everything. And when he really stood in front of Jun Shang, his anger deepened, but it was no longer as hostile as it was at the beginning. He could barely suppress the explosion of his anger and stare at the monarch wrapped in the fox fur coat. Monarch said, "I didn't ask you to come here tonight for anything important. It's just that Zhou he just reported a strange story to me. I think I should share it with Lord Shihi." "Lord Shihi, are you interested in hearing it?" After waiting for a while, Emoshi didn't answer, so Monarch continued, "Zhou he told me that today he was practicing the Hey Mo trial that I gave him. It was going well when someone barged in from outside. That person didn't care about his advice and didn't care about his orders at all. He stubbornly insisted on taking the trial body away. He even violated the precepts and summoned the divine martial art. He almost caused the cultivators on the stage to bleed. Lord Shihi, do you think that the person who intercepted you is a wicked person?" Monarch turned another bead and sneered, "I also thought so at that time. Until Zhou he told me that the hero who saved the people." He slowly raised his eyes. On his weak face, a pair of eyes were extremely cold and sharp. "It's you." The two words seemed to be squeezed out from the gaps of his teeth. Monarch sat up straight. His deep eyebrows cast a thick shadow in his eye sockets. Monarch and minister looked at each other across the burning charcoal basin. The heat and smoke rose, blurring the faces in each other's eyes. Monarch said maliciously, "Lord Shihi, you disappoint me. Let me ask you, when I handed Gu Meng over to you, what did I say to you? At that time, I warned you that Gu Meng should have been executed for the serious crimes he committed. The only reason he was still alive was because the curse of the burning country on him was worth studying. One day, he is destined to be used for the trial. I hope that at that time, you won't forget who you are and stand in the wrong place." These words were indeed what Monarch had warned him before. At that time, when he heard it, he only felt suffocated. But now that he heard it again, he felt that it was extremely ironic, extremely absurd, and extremely terrifying. Emoshi looked down at Monarch's face, trying to find a trace of guilt, sadness, or hesitation on his face. But there was none. It was an extremely exquisite mask. Every inch of emotion seemed to have been measured 100 times before being drawn. Even the expression in his eyes did not waver in the slightest. The hardest thing to see was the heart of a monarch. How could this be wrong? Emoshi slowly closed his eyes. Coldness, anger, disappointment, and grief flowed through his body along with his blood. Jun Shang's words were still like the venomous claws of a scorpion piercing into his eardrums. "Shiha Jun, it seems that you've already lost your head and have completely forgotten this monarch's advice. You don't remember that you are the first commander of the Chonghua. You don't remember who stabbed you in the chest. You don't remember who saved you and gave you a second life. You don't remember who killed tens of thousands of people of my country. You don't remember who is the traitor. Am I right?" A piece of Chinese pepper in the charcoal basin exploded. A cluster of bright sparks flew up and danced in the air. Emoshi opened his eyes. He endured his anger to the point of leaving his body, endured his anger to the point that his hands were trembling, and forcefully suppressed the anger that surged like lava. His voice was low as he said, "Is Juansheng done speaking?" Monarch was startled. His black eyes stared at Emoshi's face. At this time, he realized that Emoshi's condition was very bad. He sensed that even the spiritual flow in his body was extremely unstable. Could it be? Monarch suddenly felt extremely uneasy. His fingers unconsciously clenched the Z-bead bracelet, and the last bit of color faded from his face. The monarch and subject seemed to have figured everything out in this exchange of glances. If Monarch is done, then I also have a strange story here. I don't know if Monarch dares to listen. After a long while, Monarch leaned into the depths of the couch. He had almost guessed what Emoshi wanted to say. There was only one thing that could make him suddenly change his attitude so resolutely. The last layer of paper between them trembled and was about to be pierced. Emoshi stared into Monarch's eyes and tore the paper apart word by word. "Many years ago, I knew a person. That person had made outstanding military achievements for the state. He had fought for many years and was only defeated once. Later, for the 70,000 tombstones, for the justice his monarch had promised him, he went deep into the enemy camp and endured humiliation for 5 whole years. During these 5 years, there was not a day that he didn't hate the blood on his hands. There was not a day that he didn't hope that his monarch would let him see the promise of the past fulfilled." With every word he spoke, Jun Shang's expression became even uglier. These words were like sharp knives stabbing into his flawless mask, wanting to cut all of his facade into pieces. Emoshi's every word was wrapped in thick blood and pressed against Monarch's eyes. That person returned to the state in the end but lost his memory. But other than Monarch, whom he had entrusted his life to, no one knew that he was wronged. As a result, he was cursed by thousands of people, humiliated and imprisoned. Everyone hated him, blamed him, accused him of bullying and humiliating him, and hated that he couldn't die. But his ruler, the one who had personally promised him, that one day, he would clear his name and personally put on the blue gold ribbon for him. But he said that the only reason he was allowed to live was to take him to the Black Demon trials. Bursts of anger burned Emoshi's eyes. No matter how much he tried to hold it in, when he said this, Emoke's voice was trembling. The light of the fire seemed to have entered his pitch-black eyes. Monarch. This story, I don't know if it's familiar to you. Monarch's face was paler than paper. In this stiff atmosphere, he put the string of beads back on his wrist. His hands were trembling. He put it on once but didn't put it on. It was only the second time that he did it properly. Emoshi. Monarch raised his eyes. How dare you? You actually dared to break into the censorate and steal the records of Wang Jian, so. Emoshi closed his eyes, his voice trembling with anger. Those records of Wang Jian were indeed destroyed by you. He suddenly opened his eyes. The pain and coldness in his eyes at this moment was something that Monarch had never seen before. It was simply frightening. Monarch and Emoshi were about the same age. It could be said that they had grown up together. He knew very well what kind of person this young general of the empire was. His lord father had once said, the Mo bloodline is loyal, strong, brave, stubborn, tenacious, they adhere to a rigid principle. This kind of person will never covet your throne, and will not easily do anything disgraceful. However, if there comes a day when he thinks that you have done something that goes against the Tao that he believes to be, he will disregard life and death and stand in front of you without fear of honor or disgrace. He will become the sharpest nail in your eyes, the most painful thorn in your flesh. He never forgot his lord father's words. When it came to matters related to Emoshi, he had always been careful at every step. But Mia still stood in opposition to him. Emoshi said darkly, Monarch, he has done so much for you, yet you insist on hiding this truth? The Vermilion Bird Palace was terrifyingly silent. The dragons engraved on the flying beams on the roof seemed to have come alive, their curly whiskers ferociously looking down at the confrontation in the palace. After a long while, Monarch opened his mouth to speak. There was nothing to hide, and there was nothing to hide. Monarch raised his eyes and said in a low voice. What else? Xianxia raised his eyes and said in a low voice. What else? It was a warm room that was like spring all year round, but it suddenly emitted a bone-piercing chill. Xianxia leaned back in his armchair and looked down at Emoshi from the throne. He wrapped his fox fur coat tightly and said slowly, the past is the past. There is no meaning in keeping them. Lord Shihi, may I ask if these Wang Jian that you have risked your life to repair, can they contribute to the country, or can they let the people live and work in peace? Can they cause the country to collapse, or can they bring peace to Jiuzhou? Xianxia paused and said, neither. Those Wang Jian will only cause unnecessary misunderstandings and trouble. It will only cause. You see, it will cause today's situation where you and I are facing each other. Do you still remember the stone tablet at the entrance of the censorate? Written on it was yesterday died. These 4 words are actually correct. Some past events, some secrets, should be covered by time. Once they are dug out, it will be harmful to the current situation. After a moment of silence, Xianxia said lightly, I didn't expect you to take things so hard. Emoshi's eyes were filled with scarlet blood. His heart seemed to be boiling with lava, and his blood was rushing to his head. He clenched his fists and said in a low and hoarse voice, it's not that I'm taking things hard. It's that Xianxia, you're taking things too hard. 8 years ago, on that stormy night, you practically promised Gu Meng everything he wanted on the golden stage. You said all the beautiful words. You said that you'd never treated them like ants and vile creatures. You said that you'd return him a fair and just world. You said that sooner or later, you'd personally bestow him with a heroic ribbon. All these things you said, all these promises, are they all just your tricks? Are they all fake? Lord Shihi. June. Shang's eyes suddenly turned cold. His nose wrinkled slightly, like a tiger's eyes when he was about to pounce. You are too presumptuous. How am I presumptuous? I just want things to be right and wrong to be wrong. I just want to see him get the respect he deserves and not be framed. 8 years. He has kept this secret in his heart for 8 years. No matter how painful it was, he never betrayed you and never told anyone the truth. Now that he's exhausted, he can no longer work for you. Is it so difficult for you to give him back his innocence? You tricked him into a corner and then abandoned him. Xianxia, your chess piece yesterday, who is your chess piece today? Me? With a loud bang, the fruits and pastries on the table fell to the ground. The bean cakes were smashed, the grapes, and the juice was all over the floor. Xianxia abruptly stood up, his face flushed with blood. "Mo. I remind you, don't forget the vow you once." He was also caught off guard and forced to blurt out these words. As soon as he said it, he regretted it almost immediately. As expected, Mo's eyes flashed. He put a hand to his forehead and raised his head. He almost sneered as he murmured. "Vow of heavenly tribulation, Xianxia, reduce my lifespan by 10 years and make a blood vow. From then on, the slave cultivators will not rebel, and I will not rebel. I swear to be loyal to Xianxia and to the Chonghua." That year, when he made a blood vow, he had no choice but to kowtow and fall. The scene was still vivid in his mind. Mo's throat moved. He closed his moist eyes and said in a low voice, "What a joke." He was silent for a moment, his arm covering his eyelashes as he tried to suppress his emotions, but it was all in vain. The hatred that he was gnashing his teeth in was clearly imprinted on his thin face. After a while, he suddenly put down his hand. When his black eyes opened again, they were cold and sharp. Xianxia's heart went cold. He immediately raised his hand to block. However, he didn't expect that even though Mo's spirit core had already collapsed to this extent, he still had such power in his rage. With a bang, the snake whip that broke through the air suddenly broke through the enchantment he had created. The whip that was bursting with scarlet light fiercely lashed out in the air, and then it turned into a sharp sword that could cut through hair. It was pressed against Xianxia's throat. Xianxia's expression changed instantly. "Lord Shihi, if you attack me, you will turn into ashes and die without a complete corpse." Mo's eyes were filled with blood. He raised his sword and stepped forward. He gritted his teeth and said, "I don't need you to remind me. Xianxia, you clearly knew the truth at that time. You clearly made up your mind not to touch Gumeng's remaining troops. Yet you still want to ask me for peace of mind again. Lord Shihi, you used the same bargaining chip twice. Once, you tied him up and risked your life. Once, I will never rebel. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Xianxia is indeed Xianxia. Good strategy." Xianxia turned his head away. "At that time I couldn't explain it to you at all. Think about it. Did I avoid you all this time? But you knelt in front of my palace for 3 days and 3 nights. He suddenly turned his face again. The sword light reflected on his face, making it look somewhat ferocious. 3 days and 3 nights. What else can I say? Tell you to get lost? Even if you beat me to death, I won't see you? Please think for me, Lord Shihi. All the civil and military officials in the court are staring at me. If I tell you the truth, don't you know what you will do? Can you watch your good senior brother go to the Liao country and suffer so many years of humiliation and suffering? You can't do that." Xianxia's eyes were bloodshot because of anger and unwillingness. He stared at Moshi and said tremblingly, "Aren't you forcing me to do those things? Do you think I want to do that? Do you think I can sit back and relax with a clear conscience?" Moshi said angrily, "If Xianxia has a guilty conscience, how can you still do such a cruel thing today? But what choice do I have?" Xianxia panted and stared at him with bloodshot eyes. He pointed at his seat and said to Moshi, "Do you want to sit here and take a look? There are many things I can't control. If you're not in this position, you can't see the demons and monsters clearly. Do you think I don't want to clear his name? Do you think I don't want to see my god of war put on his armor and go to war again? Do you think I don't want to hold his hand and tell the whole Chonghua that their faith has never been destroyed? Their martial gu is still their martial gu. His loyal heart has never changed. Do you think I don't want to?" Xianxia bit off the last word, his voice choked with sobs. "I'll tell you the truth, day and night, I've dreamed of such a day." Xianxia suddenly turned his head, holding back the excitement that a ruler of a country shouldn't have, and turned his face to the side. He calmed down and finally stopped calling himself I. "But I can't do it. The old Chonghua family's roots haven't been shaken. The situation of the slave cultivators has improved, but it's still not good. The burning country is still threatening our country's borders. The Chonghua people still know little about their black demon curse. How can I clear Marshal Gu's name? Should I announce to the world at this time that Gu Meng is actually my spy who infiltrated the burning country? Or should I not explain to Gu Meng at this time and be merciful to him? Jun Shang laughed bitterly, somewhat mournfully and somewhat absurdly. Lord Shiha, wake up. Gu Meng's hands are stained with too much blood. The latter is impossible. What will the consequences be if you do the former? Calm down and think about it. Yes, his name will be cleared, but then what? The burning country knows that Gu Meng once stole their magic secrets and passed them to the Chonghua, so they set up strict defenses. The old nobles will guess the deal I made with Marshal Gu, and then their hearts will be shaken. The internal and external troubles will be intertwined. Gu Meng has been undercover for 5 years, humiliated for 3 years. All the pain he has suffered and all the effort he has put in will be wasted. Jun Shang paused for a moment, and turned to Emoshi with shining eyes. This is not what he wants. Lord Shihi, you are the person he cherishes the most. You know his choice. Emoshi's long sword trembled, and his heart was shocked. How could he not know? Those years, Gu Meng had whispered the dream to him countless times. At first, he said it so carefully, as if he was afraid that his naive dream would be laughed at by his companions. Later, he said it so resolutely. At that time, Gu Meng had already made up his mind and would never turn back. How could he not know his choice? From the moment he saw Gu Meng kneel down on the golden stage, he already knew what the path in Gu Meng's heart was, but, thinking of the man who was covered in blood on the operating table, thinking of the man who fell into his arms, big drops of tears rolling down his face, and begging him not to take away his memories, how could he be at ease? Thousands of thoughts tangled his heart, and his insides burned. His entire being seemed to have been cut in two. Half of him felt sorry for Gu Meng's sufferings, and clamored for him to not care. What loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, and righteousness of the country, what fairness for everyone. His Xianxia was too stupid. He clearly didn't receive anything from this world, but he still offered up his hot blood, his reputation, and his flesh and blood. Emoshi, when his will collapsed, he once begged you like that. He was afraid of pain, how could you bear not to save him, but the other half of him was muttering, no. Gu Meng, since childhood, had longed for everyone to be treated fairly. For the arrival of this day, his Xixiang had walked this path for so many years. His body was covered in blood, and his eyes were full of injuries. If he was awake, such a stubborn person, he would definitely make you persevere. Emoshi, how could you betray him? The two halves of his mind fought and tortured each other. His spiritual nucleus had already been on the verge of collapse. Although the elder at Shin Nongtai had barely managed to heal it, it was still too weak. At this time, his blood and heart surged. His spiritual nucleus, which was already on the verge of collapse, was in intense pain, causing him to choke and cough up blood. Seeing his condition, Jun Shang's tense expression relaxed slightly. Lord Shihi, Emoshi turned his hand and stabbed the long sword into the ground. The blade of the sword could cut through iron like it was mud, and directly sank into the gold bricks. Panting, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but his lips and teeth were still scarlet red. He asked hoarsely, even if you can't clear his name now, then let me ask you. He forcefully closed his eyes, and the meridians on his neck bulged. He clenched his fists, and squeezed out word by word from between his teeth. What is the Hayamo trial for? Jun Shang, this sentence was like a stone sinking into the sea, and there was no response. Emoshi's eyes looked up, and he stared resentfully and sorrowfully at Jun Shang's face that had suddenly paled. His blood-stained lips slowly moved, and the words he spat out were also sweet and bloody. After he returns to the city, as the ruler of a country, even if you can't protect him due to all kinds of difficulties, you can't let him suffer less, can't you? Emoshi's voice was like a broken pottery sun, and the rims of his eyes were even more red. The Hayamo trial is the pain of having your bones and tendons cut out. Jun Shang. What are you doing this for? Acting? Giving an explanation to those who don't know the truth? Or do you want to know more about the secrets of the Hayamo curse? Jun Shang's face was ashen, and he seemed to want to say something but hesitated. In the end, he bit his lower lip and turned his head away. After a while, he said, Lord Shihi, there are many things you don't understand. There are many things I don't understand. I don't know what you've been thinking all these years, and which of your words are true and which are false. It's because I didn't know anything that I was kept in the dark for 8 whole years. But Xianxia, do you think you know the whole truth? The light in Xianxia's eyes flickered, and he slowly said. What do you mean? Emoshi's emotions were too shaken, and there was a strong sweet and bloody taste in his throat. He closed his eyes, and slightly raised his head. He didn't immediately speak. At this time, the 2 little golden beasts on the braziers in Vermilion Bird Palace woke up, and they sucked in the smoke from the braziers into their stomachs. Then, they burped, and began to shout at the top of their lungs like they had for 10 years. Xianxia's flood of good fortune fills the heavens. Xianxia's might fills the sea. Emoshi silently listened to the 2 little golden beasts competing with each other to play the drums. Slowly, he laughed out loud, almost ironically and infinitely sadly. Xianxia's expression became more and more tense. About Guqing, is there anything I don't know? Emoshi didn't directly answer him, and instead said, Xianxia. The Moron Lian gave you this brazier to calm your heart, and to show his allegiance. Countless people kneeled to you, and praised you, for the sake of your official status, your wealth, and your life. If you want to find someone in Chonghua with a heart as firm as a boulder and unwavering loyalty to the Chonghua, there are actually very, very few. And Gu Meng is one of them. Because of your various difficulties, you didn't fulfill your promise. But he's different from you. What he promised you, a gentleman's word cannot be taken back, and he did it. As Emoshi spoke, he laughed softly, and that smile was filled with endless sadness and desolation. Xianxia, do you know that when we were on Bat Island, Gu Meng had already recovered most of his memories? Xianxia's eyes moved slightly, and he was startled for a moment, and then he was shocked. He has already. Emoshi was almost cruel. Looking at Xianxia's face that changed color in an instant, he cut into the heart of this monarch word by word. Except for the 5 years when he was in Burning Country, he almost remembered everything. Naturally, he also remembered your promise to him, remembered what kind of person he was, remembered Lu Zhanxing's death, remembered the defeat at Fengming Mountain, remembered everything you said on the golden stage, he remembered everything. Xianxia's face was completely pale. He shook his head, and muttered as he stepped back. He was stunned, as if he hadn't digested the meaning of these words, but also seemed to have understood everything, so his whole body was trembling slightly. How is this possible? He suddenly stepped back, and looked at Emoshi in disbelief. But his eyes were empty, as if something that had always supported his cruelty had collapsed. It was broken into pieces. An invisible crack appeared on Xianxia's usually cold face, and then more and more obvious emotions began to emerge from that crack. Xianxia shook his head, and his voice slowly sounded, becoming a little out of control. How could he remember? If he really remembered everything, then isn't that? Emoshi held back his tears and said, he knew the truth, and he also knew that you had already abandoned him, but he still kept your secret. It's been 8 years, and he didn't get anything that you promised him. He only saw that his reputation was in tatters, and he was covered in bruises, but he still guarded it for you. He didn't come to question you, and he didn't tell anyone about his grievances. When he cut open his flesh and blood, and followed your orders to undergo the Hayamo trial, he was clear-headed. Emoshi suppressed the trembling in his voice, but his eyes were already misty. Xianxia, do you understand? When he left with he already knew that he had been wronged. Xianxia slumped back into the couch, and it looked like his cold illness was about to come back again. His lips were extremely pale. He already knew, then at that time, in the end, he couldn't say a complete sentence. Xianxia raised his pale and skinny fingers, and buried his face deep. He muttered in a low and hoarse voice, Guqing. Guqing. When he knew that he had been abandoned, but he didn't say a word and stepped into the Azure world, how would he feel? Xianxia closed his eyes in sorrow, and his voice was so condensed that it became a sorrowful sob. The shock of this truth was too great for him. For a long, long time, Xianxia couldn't calm down. He kept muttering to himself. His palms were already soaked with tears, and the area around his eyes was also wet. He lowered his head, and his neck seemed to have been broken by an invisible claw. His shoulders were also unbelievably collapsed. Emoshi had known him for so many years, but he had never seen Xianxia like this. Xianxia sunk into the middle of the soft throne. After a long time, he stared blankly at the burning brazier in front of him, and at the chopped firewood in the brazier. His eyes were empty, and he said dejectedly, "Emoshi, do you think that Gu has a heart of stone, and that after using Gu Qing to the end, I didn't care about him anymore, and that I didn't keep my promise?" After Xianxia finished speaking, he raised his head. His eyes and the tip of his nose were still red. He closed his eyes. In this silence, he finally made a decision. He stood up and said, "Now, no matter what Gu says, you won't believe it. Forget it. Wang Jian actually still has one scroll left. Gu has always kept it by Gu's side." Emoshi suddenly shivered, Xianxia said with extreme exhaustion. "Since things have already gotten to this point, Gu has nothing to hide. Please come with Gu. The author has something to say." How to end quickly. Xianxia, what else? Emoshi, don't talk nonsense. I'll cut you to death. System, Xianxia has died. System, Emoshi has died because he violated his oath to the heavenly tribulation. System, Gu Meng has died because his partner Emoshi has died. Lacking external help, he was easily killed by the boss and died. System, victory and defeat are common in war. Shimao, please start over. Xianxia led Emoshi to the rear hall of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. There was a pool of dream-gathering water there that could turn the past into reality and appear in front of the spectators. Xianxia stood by the pool and looked at his and Emoshi's reflections. Then, he slowly took off the string of Bodhi pearls from his wrist and played with them in his hand. The Bodhi pearls were warm and smooth. He fiddled with them one by one. When he reached the seventh one, he stopped. Emoshi, although I chose to destroy Wang Jian of the censorate, but, he closed his eyes and wrung his hands. But, please believe me, I have never thought of deceiving Gu Qing. This is a heavenly jewel that can prove his innocence. I have always carried it with me. If I am able to fulfill my promise in my lifetime, I will personally announce it to the people. However, if I am unable to defy the will of heaven, then I will leave this heavenly jewel that records the truth to the world. One day, when the time is right, there will naturally be descendants who will reveal the Golden Platform's agreement to the world. The night wind rose, causing the leaves of the parasol trees by the pool to rustle. Then, I will finally have face in the underworld and be able to see Zhongliang again. As he spoke, he tapped the heavenly jewel with the tip of his finger. Not long after, the heavenly jewel emitted a dazzling light. A strand of silver-white memory floated out from within and landed in the dream transformation pool. The water rippled, shattering the moonlight and frost in the pool. Then, a faint cold mist spread out from the dream-gathering pool. The cold mist gradually condensed into a scene. A faint sound came from the depths of the mist, and then became incomparably clear. The brothel of the brothel slowly unfolded in front of their eyes. The fragrance of the tamani leaves a curtain of wind, Diyu's voice fills the trees with red. Nanxian pillows a pear-cloud dream, separated souls 1,000 miles away. The song of the dual-tone water fairy drifted out from the stage of the brothel. Her clear and delicate voice was like a strand of silk, blowing through the rouge powder field. The sun is leaning, the shadows of the flowers are heavy. The daylily hair is merciless, the pomegranate flowers bloom with regret. The sorrow of loss is thick. The mist drifting out of the pool became thicker and thicker, wrapping around the entire back terrace of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, creating a mirage of pearls and jade. Apricot Blossom House. Emoshi and Xianxia stood in the middle of the fog. Slowly, everything became clear. Emoshi found himself looking at the scene in the mirror of time again. It was the night before Gu Meng's betrayal 8 years ago. Gu Meng was in a room in the brothel, talking to the mysterious man in black. At that time, Emoshi didn't know who the black-clothed man was. Now that he thought about it, it was most likely Xianxia. As expected, Xianxia walked to Emoshi's side and looked at the man in the black robe formed by the mist. He said, "This was the last time I saw Gu Qing before he betrayed me." At that time, he knew that he would be leaving soon and his emotions were unstable. Therefore, I made an agreement with him that I would find him at midnight and bring him to War Soul Mountain to see something. It was exactly the same as the conversation in the timespace mirror. In the illusion, Xianxia, who was wrapped in a black robe, pushed a package to Gu Meng and placed it on the table. I brought it for you. Go and change. Gu Meng's actions were exactly the same. He raised his hand and opened a corner of the package, but quickly closed it again. Gu Meng asked, what does this mean? You're going to that place, so you should prepare. Xianxia said, I'm only telling you about the situation there because I'm afraid you won't believe me. Tonight, I'll take you to see it with your own eyes. Seeing is believing. The surrounding scene dimmed. When everything lit up again, the scene in the fog had changed to the foot of Warsoul Mountain. Gu Meng and Xianxia were both wearing black cloaks, covering themselves from head to toe. Gu Meng walked to the front of the winding path up the mountain. He looked at the deep, winding limestone path. He took off the hood of his cloak and looked up at the majestic mountain path. Xianxia asked, you're not going up? Gu Meng said, it's just that when I think about leaving here soon, my hands will be stained with the blood of Chonghua soldiers, my heart. Xianxia interrupted him, Chonghua's current situation is also like this. After the defeat of Fengming Mountain, you've seen it with your own eyes. You and your army are in dire straits. There are only people who will hit you when you're down, and no one will help you when you're down. He saw that Gu Meng wanted to refute, so he added, you don't have to tell me that if Lord Shihe is here, he will side with you. It's useless even if he sides with you. You're a smart person. You should already be very clear that with your own strength, you can't change anything. Gu Meng, Xianxia said, things have come to this point. You've already made your move to betray the country. As he spoke, he raised his hand in the cold night and held Gu Meng's 5 cold fingers. Gu Meng turned back to look at him. He also moved slightly, as if he wanted to break free, but in the end, he didn't do so. Emoshi looked at the situation in front of him. When he first saw the past in the time-space mirror, he thought that the black-clothed man was from Liao. He thought that when Gu Meng's hand was held, it was because he was hesitant. But now that he knew the truth, his feelings were extremely complicated. The first complete sentence that appeared in his mind was actually, was it cold? Xianxia stood beside him and was startled. What? His hand. Emoshi said softly, was it very cold at that time? It was clearly something that happened 8 years ago. Logically speaking, no one could remember these details at that time. But after being startled for a moment, Xianxia understood. He lowered his eyes and said, it was cold. I'm sorry. It was I who pushed him to this dead end. Emoshi didn't say anything. In the illusion, Xianxia was repeating the conversation in the time-space mirror. He said to Gu Meng, Marshal Gu, if you want to pave a path, your hands will be stained with blood. Take advantage of the fact that your hands haven't taken an innocent life, go to War Spirit Mountain one more time. You won't have another chance in the future. Gu Meng suddenly closed his eyes. The night wind blew his slightly messy hair. He was silent for a long time. Then, he gently pulled his hand out of Xianxia's palm. His fingertips were still trembling slightly. No one could warm his hands. He said, let's go. Their black robes billowed. Xianxia and Gu Meng walked up the stairs one after another. In the time-space mirror, Emoshi's tracking stopped here. But this time it was different. This time, the thick fog was pushed aside one by one. It was sad and hazy. He finally saw what Gu Meng and Xianxia saw at War Spirit Mountain that year. Xianxia and Gu Meng arrived in front of the enchantment of the forbidden area of War Spirit Mountain. Xianxia raised his hand and cut his palm. He smeared his blood on the enchantment. The blood was instantly absorbed by the enchantment. A voice that seemed to come from the depths of the earth rumbled, Yen Ran retracts the book and the brush. Xianxia replied, there is an old inscription in Kusunagi's grave. Yen Ran retracts the book and the brush. There is an old inscription in Kusunagi's grave. Wasn't this simple poem Gu Meng's lifelong dream? Gu Meng's eyes reddened as soon as he heard this reply. Xianxia saw him like this and sighed. He patted Gu Meng's shoulder and said softly, there won't be anyone else here. Take off the cloak. Gu Meng raised his hand and untied the rope of the cloak. Under the cloak, it turned out that it was a white military mourning robe with black edges. Let's go. They passed through the enchantment barrier and entered the forbidden area of War Spirit Mountain. Even though Emoshi had guessed and prepared himself, when he really saw the scene, Emoshi's heart still felt like it had been hit hard. The entire forbidden land of fighting souls was filled with green tombs and tombstones. Some of the tombstones had names carved on them, and some were painted with golden paint. Some of the tombstones didn't have anything written on them, but a large area of them gathered together. It was as if the heroic souls of the underworld had returned and gathered at the peak of the mountain. Gu Meng was stunned for a long time. Then, as if he didn't dare to shatter a good dream, he carefully took a few steps forward. Slowly, his caution gave way to stumbling. He stumbled closer, and when he saw the inscription on the first tombstone, tears welled up in his eyes. He raised his hand and touched the golden inscription on the tombstone. Tears flowed down his face. Then he knelt down. His throat slowly choked with sobs. He knelt in front of the tombstones in grief. Again and again, he cowed out to the 70,000 comrades he had left behind on Fengming Mountain. Xianxia stood beside him. After a long while, he put his hand on his shoulder. This forbidden area is the first promise I made to you. 70,000 tombstones, every name was personally carved by this monarch, and every grave was personally erected by this monarch. Marshal Gu, with you and me planning together, I believe that one day, the forbidden area of War Soul Mountain will no longer be a forbidden area. Gu Meng didn't say anything. He wore a military mourning uniform. His white hemp hair was tied up in a bun. He choked with sobs and bowed again and again. There were no living people in his eyes anymore. In his eyes, there were only his brothers who had passed away. When Xianxia saw him like this, he didn't disturb him anymore. He just accompanied him and watched. After a long time, Gu Meng staggered to his feet. He put his hands together and bowed again in front of the tombstone. He put his hand to his forehead and muttered something. Xianxia asked, "Is there anything else you want me to do?" Gu Meng closed his eyes. After a long time, he said with tears in his eyes, "If it's possible, I have 3 more things. I want to ask Xianxia for permission." "Speak." Gu Meng's fingertips rubbed the golden book on the tombstone. "The first thing, if I really can't come back, I asked Xianxia not to set up a tombstone for me on War Soul Mountain. I went to Liao country to investigate. My hands are bound to be stained with the blood of my comrades. No matter if I was forced or not, or if I had a hidden reason, the people I killed are killed. I don't have the face to be buried with them." Xianxia seemed to be disturbed by his words. He said, "But, please let me finish. The second thing, Lord Shihi is pure and kind. He is a noble, but he has a deep personal relationship with me. He has already offended countless elders. After I betrayed him, he will not believe me. He might even do something extreme. I asked Xianxia not to tell him the truth. I asked Xianxia to forgive him and not pursue the matter." When Emoshi heard this, he couldn't hold back his tears anymore. He couldn't help but step forward. He looked at the solemn Gu Meng in his military uniform and murmured, "Gu Meng." The reflection of Gu Meng 8 years ago couldn't hear anything. He stood in the chilly mountain wind, his clothes fluttering. He wasn't going to die, but it was better than that. At this moment, he was telling Xianxia about the matters after his death. Thirdly. After saying these 2 words, Gu Meng fell silent. He lowered his eyes and raised his hands to look at his palms. After a long time, he said softly, "Thirdly, while my hands are still clean, I want to play a soul-summoning song for them. But Xianxia, I only have a small swona that can't be used in public. Can you lend me your divine martial skill?" He raised his head after saying this. The cool breeze blew his fine hair. Under the moonlight, he looked at Xianxia with longing. The soul-summoning song of the Chonghua was often sung by a ceremonial official with the divine weapon. However, Gu Meng couldn't possibly hope for a ceremonial official to comfort his brothers. The only recognition he could ask for could only come from the man in front of him. Since Xianxia's heart is so sincere, why would I not allow it? Xianxia said as a jade bamboo flute appeared in his palm. He handed the jade bamboo flute to Gu Meng. Gu Meng thanked him and took the flute with both hands. He looked up, as if he wanted to engrave each and every one of the 70,000 tombstones on Mount War Spirit into his heart. Under the moonlight, he put the bamboo flute to his lips and played it with his eyes closed. In the past, there was a man who passed away with a sword. His blood sank into the sand and his bones were hard to return. This skeleton is still as beautiful as jade. This body was laughing last night. Xianxia's heart, I will pass on Xianxia's noble spirit. On the day when the heroic spirit returns to its homeland, there is no place in the world that is not green. The song ended. Gumeng put down the bamboo flute, his eyes moist. He turned his head and returned the flute to Xianxia, kneeling in front of the tombstone forest again. After a moment of silence, he lowered his head and said in a low voice, Xianxia, I will be leaving soon. I don't know if I can come back. I also don't know when I can come back. Guqing, when I'm not here, please come and take a look at them for me. You don't have to burn too much paper or gold. Just bring a few more jugs of good wine and a few more side dishes. When he finished speaking, he was already choking with sobs. When they followed me, their military pay was never enough. They looked at the other army's rations and often joked with me, telling me, his forehead pressed against the cold tombstone, his tears falling like beads from a broken necklace. Saying that they are hungry and want to have a good meal. Xianxiang, these years, although I didn't say it, I heard it all. There were always people who said that we wanted to seize power, wanted to overturn the heavens, were insatiably greedy and ambitious. Gumeng slowly raised his head, but Xianxiang, do you know? The biggest ambition of these people is just to eat a full meal. In the illusion, Xianxiang was wearing a mask. No one knew what his expression was like when he heard these words. However, Emoshi could see the current Xianxiang. Even after so many years, when he heard Gumeng say these words again, Xianxiang's eyes still dimmed with pain. Come and take a look at them for me. Bring them more rations. Xianxiang said, don't worry, Guqing. I will definitely do it. Can there still be wine? I will bring the best wine in Chonghua to your people. Just burn knives. They are used to being poor. If it's too good wine, they won't bear to drink it. Okay. Gumeng didn't have any more requests. He knelt in the middle of the forest and looked up blankly at his brothers who had become tombstones. He didn't move for a long time. In the illusion, Xianxiang sighed softly and raised his hand. However, he didn't disperse the jade bamboo flute. Instead, he pressed it to his lips and played a soul-summoning song. The flute was long and drawn out. The moon was white and the wind was clear. In this mournful and solemn song, everything in War Spirit Mountain faded away. All the fog and illusion dissipated at this moment. However, the soulful sound of the bamboo flute seemed to pass through reality and illusion, and came from the foothills of War Spirit Mountain 8 years ago. The fog faded away, but the lingering sound didn't disperse. After a long time, on the Vermilion Bird Terrace, Xianxiang rearranged the heavenly jewel. Then he looked up at the bright moon in the clouds and said softly, Fireball. In these 8 years, I have always worn this bracelet, guarding this secret. Every time I can't hold on anymore, I will create this memory and look at it again. Every time I look at it, I will deeply remember it. This path is not for me to walk alone, nor is it for me to walk alone. For 8 years, day and night, I haven't forgotten it. I don't dare to forget it. Xianxiang touched the heavenly jewel on his wrist and said softly. I don't have a heart of stone, because, being in the 9th layer is like being in prison. Towards the end, his voice was choked with sobs. Actually, how could I not know that I have let Guqing down? I have let you down. No one spoke anymore. The old trees by the courtyard chirped and the cicadas cried in the night. On the Vermilion Bird Terrace, Emoshi and Xianxiang looked at each other silently. Their expressions were blushing and their eyes were wet with tears. After Emoshi returned home, he went into seclusion for 3 consecutive days. People had many conjectures about what had happened. Everyone had different opinions. Everyone was curious about what kind of conversation Xianxia had with Xianxiang when he went to the palace that day. Even though he had committed such a huge mistake, Xianxiang did not punish him. Instead, he grounded him for 3 days and ended the matter so carelessly. But no one could know the truth. During these 3 days, Jiang Fuli didn't leave Shihi's residence. Gumeng's injury was too serious, and he had to treat him in seclusion. Everyone was asked to leave and no one was allowed to go near the treatment room. On the third day, sunlight shone through the window lattice. As time went by, the ink-black shadow slowly shone on the ground. She sat in front of the sandalwood desk and looked at a stack of letters in front of him. She had read this stack of letters countless times in the past few days. They were the reports that Gu Meng had sent to Xianxia from Liao country over the years. Xianxia had always carried them in his Chankuan bag. In the past 5 years, there was a thick stack of letters. The ink stains on the earliest letters had faded, and the latest ones had yellowed. The only thing that didn't change was the running script. It was the handwriting that she was very familiar with. The strokes were slightly slanted, and it was a little messy. The end of the brush was slightly curled out of habit. Xianxia, I have already entered Liao country. The national advisor of Liao country is very cautious. But now that everything is fine, there is no need to worry. Greetings to Xianxia. Xianxia, Liao country is planning to attack Lan City in the north of Chonghua after the autumn harvest. There are many people in Lan City. I hope that Xianxia will take care of the people and prepare early. Xianxia, I am stationed in Tiandang Mountain with Liao country. Now that I am the commander of Liao country, killing on the battlefield is inevitable. 7 days later, when we attack Lan City, we will fight against Chonghua. This is a helpless move. I apologize first and kneel down. There was even a letter from Gu Meng to His Majesty after the Battle of Dongting. The handwriting on that letter was more sloppy than any of the previous ones. Even the tip of the pen was trembling. It seemed that when Gu Meng was writing it, he was unable to calmly write each stroke neatly because of his agitation. Through the words of the letter, one could see his anxiety at that time. A knife to the heart, I have no other choice. Marshal Mo is too naive and stubborn. I hope that monarch will take good care of him. In addition, this Gu has a request. Marshal Mo and I have a deep brotherly relationship. I'm afraid I can't face Marshal Mo again in the future. Every time she read this, he could not help but imagine how Gu Meng felt when he wrote this letter. In the end, he only felt that it was too painful and he could not help himself. He flipped through the letters one by one. Other than reporting the military situation of the burning nation and describing the black magic, the most common letter he saw was Gu Meng reporting how many people he had killed and how many cities he had destroyed after the battle. Rather than saying that he was apologizing to Xianxia, it would be better to say that he was calculating a life debt. In the 5th year, Gu Meng suddenly stopped calculating. He probably finally realized that no matter how he calculated, no matter how he counted, those people had truly died by his hands. He could not redeem anything. He only wrote a small sentence at the end of each letter, where he signed his name, Sinner Gu Meng, Kowtows again. She stroked the handwriting curled up in the corner. Sinner Gu Meng, he stroked and stroked. Just like that, tears flowed down, dripping onto the 4 words of self-abasement and self-blame. Then he flipped to the last letter. In that letter, Gu Meng wrote a few simple lines. He clearly explained why Xianxia insisted on using him for the black magic trial. Gu Meng wrote, 5 years ago, when I first entered the burning nation, I tempered my body, poured wolf blood, and carved the black magic curse on my bones. However, 5 years ago, my mind gradually became chaotic, and I became more and more uncontrollable. I can already sense the burning nation's intentions. Not long after, they will separate my consciousness, destroy my memories, and then send me back to Chonghua as a gift for peace. This Gu's body is like a speck of dust. This body is stained with blood. Xianxia does not need to waste time on healing me. If Xianxia really sympathizes with the pain I have suffered, please take me into the heavenly prison and dissect me for the trial. This is so that you can find a way to destroy the black magic of the burning nation. If so, my wish is fulfilled. At the end of the letter, there was still a line of extremely humble words. Sinner Gu Meng, Kowtows again. In the Vermilion Bird Palace, Xianxia's last words were still by his ear. Fireball, do you know how this monarch felt when he saw this letter? In the first letter 5 years ago, he told this monarch that the burning nation was making things difficult for him. However, everything had already settled down and this monarch did not need to worry. However, 5 years later, he sensed what the burning nation might do to him. Only then did he tell this monarch the truth of the past. So the making things difficult, he said, was actually to temper his body, and the black magic was carved into his bones. Do you understand now? The reason why the burning nation sent him back was because the black magic curse and demon blood pressure in Gu Meng's body could not be maintained. No one knew what would happen to Gu Meng after his consciousness was completely swallowed by the black magic. No one dared to kill this mutated black magic body, so they sent him back to Chonghua. Jun Shang paused, and then continued. Fireball, this monarch had no other choice. Even though the black magic trials were cruel, this was the only way this monarch could think of to save him. Otherwise, when the black magic aura in Gu Meng's body erupts, no matter if it was the Chonghua or Gu Meng, it would be irreversible. Someone knocked on the half-closed door. She suddenly came back to his senses from his painful memories. He raised his hand and quickly wiped away the traces of tears that had yet to dry. He put away the letter, and then said, "Come in." Li Wei came in. These days, only he could enter this room without being chased out. Li Wei said, "Master, good news. He has been saved." She was startled. He immediately stood up and wanted to run out. Li Wei hurriedly said, "He is still sleeping. Pharmacist Jiang ordered us not to wake him up. Also, Pharmacist Jiang is waiting for you in the backyard. He said he has something to discuss with you." In the backyard of Shihi's residence, beside the lotus pond, Jiang Fuli sat leaning against a pavilion pillar. He looked at the pond full of lotus flowers in full bloom. Light and shadow flowed in the depths of his eyes that others could not understand. He seemed to be thinking about something that confused him. His brows were slightly furrowed, and his thin lips were tightly pursed. She walked through the winding corridor and came to his side. "Pharmacist Jiang." Perhaps it was because the 3 days of treatment had been too tiring, or for some other reason, but Jiang Fuli did not immediately come back to his senses. Instead, he stared blankly at the swimming fish in the lotus pond. "Pharmacist Jiang?" After calling him a second time, Jiang Fuli seemed to wake up from a dream. "Oh, it's you. You're here." At this moment, She only had Gu Meng in his heart, so he did not pay attention to Jiang Fuli's abnormality. Instead, he asked, "How is my senior?" Jiang Fuli said, "It's a little complicated. You don't have to be too nervous. Sit down and I'll tell you." She was really restless, but Jiang Fuli looked like he was too lazy to speak if he did not sit down. He had no choice but to sit opposite Jiang Fuli. Jiang Fuli said, "Let me ask you first. Before Zhou he went through the Hamo trial, did Gu Mei recover most of his memory?" He asked directly, and She did not deny it. "I don't involve myself in politics and have no intention of asking about other things. Don't worry. I'm just curious. He lost 2 souls. Logically speaking, his memory should not have recovered to that extent. What did you experience on Bat Island? What caused him to become like this?" She answered, "The mirror of time." Jiang Fuli was silent for a moment. "No wonder. Then I understand. I'll explain it to you like this, Lord Shihi. The mirror of time can indeed recover Gu Meng's consciousness and memory, but the human soul can't be replaced. The mirror of time can only flash back, not really recover." "Flash back, that's right." Jiang Fuli said, "It's like the final radiance of the setting sun. It won't last for too long. After a month or 2, the memories returned by the mirror of time will all disappear." He paused and continued, "Sorry, even I can't reverse it." In fact, She had already expected this. When Shan Gao used the mirror of time technique, she had once said that she wanted to flash back Gu Meng's memory. At that time, he was already concerned about Shan Gao's words. But when he heard the confirmation from Jiang Fuli, his heart sank. She lowered his eyelashes and said in a low voice, "I understand. Thank you. You don't have to thank me for taking someone else's money. Gu Meng's other injuries are no longer a problem. He just needs to rest and he will recover slowly. But I have to remind you of something." As Jiang Fuli spoke, his expression suddenly became serious. His spirit can't take any more big shocks. She's heart suddenly clenched. He asked, "Is he still unwell?" "How can he be unwell?" Jiang Fuli stretched out 3 fingers and put them in front of Mo Shi. First, his soul is incomplete. Second, he was forced to flash back. A memory by the mirror of ancient gods. Third, Zhou he cut open his brain. Let me tell you this, Lord Shihi, your senior apprentice brother Gu is really extraordinarily strong. If it were anyone else, they would have collapsed and gone crazy after suffering any one of the 3. Every time he said something, he bent a finger. When all 3 of his fingers were bent, even a proud person like Jiang Fuli couldn't help but sigh. He suffered 3, but he didn't lose himself. A cool breeze blew across the lotus pond, making the water ripple. Jiang Fuli turned to look at the wrinkled surface of the pond and whispered, "Actually, as a doctor, I'm very curious. I don't know what kind of spiritual obsession can make him so indestructible." After a moment of silence, his almond-shaped eyes looked at the fishes swimming in the lotus pond. Suddenly, Jiang Fuli said, "Lord Shihi, let me ask you, Gu Meng is actually a spy sent by Cheng Hua to the Liao Kingdom, right?" Mok suddenly raised his head and stared at him. Jiang Fuli had probably used up 3 days of energy and was really too tired. He leaned lazily against the pillar of the pavilion, his face turned sideways and his eyes narrowed as he looked at the rippling lotus pond. He said slowly, "Don't worry, I didn't use the treatment to pry into his heart. Moreover, his spiritual power is so strong. Even if I gave him the water of confession, what he said might not be the truth. I'm just asking casually because I feel that way. You don't have to answer me." Emoshi's throat was extremely bitter. After a while, he said, "You. Why do you think so?" "It's very simple." Jiang Fuli said, "A traitor who can't take the blow and falls into the path of revenge will never have the kind of willpower he has. I don't have any evidence, and I have no intention of getting involved in the court's affairs. But as a doctor, I can already confirm that he is not a bad person." The sunlight floated in Jiang Fuli's eyes, polishing his face so that it was no longer as unruly and unyielding as usual. Jiang Fuli looked like he was sighing, but he also looked a little gentle. And his gentle look vaguely made Mo Shi feel that he had met him before. "Take good care of him, Lord Shihi. His divine sense is now as fragile as a cracked ice surface. If he suffers a 4th mental injury..." Jiang Fuli paused and said solemnly, "He will lose his mind. At that time, unless we can find his 2 pieces of soul, even the Daluo immortals won't be able to save him." It was nighttime. The Wugo was suspended in the sky, and the stars were shining brightly in the sky. The Milky Way was like a long sword that was floating like a dragon, flashing and flowing in the dark blue night sky. On this night, many people in Chonghua City had their own worries and difficulties. In the palace, the emperor was wrapped in a fox fur coat and curled up in the soft tent of the Vermilion Bird Palace. His eyes were closed, and he was stroking the Bodhi Pearl bracelet on his wrist. In the Yu mansion, Morong Chui walked to Yu Qingqing's bedroom. After hesitating for a long time, he finally raised his hand and knocked on the door. But after waiting for a while, there was still no response, so he gently pushed the door open. He saw that there was an unextinguished lamp inside. The pillows and the desk were neat and tidy. Yu Qingqing was not among them. At this time, a servant came in and told him that Yu Qingqing had gone to Jiang Yeshua to learn skills. Morong Chui did not speak. After a long time, he closed his eyes. In the medicine master's mansion, Jiang Fuli was in a hurry to pack his luggage, saying that he was going on a long journey. His wife stood by the door, as if she wanted to say something, but did not. In the Wangshu mansion, the Morong Lian lay on the bamboo couch in the courtyard and breathed in the dreamlike smoke. The smoke slowly exhaled from his mouth and blew towards the paulownia flowers in full bloom. The Morong Lian bit his pipe and looked at his fingers in a daze. His eyes were sometimes bright and sometimes dark. In the Shihi mansion. After going through so many twists and turns and bloody storms, everything finally returned to a temporary peace. Gu Meng lay on the big bed in the master bedroom, covered with a thin blanket. He had not yet woken up. Mo Shi asked the servants to leave. He was the only one who stayed by the bed. He was very patient. He did not mind that Gu Meng had slept for too long or that Gu Meng had occupied his bed. That was what he had promised to give to Gu Meng. "I promised to give you a home." Mo Shi held his hand and pulled it to his lips. He kissed it gently. I'm sorry, senior brother. I kept you waiting for too long. The person on the bed lay down obediently. Her thick eyelashes drooped down, blocking his eyes like a small fan. At this time, he did not need to pretend anymore. He did not need to endure anymore. He did not need to rack his brains. He looked so tired and thin. She stared at the person in front of him. He could not remember how his brother Gu Meng used to be healthy, strong, and bright. Time had destroyed him too much. She lowered his head and buried his face. He rested his forehead on Gu Meng's cool palm and said in a low voice, "Senior brother, you are home now." Warm tears flowed down his cheeks and soaked Gu Meng's palm. As if awakened by such murmurs and deep emotions, after a few moments of silence, Gu Meng's fingertips moved slightly and he opened his eyes. Moxie abruptly raised his head. In the dim candlelight, Gu Meng's eyelashes fluttered, and then he slowly opened his eyes. His blue eyes were as deep as the sea. He stared at Shi in a daze. His consciousness had not yet come to him, and only his instincts controlled his expression. Therefore, his thin face was relaxed and soft, just like how brother Gu Meng should look, extremely gentle. "My princess, why are you crying?" he sighed and murmured, but before Shi could answer, Gu Meng's dreamy expression disappeared, and he gradually woke up. Then, almost visible to the naked eye, astonishment, fear, stubbornness, cruelty, regret, each of these emotions was a fragment of his past, and they surged up like a tide, washing away the gentleness in his eyes. After these emotions subsided, Gu Meng suddenly stood up, and withdrew his hand from Shi's palm. His face was a mask of ruthlessness that he had long been used to wearing. "Shi, are you crazy? Who told you to come to the Azure world to find me?" "Do you know?" But what interrupted him was Shi's sudden hug. This man's warm and firm embrace held him firmly, as if he was going to catch him from the frozen lake and rub him into the human world that he had not seen for a long time. Gu Meng's blue eyes widened. He was so shocked and terrified that he was hugged by Shi that he forgot what he wanted to say. Shi hugged him tightly, his chin resting on the top of his head, and kept kissing and stroking his hair. "I already know everything." With just one sentence, Gu Meng's entire body tensed up. He struggled, wanting to push Shi away. But before he could exert any strength, he felt the man holding him tremble slightly. Shi said hoarsely, "Senior, don't say anything stupid, and don't do anything stupid." Gu Meng was at a loss. For so many years, he had always treated himself well. He had built the hardest shell so that the world could only see his coldness, decisiveness, hatred, and cruelty. But as soon as he woke up, he found that his disguise had been pierced to pieces. The person he wanted to protect the most appeared in front of him with red eyes, reaching out to touch his soft heart that had nowhere to run. Almost instinctively, he denied, "Shi, you only know half of it. Besides, what does my business have to do with you? I've already told you that we're not the same kind of people." I'm not. Shi's response was to put his hand behind his head. His voice was deep and nasal as he said, "You're not that kind of person at all." Gu Meng, it was as if they were separated by a layer of ice. Shi, who was on the outside, wanted to hug Gu Meng, who was under the ice. No matter how cold the ice was, he refused to retreat. So the layer of ice melted bit by bit and collapsed bit by bit. "You're not willing to kill, you're not willing to fight. You've never thought of harming me or taking revenge on anyone." Shi's voice was low. Just now, when Gu Meng was asleep, he was crying. Now that Gu Meng was awake, he was unwilling. Gu Meng had suffered enough. He did not want this soft and tenacious life to worry about him or suffer for him. "It's been 8 years, Gu Meng. You've suffered, I'm sorry. I didn't understand you." With every word he said, Gu Meng's trembling in his arms became more obvious. When the last sentence was said, Gu Meng seemed to be crushed by something. He shrank back so much that Shi could even hear the low sobs in his throat. He could feel some warm liquid soaking his chest. "No. Gu Meng pushed and shoved. In the past, Shi had only seen his brother Gu Meng's smart and quick-witted side. But now, he was forced into a corner and still struggled to lie, just to protect him and not let him get close to him. But this brother Gu was so clumsy that he was stubborn, so clumsy that he was pitiful. It was so clumsy that it caused his entire heart and body to throb in pain. Gu Meng did not know what else he could explain or sacrifice. He had always been protecting others. This kind of protection had been engraved into his bones. And once he could not do it, he would be as helpless as a blind dragon with broken claws. He kept repeating, "It's not like this. You don't understand." Emoshi held his hand. His eyes were slightly red. "Do you have to push me away? It's been so many years. Brother, do you know what was the most painful thing for me? It wasn't that you stabbed me, it wasn't that you left me, it was that you became someone I didn't know at all. Do you know how sad I was at that time? I know that you wanted to protect me and didn't want to implicate me. But I've already told you that I don't have anyone close to me in this world other than you. When you were protecting me, why didn't you think about what was the cruelest thing for me? Do you think I'm afraid of suffering together with you? Do you think I'm afraid of being criticized by everyone? I was afraid that you would never come back to me. Gu Meng, I was afraid that you would leave." Emoshi closed his eyes. Even though he could hold back his tears, his eyelashes were already wet. "For so many years. I've always treated you with sincerity. In the past, I always hoped that my sincerity could be exchanged for your sincerity. But after going through so much, whether you like me or not, whether you are willing to be with me, these are no longer important. I only ask you." He stroked Gu Meng's head, lowered his eyes and kissed Gu Meng's forehead. He suppressed the trembling of his voice and said hoarsely, "I only ask you to give me a chance to protect you and accompany you. I only want to protect you. You really can't tell me any truth? Can't you share even a little bit of the burden on your shoulders with me? Gu Meng. I'm also your comrade. You'd rather let me fall into a cold cave than let me live in pain like this." He spoke so sincerely and affectionately, but Gu Meng only felt terrible. It had been 8 years. From the day Gu Meng decided to become a spy, he had planned for Emoshi's future. But at that time, they were still so young and had not experienced the pain of love. So Gu Meng naively thought that as long as he was a little more heartless, this young man would feel that loving him was an extremely painful thing. As long as it was painful, Emoshi would let go sooner or later. But he kept waiting, kept waiting. He stabbed Emoshi until his palm was full of blood and Emoshi's body was full of injuries. Emoshi never let go of him. All these years, he had always hoped that Emoshi could see past their past love and that Emoshi could live a peaceful life, marry a gentle and virtuous wife, and have a group of lively and lovely children. Sooner or later, the uncontrollable feelings and love that happened when they were young and frivolous would be washed away by time into ink that could no longer be seen clearly. That was how he had originally considered Xianxia. But in the end, he still got one thing wrong. In this world, love and not love could indeed be changed, but the heart would always be the same. Emoshi had never been a casual person. On the day he decided to confess to Gu Meng, what he gave to Gu Meng was not his love. It was his heart. Suddenly, Gu Meng realized that something was wrong. He leaned against Emoshi's chest and could feel that Emoshi's spiritual flow was so weak, and his spiritual nucleus was almost broken. The scene before he fainted in the Shura's room flashed before his eyes. When Emoshi came to save him, his face was terribly pale. Could it be? Gu Meng suddenly looked up. "Where did you find out the truth? You went to Bat Island again? You used the time mirror again?" Emoshi looked at his suddenly nervous face and stared at his pair of uneasy blue eyes. Slowly, a soft and sad smile appeared between his brows. "Are you worried about me?" Before Gu Meng could answer, he lowered his head and kissed Gu Meng's forehead, as if he was afraid of being denied and rejected. "I'm fine." But Gu Meng's heart felt like it was being torn apart. Thousands of guesses surged in his heart and then faded away, leaving only one clear answer on the beach. This time, Gu Meng did not ask. He murmured, tears flowing down his soft face. He said, It's Wang Jian," his long eyelashes closed. Gu Meng endured and suppressed, as if he wanted to say something to draw a line between them. But, it had been 8 years. Life and death were cruel, but in the end, they could not stop Emoshi from chasing after his footsteps. They walked onto this small path full of thorns. The obstacles he set up and left behind did not stop the young man's footsteps in the end. His junior brother still managed to catch up. He turned around in the darkness and saw that his lover from 8 years ago was no longer as young as before. He was travel-worn and covered in blood. The only thing that hadn't changed was his pair of stubborn and bright black eyes. The lover he gave up ran towards him and caught up with him. Then, he stood in the thorns, panting, and said to him, "Brother, Gu Meng, I'm here to pick you up. Let's go home." The ice surface completely shattered into thousands of pieces of sparkling light. The person who had been frozen and sleeping under the ice for a long time was finally embraced by his little brother. Gu Meng suddenly could not hold it in anymore. The string that had been stretched taut for 8 years finally snapped. He finally burst into tears. He could not help but say, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I belittled your feelings and didn't understand that stubborn heart of yours that couldn't be changed. I made a choice for you. I didn't ask you which path you were willing to take. I didn't respect your wishes. I didn't understand what you cared about the most. I forced my plan onto your fate. I kept lying to you. I didn't give you the chance to walk together. It had been 8 years. I've hurt you, harmed you, alienated you, and hurt you. I've done all kinds of things to disappoint you, and I've even almost taken your life. Why haven't you turned back yet, my little fool, my princess? Why did you still risk your life to dig out the truth? Then, you came to me covered in rain and rain. Why were you so stupid?" Emoshi, I'm sorry. Emoshi's hand that was stroking Gu Meng's hair paused. He misunderstood and said, "It's okay. I know what you chose. I also know what you endured, what you suffered, and what you sacrificed for this choice. You don't have to apologize to me. Actually, I've already told you before. If you really don't like me and want to be free, I won't force you. As long as you can come back." As he said this, his eyes slowly turned red. His lips gently touched Gu Meng's forehead. It was like the most sincere of prayers. "As long as you're well, and let me accompany you, and give me a chance to share the burden with you." "Gu Meng, my good brother, that's enough." At this point, he was probably afraid that his hug would make Gu Meng feel bad. Therefore, he lowered his head again and gently pressed his chin against Gu Meng's forehead. He was about to let go. But at this moment, he was suddenly hugged back fiercely. Gu Meng suddenly hugged him, like a beast that had left its pack and finally found its companion. Gu Meng was completely choked with sobs. This man who had been homeless and alone for too long, who had endured too much, who had kept a secret for 8 years, finally broke down in tears in the arms of his lover. His forehead was pressed against Emoshi's chest. He was almost sorrowful, as if he wanted to shed all the bitterness of these years in these little drops of tears. Gu Meng hugged Emoshi's waist tightly. The ends of his slender and soft eyes were pitifully red. He finally cried out the words that had been buried in his heart all these years. They were almost rotten. "It's too painful. Emoshi. I'm really in too much pain." Emoshi was hugged by him. This hug was like a drowning man holding onto a piece of driftwood. It was so desperate and so tired. His heart was suddenly seized. He touched Gu Meng's head and murmured in a low voice, I know. No matter what I do, I'm always alone. No matter what I do, I can only be alone. For so many years, I couldn't even say a word to the people around me. I still have to kill the people in my own country, the cultivators, kill my brothers and sisters. It's really too painful." Emoshi choked with sobs, "Yes. I know everything, I'm really going crazy. It's like every day, every night, every moment, there's a knife fiercely stabbing me. But I still have to say, it's good to stab, it's good to stab." Gu Meng trembled and closed his eyes in pain. "I don't want to kill anyone. I want to go back to Chonghua. I want Lu Zhanxing to still be alive. I want nothing to happen. I know. Just say it. You'll feel better if you say it. I'll be with you. I'll always be by your side." Gu Meng didn't say anything. Gu Meng opened his blue eyes that were washed by tears. After a while, he murmured in a low voice, "I don't want to leave you either." Mok had wanted to comfort him, to say that he knew, that he understood, but when he heard this, he was startled. For a long time, neither of them broke the silence. There was only the sound of their hearts beating. Another sound, another sound, another sound. It was so urgent, so fast, as if the truth that had been suppressed in the bottom of his heart for so many years was about to break out. Gu Meng said softly. The tough and strong person who always exuded the courage to calm people was so timid at this moment. He was like a person who was afraid of being poor, carefully opening his arms and trying to embrace an expensive gift that he thought he was destined to never get. He said in a low voice, "I don't want to lie to you. I don't want you to leave. I never want to. I don't want to see you leave. I don't want to see you with anyone else." Emoshi's hand paused. His handsome and beautiful face suddenly turned pale and then red. He had obviously given up hope and thought that it was fine if they were just fellow apprentices. As long as Gu Meng could be healthy, happy, and relaxed, anything was fine. He would never force him again, never force him or make things difficult for him. But Gu Meng's words seemed to ignite the fire that he had extinguished with his own hands. Gu Meng closed his eyes. The disguise that he had put on for so many years finally fell apart at this moment. He said, "Emoshi, I really like you." Emoshi's heartbeat seemed to stop at this moment. He looked at the person in front of him, at the wet and haggard face, but it was real. He had the best dream in his life, but he did not dare to hear Gu Meng say this sincerely. "I like you, I've always liked you. I'm sorry, I was too selfish in the past. I didn't think about what you really wanted and what you were afraid of. I just wanted to protect you in my own way, but I didn't know. I didn't know that you would stumble for 8 years to catch up with me. You wasted the best years of your youth just to find me and come back. I didn't know that you had already decided on someone at such a young age. I didn't know that even after going through so much, you were still willing to accompany me in the end, even if it meant going to hell." Gu Meng did not continue speaking. Emoshi lifted his face. Emoshi's eyes were moist. He raised his hand and wiped away the tears on Gu Meng's face. He said in a low voice, "But you didn't know that I liked you so much? That I liked you for so long?" Gu Meng lowered his eyes and said softly, "I'm sorry. I lied to you for so many years. Do you still want me? Silly. From the first time I confessed to you, I said that once I recognized someone, it would be for life." Emoshi's heart was trembling, but he still tried his best to maintain his composure. He could not cry in front of Gu Meng again. He warned himself. Thus, he curved his moist phoenix eyes and revealed a smile that seemed to be infinitely brilliant yet infinitely sorrowful. He said, "The things I promised you, I'll keep them for life. It's only been 8 years. You and I still have a long way to go. How can I not want you?" These two people who had endured countless forced lies, who had experienced so many joys and sorrows of partings and reunions, looked at each other stupidly. Because they had finally reunited, neither of them cried, but also because they both knew in their hearts that although the road of life was long, they were destined to never be healthy again, unlike before, so neither of them could let go of their feelings and speak of happiness. They had long been tortured by fate and the current situation. But when these two pairs of moist eyes looked at each other, they still choked with sobs. Slowly, they gathered all the courage and warmth in their hearts and tried their best to show each other the softest smile that they could now show. A pair of wounded beasts finally hugged each other without any barriers. The ice layer melted and they could finally draw on each other's warmth and share each other's pain. From then on, whether it was the endless cold lake or the 4 months in the human world, he would always be with him and never be separated. Bun Hit Dog doesn't eat meat reminder, please save it after reading. It will be more convenient to read it again. Gu Meng slowly nursed his body back to health. Due to his special situation, neither the monarch nor Emoshi could give Gu Meng justice at this moment. Emoshi understood the monarch's meaning. Reshaping the Chonghua structure was Gu Meng's wish. If Gu Meng's identity was revealed to the public, all of his sacrifices and efforts would be in vain. Therefore, both the monarch and Gu Meng hoped that he could keep this secret. However, Emoshi was never good at pretending. This did not mean that he was unreliable. On the contrary, he was strict and disciplined. He would definitely be able to keep his mouth shut. The only thing that could not be concealed was his feelings for Gu Meng. Although he did not say anything and tried his best to restrain himself in front of outsiders, within a few days, almost everyone in Shihi's residence could see that his attitude towards Gumeng had changed drastically. In the past, he always had a straight face, as if Gumeng owed him 5 million gold coins. Now, even his words were deep and gentle. His low and magnetic voice was very pleasant to the ears. He did not have any temper at all. During Gumeng's rest period, there was an ignorant cook who came to ask him to help with the fire. It wasn't a tiring task to begin with, just a little dirty. Besides, Gumeng had always been in charge of chopping firewood and starting a fire, so he followed along. In the end, when Emoshi returned to the residence, he heard that Gumeng was asked to burn firewood. He went straight to the kitchen and pulled Gumeng out in a flurry of panic. The cook panicked. Master, what are you doing? The cook said, I just saw that he had nothing to do. I wanted to ask him for help. He's still a patient. How can he help? He then said to Gumeng, lie back down and sleep. Chef, when talking about this kind of incident, it was not only the servants in the kitchen who were moved. The manservant who was in charge of the maintenance of Shihi's treasures also had something to say. What's the big deal about starting a fire? Let me tell you something even more inconceivable. That day, Gumeng went to catch the meal bag. The meal bag ran very fast, and Gumeng was in a hurry to catch it. He accidentally knocked over the glazed red plum vase on the table. That's right, it was the most expensive vase in the entire residence. It was smashed into pieces. Every time he spoke, the people around him would let out exclamations of wow and hiss. A manservant asked anxiously, and then? And then? Have you reported this to the Lord? The servant slapped his thigh. Of course. That vase was enough to buy a 5-unit house in the northern part of the city. How could I not report it? I'll immediately report the situation to the Lord. Heavens! Master loves that vase the most. How angry must he be? He was quite angry. Do you know what he said to me? The manservants all shook their heads in unison. The servant imitated Emoshi's serious tone. Why put the vase in that kind of place? What if it hit someone? Is he injured? After a few moments of silence, a manservant let out an extremely embarrassing sigh. Wow. No one knew what exactly happened between Emoshi and Gumeng. However, anyone who wasn't blind could see the change in Emoshi's attitude towards Gumeng. Fortunately, the staff in Shihi's residents were few, and they were considered loyal to Emoshi. In addition, Li Wei managed them well, so the people outside the residence didn't know about this for the time being. Housekeeper Li, what do you think happened to the Lord? No matter what, Gumeng is still a traitor. Now that he treats him like this, what will the Lord think? What will the others think? Li Wei stood under the stormy corridor with his sleeves pulled up. He looked at the clear pond in the courtyard and said, Can you trust the Lord's character? Of course. Who can be more righteous than him in the Chonghua? Then let's trust him. Don't ask about anything else. He must have his reasons for doing things. As his people, we only have one thing to do. What is it? Li Wei said, Keep your mouth shut. Under careful care, Gumeng's wounds quickly scabbed over. Due to the blood of the demon wolf, his body was much better than before. However, what was unbearable was that although Jiang Fuli could heal Gumeng's wounds, she couldn't stop the effects of the mirror of time from fading away. The memories that were flashed back by the paste slowly began to dissipate from Gumeng's consciousness. Gumeng probably knew that if he didn't say some things now, he might not have a chance in the future. The lucidity that he had was just a blessing from the heavens. It was just a reflection of the moon in the water. Therefore, he asked Emoshi for a pen and paper. When Emoshi was by his side, he would talk to Emoshi. When Emoshi wasn't around, he would be alone in his room, writing down the things that he remembered. Every day when he woke up, he would look at what he had written the day before. If there was something that he had forgotten, he would remember it again. He was trying hard to prolong his lucidity. Emoshi once looked at the flower scrubbing paper beside his pillow when he was asleep. The most obvious part of the paper was their first meeting in the school. Gumeng wrote on the paper, he was sitting under a tree eating dumplings. Although he raised his head to look at me, it was a pity that he was expressionless. Alas, he probably doesn't have any impression of me. Just as she was about to look more carefully, Gu Meng opened his eyes and woke up. He saw Emoshi flipping through the paper he had written. He sat up immediately and quickly snatched the paper from Emoshi's hands. Hey, hey, hey! Don't look, don't look. Emoshi was stunned. Do you mind? If you look at it, I'll be embarrassed. Gu Meng protected the paper. If you want to look at it, wait until I completely forget the flashbacks. Anyway, I was a fool at that time. My face didn't turn red and my heart didn't beat fast. I didn't know what embarrassment was. Emoshi's eyes darkened. Gu Meng hurriedly said, yeah, okay. I won't forget everything so quickly, right? Look, I'm deepening my memory every day. Maybe after a year or so, oh no, 10 or 20 years, I'll still remember it. Emoshi didn't say anything, nor did he expose Gu Meng's lie. He just raised his hand and pulled Gu Meng's head towards him. Their foreheads touched. After a while, he grabbed Gu Meng's right hand and rubbed Gu Meng's index finger with his calloused fingertips. There were so many feelings to talk about, so many vows to be made, but Lord Shi only rubbed Gu Meng's finger and said in a low voice, "Why is your hand stained with ink? Don't you know how to wash it?" He sighed and continued, Gu Meng smiled. Are you the senior brother or am I the senior brother? Are you more powerful or am I more powerful? Why are you lecturing me? Of course you're more powerful. Emoshi smiled bitterly. I still can't imagine how you did it. You clearly knew the cause and effect of the matter, but you didn't say anything and followed Zhou He to the Hayamo trial. What can I do? I have my own helplessness. You have yours, and Juansheng has Juansheng's. Actually, you shouldn't resent Juansheng too much for what he did. When you're at the top, you can't help yourself. To be honest, if he really didn't have any kindness or justice in his heart, he could have found a chance to kill me, but he didn't do that in the end. Emoshi didn't say anything. After a while, he lowered his eyelashes and wrapped them around Gu Meng's hand again. His broad palm touched Gu Meng's sapphire ring. He had asked Gu Meng about this ring before. After learning that it was given to him by the Murong Lian, Emoshi really didn't understand why. But at that time, Gu Meng's body was still very weak, so he didn't ask more. Now that he noticed it again, Emoshi couldn't help but frown slightly. Gu Meng sensed that he was looking at the ring, and his eyelashes trembled imperceptibly. Emoshi saw his subtle expression, but Emoshi didn't point it out. Gu Meng was once a member of the Murong Lian family, and the dispute between him and the Murong Lian had lasted for nearly 20 years. Some things had been twisted over a long period of time, and were indeed difficult to explain. Emoshi didn't force him, and only said, Do you want me to return this ring to him for you? Or do you want to see him personally? Gu Meng didn't answer immediately. He spread his fingers and looked at the sapphire ring, which was flowing with colorful light. After thinking for a while, he said, I still want to go to Wangshufu myself. Emoshi was silent for a moment, and then said, okay. Gu Meng heard his muffled voice and couldn't help but raise his eyes and smile. Are you unhappy? No. Emoshi paused. But remember to cover your face and wear a cloak. Speaking of this, his expression was somewhat gloomy. You know, there are many people in the Chonghua who want to make things difficult for you. Gu Meng said, I'll be careful. The water in the room dripped slowly. It was already late. Emoshi said, then I'll go back to the study first. You should rest early. I still have some files to look through. If there's anything you need, you can come directly to me. No one will stop you. Gu Meng smiled and said, you don't have to take care of me too much. Don't forget that I'm a sinner. I have to restrain myself in front of outsiders. Emoshi's heart palpitated at the mention of outsiders. He suddenly felt sad. His heart was beating because he had waited for so many years, from when he was a teenager to when he was 30 years old. Only then did he receive Gu Meng's sincere acknowledgement. His heart was sad because they had experienced too much. Many of the new and beautiful things had been worn out. The two of them were like pieces of cloth that had been patched up. Although they were still intact, they were ultimately unrecognizable. Gu Meng saw that he was in a bad mood, so he teased him. Emoshi. Hmm? Gu Meng lay on the pillow and looked up with a smile. After you finish reading the files, come back to my place and sleep. Don't go back to your room. You let me sleep in the master bedroom and you sleep in the side room for so many days. If word gets out, people will say that I bullied you. She lowered his head and pursed his lips. He didn't say anything. The moonlight shone down and shone on the edges of his ears, revealing a thin layer of crimson. She finally said in a low voice, "You'd better rest well." Gu Meng's smile deepened. He lowered his eyelashes and reached out from under the blanket to touch his younger brother's face. "You're so obedient. It's a pity that I don't have any sweets to give you." She looked up at him and suddenly leaned over to kiss him gently on the lips. He naturally didn't dare to kiss too deeply. There was a fire buried deep in his heart and Gu Meng's breath could turn the spark into a sea of fire. So she just kissed him and sat up straight. "I'm going back." Gu Meng raised his hand to touch his lips. "Is it sweet?" Seeing that she didn't answer, he continued to shamelessly ask, "Ha, is it sweet, or am I sweet?" She wasn't very good at sweet talk. If he was angered, he could still say some beastly short sentences. But when he was gentle and affectionate, he was actually very clumsy and honest. So in the face of Gu Meng's teasing question, he didn't know how to respond. So he just raised his hand, stretched out 2 fingers and gently tapped the center of Gu Meng's forehead. Gu Meng was touched. He lay on the bed and kicked the blanket. "At least say something. The older you get, the more boring you get. You might as well suffocate to death." She was silent for a while and really did say something. He said, then, "Good night." Gu Meng, author has something to say. Why is it that next door's sweet talk ability is up after his confession, but my confession has become die early, but face next door, because you haven't gone through 5 years of studying abroad. Do you think that I've only read proper magic books after traveling around for so many years? I've also read a lot of street fiction books. Okay, Deguzi, thank you Blue Crystal Flame, SY Little Way Air, Crazy Throw, Paris Street Corner Drunkard, Man Hai, Migua Jing, Sea Smoke Ah Smoke, Key Sand, 28142232, Landmine X3, Ah Huang, Louise, Shishuan, Niezi, Hangjia Girl, Pingxia Hitu Luhan, Pai Pei. Drinking Rainbow, Backtime So Sauce, The Last Wall, 36809214, Sinan Mine X2 Godstick Feifei, Homie Guru Flower Little Flower City Ah Xianxiang Shua Ling Shu 255689091 Hey you Sijing Fun Funny, you tasted my fruit, mine tasting my fruit, mine tasting my fruit, mine tasting my fruit, mine tasting my fruit, mine love pulse eat potato, 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 mine love pulse eat. Potato mine love pulse eat 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 potato. Mine love pulsey potato, 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 mine. Love pulse eat potato mine 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 love magic love mine love eat potato mine love cherry blossoms bloom dill mine did Zhong and Su work so hard today? Passers-by are all shrimps X2 it's Xiao Jiang 367591008 Kurosawa Kong Ling Mou Ening Omiru a pig Shimada Naruto scroll meow and fish's broken words Yushin crane snow flaming iris Mingshan Shui Manchu biken roll late night Yuhing declines to visit Hanako Koguru Linko unbelievably sweet sleepy cat I'm wholeheartedly devoted to Wan Ning Gij Tai Moon 8 Xianqing Ting Eating team's executive rocket. Launcher roll shallow water bomb Kuei Xiaxia deep water torpedo Gu Meng Meng. 20190529224753 irrigated 40 bottles of nutrient solution. 20190529225019 irrigated 5 bottles of nutrient solution. 20190529232541 irrigated 5 bottles of nutrient solution. 20190529235717 irrigated 30 bottles of nutrient solution. 20190530115011 irrigated 8 bottles of nutrient solution. Eddie, crab, rice cake spirit bay high, nickname is not important, world is loach, sad summer, bean. Bun super handsome, cool butt face, ban, Cici, it's Jingjing, Xianxia, Chi Zue, take a big breath on Wanning shoulder, Ing, bottle evil Hichu Lu Han, cornstalk, Ah Huang, Bai Fong, Yin Shalua's old cat, Mo Feng Fy, Little Gon Luo, 100 years of peace, salt, not Songyang is Su, Chu Ci, 77, Xia Susu, Bai Jia, Manhai, crane feather, ordinary netizen, huh? Young and small impermanence, horses at the end of the sky, little match, little ape in the mountain, summer murder cold winter, yi miaoli, jiwili, acute grass, sacrifice to the old man, chioi, shui meng meng, zaoi, 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 shui meng meng, zaoi, 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 shui meng meng, zaoi, 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 shui meng meng, zaoi, 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 shui meng meng, zaoi, 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 shui meng meng, zaoi, 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 shui meng meng, zaoi, 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 zaoi. Daily thanks to small friends who follow. Up stories the next night, Gu Meng prepared to go to Wangshu Mansion to return the thumb ring. In order to conceal himself, he put on a cloak and a silver mask. Some cultivators in the cultivation world would often dress like this, so it wouldn't be too eye-catching. Before he left, Emoshi gave him a jade pendant. Gu Meng was curious. He fiddled with the jade pendant and asked, "What's this for?" "It's the pendant of the special envoy from Shihi's mansion." "Otherwise, what will you say when the guards of Wangshu Mansion ask you about it?" Gu Meng laughed. "I don't plan to go through the front door. I want to fly over roofs and walk on walls." Emoshi took it seriously. He pulled him over and said sternly, "Don't mess around. You know the Murong Lian's temper. You'll be bullied by him again." His grip was strong, and Gu Meng was caught off guard. The two of them were very close. Emoshi lowered his head, and his breath brushed past Gu Meng's ear. He whispered, "Stand there and don't move." As he spoke, he lowered his head and tied the jade pendant around Gu Meng's waist. He was very focused when he did this. He turned his face sideways, and his facial features were straight. When his eyelashes fluttered, they were like two soft little fans, casting a shadow on the bridge of his nose. Emoshi's skin was especially tight and smooth. Gu Meng stared at him at such a close distance, but he couldn't see any flaws. It was like a porcelain jade soaked in a stream. "Okay," Emoshi said, "just say that you're my man. Show them this jade pendant, and they won't dare to stop you." Gu Meng smiled and stroked the jade pendant. Suddenly, he raised his hand, pinched Emoshi's chin, and kissed him. "Okay, then I'll say that I'm your man." Emoshi looked at him. Seeing his senior brother standing in front of him like the best dream of his life, he suddenly felt reluctant. "Why don't I go with you?" I'll wait for you outside Wangshu Mansion. Gu Meng was stunned. Why? With this jade pendant, are you still afraid that the Murong Lian will make things difficult for me? She tilted his head. I was just saying. Gu Meng slowly reacted and smiled. Do you not want to be separated from your brother Gu Meng? She pursed his lips. It wasn't that he didn't want to, he was afraid. He was afraid of parting with Gu Meng. Perhaps it was because he knew that Gu Meng's lucidity had a time limit, or perhaps it was because the separation between him and Gu Meng had been too bitter and too long. That was why a powerful person like him was so afraid of Gu Meng leaving his sight. Gu Meng reached out his hand and patted Mo's head like an elder brother. This action made Mo's heart even more moist. He had not been treated like this by Gu Meng for a long time. I want to do this alone, but you don't have to worry. I'll be back soon. As Gu Meng spoke, his slender eyebrows suddenly spread into a gentle smile. When has your brother Gu Meng ever lied to you? These words were too much. She said, often. Gu Meng couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. What you said is very reasonable. Don't glare at me, I was wrong. Punish me. She said in a low voice, with your current body, how can you withstand my punishment? When he said this, there was a natural desire to invade and control in his eyes. Although it was not ostentatious, it was bottomless. Gu Meng's chest couldn't help but heat up and his heart softened when he was looked at like this. His little brother was like this. He seemed to be restrained, but he was very ferocious. This body with a narrow waist and long legs was wrapped in burning feelings like lava. What others could not see from that abstinent and restrained face, Gu Meng had already experienced. She was inexperienced, rough, and even thirsty. But Gu Meng was actually not disgusted. Although no unyielding male liked to be invaded, Gu Meng could deeply feel that she was pouring all his love and desires into him. Good and bad, rational and irrational, this young man who had just started dating had poured all of it into him. In the blink of an eye, his young man was no longer young. His little brother had become his Lord Shihi. Everything had changed except the eyes that gazed at him, which were as deep and sincere as they had been when he had first shown her his love. It turned out that their first love had already passed 14 years ago. In the end, Gu Meng still went to Wangshu Manor by himself. He showed the jade pendant and smoothly passed through the guards at the entrance of Wangshu Manor. Then, he walked under the windy corridor. Wangshu Manor was still as secluded as he remembered. Everywhere was filled with a Murong Lian's characteristic of laziness. Summer beds, soft quilts, small fans, and tea tables could be seen everywhere in the courtyard. A birdcage hung under the eaves. The birds inside were perched on wooden branches. Just like their owners, they were lazy and did not like to talk to people. After reporting his request to the inner court guards, Gu Meng went to the courtyard of Wangshu Manor to wait. There was a huge garden there. Gu Meng remembered this courtyard. When he was young, there was a swing in this courtyard, a bamboo horse leaning against the wall, and a bunch of chickens, ducks, and rabbits. Children loved this kind of garden, and the Murong Lian was no exception. From time to time, he would come here to play on the swing and drive the small animals around. When the young master was not around, Gu Meng and the other slaves would also run in and steal half a day of leisure in the name of feeding the chickens. Once, when there was no one in the courtyard, Gu Meng sat on the swing and played. As he swayed, he unknowingly fell asleep. As a result, the Murong Lian came in and saw him and was furious. He immediately pushed Gu Meng off the swing. You lowly slave! How dare you touch my things? Guards! I don't want the swing anymore. Take it down. Throw it into the pit and use it as firewood. It's so dirty. So unlucky. At that time, the Murong Lian's expression was still in front of him, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws in an exaggerated manner. It was as if Gu Meng was poisonous, and if he touched anything related to Gu Meng, he would die from the poison. Gu Meng was pushed off the swing from his sleep, and it took him a long time to get up. When he sat up straight and turned his head, the Murong Lian's ferocious expression suddenly froze. You, Gu Meng raised his hand to touch his forehead with a pale face, and his palm was covered in blood. The child had never experienced such a situation before. He was stunned for a moment, and then burst into tears. When he cried, the Morong Lian panicked. The Morong Lian said, You deserve it. You lowly slave. But seeing more and more blood flowing from Gu Meng's forehead, the Morong Lian was scared. He took 2 steps back and turned to run. Gu Meng sat on the ground and cried. It was the first time he saw so much blood, and his forehead hurt so much from the fall. His tears kept rolling down, and he didn't know what to do. When he cried until the sky turned dark, a woman hurriedly ran to the courtyard door. Ah Meng, what happened to you? What happened to you? Ah, how did you fall like this? Let Aunt Lin take a look. Auntie Lin was the ugliest maid in Wangshu Manor. Her entire face had been burned to a pulp, her features so blurry that she looked like a ghost. Everyone in the manor mocked her, and all the children feared her. Only Gu Meng was close to her. Gu Meng didn't have parents since he was young, so he didn't know what it was like to be loved by his parents. Aunt Lin would secretly give him snacks, tailor small clothes for him, and teach him to recognize a few words. He was able to learn a little bit of feelings related to family from those little care. So when he saw her, he became even more afraid and cried, Aunt Lin. Aunt Lin. I'm going to die. At that time, he was tongue-tied. He was such a young child, and he couldn't speak well. He always mispronounced the word Lin and called her Aunt Lin. Okay, don't cry. It's okay, Aunt Lin has seen it. It's okay. Ah Meng, be good. Aunt Lin will take you to bandage. The ugly woman picked up the dirty child from the dust. Even after so many years, Gu Meng still remembered the warmth and fragrance on her body. At that time, he thought that if he had a mother, then his mother's embrace should be like this. He never thought that Aunt Lin was ugly. Her eyes were always so clear and gentle. He always felt that her burned facial features were like a mask that couldn't be taken off, and behind the mask, there should be a beautiful face. He reached out his small hand and trembled as he hugged her neck. Aunt Lin. Aunt Lin carried him to the medicine cultivator of Wangshu Mansion. Along the way, he was bleeding nonstop and crying very fiercely. When he saw the medicine cultivator, he didn't cooperate. Aunt Lin squatted down and teased him to distract his attention. Call me Aunt Lin. Gu Meng had tears in his eyes as he sobbed, Aunt and I. Aunt Lin. She patiently dragged out the word and repeated it to him. Aunt Lin. He said clumsily. The medicine cultivator of the mansion was a middle-aged man. He looked at the lowly child and the ugly woman coldly. Although he was treating the illness, he ridiculed in a strange tone, what's so good about teaching this stupid child? After he is taught, he will only be a cow or a horse for the Morong master. Aunt Lin's eyes seemed to twitch a little, as if she was suppressing some invisible emotion. However, she was used to being bullied. She knew that with her status, it was useless for her to argue. Thus, she smiled at the medicine cultivator and turned her head to touch Gu Meng's tear-stained face. Come, call Auntie Lin. Gu Meng could vaguely remember his mentality at that time. He seemed to want to stand up for himself and Aunt Lin, so he tried very hard to hold back his blushing face. He didn't care about the pain in his head, tilted his head and said, Aunt. Aunt Lin, the medicine cultivator was adjusting the gauze at the side and laughed unrestrainedly. Gu Meng froze for a moment amidst that ear-piercing laughter. Then he cried even harder. He actually tried very hard to pronounce Auntie and I as Auntie Lin, but he couldn't say it clearly with his childish voice. He felt very embarrassed. Perhaps he was really a stupid child. In the future, he could only be a cow or a horse. This medicine cultivator was completely right. Only Aunt Lin looked at him tenderly and lovingly. Very good, Ah Meng will pronounce it clearly in the future. Be good, don't be sad. The ugly woman coaxed the cheap child. Ha ha ha, was Aunt Lin ugly? No, in Gu Meng's heart, Aunt Lin was the most beautiful girl in the world. She had a pair of beautiful eyes and a pair of beautiful arms. At that time, he secretly vowed to grow up quickly and straighten his tongue to be able to pronounce her name properly. But in the end, he didn't wait. Aunt Lin died when he was 4 years old. Before she died, she told Gu Meng something, and that became the reason why Gu Meng stayed in Wangshu Mansion and didn't fight with the Morong Lian for nearly 20 years. That woman, she said, special envoy. Suddenly, someone called him from behind. Gu Meng pulled himself out of his memories. He blinked to let the tears in the corners of his eyes fade, and then turned around. The chief steward of Wangshu Mansion was standing by the veranda. I have already reported to the Lord. The Lord invites you. The Morong Lian was lying on a bed in the courtyard, smoking a hookah. There were a few books and a pot of wine on the small table at the head of the bed. When he saw Gu Meng come in, he took a big sip of the wine and spat it out slowly. He ordered the servants, "You can leave first." Yes. The servants left, and only the two of them were left in the courtyard. The Morong Lian lazily lay on the bamboo bed and didn't look at Gu Meng. He just knocked the ashes in the pot and then put it back into his mouth. He sneered, "Fireball is really interesting. He sent a special envoy to my house, and he even wore a cloak. Tell me, what's the matter?" Gu Meng said, "It's me." When the Morong Lian heard his voice, he was suddenly choked by the smoke. Cough, cough, cough. After a while, he got up, and many emotions flashed across his face. Shock, anxiety, hatred, hesitation. There were even some complicated emotions that others couldn't understand. "You? Why did you come here pretending to be a special envoy? Are you looking for a beating?" In the whole Chonghua, except for a few people, no one knew that Gu Meng was in the state of recovering his memory. Gu Meng naturally wouldn't show too much sobriety in front of the Morong Lian. He was a spy who had been lurking in the burning country for 5 years. It was not difficult for him to disguise himself. So he pretended to be slow and said, "Don't be angry. I'm here to return your things. The Lord said that I can't casually take other people's benefits. So I'm here to return this ring to you." As he spoke, he took off the sapphire ring and handed it to the Morong Lian. "Thank you for giving it to me, but it's useless. I don't like it." The Morong Lian seemed to be greatly insulted and almost jumped up. "Do you know what you're talking about? There are hundreds of such rings in Shihi's house. If you like the shiny rings, I can give you a few more." Bullshit. How can his stuff compare to this? The Morong Lian angrily snatched it away. Gu Meng calmly waited for him to speak. This is, but. The Morong Lian seemed to choke. After a while, his eyes flashed with a flickering light, and then he said fiercely, "Forget it. Why am I telling you this? This was originally a loan to you. When did it become a gift? Even if you don't come to return it, I will go to Shihi's residence in 2 days to ask for it. Don't flatter yourself." As he spoke, he put the ring back on his thumb. Gu Meng sighed in his heart. Sure enough, the Morong Lian would not easily tell him the secret of the ring. However, he originally just wanted to give it a try. His purpose of coming to Wangshu's residence was to come back and have a look. After all, there were still some traces of his nostalgia in this residence. The Morong Lian saw that he did not speak, so he stared at him for a while and asked, "What's wrong? Have you become stupid after being tortured by Zhou? At least give me a reply." Gu Meng said dully, "I'm not stupid." After a pause, he glanced at the Morong Lian smoking pipe and said, "The one who smokes this is stupid." "You." Gu Meng said, "You're going to be angry again. You're always angry." "Alright, I'm a good wolf. I won't make you unhappy. I finished delivering the things, so I'm going back. Goodbye." The Morong Lian watched him turn around, and his long and narrow eyes suddenly narrowed. When Gu Meng walked to the side of the courtyard's round moon gate, the Morong Lian suddenly said eerily, "Stop." He strolled to Gu Meng's side and looked at Gu Meng in a circle. He said, "Gu Meng, why do I remember that before you went to Bat Island, you had recovered quite a bit of your spiritual sense?" The slender golden long-handled smoking pipe reached out and pressed his lips against Gu Meng's chin, forcibly lifting him up. The Morong Lian narrowed his peach blossom eyes and said, "Don't tell me you still think you're an alpha wolf." "Let me think. Could it be that you came here today to mourn that aunt and I of yours?" Gu Meng suddenly paused. Then he turned his face and asked, "Who is that?" The Morong Lian didn't say anything. He stared at Gu Meng with a strange expression for a while. The two were in a deadlock. A cool breeze blew in the courtyard, making Gu Meng's cloak flutter. The Morong Lian said, "You really can't remember who she is?" Gu Meng shook his head. you'd better not lie to me. You've been with me for so long. You should know very well what the consequences of lying to me are. I don't know. I don't understand what you're talking about. As Gu Meng said this, he raised his hand to open the smoking pipe that the Morong Lian had pressed against his chin. He wrinkled his nose and said, "It smells really bad. Why do you like this?" After saying this, he sneezed twice, turned around and walked out of the courtyard without looking back. He seemed to be calm, but in fact, his heart was beating very fast. Why did the Morong Lian suddenly mention Aunt and I to him? Only a few people knew that he had recovered his memory. Did someone leak the secret to the Morong Lian? Or was the Morong Lian just testing him because he wasn't sure? Gu Meng walked out of Wangshu Mansion with his heart beating like a drum. He stood in the same place and thought for a while, but he couldn't figure out anything. In the end, he sighed and decided not to think about this problem anymore. Instead, he took a detour to the Jiang Mansion. He really couldn't stand the Morong Lian's current smoking habit. The Morong Lian was very wild. He didn't have a father since he was young. After his mother, Madame Zhao, passed away, no one could control him. Moreover, he still hadn't married. He was a noble man who wore gold and silver, but in fact, he was just a single man who sought death and no one cared about him. Gu Meng felt that he couldn't go on like this, so he planned to go to pharmacist Jiang to ask for a prescription for the Morong Lian to quit smoking while he was still conscious. When he arrived at the Jiang Mansion, he found that the person who was prescribing medicine in the hall wasn't Jiang Fuli, but his wife, Su Yuro. As usual, Su Yuro was wearing a bamboo hat, covering her rumored face that could cause the downfall of a country. She sent away a patient and raised her head to see Gu Meng enter the room. She said lightly, "Guest, are you here to consult a patient? Get the medicine. Is pharmacist Jiang here? My husband went out to travel a few days ago. If you don't have a difficult illness, I can also give you a diagnosis." Why did he go out to travel again? Gu Meng couldn't help but lower his head and think. This Jiang Fuli's whereabouts were really unpredictable. Moreover, he spent most of the 365 days in a year outside. People said that a gentle home buried a hero's ambition. He married a peerless beauty, but made her a widow every day. But thinking about it again, he didn't seem to be any better than Jiang Fuli. Emoshi, such a great beauty, was placed in front of him, but he still delayed her for more than 10 years. Suyuro asked, "Your prescription, does it have to be written by my husband?" "It's not necessary." Gu Meng sighed and said, "I'm sorry to disturb madam. I just want to ask if there is any way to quit smoking Fu Xingru Meng." "Guest, are you from Wangshu House?" "You can say so." "Then, guest, please go back." Gu Meng opened his eyes wide. Why? Suyuro said, "You should know that the Lord Wangshu has no intention of quitting smoking. When it comes to quitting, the medicine is always the assistant, the heart is the master. If he wants to smoke, no matter how good the medicine is, it will be useless. Why should I ruin the reputation of my house?" Gu Meng opened his mouth and wanted to argue. But after thinking about it, what Madame Su said was not without reason. If a Morong Lian wanted to smoke, who could stop him? Gu Meng was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He could only sigh heavily, thank Suyuro, and then leave the house. In fact, Gu Meng's feelings towards the Morong Lian were very complicated. On one hand, he did not agree with many of the Morong Lian's practices. On the other hand, he understood the Morong Lian's heart and could not help but pity him. The Morong Lian's father passed away early. His mother, Madame Zhao, probably hoped that he could become a person like the late Lord Wangshu, so she completely stifled the Morong Lian's talent. She insisted on giving the Morong Lian a path, and the end of that path was to let him become a person like his father. Gu Meng remembered very clearly that the Morong Lian liked illusions when he was young. He would often sit in the courtyard and create a garden full of butterflies and a sea of flowers. But Madame Zhao did not allow it. What can illusions do? They can only be the army's backup. They are all useless things. Your father is good at instrumental magic. You are his child. Music cultivation is what you should do. Don't take the wrong path. Look at Emoshi. He has the same ability as Fu Lingjun. He is more talented than you and works harder than you. Don't you know how to reflect on yourself? Morong Lian. Buy these illusion scrolls and come back and try. Believe it or not, I will tear them all. After days of beating and scolding, the colorful butterflies and flowers created by illusions were no longer seen in Wangshu House. These things that the Morong Lian thought were beautiful were not worth mentioning in front of his mother. They were all things that could not be shown in public. When Madame Zhao was still alive, the most common sentence in the house was, "Morong Lian, learn from your father. Don't embarrass Wangshu House." He seemed to be living in his father's mold. Others did not care that he was a completely different life. They just put him in the mold. Once he did something out of the mold, they cruelly cut off his flesh and blood, completely ignoring the pain of his dream being castrated. As long as there were some areas that weren't done properly, they would be taught a lesson with harsh words. "What are you doing? Why don't you go and practice? Morong Lian, you are complaining about being tired after such a little hardship. Can't you be more promising? You are given the best. If you are still useless, let's see who you are worthy of." Gu Meng remembered that at first, the Morong Lian struggled very hard. He even quarreled with his wife and ran out of the house crying. "But I like illusions. I don't like music. Why do you keep forcing me like this? I don't want to be Morong Xian's son. Whoever wants to be can be my son." This sentence caused Madame Zhao to fly into a rage. That was the only time Morong Lian had been beaten to such a state. Such a small child was beaten into a bloody mess, lying on the bed, choking with sobs, breathing in and out. That appearance was really pitiful. Gu Meng watched him grow up. He watched as he was deprived of his love, removed from his nature, twisted his fate, and forced to grow into a copy of his father. During this process, the Morong Lian went from resisting to enduring, and from enduring to numb. In the end, the child who once sat in the sunlight in the courtyard and was proud because of the colorful butterflies in the courtyard was never seen again. Only the sound of the guqin in the music room and the sound of the jade flute filled Wang City. In the cold and hot summer, in the rain of banana leaves, it lingered for 10 years. Others said that the sound of the guqin was beautiful, but only Gu Meng knew that it was not. The Morong Lian held funeral after funeral for his butterflies and flowers in the golden music. The Morong Lian was twisted in the end. In the past, Gu Meng lost his memory, so he did not feel that anything was wrong with the Morong Lian who was drunk all day long. But when his childhood memories were traced back by the mirror of time, he felt that things were not so simple. Others might not understand the Morong Lian and think that he was a rotten person to the core, but Gu Meng had served him since he was young. Gu Meng was very clear that the Morong Lian's rotten ways were not like this. The Morong Lian's experience since he was young made his temperament very bad. He would do bad things and use underhanded tricks to defeat his competitors. For example, at the school, he used the slave siblings to cheat Mo Shi's sympathy, causing Mo Shi to be whipped. Another example was using Gu Meng to threaten Mo Shi, forcing Mo Shi to lose to him in the competition. Although his actions were very despicable, there was no doubt that they all showed one thing: the Morong Lian liked to win. How could the Morong Lian not like to win? He had been severely reprimanded since he was young. He was like a dog that was used to being beaten. Whenever he heard the sound of a stick, his teeth would chatter and his whole body would tremble. Competitiveness had become his instinct. Even if his mother had passed away many years ago, he still could not get rid of it. But what was floating like a dream? It was a spice that only the weak deceived themselves and others. Anyone with a clear mind would know that once a person was exposed to this kind of hallucinogenic smoke, they would be almost useless. With Morong Lian's personality, who would do anything to vent her anger, why would he suddenly pick up something so rotten to the bone? In the 5 years she had been away from the country, there was also the ring. Although the use of the ring was unknown, it should not be something harmful. Gu Meng could feel a very strange aura from the ring. He was almost certain that the Morong Lian put the ring on him to help him. Morong Lian. Morong Lian, what did this person know? What was he hiding? What did he suffer? Gu Meng frowned deeply. He could not think of any clues. He only felt a splitting headache. In the end, he could only leave it as it was. When he returned home, it was already noon. It was lunchtime. Gu Meng entered the hall, but did not see any dishes on the table, nor did he see anyone in the room. Just as he was feeling puzzled, he saw a servant come in from the courtyard with a fruit plate. Gu Meng went over to her and asked, "Sister, where is Lord Shihi?" The servants in Shihi's residence did not treat Gu Meng well in the past, but many people changed their sails according to the wind. She treated Gu Meng so well these days, even a blind person could see it. How could they not smell the slightest hint of a deeper meaning? The servant immediately smiled and said, "Oh, Mr. Gu, there is no need to call me sister. Just call me Xiao Su." Gu Meng did not have time to adapt to the respectful address of Mr. Gu. He saw her put the fruit plate on the table. She wiped her hands and smiled as she guided him. "Lord Shihi is under the orange flower tree in the back garden. You can go there first. If you can't find him, go to the small kitchen." Gu Meng was shocked. Small kitchen? Yes. What is he doing there? The author has something to say. The Morong family is not having a good time. Morong Lian, I miss the days when I was scolded by the comments section as soon as I appeared. Sigh, ever since I wore Pinru's clothes, I have no hatred points. My heart hurts. Jun Shang, I miss the days when the comments section hated the Morong Lian no matter how much I sought death. Sigh, ever since I learned the speech skill, all the hatred points came to me. My heart hurts. Morong Mengze, I miss the days when I did not appear. Sigh, ever since I appeared, I have been scolded as soon as I spoke. My heart hurts. Morong Chui, I miss the days when the comments section thought I was the attacker. Gu Meng was confused. Fourth brother-in-law, wake up. I have never experienced that kind of life. The small kitchen in Shihi's residence was open air and was renovated in a side courtyard. In the courtyard, there was an old banyan tree that was verdant and lush, spreading green smoke and covering the entire courtyard. There was no one else in the courtyard. When Gu Meng entered, he saw that She had his back to him and was busying himself in front of the table. This man did not know how to cook, but he seemed to feel that taking a few more cookbooks would give him some psychological comfort, so there was a stack of books on the table such as Huaiyang Cuisine Collection and Basha Food Records. At this moment, he was holding an unknown cookbook in his hand. He was frowning as he looked at it, unconsciously bending his knuckles and gently tapping on the table. Gu Meng could not help but want to laugh when he saw this. His little junior brother had a habit. Whenever he encountered something troublesome, he liked to bend his fingers and tap on the things around him. However, the last time he saw She this anxious was in front of the two armies. He did not expect that a meal could make Lord Shihi so embarrassed. 2 ounces of tapioca flour, a tablespoon of salt. Remove the shell of the shrimp and wrap it in powder. Mia picked up a prawn from the basket with one hand. The prawn had already been prepared by the fisherman. He only needed to remove the hard shell at the end of the prawn according to the recipe, dip it in tapioca flour, and fry it in the oil pan. But here was the problem, She did not know how to remove the shell. He looked at the cookbook many times and made sure that it did not teach him how to do it. Then, his frown deepened. After a while, a faint red light gathered at his fingertips and released some spiritual power. He put his 2 fingers together. With a crunching sound, the pitiful lady prawn was crushed into powder in an instant, unable to withstand Lord Shi's high regard. She seemed to be stunned and his eyes widened. He looked like a dragonly cat that had its nose pinched by its prey for the first time. What's going on? After a while, he muttered, I haven't even cast a spell. Gu Meng couldn't hold it in anymore. He leaned against the door behind him and laughed out loud, ha ha ha. How could you use the armor removal technique on a poor little shrimp? She turned around, a trace of awkwardness flashing across his handsome face. Why are you back so early? Gu Meng quickly hopped over and hugged She's skinny waist from behind with a smile. He rubbed his broad back and said, I missed you. I came to watch the beautiful woman fight the fat prawn. She felt even more embarrassed. The sunlight shone through the branches and onto his face. His ears were slightly red as he forced himself to explain calmly. I had nothing to do today and happened to see a fisherman passing by with fresh fish and prawns. I didn't mean to buy them. She struggled slightly, but found that Gu Meng was holding her tightly, so she turned her face and said, let go. Gu Meng didn't let go. Instead, he teased him, speaking of which, I've always wanted to tell you something. What? Gu Meng hugged his waist and looked up with a smile. Your legs are so long. Emoshi, your waist is thin, and your shoulders are broad. Gu Meng sighed, someone like you can definitely be the top hostess in Luomei Resort. Emoshi was angry and amused at the same time. His ears were still red, but he wasn't good with words and didn't know what to say. After a long time, he repeated the same two words, let go. Gu Meng hugged him again and pestered him for a while. In the end, Emoshi was forced to stretch out his hand covered in cassava powder to wipe his face. Only then did he laugh and jump away. He dragged a chair and sat on it, resting his elbows on the back of the chair. It was very quiet in the courtyard. The smell of potato rice cooked with a wooden lid floated in the air. The free-range Luhua fat chicken was pacing in the grass nearby, pecking at insects and ants. Gu Meng knew that Emoshi had a lot on his mind. Ever since they shared their feelings, Emoshi's eyes became more and more worried. He was worried that Gu Meng's memory would soon disappear. He was worried that Gu Meng's reputation wouldn't be cleansed. He was worried that the Hei Mo evil spirit in Gu Meng's body would become more and more uncontrollable. There were so many unresolved sharp knives pressed against his heart. Emoshi couldn't relax. He had just found his lover, but they were already surrounded by enemies on all sides, as if they were walking on thin ice. Gu Meng was someone who was about to forget, but Emoshi was someone who would always remember. And never remembering was much more painful than forgetting. Gu Meng didn't know what to do with his princess. He didn't know how to coax his junior so that he wouldn't be so worried about him. So he could only try his best to tease him. In fact, Gu Meng wasn't really that shameless. He was good at sweet talking. He and Emoshi were the same. Their first love lasted for 14 years. They were both young and inexperienced. But as long as Emoshi was happy, Gu Meng felt that there was nothing that he couldn't say. Life was so long. If he didn't say many things, he might not have another chance. Princess, you're so beautiful. Really, I couldn't praise you properly in the past. In fact, I've always felt that way in my heart. I like you. I'm very happy to see you. I'm also very happy to hug you. I'm the happiest to sleep with you. Emoshi put down the bowl of flour and looked at him awkwardly and helplessly. You did it on purpose? Gu Meng smiled and leaned against the back of the chair, raising one hand. I'm sincere. Emoshi didn't say anything. He lowered his head and washed his hands in the bathtub. As he washed, he suddenly said lightly, come here. What? Come here and help me roll up my sleeves. Gu Meng then got up from the chair and walked behind Emoshi. He leaned his head over to take a look. Your sleeves are fine. Oh. Suddenly being pulled forward, Emoshi knew that he would cry out in shock, so he covered his mouth. Gu Meng was hugged from behind like this. He blocked the sound that could come out of his mouth and leaned against the side of the stage. Emoshi hugged him from behind, his broad and strong chest pressed against his back. It was summer and Emoshi's clothes were very thin. His unique breath was very aggressive, like an inescapable net that trapped the person in his arms. Gu Meng seemed to be burned by him. His blue eyes widened and he trembled slightly. When Emoshi raised his finger and slowly slid it down his throat, Gu Meng only felt that his back was a little numb and stiff. Emoshi's legs were really long. He stood behind Gu Meng and could wrap his senior in his arms. His large hands did not loosen, and he continued to hold him in this hostage position, hugging him even more tightly. The familiar warmth and breath made Gu Meng lose his strength in an instant. His warm breath brushed against Emoshi's palm. Do you feel it? Emoshi leaned over and bit his earlobe. His voice was deep and hot. Then don't provoke me. With that said, he let go of Gu Meng. Gu Meng covered his throat and coughed repeatedly. He turned his head to look at Emoshi. That man had already lowered his long eyelashes and continued to process his tapioca powder and prawns. Emoshi was like this. He was very good at enduring and was very clear about what he should do and what he shouldn't do. When he was entangled with Gu Meng, he was undoubtedly extremely passionate. His hot-blooded desire was undoubtedly restless, but he knew that Gu Meng's body couldn't withstand too much stimulation at this time. He had always been a very opinionated person. He had his own control of things. As long as he felt that this control was not enough, or this control had been exceeded, then no one could tempt him. Even Gumeng couldn't. Gumeng had no choice but to sit back on his chair and lie down to watch Emoshi busy himself. He looked at the man's back, and his heart, which he had thought would never be pure again after all the hardships he had gone through, gradually gurgled sweet water from his chapped chest. Of course, he knew that he had just recovered and wasn't suitable for that kind of intense entanglement. But he and Emoshi had different thoughts. Compared to his own consciousness, Gumeng actually didn't care so much about his own body. Anyway, it was already a broken body. He just wanted to offer his flesh and bones to his princess while his mind was still clear and he could still express his love. But his princess didn't accept it. His princess cherished his broken body, which was surrounded by black demons, very much. Emoshi's love was so strong and hostile. Emoshi's forbearance was so firm and real. This made Gumeng couldn't help but start to have some beautiful fantasies, as if his broken body was still precious and could be saved. His lover would bring him ashore one day and they would be able to live together without any worries, just like Xingyi when he was young. After toiling for half a day, it was already afternoon when Mok finally finished cooking. There was a plate of crispy fried shrimp, a tail of sweet and sour fish, and of course, the only dish he was good at, the crispy goose with lychee. There was also a pot of soaked vegetables. Gumeng lay in front of the stone table and watched Junior Mo bring out these dishes. The rice had been simmered in the pot before. When the wooden lid was removed, the fragrance of the rice and potatoes filled the courtyard. The shrimp is a bit burnt, the sweet and sour fish is a bit sour, and the crispy goose is not as good as yours. As Emoshi spoke, he scooped out 2 bowls of soup and brought it over. The green leaves floated in the bowls and he scooped out 3 white and tender fish balls from each bowl. If you don't like it, we can eat outside. Don't, I've been starving for a long time. Even if you give me burnt coal now, I can eat it without batting an eyelid. As Gumeng spoke, he picked up a fish ball with his bamboo chopsticks and bit into it. The hot and fresh soup burst in his mouth and the whole fish ball was smooth and tender. Oh, delicious. I couldn't tell that you were quite good. I bought this from Zhangji's fish ball store in East City. Oh. You used to like the fish balls from this store the most. Maybe you've forgotten. Gumeng complained in his heart. No matter how hard he tried, he still could not reverse the fact that his memory was gradually fading away. However, he usually tried his best to prevent Emoshi from noticing these clues, but he did not expect to miscalculate on this little fish ball. Not only did he not flatter the right person, but it made Emoshi's mood even heavier. Gumeng quickly said, I didn't forget. I meant that the soup was well cooked. You're very good. Mok used a white porcelain spoon to scoop up the plain soup in the bowl and did not say anything. Gumeng went on to taste the other dishes. He had to admit that Emoshi did not have any talent in cooking, but because this man was very careful, there were no major mistakes. Although the taste was not very good, it was still edible. Gumeng praised him, although this fish is sour, it goes well with rice. Although this shrimp is a bit burnt, it's crispy. This crispy goose is obviously better roasted than mine. Perhaps there were 2 kinds of so-called delicacies. One was really delicious and impeccable. The other was like Gumeng at this moment. Because the person in front of him was his sweetheart, even if the dishes cooked by his sweetheart were bad, he could find good ones to make up for it. In fact, it was just a sentence. I like everything you cook. Emoshi was a little embarrassed by his praise. He turned his head, coughed softly and said, If you want, I can cook for you every day. I'll become more and more skilled. Gumeng laughed, Next time I'll cook with you, I'll teach you. Look at me, there are 2 words written on my forehead. Emoshi was stunned, What? Gumeng tapped his bright and clean forehead and said in a serious tone, Food. Recipe. Emoshi lowered his eyelashes and smiled. He held the back of Gumeng's head and kissed him on the forehead, There are 2 words missing. This time it was Gumeng's turn to be stunned, What? Emoshi looked at him with his deep black eyes and added in a low voice, Mine. Gumeng's heart suddenly beat faster. He stared at those calm and deep eyes and thought to himself, why did all the girls in Chonghua think that his princess was unromantic? Although his junior martial brother Mo was very honest, the words of love spoken by an honest person were much more moving than any flowery words. After lunch, the two cleaned up the dishes together in the courtyard. She did not allow any servants to come in. There were only him and Gumeng in this side courtyard. A big tree, a few domestic animals, and simple clothes. All he wanted was a life like this. When the last bowl was cleaned, Gumeng stretched. She walked over and hugged him from behind. What are we going to do next? Gumeng raised his head and asked against the side of Moshi's neck. She thought for a while. They used to think about what they were going to do next. For example, they were going to break camp, or they were going to refine their weapons, or they were going to pack up quickly to prevent others from seeing their relationship. They had always been in a hurry. But today, when Gumeng asked him this question out of habit, She thought for a while and felt that nothing was more precious than the peace at this moment. He lowered his head and kissed Gumeng's hair, saying, "There is. You have something very important to do." "What?" "Bask in the sun with me for a while." The days passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was almost the Dragon Boat Festival. In this period of time, no matter how hard Gumeng tried, he still lost a lot of his memories like sand between his fingers. There were some things that he remembered clearly today, but when She mentioned them the next day, he would find that he had no impression of them. This undoubtedly made She very uncomfortable. Every time he saw Gumeng sitting in the study, reading a thick stack of letters with the help of a green lamp, he would feel very distressed. Although he had not seen those letters, he knew that they were all things that Gumeng did not want to forget. Every day, Gumeng would read them from beginning to end. He had done his best, but he still could not keep their shared past. But other than that, the other situations were quite comforting. Gumeng's body was gradually recovering. His spiritual sense was also quite clear. The black demon aura in his body also showed no signs of being unable to be suppressed. In any case, he could still live peacefully for a while. On the eve of the Dragon Boat Festival, Xianxia sent someone to deliver a secret letter. When the letter was delivered, the two of them were brewing a jar of green plum wine together in the courtyard. She opened the letter and glanced at it. "Xianxia gave it to you." Gumeng bit a plump green plum between his red lips. Hearing this, he was startled. He pointed at himself. "Me? See for yourself." Gumeng curled his tongue and sucked the plum into his soft mouth. A small bump appeared on his right cheek. He looked very cute. He lowered his eyelashes and carefully read the letter. Finally, with the plum in his mouth, he said vaguely, "Oh." Ever since Xianxia met She that day, he had been ill for several days. Later, perhaps because his illness was too serious, he could not meet with other officials. Or perhaps because Xianxia did not know how to face Gumeng. What should he say? He sent Gumeng to the execution platform of the Black Demon trial, but Gumeng had always kept their secret. It was obvious how ashamed Xianxia was. She raised her azure eyes and smiled bitterly. "He invited me to the War Spirit Mountain to offer sacrifices. I saw it." She paused. "Are you going?" "I'm not going." "You don't want to see him?" "I think I know what he will say to me. In fact, both of us are doing these things for our own purposes. But when he sees me, he will inevitably have a deep affection for me, and I will have to cooperate and shed tears." As she said this, she picked a green plum from the bamboo basket next to her and stuffed it into her mouth. She muttered, "Other." Then being sad, "Nothing can change." She did not speak immediately. He knew the pain in Gumeng's heart. In fact, Gumeng hated the identity of a traitor. It was like this when he lost his consciousness, and it was even more so now. He remembered a night not long ago when there was a sudden downpour. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Gumeng used to sleep in the main bedroom, but that night, he suddenly put on a thin undergarment, ran out of the rain to the side room, and burrowed into Moshi's arms. He was sleeping soundly at that time. Suddenly, a wet body shrank into his quilt, completely waking him up. Then he saw Gumeng's pale face, shivering and clinging to his chest. She was shocked and anxious. He asked him what was wrong and if he was feeling unwell. Gumeng just shook his head. He was freezing and his lips were purple. He said, "I'm dreaming. There are ghosts chasing after me." This lone wolf stuck close to Mo Quench, curled up in Mo Quench's warm embrace. He couldn't help but sob as he said, "They're all chasing me. Mo Quench, they want my life." Usually, Gu Meng was not afraid of ghosts and gods. But that night, in the angry thunder and desolate rain, he seemed so real and fragile when he woke up from his dream. Gu Meng, who was biting the plum, felt uncomfortable being stared at by Mo Shi. He looked sideways and said, "Why do you keep looking at me like that?" Mo Shi was silent for a while and said, "I'm sorry. I still can't clear your name. But if you want to go to War Spirit Mountain to pay your respects, I can also." Before he could finish, Gu Meng interrupted him. "I'm not going. No matter what, I was the one who killed those people, and I was the one who attacked those cities. My hands are stained with the blood of too many innocent people. 8 years ago, when I was still innocent, I already said goodbye to my brothers. Now, I don't want to go there again." Mo Shi suddenly raised his head. His eyes were filled with sorrow. "You were forced to stain your hands with blood when you were protecting them. Other people don't think so. Whoever kills them has to pay with his life. Otherwise, what else can I do? Many people hated me for 8 to 5 years because their sons, husbands, and fathers died by my hands. They wanted to bring me to justice day and night and make me pay with blood. Then suddenly one day, you tell them that it's not true." Gu Meng was forced. He shouldn't be a prisoner but a hero. Who do you think will believe that? When Gu Meng said these words, his expression was indifferent, like a cup of wine that had been warmed just right. "MOK, have you ever thought that if you take away their most direct target to vent their anger on, those people will break down? They won't let me go just because I explain the truth. It's easy to hate someone, but it's hard to let go. You and I are both people who have walked on the battlefield. You should know this. I'm not going to War Spirit Mountain. Whether it's Jun Shang or you, I won't go there again." As Gu Meng said this, he raised his head and looked in the direction of War Spirit Mountain. There was still the faint fragrance of plums in his mouth, but his throat was sour. He sighed. "In the eyes of the living, I'm already notorious. But if I don't go to War Spirit Mountain, at least in the hearts of those 70,000 dead comrades, I'll still be that clean Gu Meng with a clear conscience. That's enough." Thus, they rejected Jun Shang. But in the end, they didn't close their doors and spend a peaceful dragon boat festival in Shihi's residence. Because on the day before the festival, they received an invitation from a second person. "Who is it this time?" Mo Shi said, "Xianxia. He asked if we'd like to go to his house and make dumplings with him." "Ah." Gu Meng was slightly surprised, his eyes widening. "He invited you?" "He invited both of us." Gu Meng smiled. "He doesn't mind that I'm a bad person. Have you forgotten?" Mo Shi rolled up Jiang Yeshua's letter and gently knocked it on Gu Meng's forehead twice. "He helped me fix Wang Jian. He saw my reaction at that time. You're no longer a traitor in front of him. He's always been very smart. Even though no one explained the cause and effect to him, I think he should have guessed most of it." Gu Meng didn't utter a word. Mo Shi ruffled his hair. "Go, you haven't had fun with others for a long time. Do you miss Brother Jiang?" Gu Meng nodded. Brother Jiang must miss Marshal Gu very much. It was that little lunatic who had played the song "A Male Phoenix Seeking Female Phoenix" for him at his wedding. He must be very happy that you're coming. Gu Meng lowered his soft and long eyes, as if the past had been pried open, revealing the grievances that he had been suppressing. At that moment, Mo Shi saw that Gu Meng's eyes were a little red. Jiang Yeshua's private residence was in a quiet and secluded corner in the north of the city. It was the small courtyard that Mo Shi had given him when he got married. After so many years, he was now the great elder of the academy. His salary was high, but he had always been thrifty and was a nostalgic person, so he had never changed. During the Duanyang festival, the streets were filled with people sprinkling realgar, selling sachets, and waving calamus leaves to ward off evil spirits. In order to avoid being noticed, Mo Shi and Gu Meng came in a carriage. When they arrived at the Jiang residence, they couldn't help but be startled. They had thought that Jiang Yeshua would be alone at home, but unexpectedly, before they even entered the house, they heard 2 young people laughing and playing. The young man spoke first. "I'm not a monster. Even if you sprinkle realgar wine on me, it won't work. Then came an even more childish voice, followed by a series of giggles. It was a young girl who sounded to be only 7 or 8 years old. She said softly, "Then why don't you sprinkle wine on me? I'll see if I'm a monster." Turning around the screen wall, they saw that the small courtyard was already hung with mugwort leaves, cattail leaves, and lanterns. The two people playing were one older and one younger. The older one was wearing a white robe with golden edges. Her hair was braided with a golden hairband, and her forehead was decorated with gold, silver, and emerald beads. She had a plum blossom pouch woven with colorful silk at her waist. She was Xianxia. The younger one, on the other hand, was a girl wearing a 5-poison-colored robe. Her arm was tied with a 5-colored silk pendant made of Yansheng. She held a small paper kite in the shape of a centipede in her hand. Xianxia was using realgar to draw the word Wang on her forehead. She heard footsteps and turned her head. When she saw Gumeng, she couldn't help but be happy. "Aya! Big brother!" It turned out that this little girl was none other than Lord Chongfeng's crazy daughter. Gumeng didn't expect to meet the two of them at Jiang Yeshua's residence. He couldn't help but be surprised and a little helpless. "Xiao Lan'er, why are you here?" "Sir asked me to come. I've been staying at his house recently." Xiao Lan'er was still shy and timid, but she looked much more cheerful than before. She opened Xianxia's hand and jumped in front of Gumeng like a rabbit. "Sir said that Big Brother would come to celebrate the Duanyang festival with us today. I thought he was just joking. I didn't expect it to be true." Xianxia also looked like she knew they would come. She smiled and nodded. "Lord Shihi, Gu, He didn't know how to address Gumeng. Calling him by his name was definitely out of the question. Gumeng had touched Lord's reverse scale. If he called him Big Brother, it would sound like he was in the same generation as Mo Shi. Thus, after thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, "Martial Uncle Gu." Mo Shi was rather surprised. "You're also here to celebrate the festival with Brother Jiang?" "Yes." "Then your father, Sai, don't mention it. I wanted to invite Big Brother back home to celebrate the Duanyang festival. In the end, I only tried once before I was scolded by my father. He told me not to hang out with." Xianxia paused and glanced at the inner courtyard. She lowered her voice. "He told me not to hang out with dubious people." After that, she hurriedly added, "Lord Shihi, please don't mind. My father is that kind of person. In addition, his health has been getting worse recently. He always loses his temper and is paranoid. He even scolds me very badly. Uncle and I have discussed it. After these busy days, we'll take him to the Hun Tian cave in the old fief to recuperate. If his health is better, his words won't be so unpleasant." Mo Shi said, "You're finally willing to recognize him as your big brother?" Xianxia was a little embarrassed. She scratched her head. "Big Brother Jiang is a very good person. He treats me and fourth uncle well. The Yu clan treated him like this, but he never said anything bad about the Yu clan. I used to listen to rumors and treat him like that. It's my fault." Gumeng was squatting at the side and playing with Xiao Lan'er while listening to Xianxia's narration. At this time, he raised his head and looked at her with a smile. "He must be very happy that you're willing to recognize him and accompany him. He told us before that it would be great if we could have some relatives to visit during the festival. You, Morong Chui, it would be great if you could accompany him." Upon hearing Morong Chui's name, Xianxia's eyes dimmed. "Fourth uncle, he. Don't talk about Big Brother Jiang. He hasn't been very good to me recently. I heard from the people in the residence that fourth uncle seems to want to move out of the Yu clan and live alone." "Mr. Morong wants to move out of the Yu residence?" Gumei was shocked. "Then he's all alone, where is he going?" "I don't know." Xianxia lowered her head and absent-mindedly rubbed her exorcism sachet. She looked very sad, but also somewhat disheartened. This kind of situation had never happened to Xianxia. Xianxia had pursued Morong Chui for so many years. She had been disappointed, sad, and unwilling, but she had never been as tired as she was now. It was probably because a person's heart was made of flesh. If one's enthusiasm was not reciprocated for a long time, there would be a day when it would cool down and be exhausted. Moreover, Xianxia was also his elder, and they were both weapon-refining great-grandmasters. However, Xianxia's attitude towards him was completely different from Murong Chuyi's. Under such a comparison, it was actually very difficult for him not to be shaken. Fourth uncle said before that the blood flowing in his veins is different from ours, and he has never treated us as his family. The reason why he stayed in Chonghua was because he wanted to repay my mother's kindness in adopting him. Now, he probably thinks that I'm already 20 years old, and he has repaid his debt, so he wants to leave. Yu Chenqing's fingers circled the knot again and again. I also don't know where he wants to go. He might want to travel around the world to find his real family, or he might just find us annoying and want to move away from us. I don't know how to persuade him. In any case, he won't listen to my words. Emoshi and Gumeng looked at each other and did not say anything. There was really nothing they could say. What should they say? Yu Chenqing was not their family, and Murong Chuyi was even more not their family. It was not convenient for outsiders to say too much about other people's family matters. Just as they were feeling awkward, they suddenly heard the sound of beats behind them. The first to react was Xiaolan'er. The little girl happily and obediently went to greet him, repeatedly calling out, "Sir, sir." The people in the courtyard all turned their heads and saw Xianxia coming out of the inner hall in a wooden wheelchair. He was wearing a blue robe today, and his black hair was tied up with a blue jade hairpin, hanging down to his shoulders. He smiled and stroked Xiaolan'er's hair. Xiaolan'er said happily, "Let me push the wheelchair for you." "Sure." The little girl put the centipede kite on her back, walked behind Xianxia, and pushed him into the courtyard. Xianxia raised his head, his eyebrows and eyes were soft as he said with a laugh, "I was in there playing with the Du Shou Xiang Bao. I didn't hear anything and neglected you. Brother Mo, Brother Gu, Duanyang Onkong." Now that everyone was present, the small courtyard paved with bluestone suddenly became lively. There were no servants in Xianxia's house, so they had to wash the reeds and mix the glutinous rice by themselves. However, it was precisely because of this that they felt that the world was peaceful and peaceful. Yeshua Chenqing and Xiaolan'er were young and lively. The two youngsters, one big and one small, ran around the courtyard. One moment, they would add fire to the outdoor platform, and the next moment, they would bring in large buckets of well water to soak the bamboo leaves. Gumeng sat on a small stool and rolled up his sleeves to stir the glutinous rice. Seeing the two of them in full swing, he shook his head and said, "At this rate, I'm afraid that before noon, they will use up all the water stored in the water tank." "That's right, they have to use it up." Xianxia said with a smile, "Duanyang Onkong needs to take the water at noon, when the yang energy is the strongest. Rumor has it that the water stored at this time can ward off evil spirits and get rid of miasma. Didn't you used to believe this the most?" Gumeng thought to himself, "Oh, I forgot." However, he glanced at Emoshi, who was washing the bamboo leaves by the stone platform in the distance, and secretly rejoiced that it was Xianxia who had reminded him of this matter. In a while, he could tell Emoshi that he still remembered these small details and ease Emoshi's heart. Gumeng thought of this and turned to Xianxia to change the topic. "Did you tell Yu Chenqing and the others about me?" "Not really," Xianxia said. "I just told him that Brother Gu has some secrets that are inconvenient to disclose to others. However, I know that you are not a heinous person. If he trusts me, then I hope that he also trusts you. Chenqing is still very smart. There are many things that we don't need to point out." Gumeng did not know what to say. In the end, he lowered his eyes and said, "Thank you." "What else do you have to thank me for?" Xianxia sighed and said, "Actually, I also let you down. In the past, I didn't always insist on believing you. I am already very grateful that you don't blame me." His gaze turned to the courtyard, as if he could see through the years and see the extremely simple wedding that had been held in this courtyard many years ago. A pair of newlyweds, few guests, and bystanders avoided them like the plague. However, Gumeng seemed to be afraid that the world did not know his attitude. He played the Swana song, "The Phoenix Seeking the Phoenix," and winked and smiled at Xianxia amidst the fluttering confetti in the courtyard. "When I was ostracized, you did not betray me. However, I did not always trust you. I owe you." Gu Meng was a little embarrassed by his words. He scratched the back of his head and said, between brothers, there is no such thing as owing each other. Once again, he was anxious to change the topic. His blue eyes looked around the courtyard and landed on Xiao Lan'er. He hurriedly said, "Oh right, what's going on with Lan'er? Why is she living in your house?" Xianxia sighed and said, "You also know her situation. Lan'er's spirit nucleus is 1 in 10,000 strong. It is almost comparable to Lord Shihi. However, her body is weak and cannot bear such a talent. Therefore, she has a berserk heart disease. Although she is usually obedient and gentle, once her symptoms erupt, she does not recognize her relatives and is very cruel." She had an outburst again? Yes, not long ago, she had an outburst in the academy. Jiang Yeshua looked at the little girl who was busy in the distance and said, although the academy elders stopped her in time, she still injured a few children. One of them was even Juansheng's nephew. They originally wanted to expel her from the academy and destroy her spirit nucleus. I couldn't bear it, so I took her in as my disciple and kept her by my side. Although I am not a medicine cultivator, I have dabbled in medicine. I know that with her berserk heart disease, she can't stand being provoked. She hates it when others provoke her. Jiang Yeshua sighed and said, most of the people in the academy are inexperienced children. They are influenced by some elders and keep calling her a monster. She won't get any better if she stays there. Gu Meng nodded and said, that's true. Children are the most likely to follow others. Therefore, I persuaded Lord Changfeng to let his daughter stay in my residence. First, she can learn from him. Second, I can slowly relieve her of the overbearing spirit nucleus energy. Third. Jiang Yeshua paused and said, my residence is deserted. At least it is a peaceful place. No one will bully her. It will also be good for her illness. Gu Meng smiled and said, you are right. You said 1, 2, 3. Do you have a fourth? Jiang Yeshua bent his fingers and lightly tapped his forehead in thought. After a while, he smiled and said, fourth, she is very obedient. She always takes the initiative to push me. It is like I have picked up half a small wheelchair. Just as they were looking at each other and smiling, she suddenly turned around and said, the reed leaves have been washed. Should I bring them over? Then I will have to trouble brother Mo. Making zongzi was a complicated job. The most popular type of zongzi in the capital city of Chonghua was pillow zongzi. Zongzi leaves could be made from bamboo leaves, wild boar leaves, or reed leaves. The fillings inside could be sweet or salty. Jiang Yeshua was very careful. He remembered everyone's tastes. He went to the market early in the morning and bought the freshest ingredients. At this time, the vegetables and meat had been washed and cut evenly. They were placed in small clay pots. The glutinous rice was also mixed. Yeshua Qingqing rubbed his hands and said excitedly, let's start. I want to make meat zongzi. Xiao Lan'er said softly. However, she quickly came over with a small stool and said, then I will make sweet zongzi. Yeshua Qingqing teased her, aren't you going to the stove to make a fire? Lan'er said softly but firmly, no. Making a fire is not fun. Making zongzi is more fun. Jiang Yeshua looked at them and laughed in his wheelchair. After a while, he suddenly realized something, eh? Gu Meng turned around and asked, what's wrong? I forgot to take the 9-colored thread. It will be used to make zongzi later. Your leg is not convenient. Where do you put it? I will take it for you. Jiang Yeshua smiled embarrassedly, then I will have to trouble brother Gu. The thread is in the cupboard in the small hall. It is the second one from the left. Gu Meng got up and went into the house. Jiang Yeshua's house was very simple. There were no other decorations. Gu Meng quickly found the bundle of 9-colored thread in the cupboard. Just as he was about to take it out, he suddenly saw a memorial tablet in front of the shrine. The memorial tablet was black and white. It was carved out of cypress wood. There were a few simple words written on it, deceased wife Jiang Qin's seat of Mujin. Gu Meng couldn't help but stop and look at the memorial tablet. Qin Mujin was Jiang Yeshua's first wife. When her family was suffering, others avoided her. However, Jiang Yeshua still fulfilled the marriage agreement with her. After the two of them got married, they were a perfect couple, but who would have thought that Qin Mujin would unfortunately die in a battle not long after? At that time, they were still newlyweds, and at the time, they were still newlyweds, and at that time, they were at their most affectionate. Because they had only known each other for a short time, Gu Meng didn't have a deep impression of this Mrs. Qin. What he remembered most was how she was dressed as a bride at the wedding. She was wearing a bright red dress. The veil was thin and light, and her face could be seen through the red veil. Other than that, he remembered that the bride was very good at drinking. She looked delicate and weak, but all the guests who competed with her in drinking were drunk. Gu Meng was no exception. After the wedding banquet, he was a little unsteady. At night, Emoshi sent him back. However, Emoshi didn't let him go back to his residence. Instead, he dragged him back home. At that time, Emoshi was still living in the old mansion of the Emo family. His powerful uncle hadn't passed away yet, so there were many spies in the mansion who were watching Emoshi. However, for some reason, Emoshi was suddenly so impulsive that day. There were eyes and ears on the other side of the wall, but he insisted on pressing Gu Meng on the bed and entangling with him. Gu Meng really drank too much. He kept using his arm to cover his eyes. His whole body was so hot that Emoshi became more and more out of control. Halfway through, a servant knocked on the door and asked if the young master needed to change the candle. Emoshi's response was to extinguish the candle in the room. Then, in the dark, he even more wantonly bullied his senior who didn't dare to make a sound. Later, Gu Meng asked Emoshi what was going on. After a long silence, Emoshi told him that he just envied Xianxia for being able to marry the person he loved. At that time, Gu Meng didn't have any strength at all. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There are so many brides in the world. Do you have to sigh with emotion every time you see one? Emoshi didn't say anything. After a while, he said that actually, he felt that the bride's eyes looked a little like Gu Meng's through the red veil. Gu Meng was so angry that he almost laughed at the excuse he found for his beastly behavior. He said, "Her eyes look like mine? Why do I feel that her nose looks like yours? They don't look alike at all. Why do you think they don't look alike just because you say so? I think they do. Her lips even look like Morong Lian's. They don't look alike at all. Her face even looks like Morong Chuyi's." Emoshi didn't refute anymore. He seemed to feel that he shouldn't continue to argue with his senior brother who he had bullied so badly. However, it could also be that Gu Meng's memory had faded. He couldn't remember most of the conversation clearly. At this moment, if Emoshi saw this memorial tablet, how would he feel? At that time, they were still young. They thought that as long as they could marry the person they loved, it would be enviable. But who knew that there was such sadness as the separation of newlyweds in the world? Perhaps people could never play with their lives. Gu Meng sighed. He put his hands together and bowed in front of Jiang Yeshua's memorial tablet. In any case, he and Jiang Yeshua were comrades. If Qin Mujin was still alive, he should call her sister-in-law. After he bowed, he glanced at the memorial tablet a few more times. He hesitated whether he should greet Jiang Yeshua or offer some incense. But suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. He couldn't put his finger on it. When he first looked at the memorial tablet, he didn't feel anything. But after looking at it a few more times, he vaguely felt some discomfort. He always felt that there was something more to this memorial tablet. Gu Meng couldn't help but frown. He carefully observed the tablet a few more times. The handwriting was neat, the wood was meticulously carved, and the placement was reasonable. Everything was normal. But he just felt uncomfortable. The more he looked, the more uncomfortable he felt. When he had scrutinized Gu Meng for the 5th time, Gu Meng's mind suddenly lit up, and his heart skipped a beat. He knew what was wrong with the tablet, it was dust. This exquisitely carved tablet was covered with a thin layer of dust. It looked like it hadn't been cleaned for a long time. But shouldn't a normal person wipe the dust off when they worship a memorial tablet? Gu Meng stared at it blankly. At this moment, the sound of the bamboo curtain swaying suddenly came from the door. A light and gentle voice with a smile sounded behind him. "What are you looking at?" Gu Meng's back suddenly broke out in a layer of cold sweat. He suddenly turned around. He didn't know why, but he felt a strong sense of panic in his heart. He raised the thing in his hand and said, I'm holding the 9-colored thread. Xianxia sat at the door and didn't come in. He smiled against the light and looked at him. Is the 9-colored thread so hard to find? Did I put it in a bad position? Gu Meng calmed down a little. Actually, what he found wasn't anything special. It was just a little strange. He didn't know why he suddenly felt so scared. It was probably because Xianxia suddenly spoke behind him and scared him. Gu Meng said, not really. I just saw sister-in-law's memorial tablet, and wanted to pay my respects. Xianxia's pair of eyes that were like the spring river quietly stared at him for a while. Then he said gently, thank you. If Yen'er's spirit in heaven knew about your intentions, she would be very happy. Gu Meng licked his lips and didn't say anything else. From the way Xianxia addressed her, it was obvious that he was very close to his late wife. Logically speaking, it was not strange. Xianxia was known for being soft on the outside but hard on the inside. He was always stubborn. Back then, he had insisted on marrying Qin Mujin. After Miss Qin had passed away for many years, Xianxia had no intention of remarrying. It seemed that he had decided to be with someone for the rest of his life. It was just that this kind of deep affection, coupled with the dust on the spirit tablet that he had just discovered, was really a little strange. Perhaps Xianxia had been too busy recently and had neglected it. Xiaolaner has already wrapped a zongzi outside. She's just waiting for your thread. If you still want to catch up with her, she'll be anxious. Xianxia raised his hand to lift the bamboo curtain and smiled. Come out. Okay. As soon as the reed leaves and glutinous rice were in his hands, he showed what it meant by a single straw stumps a hero. Xiaolaner usually liked to help her father with things. She was nimble with her hands and was the fastest at wrapping things. Xianxia and Gu Meng were two people. One was a weapon refiner, while the other was a slave in Wangshu residence when he was young. Although their zongzi couldn't compare to Xiaolaner's, it was still passable. Yu Chenqing, on the other hand, was quite funny. He was a greedy eater. He stuffed ginkgo, fresh meat, ham, chestnuts, egg yolk, kidney beans, chicken, and peanuts into the small four-cornered pillow dumpling. The dumpling was stuffed to the brim with fillings. Xianxia smiled when he saw it and said, this one of yours will definitely fall apart. It won't. This is called 8 treasure zongzi. The Yu residence makes it every year. Only the cook can make 8 treasure zongzi. Xianxia patiently advised, you're a beginner. It's best to make white glutinous rice zongzi. Let me try. Who knows if I don't try. In the end, after 4 or 5 times, the zongzi either broke or the meat fell off. In the end, when they finally managed to tie it up, it was a fat zongzi with rice leaking out from the 4 corners. It falls apart as soon as it's cooked. Brother Yu is too greedy. Xiaolaner crisply said. Everyone laughed. Yu Chenqing was distressed as he carried his pillow zongzi and rubbed his nose in embarrassment. The water boiled and the first batch of zongzi was thrown into the pot to cook. Zongzi was very particular about the heat. It couldn't be stewed over a strong fire, but rather simmered over a slow fire. While they were waiting, they wrapped the remaining rice and leaves into all kinds of zongzi. Other than pillow zongzi, they also wrapped cow horn zongzi, beauty zongzi. They even made a few of the most traditional bamboo zongzi. However, this was a tedious job. Yu Chenqing was a bit tired of doing it. He couldn't help but stretch his head out to take a look. When will the zongzi in the pot be cooked? Xianxia smiled and said, it's still early. You can't sit still? Not really. Make a jozi zongzi and bring it back for uncle to try. Yu Chenqing was very excited at first, his eyes shining. However, after a while, he became discouraged again. 4th uncle and my father are quarreling. Recently, he doesn't want to talk to anyone. Forget it. Quarreling again? Xianxia murmured and sighed, his temper. He shook his head and didn't say anything else. The rest of the zongzi were quickly wrapped up. There were still a lot of zongzi left. Xianxia said, why don't you distribute it to the neighbors? There are many lonely elders here. Most of their children were sacrificed in the war against Liao country. The old people are not in good health and don't know how to take care of themselves during the new year. Since there are so many, let them have a taste. Yu Chinqing said, Big brother, you are so nice. Xiao Lan'er said timidly, Sir, I want to go too. Can I go with brother Yu? Jiang Yeshua took 2 bamboo baskets and put a clean cloth inside. He was careful and picked some small zongzi with vegetarian fillings. It was easier for the old people to eat. These are made by Xiao Lan'er. They are filled with honey beans and white glutinous rice. These are made by me. Jiang Yeshua carefully arranged the zongzi while choosing. His fair and slender fingers stopped in front of a pile of long zongzi. In the end, he moved them away and coughed a few times awkwardly. Chinqing, yours, and Lord Shihi's. They are well wrapped, but a little, not suitable to be given away. I won't put them away. Yu Chinqing, Emoshi, he lowered his head and picked a few more zongzi wrapped by Gu Meng. Who knew that as soon as he put them in the basket, Gu Meng would take them out? Don't put mine in either. Gu Meng smiled and said, Let's keep them for ourselves. I won't embarrass myself. Jiang Yeshua was stunned. Gu Meng wrapped the zongzi tightly and beautifully. How could he embarrass himself? He couldn't understand, but Emoshi immediately understood. Gu Meng felt guilty. He was worried that some of the people who had lost their loved ones were killed by him. No matter what the reason was, Gu Meng had always felt uneasy about the blood he had been stained with. Emoshi was silent for a moment. He walked to Jiang Yeshua's side and took the bamboo basket from him. Gu Meng and I will go too. There are a lot of zongzi to give away. He pulled Gu Meng's wrist and said, Let's go. Gu Meng said, Hey? Wait, how could Mok listen to him? This man was strong, stubborn, and as stuffy as a gourd with its mouth cut off. Gu Meng had no choice but to take out a silver-edged veil from his Chankuan bag and put it on his face before he left. Why do you have to take me? Emoshi, Jiang Yeshua's courtyard was located in an area of old houses and narrow alleys. The alleys were winding and dark. He put the zongzi into his Chankuan bag and dragged Gu Meng for several streets. No matter what Gu Meng said, he didn't let go and didn't say a word. He waited until they were far away from the Jiang residence and there was no one in the alley before he let go of Gu Meng. Before Gu Meng could leave, he had already anticipated this. He placed an arm on the brick wall of the narrow alley and lowered his head to look at the other. I'll tell you one more time. Gu Meng's blue eyes moved uneasily. What did you say? There are such people in Chonghua, not because of you, but because of the Liao Kingdom. All these years, you've already done everything you could to report and prevent the killings. Emoshi said and grabbed Gu Meng's hand. Because he felt Gu Meng's fingertips moving in his palm, he held his hand tightly and interlocked their fingers. Don't think that your hands are stained with blood, okay? As he said this, he held Gu Meng's hand and kissed the back of it. Gu Meng's tense back relaxed bit by bit under Emoshi's loving gaze through his long eyelashes. Gu Meng licked his lips as if he wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. He could only say, there's nothing for you. But, no buts. In the end, Mochime sighed and covered his mouth. Emoshi looked down at him with eyes full of heartache, helplessness, and sadness that he thought he hid very well. Emoshi said softly, You're the best, always have been. Gu Meng's blue eyes blinked and then he shook his head. Emoshi raised his other hand and pressed on the top of his head, forcing him to nod. Gu Meng didn't know whether to be angry or amused. That shabby old heart of his seemed to be leaking out some green and sour juice that flowed through his blood and into his bones. Then he licked Emoshi's palm. Emoshi was caught off guard and instinctively let go of his hand. Gu Meng took the initiative and jumped up to press Emoshi against the wall. However, Emoshi was much taller than him. When Emoshi pressed against the wall with one arm, his momentum and posture were very correct. But once they were flipped upside down, Gu Meng would be looking up at him with his head slightly tilted up. From the looks of it, it didn't look like suppression, but more like acting coquettishly. The corner of Gu Meng's mouth twitched at this frightening thought. But when he saw that Mo Mia's expression didn't change and his heart didn't skip a beat despite being held down, his eyes calm and unruffled, as if silently asking him, What are you planning to do? Gu Meng couldn't help but feel extremely angry. He felt that he had to teach him a lesson. Therefore, he simply jumped up and hit him with the iron head that was covering his face. Dong. A muffled sound was heard. Gumeng said proudly, "How is it? Does it hurt?" Emoshi, that's right. Your big brother Gumeng will teach you what it means to be polite and respectful to your younger brother. The only response he got was Mok grabbing him and pulling him into his arms. Then his other hand pinched his silver-rimmed mask and pushed it to the side of his forehead. Behind the mask was a face that used to be soft and bright, but was now pale and delicate. He had long and gentle eyes, a smooth jawline, a delicate curve of his nose, and lips that were as sweet and red as berries. Under his long and soft eyelashes hid a pair of blue eyes that were deeper than the rivers and lakes. Emoshi's calloused thumb gently rubbed Gumeng's lips. He turned his face sideways and his gaze slowly moved up from his lips to the two pools of deep blue. I've learned something. Senior, please teach me more. As he spoke, he leaned over and kissed her. But at this moment, they suddenly heard a strange rustling sound from the corner. Emoshi was a very sensitive person. He immediately raised his hand to pull down Gumeng's veil and pulled her into his arms. He shouted sternly, "Who's there?" A Xianxia soldier dressed in the Northern Frontier Army uniform shakily moved out from the corner. He had obviously just returned home from grocery shopping. In his arms was a basket of fresh vegetables and radishes, as well as a bundle of cattail leaves. At this time, he was so scared that his face turned pale. Trembling, he turned around and said in a trembling voice, with the sound of boiling water. A pot of hot water was ready. Xiaoxiao wrapped the hot copper handle with a towel and carefully poured some tea into the red clay pot. This was a three-bay house with only a narrow living room. On the left was a small kitchen covered by a blue cloth curtain. On the right was a thin door with a half-closed bedroom. He repeatedly wiped the table 3 or 4 times before bringing the tea tray over. In addition to the freshly brewed tea, there were 2 plates of nuts and desserts. Handsome Mo, please have some tea. This time, the way he addressed Emoshi was normal. Previously in the alley, Xiaoxiao must have been really scared out of his wits. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called Emoshi stepfather. And this? He timidly raised his eyes and looked at Gumeng in fear and trepidation. How should he address her, stepmother? Stepmother, this person was covered by a mask so he couldn't see her face. Therefore, Xiaoxiao wasn't very sure how he should address her. But just now in the alley, he felt that he didn't see wrongly. Their cold and indifferent handsome Mo, Lord Shihi, must have wanted to kiss her face. Although Emoshi later coughed softly and explained to him that sand got into his friend's eyes and he was helping him blow it away. But who would believe him? Xiaoxiao couldn't help but be frightened and nervous. He was curious and scared. God, he actually bumped into Lord Shihi's adultery on his way home from grocery shopping. What should he do? Would Lord Shihi kill him? What kind of fairy-like appearance does this stepmother have? How long have they been together? Was Princess Mengze kept in the dark? Mok, who sat in front of the table with a cold expression, did not know that his subordinate, who seemed to be respectful, had his mind filled with bubbles, and each bubble contained an extremely dangerous problem. Emoshi took a sip of tea. Xiaoxiao stared at his pale and thin lips, and a few more bubbles appeared in his mind. It was said that men with thin lips were fickle. He used to think that Lord Shihi was an exception, but he didn't expect that he was the same. Alas, Princess Mengze was really a pitiful person. She waited for so many years, but was abandoned just like that. How pitiful, but on second thought, this stepmother had not spoken since they first met. He did not know her voice, nor did he know her appearance. Furthermore, the robe she wore was very loose, and it was difficult to determine her figure. Perhaps she was Princess Mengze? The princess wanted to travel with Lord Shi. She was afraid of being seen by others, so it was normal for her to wear a veil. It was probably because his heart was fluctuating too much that it unconsciously showed on his face. Moxie looked at him speechlessly and put down the teacup. What are you thinking about? I wasn't thinking of anything. I'm just a piece of wood with no thoughts. Emoshi was speechless. Xiaoxiao covered his face. After a while, he looked out through the gaps between his fingers and said in a muffled voice, General Mo, your, friend, what does she drink? It's fine if she drinks the same as me. We're just here to deliver some Duanyang Dragon Zongzi on behalf of Elder Qing Su. We won't be here for too long. You don't have to be busy anymore. As he spoke, he took out some sweet and savory zongzi from his Chankuan bag, which he had made in Jiang Yeshua's courtyard. Mo she didn't know how many zongzi he should keep, so he asked, how many people are there in your family? Xiao scratched his head. Just me. Gu Meng heard this and couldn't help but whisper, Xiao suddenly turned his head and looked at him in bewilderment. No wonder Xiao was frightened. Although his voice was soft, it was obvious that his voice was hoarse. He wasn't a girl. Gu Meng couldn't help but feel bad. Just as he was feeling awkward, he suddenly heard Mo Shi say lightly, he caught a cold last night. His voice is a bit hoarse and he can't speak very well. Can I trouble you to make a pot of hot ginger tea for him? Oh. So his voice is hoarse. Xiao muttered and exhaled. Of course. It wasn't easy to get over this. The two drank tea, left some zongzi for Xiao, and chatted for a while before leaving. On the way, Mo Shi asked, why were you so surprised when you heard him speak? Gu Meng said, it's a long story. That child, he used to be my subordinate. I know. You know? Back then, my 30,000 remaining troops all joined your Northern Frontier Army. I thought you couldn't tell which were my original brothers and which were recruited by you. Mo Shi said, it's quite easy to recognize. How? The cultivators you brought with you all call me stepfather. Black leather military boots embedded with iron plates made a crisp sound as he walked on the green brick path. Mo Shi said lightly, they think I don't know, but I know. Just now, that person called me stepfather when he was nervous in the alley. I can tell he's one of your men. Gu Meng rubbed his nose awkwardly. After a while, he said, that group of unreasonable brats, how could they give you random nicknames? It's nothing. It's quite good. Mo Shi said, compared to me, you're closer to them. After so many years, you can still remember Xiao's appearance. But I don't have much of an impression of them. I'm not good at remembering things. I'm also not that close to the soldiers. Gu Meng said with a smile, your brain is used to memorize magic scrolls and border reports. It's true that you can't remember people. If they continued talking, they might have to talk about the reorganization of the Northern Frontier Army. Mo Shi didn't want to continue talking about this, he didn't want Gu Meng to know about the Oath of Divine Tribulation. In fact, his style of governing the army was just like his personality. He was stiff and cold, and it was easy to misunderstand that he didn't take the soldiers seriously. He didn't know how to use words to inspire people, and he didn't know how to use tenderness to win over soldiers. So after he took over the Northern Frontier Army for so long, his cultivators still respected him, feared him, and didn't love him. Other than Jun Shang, it was obvious that there were people who knew that he had sacrificed 10 years of his lifespan to vouch for an army. The soldiers of the Northern Region Army also didn't know what their so-called stepfather had done for them. Now it seemed that the Oath of Divine Tribulation wasn't important. Gu Meng had already vouched for them once. Mo Shi's oath was only used by Jun Shang for the second time. Even if he hadn't made this oath at that time, Jun Shang wouldn't have let down these 30,000 hot-blooded soldiers. But so what, when you're in this situation, no one knows what the truth is. Their stepfather was very boring and didn't like to say good things. People weren't gods, and they couldn't see what secrets were hidden under the surface. He might not be good enough in this way, but he was already using his life to protect those who he thought were going to suffer. Even so, he only received a stepfather in fear and trepidation. Marshal Mo is an aristocrat after all. He won't be of the same mind as us. Who said that the discrimination between clans was only between the top and the bottom? A commander of an aristocrat clan who was involved in the dirt had already been unintentionally discriminated against to the bone by his soldiers. Mo Shi said, let's talk about that Xiao. Why were you so surprised when you heard that he was the only one in his family? Oh, it's like this. Gu Meng said, don't look at that child's young age. He joined the army when he was 16 years old. At that time, he was the youngest batch of soldiers under my command. At that time, I asked him why he joined the army. He told me that he had 3 older brothers. Each of them came, and he couldn't stay idle. He didn't want to be left alone at home. Goo. Meng's eyes dimmed when he said this. His 3 older brothers were all very outstanding and decent. If I remember correctly, the year I left Xianxia, the 3 of them should still be alive. I didn't expect. Emoshi was silent for a moment. Then he said, swords have always been merciless. Don't think too deeply. No one can protect everyone. If you do what you should do, you will have a clear conscience. Gu Meng didn't say anything. After a while, he suddenly said that family's eldest brother said that as long as he had money and could buy a house, he would want to marry a wife and live a stable life. After a long silence, Gu Meng sighed. If the war could end quickly, that would be good. The war couldn't end quickly. On the contrary, the day of extinguishment ended quickly. Not long after Duanyang, an urgent report came from the north. It said that Liao country had betrayed them and broke the agreement of 2 years of truce. They suddenly attacked Shitua Pass, which was the weakest point on Chonghua's border. Shitua Pass was in a state of emergency. When this news came, the emperor was seriously ill and couldn't even walk. He could only entrust the Murong Mengzhe to take charge of the situation. However, the civil and military officials who didn't know the inside story were very dissatisfied with the emperor's actions. What illness does the emperor have? If the emperor is ill, the 3rd elder of Shen Nongtai should be the one to check and then inform the important officials in court. Why did he just throw out a sentence and go into seclusion? There has never been such a rule in previous dynasties. Emoshi could clearly feel the atmosphere in court. People didn't know that the emperor had an incurable illness, but paper couldn't hide the truth. Many people with active minds already had guesses that were very close to the truth. It was just that they couldn't be sure and didn't dare to rashly investigate. There were also some old people who weren't very smart. Although they didn't notice the emperor's abnormality, Mengzhe's power had undoubtedly pricked their nerves. They didn't dare to go against the emperor for the time being, but it was more than enough to go against Mengzhe. Mengzhe's intention was to send Chonghua's Pegasus battalion to help, and then transfer some troops from the 2 nearby strongholds to reinforce the dangerous situation at Shitua Pass. In Emoshi's opinion, her way of handling things was indeed appropriate and safe, but she didn't expect that it would be rejected by a large group of people. The Pegasus battalion is directly under the emperor's command. How can they be transferred out of Wangqing so easily? Transferring troops is a big matter. Even if the princess wants to transfer troops, she has to hold a military and political meeting first. These were still reasonable. There were even some who relied on their status as noble elders and directly said to Mengzhe, Murong Mengzhe, you're just a woman. What right do you have to dictate military orders? If it's the Lord Wangshu, it's fine. But you don't even have a title. We're all relatives of the royal family. Who has a lower status than the other? We follow the emperor's orders and let you preside over the meeting. But we can't let a little girl like you mobilize troops, right? If something big happens, who can bear the responsibility? With this kind of delay and the checks and balances of power, even if Emoshi and some of the important officials of the military council were willing to vouch for Mengzhe, it was still difficult for the military order to be passed down quickly. As a result, Shitua Pass was finally lost. The Black Devil Masters of Liao waved their flags and advanced south. In one fell swoop, they broke through Feng City, Dezhe City, and Di City, the 3 big border cities. They kidnapped a large number of people and killed tens of thousands of soldiers. By the time this news came, although the emperor had recovered and was able to attend court, it was already too late. He sat on the throne, in front of him were the reports from the border for the past 20 days. His face was terrifyingly cold. Before Shitua Pass was in a state of emergency, they sent urgent reports for help 14 times. They held on for 7 days. The emperor threw the stack of reports on the table. He raised his head from the white fur collar of his fur coat, his eyes cold. At that time I had given full authority to Mengzhe. Did you all die or are you all pregnant? Why? Didn't you mobilize troops? In the face of the monarch's anger, no one was willing to be the first to speak up. Speak. The monarch said, when Meng Zhe was in charge, weren't you all quite good at talking? What's going on now? Are you all mute? An elderly aristocrat stepped forward and said, Monarch, Tua is in an emergency and needs to dispatch troops. However, such a big matter must be approved by the monarch himself. If Princess Meng Zhe is acting on behalf of the monarch, it will need to be discussed with many parties before it can be carried out. Otherwise, everything will be in chaos. Chaos? The monarch narrowed his eyes, his expression was extremely dangerous. Interesting. What chaos? Xianxia country's system, the ancestral rules. The monarch suddenly interrupted him, revealing his white teeth. For the sake of our ancestral rules, we lost 3 big cities at the border. Screw your head. The old aristocrat suddenly shrank back, his tortoise-like old face instantly wrinkled. The monarch's anger could no longer be restrained, and he flew into a rage at the court meeting, knocking on the table and asking, what do you all want to do? Is it so important to be a man or a woman? I will let whoever I want to be in charge. Otherwise, what? Let you make the decision? Then you might as well go to the backyard and lead a pig to sit in my position. Let's not talk about Dezhe first. In the past, Master Liao's army of 300,000 wanted to occupy Feng City, but was repelled by my country. D City is Chonghua's most important stone city. Since ancient times, the enemy has attacked and lost every time, but it fell within 20 days. Even a pig wouldn't allow such a ridiculous thing to happen. Who was it that rejected Meng Zhe's proposal? Who didn't let her mobilize Tua? Was it you? The monarch pointed at the old aristocrat who spoke up just now. The old aristocrat hurriedly said, Of course it wasn't me. Such a big matter, how can I make the decision alone? It was. What was it? You are usually eloquent, but when it comes to questioning, you stutter. Say it. Or do you want me to let Meng Zhe point it out one by one? Meng Zhe. Meng Zhe was a woman who had made an exception to enter the imperial court. She wore a gold-rimmed 5-beam black gauze crown and a black python robe embroidered with a phoenix. Although the python robe had wide sleeves, it was neatly tucked at the waist, making her look more tall and straight than usual. Now that her brother was calling her, her long eyelashes fluttered and she lowered her eyes. Brother Wang, please calm down. Now that Lion Tua Pass had fallen and the 3 cities had fallen, it was unknown what Burning Country would do next. Now is not the time to pursue the matter. Brother Wang, please make an inventory of the troops in the north and arrange for a counterattack. The old noble was originally worried that Meng Zhe would take this opportunity to complain to her brother after being ostracized these days. But when he heard her say that, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief and couldn't help but applaud Meng Zhe in his heart. This girl, she didn't take advantage of the situation, she was smart, he quickly said, that's right. Juansheng, you see, we were also worried about the Chonghua country. Our intentions were good, but the result might not be satisfactory. Please calm down. Another person stepped out. That's right, Juansheng. The family has its rules and the country has its laws. We followed the laws of the country. Although the 3 cities and 1 pass were lost, at least the laws were not messed up. This is not a bad thing. When Juansheng heard this, the breath that he had just suppressed came up again. Who knew that someone would add, Juansheng has been sick for more than 20 days. Our worries are not without reason. If Juansheng's body has any serious illness, according to the laws, we should have let the elders know. If we hide it like this, it will be easy for the officials to worry for no reason. Juansheng's anger rushed to his head. He took a deep breath and his eyes were red with hatred. He slammed the table and said angrily, you guys are really capable. Your mouth is on your face, not for planning, but for gossiping, isn't that right? Everyone was silent. The official who spoke was confident that he had the iron certificate left behind by the founding emperor. His roots were deep in the court, so he pretended to be frightened. Juansheng, don't be angry. Taking care of your body is more important. Juansheng turned his head in anger, as if he didn't want to see these people in front of him anymore. He didn't say a word and stared at the pillars of the main hall for a while. But in the end, it was still useless. Monstrous anger overflowed from his heart, drowning him in invisible resentment. He closed his eyes. Suddenly, with a flick of his sleeve, the table in front of him was overturned. Cherries and pears rolled on the ground, and the scrolls and reports were scattered beyond recognition. Get lost. Get lost. All of you get lost. Yes. Xianxia panted, his red eyes angrily staring at the hall. He spat out a few words. Wait. The officials stopped. Xianxia, Lord Shihi, stay here for Xianxia. Soon, only Emoshi and Xianxia were left in the hall. Xianxia let out a deep breath and leaned back in exhaustion on the dragon throne. His eyes stared blankly at the golden dome carved with dragons and phoenixes. Iron certificate. Iron certificate. Xianxia cursed as he read. These are all good things left behind by the ancestors. Relying on these things, each one of them is making use of every opportunity to make their own wishful thinking. What do you think Xianxia is raising them for? Xianxia might as well raise a group of uniformed bamboo warriors who don't have any ideas. Xianxia will just give those bamboo people who don't have any tricks up their sleeves. So many disgusting things can be avoided. It's already come to this point. Xianxia, don't continue with these fantastical things. What fantastical things? Xianxia said angrily. A person with ambition but no brains is worse than a pig with no ambition and no brains. Emoshi pursed his thin lips. Their Xianxia had succeeded the throne at the critical juncture of the Chonghua reform. The resistance he had encountered could be said to be unprecedented. There were many people who were openly and secretly singing the opposite of Xianxia, causing Xianxia to always have the idea of it's better to raise a group of obedient bamboo warriors than to raise a court full of civil and military officials. Emoshi sighed inwardly. He didn't want to continue this meaningless conversation with him. Instead, he asked, how does Xianxia plan to counterattack next? Xianxia said, I'm afraid it's not as simple as counterattacking. He put his hand to his forehead and fiercely rubbed his brow bone. Lord Shihi, do you know why Xianxia hasn't come out of seclusion for more than 20 days? It's because of the cold. Then why didn't Xianxia look for you to expel the cold as usual? I'm not sure. Xianxia sat up straight. His entire body was shrouded in the shadow of the hanging plaque in the golden hall. He said, Lord Shihi has been expelling the cold for Xianxia for so many years. Have you never been curious about how Xianxia contracted this illness? Emoshi said, if you don't say, I won't ask. You've always been careful with your words and actions. Xianxia nodded. It's just that it's easy for you to get carried away by that good brother of yours. After a pause, Xianxia said, actually, Xianxia didn't mean to hide this matter from you. I just felt that it wasn't the right time to talk about it. Now that the situation is in front of you, Xianxia should explain it clearly to you. Xianxia, please speak. Xianxia deliberated for a moment and sighed. This matter has to start from the old story of the founding of the burning country. I think there's no need for Xianxia to go into detail about that past. From the elderly to the children, I'm afraid there's no one in the Chonghua who doesn't know about it. Back then, Palace Lord Chen Tang made an exception and accepted the slave Hua Pen as a disciple. Later, Hua Pen betrayed her. Hua Pen raised his troops and rebelled. In the northern territory of the Chonghua, Hua Pen established himself as the king and founded this evil country. Now, when it comes to the burning country, there's no one in the Jiuzhou continent who doesn't know that their methods are bloody and they're proficient in the black magic arts. However, Xianxia raised his head. Have you ever thought about where the origin of the burning country's magic arts is? Emoshi said, Hua Pen is a rare magic arts genius. Most of the black magic arts that the burning country uses today were created by him. How could there be so many creations? He used to be a slave who didn't know anything. Who gave him Qiming? The answer was obvious, Chen Tang. Emoshi frowned and said, but Chen Tang has never been contaminated with any crooked magic. Who says that the source of crooked magic has to be crooked magic? Xianxia said, Gu Shui hid in the burning country for 5 years. During that time, he and Xianxia studied countless books and collected a large amount of black magic arts from the burning country. Other than a small portion of magic arts that were completely derived from the legacy of the demon race, Xianxia found that many of the contents could see the shadow of the Chonghua's magic arts. Think about it. Hua Pun was an extremely intelligent person. This kind of person wouldn't like to learn magic arts by copying. After he mastered Chen Tang's magic arts, he would definitely think about how to make these magic arts more special and more powerful. Chen Tang's magic arts might be for the sake of stability, but Hua Pun would seek danger and wonder. As Xianxia spoke, he casually picked up a golden red flame in his palm. For example, this is the 9 lotus flame art that Palace Lord Chen Tang left behind. It can dispel the shallow demonic aura that mortals touch. You should be familiar with it. After saying this, Xianxia's hand suddenly formed another 2 seals. Then, the golden red flame was extinguished. In his palm was a blue-black vortex of miasma. Moshi's eyes suddenly widened. Depraved heart art? That's right. Xianxia said, this is the depraved heart art that Xianxia cultivated according to the records of the black magic arts that Gu Qing passed on. In those years when you fought against the burning country, you must have been troubled by it because it is the exact opposite of the 9 lotus flame art. It is a magic art that can cause mortals to be corroded by demonic aura. Xianxia said this and dispersed the depraved heart art. But Lord Shihi, if it wasn't for Gu Meng secretly passing on the depraved heart art to Xianxia would never have thought that there are only 2 seals between the 9 lotus flame art and the depraved heart art. Moshi was slightly stunned. Xianxia is saying that many of Hua Pun's magic arts can't get rid of Chen Tang's shadow? That's right. Most of the black magic arts in the burning country have a similar origin to Chonghua. Xianxia said, his master was Chen Tang and he was born in the Chonghua. Even if he was reborn later on, he still couldn't break free from his roots. Then let's talk about that again. Do you still remember how Palace Lord Chen Tang sacrificed himself back then? The history books say that he sacrificed himself in order to restrain a demonic blood beast that Hua Pun had cultivated at that time. In the end, he perished together with it. Xianxia nodded. The demonic blood beast is ferocious and cruel, and its resentment is shocking. If it is allowed to develop, it will have the ability to move mountains, fill seas, and devour the heavens and the earth. What's worse is that it can continuously emit demonic aura, affecting the minds of all living things within 100 li. It will gradually infect people with a vicious aura and make them violent and bloodthirsty. The rumors related to it are too shocking. It is said that it is an unkillable demonic beast, like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. It can fight to be reborn from death. So even if it was sealed by Chen Tang back then, the kings of the Chonghua still held a grudge against the demonic beast's existence. When it came to my father's generation. He paused for a moment, then said, just in case, he began to hide it from the court officials and secretly made a trial. Emoshi shivered. Could it be that the late emperor also wanted to create a demonic blood beast? Xianxia said, no. Then he found a file about the cultivation of spiritual beasts in the secret scroll left behind by Chen Tang. The spiritual beast recorded in the file was extremely similar to the demonic blood beast, but its ability was completely opposite. It was a spiritual beast that could purify the world. Back then, my father wanted to secretly cultivate the spiritual beast that could fight against the demonic blood beast. This secret was really unexpected. Emoshi was actually speechless for a moment. Xianxia once wanted to cultivate a spiritual beast similar to the demonic blood beast for the Chonghua to use. Emoshi digested it for a while, then said, but since there was such a spiritual beast, why didn't Chen Tang cultivate it back then? Although spiritual beasts have the ability to purify the world, the refining process is still too cruel and dangerous, Xianxia said, so, Chen Tang listed it as a forbidden technique, and my imperial father also failed in refining it. But in my opinion, the reason for my father's failure was not just because of the difficulty of the technique itself. Since ancient times, those who achieve great things are at the right time, the right place, and the right people. When my father cultivated the spiritual beast, Chen Tang had already passed away for many years, and the spell scroll was difficult to completely decipher. This was because the right time was not suitable. At that time, Dezay City, which was the place where Chen Tang sealed the demonic blood beast, was still controlled by Liao country, and was unable to survey the spiritual flow. This was because the right place was not suitable. In the end, he stopped, then began to habitually turn the heavenly pearl bracelet around his wrist. This move was too risky after all. My father naturally would not spread it around the world, and the few people who knew that he was going through the trial actually all had their own opinions from the beginning. Later on, the conflict became even more acute and could not be resolved. This was because people did not get along well. With these three disagreements, it would be difficult to accomplish anything. So my father's plan could be considered a failure. No one knows what happened to the spiritual beast that he refined halfway. Perhaps it was destroyed by itself, or perhaps it was destroyed by him. This has always been a mystery. The cultivation of spiritual beasts was thus erased from Chonghua's history. The only traces left, Xianxia paused, then said, are the people who were in close contact with spiritual beasts. More or less, they all underwent some changes. Emoshi narrowed his eyes slightly. Who are these people? This is a forbidden secret that will be destroyed after one generation. So even this monarch cannot completely know. Currently, only 3 people can be confirmed. As Xianxia spoke, the string of pearls in his hand paused, and he pulled out a pearl. First, Zhou. Zhouhe's father? Correct, Zhouhe's father, the previous great elder of the arcane stage, Zhou. At that time, he should have been the #1 spell master directly responsible for the cultivation of spiritual beasts. And the change that appeared in his body was that he became abnormally bloodthirsty. Emoshi was silent for a while. There were indeed too many bloody rumors about the Zhou family. Zhouhe's fondness for cutting open people's heads and stabbing them in the head was nothing new. As for his father, Zhou, Xianxia did not have much of an impression of him due to his early death. However, he did remember that this great elder loved to eat raw, bloody meat at the end of the year banquet. He did not expect it to be for this reason. Then is Zhouhe's brutality also related to this matter? Yes. Xianxia said, these mutated cultivators, as long as they have too much contact with their own blood relatives, the resulting influence will unknowingly seep into the other party's body. Therefore, Zhouhe's fondness for the smell of blood was indeed influenced by his father. Then what about the second person? Who is the second person? It's Morongxian. Emoshi was shocked. Moronglian's father? Xianxia nodded. As my father's brother, Morongxian was also directly involved in this conspiracy. However, his situation was a bit special because he quarreled with my father very early on and no longer participated in the refining. Not long after, he sacrificed himself on the battlefield. Therefore, the mutation caused by the spiritual beast wasn't obvious, and it didn't cause any infection to the Moronglian. The reason why I'm sure he's the second person is because of his tomb. Speaking of this, Xianxia turned a few Z beads on his bracelet and continued, the martyrs' tombs in the War Spirit Mountain are all sealed with white jade. This kind of jade is warm and won't be easily eroded. It can ensure that the person buried there will be the same as when he was alive. However, Xianwangshu's tomb is an exception. The tomb keeper once came to report to me that Xianwangshu's tomb sealing jade seemed to be a fake. In just over 20 years, it had already begun to age and fade. Therefore, I ordered the craftsman to repair Xianwangshu's tomb. However, unexpectedly, after the sealing jade was opened, the craftsman found that the body inside had turned black. It had completely mutated. Hearing this, Emoshi frowned and asked, did the Moronglian know about this? He wasn't in the imperial capital at the time, so he didn't know. Moreover, this matter was too cruel, so I didn't tell him afterwards. Xianxia sighed, actually, people who sit in this position have to keep too many secrets. There are some things that I'd rather not know. Forget it, let's not talk about other things. I'll tell you about the third person. This time, Emoshi didn't need him to say anything. With the previous 2 cases, the third person was obviously on the verge of being revealed. Emoshi closed his eyes and said, the third person, if I'm not wrong, is the previous emperor himself? Xianxia was startled for a moment, then smiled bitterly, you're right, the third person is my father. My father's mutation is abnormally cold. Yes. At some point in time, the previous emperor of Chonghua had become abnormally afraid of the cold. He was obviously a fire cultivator, but he liked to be surrounded by furnaces and fur coats, and his condition was getting worse year by year. At that time, people thought that he was old and his body wasn't as good as before, but they didn't think that there was such a truth behind it. Xianxia said, at that time, my father didn't know that his condition was affected by the spiritual beast breeding, and he didn't know that this effect would be directly transmitted to his children. He still often came into contact with me. He was the oldest among the 3 people, so his influence on me was far greater than the influence of the other 2 fathers on their children. He lowered his eyes and stroked the string of beads with his fingers, saying in a low voice, I was young and weak, and I belonged to the Yin water spiritual stream. Gradually, I contracted the chilling cold disease. His voice became softer and softer. His eyes under his long eyelashes were like a dark river flowing with an uncertain light. His thin lips opened and closed lightly. My late father unknowingly brought me an illness that would haunt me for the rest of my life. However, because he finally learned of my illness, he had the intention to abandon me. Xianxia sighed imperceptibly and didn't continue speaking. The water in the throne room was quietly dripping down the water from the water glass. New drops of water fell into the pool, shattering the old calmness into sparkling waves. Even a simple person would have a few secrets that no one knew, let alone a country that had existed for many years. She only knew that Xianxia had this incurable disease, but he never knew the root cause of this disease, and he didn't know that it was related to old Xianxia at this time. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Xianxia sighed. Forget it, the past is no longer important. Right now, what makes me feel even more critical is the fall of Dezhe City. You just heard me say that Dezhe City is the old place where Chen Tang sealed the blood scourge. After the battle between Chen Tang and Liao country, it has become a place that Liao country and Chonghua must fight over. Liao country is very clear that if they want their beast to be reborn, Dezhe is a place that they must control. As for us, whether it is for defense or research, we can't just give up Dezhe. So in these hundreds of years, Chonghua and Liao country have fought many battles in Dezhe, taking turns to occupy this old place. When the previous emperor was in power, Dezhe was still Liao country's territory. After I succeeded the throne, Dezhe City was taken back under Chonghua's territory. And the first thing I did after I took back Dezhe was to secretly send people from the arcane platform to Dezhe City to investigate the traces of the seal of the blood scourge. She asked, what was the result? Xianxia shook his head, if it is announced publicly, I'm afraid the whole Chonghua will fall into extreme panic. He paused and said in a low voice, the seal of the blood scourge has been lifted. In the dozens of years when Liao country ruled Dezhe, they have successfully lifted the seal of the blood scourge and rescued it from the abyss of Dezhe Lake. Moshi's pupils constricted, saying, since the blood scourge has returned to Liao country, why haven't there been any changes in these dozens of years? Because although the seal has been lifted, the blood scourge is still in a state of hibernation and can't be controlled by Liao country's cultivators. But the most difficult seal has been lifted, so the hibernation can definitely be awakened again. Xianxia sighed and continued, when I first heard this secret report, I was so anxious that I couldn't sleep for more than 10 days. Every day and night, I thought, is the blood scourge really unable to be reborn? Is there a powerful cultivator in Liao country who can restore its spirit that has been sealed for hundreds of years? If there is, how long will it take? Xianxia rubbed his brow bone with his hand and said in a low voice, Lord Shihi, now do you know why I was so anxious to send an absolutely loyal person to Liao country to be a spy? We must know every move of the blood scourge, otherwise there won't be another Chen Tang who can guard Chonghua's gate. She asked in a low voice, how is the blood scourge now? Gumeng spent a whole year to find out about it. After the seal was lifted, the blood scourge was taken back to the spiritual storage bag to be nurtured. But because Chen Tang damaged it too much that year, no matter how carefully it was worshipped, its power was still constantly weakening. Until now, there are no signs of it recovering. Seeing Moshi's expression relax, Xianxia said, but don't be too worried. I always thought that the threat of the blood scourge was removed, so there was no need to be too worried. Later, the cultivators of the Great Swamp City secretly reported to me that they found a trace of the blood scourge's remnant soul in the lake that year. Moshi was silent for a moment, then suddenly reacted. He opened his eyes wide, so the reason why the blood scourge hasn't awakened until now isn't because it's dying, but because Liao country is missing a trace of its soul? Exactly. Xianxia said, that year, the blood scourge's soul was shattered by Chen Tang, and a trace of its remnant soul escaped from the seal and submerged into the lake unconsciously. Because of this missing trace of its soul, Liao country couldn't awaken their national weapon from its slumber for more than 10 years. Therefore, this trace of its soul became the most important thing in our battle against Liao country. When I learned of this, I immediately ordered people to search for the remnant soul of the blood scourge in the lake. However, this action was like looking for a needle in a haystack, and it took 6 to 7 years. Only a few months ago, the search area was narrowed down to a range that could be investigated. But that range was about 100 miles wide. If we continued to search using normal methods, it would take several months. I wanted to get rid of this worry as soon as possible, so I took a risk. Mo Shi. What? Jun Shang raised his pale finger and pointed at his head, summon. When I was young, I was infected by a spirit beast and was diagnosed with the chilling cold disease, but at the same time, I more or less have some of the spirit beast's aura. The blood scourge and the spirit beast belong to the same clan, so as long as I try my best, I can summon it. Mo Shi pursed his lips and felt somewhat incredulous. You were unconscious these days because you were trying to find the trace of the remnant soul of the blood scourge? Yes, so this time, when the cold attack came, I didn't need to relieve it in time, but to let it develop. The worse the cold attack, the stronger the aura of the spirit beast on me, and the easier it is to find the specific location of the blood scourge. Just yesterday, I just confirmed the specific location of the remnant soul, and wanted to send people to retrieve it immediately. But today, when I went to the court, I learned that the great swamp city had been lost. The cold air in the hall was suppressed to the extreme as he moved his lips and teeth. Jun Shang closed his eyes and held the armrest of the dragon throne. The meridians on the back of his hands bulged, and he said coldly, Liao country, it must be that Liao country has finally discovered the secret that the blood scourge can't recover. Now that the great swamp city is in their hands, once they succeed in their search and the last trace of the soul falls into the hands of Liao country, what awaits Chonghua won't be a stalemate between two cities, but a reenactment of Hua Pe'en's battle that year. His eyes were filled with a mist-like blood. Lord Shihi, do you understand the importance of this matter? This matter involves the foundation of the country, and I can't tell anyone the truth about it. The loss of the great swamp city is far more serious than it seems. So I will immediately send an army to recover the great swamp, and you will lead the army. But you must be clear that the purpose of this trip is not for the city, but for the remnant soul of the blood scourge in the lake. You must find it as soon as possible. He paused and said, if not, when the soul of the blood scourge is gathered and reborn, not to mention the Chonghua, the entire cultivation world will fall into chaos. At that time, it will be a catastrophe in Jiuzhou, and the 4 seas will be plunged into misery. When Mo Shi returned home, Gu Mei was reading and writing in his study. The vermilion window was open, and scattered flowers floated outside. Gu Mei was dressed in a light blue robe made of fine hemp. Her hair was tied up loosely behind her head into a loose bun. When the wind blew, the shadows of the flowers swayed on his body and the desk. When Mo Shi saw the book lying on the desk, he knew that he was recording the lost memories again. Gu Mei was very focused on writing, and didn't notice Mo Shi's arrival. His cheeks were slightly puffed up, his berry-like lips were slightly pursed, and his smoky eyelashes cast a gentle reflection on the side of his nose, trembling from time to time. Mo Shi didn't want to break this hard-won peace, so he just stood outside the half-open door of the study and watched. After a while, Gu Mei finally finished writing what he wanted to write today, so he raised his head. Seeing the man standing outside the door, Gu Mei was stunned, his blue eyes widening slightly. Eh? When did you come back? You've been standing outside the whole time? Mo Shi was clearly not someone who was good at lying, but at this moment, he said calmly and naturally, no. I just came back. I didn't. As he spoke, he entered the room. Gu Mei asked, what did the court meeting say? Did Jun Shang return to court today? He did. That's good. In that case, the cities near Shirtua Pass are also, it's already too late. Dezay City has fallen. The report just arrived today. Gu Mei was shocked. Another city? Yes. Mo Shi said, Jun Shang has already drafted the imperial edict. In another 2 hours, he will send these edicts to the relevant mansions. At noon, he will go to the general appointment platform to gather the generals and lead the army to the north. He has already discussed this with you? Emoshi paused, then said, yes. I'll lead the northern frontier army, and I'll send 50,000 cultivators from the Pegasus Battalion, led by the Murong Lien. There are still 50,000 Red Plume Camp cultivators who have yet to be appointed. When Gu Meng heard that the Murong Lien was going, his brows had already furrowed. He thought to himself that the Murong Lien clearly no longer had any interest in the battlefield. His addiction to a floating life is like a dream had already reached this point. Yet, Jun Shang still wanted to send him, he didn't know why. However, when he heard that the 50,000 Red Plume Camp cultivators had not yet been decided, his frown deepened. He doesn't have a candidate yet? Emoshi shook his head. He prefers Meng Zhe. Although Meng Zhe's body is weak, she used to be the commander of Qi Ling's former subordinates. Moreover, this army is made up of the elites of the number 1 noble family. Although they are obedient, they are still unruly. Jun Shang is worried that if other people were to be the commander, they would not be able to stand the nobles elites of Qi Ling. Therefore, he hopes that Meng Zhe can stay in Qi Ling's army and not really do anything for him. Gu Meng pursed his lips. Do you think Jun Shang is really doing this because of this? I don't want to guess why he is doing this. Emoshi said. I came back before the appointment for nothing else but to ask you if you are willing to replace Meng Zhe to take over Qi Ling's former subordinates and go to the front line with me. Gu Meng was stunned. You want me to take over Qi Ling's former subordinates? Yes. Are you willing? From Gu Meng's expression, one could clearly see the change in his emotions. Gu Meng did not even have time to react before the unexpected news of being able to return to his own country and fight alongside his fellow countrymen caused his blood to rush to his head. He was 7 parts astonishment and 3 parts joy. But gradually, the intense blush on his face receded, and the light in his eyes dimmed a little. Gu Meng said slowly, Emoshi. I really want to go to the front line with you. Even if you didn't tell me when you came back today, I would have done the same if I knew. Emoshi could not help but smile bitterly. I understand. I actually don't want you to go to the front line, but I think if I really stopped you, you wouldn't be happy and would only blame me. Therefore, it was I who suggested to Jun Shang that you go with me. Gu Meng was stunned for a moment and then lowered his eyes. Thank you. Mok raised his hand to ruffle Gu Meng's hair. His hand had always been rather strong, and Gu Meng's hair was loosely tied up in a bun. As he ruffled it, a few strands of hair drooped down to the side of his face. Emoshi said, there are benefits for you to go. At least I can see you all the time. If you are willing, I will go and talk to Jun Shang. Gu Meng interrupted him. I want to go to the battlefield. But I don't want to lead the people of the Red Plume Camp. Emoshi, Gu Meng said, I can't be the commander anymore. Think about it. The Red Plume Camp is full of cultivators from noble families. They have fought against the burning country for so many years. They hate me to the core. It is impossible for them to be willing to listen to my orders. I understand what you mean. If you are worried about this, then you don't have to worry. Emoshi said, if you wear the veil, Jun Shang will tell the Red Plume Camp that you are a noble of the royal family. However, due to some reasons, it is not appropriate to disclose your identity. With Jun Shang's warning and me as the commander, no matter how much they guess, they will not do anything rash. Under Emosia's deep-arched brows, that pair of phoenix eyes as black as night looked at him. That gaze was gentle, without coercion or persuasion. There was only endless tolerance, like an ocean that swallowed the starry night. As long as you are willing. But if you are not willing, or if you just want to be a soldier by my side, then it is up to you. How could Gu Meng not be willing? How could he not know Emoshi's painstaking efforts? If he could lead the Red Plume Camp to victory, then in the future, if he had the chance to disclose his identity as a spy to the world, this would be a meritorious service that could not be underestimated. Thinking about it, Emoshi had asked Jun Shang for the position of commander of the Red Plume Camp. Jun Shang obviously had his own selfish reasons for choosing Meng Zhe, the Murong king, as the deputy commander. Emoshi had used Jun Shang's interests to obtain a bargaining chip for him. Gu Meng was silent for a while, then said, let Meng Zhe go. Even though he was more or less prepared, when he heard that Gu Meng had really given up, Emoshi's eyes were still filled with sorrow. Just like how Gu Meng could see through Emoshi's sacrifices, his risky moves, and his violation of Jun Shang's boundaries. How could Emoshi not see that his senior brother had given up for him? Gu Meng covered his wide dark blue sleeves and explained, I am still not suitable to be the commander of the Red Plume camp. Everyone is looking at me. No one can guarantee that no one will find out. If my identity is exposed during the war, it will cause internal strife among the Chonghua soldiers. Also, my memory is slowly fading. I don't know what will happen to me next. If I am to be the commander, I cannot do it without a clear mind. I know what you're thinking. Gu Meng looked at Emoshi's gloomy expression and stepped forward to hold Emoshi's slightly cold face. A soft smile appeared at the corners of his eyes. But I just want to do my part for the Chonghua. I want to fight side by side with you. I want to be by your side. After a pause, he tiptoed slightly and pressed his hand against Emoshi's forehead. His hand slid down and intertwined with his fingers. This time, let me be one of your retainers. Emoshi lowered his eyes and said, this is not the position you should have, I think this is the position I should have. Emoshi, good boy. Gu Meng rubbed his forehead. I am already very happy to be able to complete my apprenticeship for the Chonghua with you again. With you. With the Northern Frontier Army. Either way, it will be good. Emoshi, we can fight side by side again. June 17th of the Chonghua calendar. Summer. Less than 2 years after the end of the war, the Liao country tore up the contract and raised its army to attack Shirtua Pass. Because the Chonghua had delayed the deployment of troops, after the Liao army broke through Shirtua Pass, they quickly swallowed up Feng City, Di City, and Dezhe City. They took back the important place where Chen Tang had sealed the blood scourge. When the news of Dezhe breaking through the city spread, Jun Shang finally woke up from his deep sleep. In order to quickly recover this city, Jun Shang immediately ordered the troops to prepare for war on the day of the court meeting. The strong wind blew against the bright red war flag. Jun Shang stood with his hands behind his back at the side of the pillar of the platform. On his left was Emoshi in a black robe with golden edges. On his right was the Morong Lian in a royal blue robe. The sun was shining brightly. Jun Shang's gaze swept inch by inch across the 3 armies below. Gu Meng stood among them with his face covered. When Jun Shang's gaze fell on him, he paused for a moment. Then he nodded almost imperceptibly, using this method to greet his commander Gu. The commander of the Northern Frontier Army and the commander of the Pegasus Battalion had already been decided. Jun Shang played with the heavenly jewel on his wrist. Then he used the sound amplification technique to spread his voice to the entire drill ground. Morong Mengze, step out. Yes, Jun Shang. Mengze walked out from the side of the army formation. She looked gentle and beautiful. Her body was weak, but her bearing was tall and straight. Especially when she tied up her hair and changed into a slim-fitting royal military robe, she looked even more dignified. No one could tell that she was a sickly person with a broken spiritual nucleus. Jun Shang said, the position of commander of the Red Plume Battalion is given to you today. I hope that you and the Lord Wangshu will work together to help the Lord Shihi conquer Dezhe in the north and recover the lost land. As soon as he said this, there was a faint commotion in the army. Morong Mengze lowered her head and said, yes, sir. She received the golden order arrow from the messenger. Stepping on the vermilion carpet-covered steps, she walked up to the stage and stood beside the commander Emoshi according to the rules. The stage was solemn and respectful. No one was allowed to casually whisper to each other. But when Mengze stood in the commander's position, many of the nobles revealed expressions of disbelief and dissatisfaction. They didn't utter a word. Their eyes met, and it was already self-evident. There were many people who could be used in the Chonghua. Why was this golden order arrow received by Morong Mengze? Could it be that Jun Shang was selfish? Could it be that he wanted Mengze and Lord Shihi to fight side by side and help each other? Could it be that he was deliberately alienating his relatives? All kinds of thoughts seemed to materialize. In the silent stage, the undercurrent was turbulent. And Gu Meng, who had deep contact with Jun Shang, was very clear about the deeper meaning of this. This battle was of great importance. The most elite troops had already been deployed. It could be considered a battle where victory was almost certain. Before this, the nobles from all walks of life pushed the responsibility to each other. As a result, the cities were lost and the borders fell. It was truly a misfortune for the state. At that time, Morong Mengze, who was in charge of the battle, was clearly entrusted by Jun Shang. But because she was a woman, she was questioned. On the surface, it seemed that the nobles were not convinced that a woman was in charge. But if one looked deeper, it was because these old nobles who had the red ink iron certificate and their ancestral land did not put Jun Shang in their eyes. That was why they dared to take advantage of this loophole. The collateral nobles were already so arrogant. If Jun Shang gave the commander's position to any one of them, wouldn't he be slapping his own face? Only by handing over the Morong Mengze would he be able to vent this resentment. Only then would he be able to silently and intimidatingly warn them, Chonghua is overseen by me. Whether it's a woman or a slave, whoever I want to use, you can't stop me. Under the bright sun and the clear sky, Jun Shang said, for this battle, a total of 200,000 cultivators will be deployed. The army will suppress the Great Lake. We will set out today. The war drum sounded. Immediately, the drill ground exploded with a uniform response. The light of the armor reflected the sun, and the halberds shone brilliantly. As usual, the cultivators of Chonghua shouted the oath before setting out. Their voices broke through the 9 heavens and resounded through the clouds. We obey Jun Shang's order. We will not return it until it is broken. We obey Jun Shang's order. We will not return it until it is broken. Gu Mei was hidden in the crowd like the most insignificant person. He looked at the cultivators shouting left and right, listening to the roars that could swallow mountains and rivers. After hesitating for a while, he also tried to carefully follow them. He recited the oath that was previously engraved in his mind but was now almost unfamiliar to him. Gu Mei softly recited, together with my son, we will not return it until it is broken. He mounted an ordinary date-red warhorse, the feathered pheasant in his head swaying in the wind. The city gate opened wide, and the army advanced north. At that moment, he returned to his old friend, his comrade, and his northern frontier army as a small soldier. Everything seemed to return to the sunny days. Gu Mei turned his face to the side. In a trance, he saw the similarly young Lu Zhanqing, the still immature Mo Shi, and the 70,000 brothers who had passed away getting back on their horses. They were so young, and he was already so broken and old. We will not return it until it is broken. Amidst the deafening shouts, the army marched from the drill ground to the official road. Perhaps the sun at this moment was too bright, piercing Gu Mei's eyes through his eyelashes. He actually felt a little sour and wanted to cry. This year, he finally set out on an expedition once again. Just like when he was in high spirits at 20 years old. 2 days later. Great Swamp City. Night. The sound of flowing water flowed out from the official residence of the Great Swamp City's governor office. At first, the sound of the zither sounded very graceful and gentle, but if one listened carefully, it would give one a hair-raising feeling. It was as if one was looking at a beautiful woman in red from afar, but when one got closer, one would discover that she was a female ghost floating in the air with her feet off the ground. A cultivator dressed in green from burning country quickly walked around the corridor to the main hall where the sound of the zither was coming from. He crossed his arms outside the door and said, State teacher. The watchtower on the outskirts of the city discovered that the Chonghua army is approaching. They will arrive outside Great Swamp City in at most an hour. The person inside the room didn't answer. Only the bright orange light seeped out through the white cloth covering the window. When the eerie song ended, the door opened with a creak. The state teacher of Burning Country walked out calmly. This man wore an exquisite golden mask and a golden silk crown. He was clearly just a state preceptor, but he was unscrupulously overstepping the boundaries. He wore a silk robe embroidered with a dragon pattern. The robe was inlaid with silver edges, and the pattern was woven with silk made from the tail. Feathers of a spirit sparrow. Under the moonlight, the robe was overflowing with colorful light. So fast. The moment the imperial preceptor opened his mouth, he actually said in a very relaxed tone, I thought that they would take at least 3 days to arrive. It seems that we have taken over the Great Swamp and angered that little brat on the Chonghua throne. He smiled and said, "Since the army of justice can't wait to have a showdown with us, why don't you go to the top of the city and prepare? Don't disappoint the guests who have come from afar." The cultivator still had his head down and his arms crossed. Although the state teacher's tone sounded calm and his face looked pleasant, the cultivator didn't even dare to raise his head in front of him. Everyone in Burning Country, even the children who just learned to speak, knew that in this dark country, the most terrifying person wasn't the ruler, but the state teacher who used the ruler's power. This person was temperamental and cruel. The things he did could not be measured by reason or rules. Not to mention the others, even the young Lord Liaojuan was nothing but a pile of mud that he could throw away whenever he wanted. Back then, when Jun Shang succeeded to the throne, he had wanted to unite with his mother's clan to pull out this power manipulator. But what was the result? In the end, before the plot could be set up, all the fangs were pulled out by the state preceptor, and all the officials involved were chopped into minced meat. Jun Shang was in despair and broke down. He cried and ran to find his mother to rely on. But on that cold night, the state preceptor personally came to Jun Shang's mother's palace. He seemed to be deliberately trying to test the new Jun Shang's courage. He was crazy enough to humiliate that woman in front of the young Jun Shang. Then, he laughed wildly and beheaded her. In the dark and luxurious palace, the imperial preceptor lazily unbuttoned his robe, exposing a large area of his muscular chest. He dipped it in a woman's hot blood and rubbed it on Lord Liao's face. As for Lord Liao, he was trembling, and the first emotion he felt was not hatred, but fear. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me," the state preceptor put on a fake smile. No one could tell whether he was happy or angry. "Don't kill you? You're really a coward." Woo-woo. State preceptor. Please. Please, but it's good." The state preceptor looked at the blood on his fingertips and smiled faintly. "If you were as fierce as your mother, it would be exciting to play with you, but keeping you by my side is like raising a tiger. It's not bad that you're a coward." At that time even a blind man could see who was superior and who was inferior. Some of the nobles in Liaojuan even suggested that the state preceptor should replace him, but the state preceptor did not mean to do so. What's so interesting about being a king? It's too tiring. The position of state preceptor is better. It's tempting. The position of state preceptor is what I want most in my life. The man smiled sweetly. "Don't force me to ascend the throne. I'm very obedient. I don't have such ambition." He didn't have the ambition of a wolf. He was a vicious beast that ate fur and drank blood. However, he liked to pretend to be kind. Even if he raised his head from the belly of the prey, he could still show the sweetest smile with his bloody face. Therefore, in 9 regions, everyone knew very well that the world of Liaojuan was not in the hands of the king, but belonged to the man with a surly temperament. The state preceptor of Liaojuan was the real master of this dark country. At this moment, the messenger was serving this man. The messenger naturally knew the pros and cons. Before him, in this year, 32 messenger cultivators had died in Liaojuan. Some of them even died without knowing what they said that made the state preceptor unhappy and wanted to behead them. Or perhaps, the state preceptor was not unhappy at all. He just wanted to chop off their heads. "What are you doing? Why don't you go and let the guards at the city gate get ready?" The state preceptor smiled. "You can't even handle this matter well. Do you want to disturb me playing the zither tonight?" The messenger felt that his whole body was covered in sweat. He hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, yes. I'll go now. I'll go now." He hurriedly ran away. The state preceptor smiled as he looked at the messenger's back. He stood in the courtyard for a while and then turned back to the main hall. This main hall was now a purgatory on earth. The body of the Chonghua Lake City's governor, who had committed suicide, had not been carried out. The governor's wife, concubines, and children had also hanged themselves, but their bodies had not been put down. He leisurely walked through the hall. His slender fingertips brushed the floating dead bodies. His expression was relaxed as if he was brushing wind chimes. The state preceptor liked this kind of situation very much. It was precisely because he had this perverted hobby that even though he had been in the governor's mansion for 2 days, he did not let anyone clean up the bodies. In this way, he walked all the way to the end of the main hall, where a zither that belonged to him was placed. Under the bright light, one could see that the zither was made of human skin, with hair as the strings. It was inlaid with 9 eyes, which were spinning crazily. He sat down beside the zither, plucked a few strings, and then closed his eyes and leisurely stroked the zither again. West of the 10,000-mile bridge is a thatched cottage. The water of the 100-flower pool is like the blue waves. The green clouds are beautiful and clean in the wind, the red rain is gentle and fragrant. Rich wealth, the old people's letters are cut off, the hungry children look desolate. Wanting to fill the ravine, the only way is to spread it out, laughing crazily, but getting older is even crazier. He plucked the strings with his fingertips, playing a long song, a leisurely song, a mournful song, and a soft song. When he played a folk song that was used to coax children to sleep, the sound of magic clashing could already be heard from the distant city walls. A long time passed. Perhaps it was 2 hours, or perhaps it was 2. There was a loud boom, and even the earth seemed to be trembling. There was a vague scream from the distant city gate, "Open the enchantment. Open the defensive enchantment. Deploy the guarding cultivators from the east city gate." The shouts of blood and fire at the city gate had already become fragmented remnant sounds by the time they reached the governor's mansion. They were even washed away by the sound of the 9-eyed zither, like the moon in the water. At the end of the song, the state preceptor finally raised his head and ordered lightly, "The siege is quite fast. Go out and ask who are the commanders of the Xianxia this time." The attendant standing at the side took the order and went out. After a while, the attendant ran back and answered with his head bowed, reporting to the state preceptor, "The brothers in the city defense camp said that the commander sent by the Xianxia this time is their lord Xianxia." The state preceptor said calmly, "It's not surprising at all. Xianxia is brave and good at fighting, but he can't fight with his senior brother. Now that Gumeng has been sent back by us, it's not strange that the Xianxia sent him here." "What about the deputy commander?" "Morong Lian." The state preceptor smiled, "Just a smoker." There's one more." "Oh?" The state preceptor was interested, "Who is it?" "Morong Mengze." The state preceptor's fingers on the zither paused, and then he sneered, "Sending a woman to be the deputy commander, is the Xianxia going to die out? Or does their old monarch want his sister to get closer to Xianxia? Morong Mengze, a medicine practitioner with a withered spiritual nucleus to be the deputy commander, how many soldiers did the Xianxia give her?" 50,000. The state preceptor laughed, 50,000? Even if she's Morong Mengze, she's so weak that she's not afraid of dragging others down. This girl is so thick-skinned. You're right, state preceptor. Oh right. The state preceptor paused for a moment and suddenly asked, "How's Gumeng? I heard that his relationship with Xianxia is getting better. Xianxia even brought him back to his residence and took him in as a servant. Did he come to this battle?" Reporting to the state preceptor, "Gumeng." The retainer knew that he had misspoken and hurriedly corrected himself, "I misspoke, it's Gumeng." The state preceptor smiled, "No matter, he has served Daliao for 5 years. Daliao doesn't have as many rules as the Xianxia. If you want to continue calling him Gumeng, there's nothing wrong with that." Although that was true. How could the retainer dare to call Gumeng Marshal? The retainer immediately said, "State preceptor, please forgive me." According to the information obtained by Daliao's military council, Gumeng was sent by the Xianxia's monarch to be the body for the Hamo trial. When he came out, he was already on the verge of death. Unless he had the help of an immortal, even if he was soaked in the heavenly fragrance life-prolonging dew, he wouldn't be able to recover in such a short time to come to the front line. The state preceptor did not feel relieved after hearing this. He narrowed his eyes, which flashed with an unpredictable light. "Who said that there are no immortals in the Xianxia? Isn't Jiang Fuli a saint who can revive the dead?" There was a hint of a sneer in his words. The retainer quickly said, "The spies keeping an eye on Jiang Fuli said that Jiang Fuli has gone out to travel again and is not in the Xianxia capital. His light body technique is excellent, and he has always been elusive. If he doesn't want to be discovered, he can always find a loophole no matter how hard you keep an eye on him." The state preceptor said, "In this enemy army, the Morong Lian and Morong Mengze don't have to worry too much. Just keep an eye on Xianxia. Also, if there's anyone who seems to be Gumang, report to me immediately. Yes. The state preceptor flicked his sleeves. Go, let them guard the city well. I will be in seclusion for 3 days. After 3 days, I will personally deal with these young people. The retainer responded respectfully, and quickly bowed and left. The imperial tutor's fingertips rested on the strings of the zither again. He plucked a few times and then continued to play a long tune. Rich wealth, the old people's books are cut off, and the hungry children are desolate. Wanting to fill the ravine, the only way is to spread it out, laughing arrogantly, but the old man is even more arrogant. The night was deeper, and the roar of fighting and explosion in the distance was so clear that it could be heard. Outside the city wall, the cultivators of the Xianxia and the Liao country were in a stalemate, and gradually blood flowed like a river. In the governor's mansion deep in the city, the state preceptor's music never stopped. When the Wu hook was hanging high and white frost fell on the roof tiles, an oil lamp in the governor's mansion burned to the extreme. It burst into a string of sparks and suddenly went out. With so many dead bodies floating in the air, the governor's mansion looked even more ghostly and the light was dim. But it was also because of this sudden dim light that one could see behind the curtain that was 10 feet away from the state preceptor, there was a blurry light ball floating in the air. But the light ball was too dim. It was not eye-catching before. It hid in the corner and floated and sank, as if it would disappear at any time. The state preceptor raised his eyes, and his gaze shot out from behind the golden mask, and fell on the faint light ball. He clenched his white teeth and said to it in a low voice. Pure dust, look. I have coaxed you for so long, are you still not willing to wake up? The light ball that he called pure dust flashed dispiritedly, and slowly, it dimmed again. The state preceptor narrowed his eyes slightly, and said in a low voice, there should be a limit to your willfulness. Recover as soon as possible, and then go back with me. If you fall into the hands of the Xianxia people, then they are a group of hypocrites, and they won't understand you as well as I do. You don't want to be sealed again. Am I right? Good, wake up. On the outskirts of the Great Lake City. When the rising sun pierced through the clouds and sprinkled the earth with red, the first battle of the siege was finally over. In the morning mist, the ancient border city gradually revealed its appearance after a night of bloodshed. It was like an exhausted giant beast, lying on this vast land. The broken bricks and tiles were like overturned flesh, the red moat was like blood flowing from its wounds, and the corpses piled up like mountains under the city. The bodies of the blazing army and the cultivators of the Xianxia were piled up together, scattered like ants under the Great Lake City. This was the first battle. Before the battle ended, no one would first come to clean up the remains of their brothers. Whether it was Moshi or Gumang, they had long been used to this kind of situation. But they still felt very tired. Marshal Mo, are we not attacking anymore? The other side responded hastily. Although they suffered heavy losses, after a night, their follow-up precautions have been adjusted to the proper position. They have been in a stalemate with us since an hour ago. Emoshi shook his head. After a long journey and a night of fierce fighting, the cultivators of the Xianxia are already exhausted. If we continue to fight, the situation will be disadvantageous to us. Let's call a ceasefire. Retreat and set up camp. Let them treat their injuries and recuperate. Yes. The cultivators of the Xianxia retreated to the outskirts of the city, built trenches around the boundary, and set up camp to rest. Emoshi also returned to his own tent. There were several guards busily tidying up the beds and tables, including Gumang. However, in order not to let Gumang's mask stand out too much, Emoshi specially ordered all the guards assigned to him this time to wear masks. The wind from the border made the tent curtains rustle. Emoshi walked in and said to the busy cultivators, I don't need so many people to set up my tent. You all can leave. After a pause, he said to Gumang, you can stay. So the other guards obeyed and left. The tent curtains fell. Emoshi walked to Gumang and raised his hand to take off the mask on Gumang's face. There's no one left. You don't have to wear this anymore. Gumang said, aren't you afraid that someone will see me? No, Emoshi said, turning around to put the mask on the bed, and then went forward to hug Gumang. Probably sensing Gumang's nervousness, Emoshi sighed and said, I'm joking with you. I set up a protective barrier outside the tent. No one can't come in without my permission. His chin rested on Gu Meng's forehead. After a while, Emoshi lowered his head and kissed the top of Gu Meng's head. He raised his hand to stroke Gu Meng's hair and said softly, "I'm sorry. It's your army, but you can't personally lead it. You can only let me, your stepfather, do what I want." Gu Meng lowered his head and smiled. The Northern Frontier Army has almost changed. If I really come back, then I'll be the real stepfather. Besides, what's the difference between you and me? You're not any worse than me. But there's one thing that's true. I can't always hide by your side, right? Emoshi, I should also do something. Emoshi was not at all surprised that Gu Meng would have such thoughts. In fact, he always knew that Gu Meng would say this sooner or later. It was as if he actually felt that even if Gu Meng was given a chance to go back to the past, Gu Meng would still choose to walk on this thorny old path. This man with soft eyes actually had a heart that was firmer than anyone else's. There will be a commission for you. But not now. At least before the second siege, you're not suitable to do what I want you to do. He lowered his head and met Gu Meng's somewhat disappointed gaze. After a pause, he added, "Senior Marshal brother, can you please wait a little longer?" Since Emoshi had already said so, Gu Meng had nothing else to say. The two of them had been busy for the whole day. Like the other cultivators of the Northern Frontier Army, they were very tired. Emoshi said, "Go and sleep for a while." "What about you?" "I'll look at the sand table for a while." "You have to take care of your own body." Gu Meng raised his hand and poked his chest. "Rest early after you're done. I'll wait for you on the bed." Emoshi coughed awkwardly because of his last sentence. Gu Meng looked at him pretending to be calm and laughed inwardly. They were clearly people who had been entangled with each other so many times, but he still blushed silently because of the other's undisguised joke. This little junior marshal brother of his just so happened to make him so happy. The sand table was pushed many times, the way of marching, the layout of the enchantment, and the route plan were also redesigned many times. When Emoshi finished, he turned around and saw that Gu Meng had already fallen asleep on the military couch. Even though Emoshi was an army general, his military couch was not much more spacious than other people's. Fortunately, Gu Meng had the habit of curling up in a small corner when he slept, as if he was afraid of occupying someone's territory. The lowliness in his bones was reflected in a beastly way, which was so pitiful and cute. After staring at him attentively for a while, Emoshi got up and went to wash up. When he came back, Gu Meng still did not move at all. He slept in a curled-up position like a cat. He sat down on the edge of the bed. His movements were very light and did not make any more noise. Only the mattress sank slightly. Then he put on his clothes and got on the bed. He folded his hands neatly on his waist and closed his eyes to rest. Emoshi was really a very self-disciplined person. The loss of control, irritation, and anger that he had in the past was really because he was trapped in a fog and did not know the truth. It could not be said that his temperament was like this. So he and Gu Meng had buried the hatchet. It was not easy for him to get the true love of his lover, but he was wholeheartedly worried about Gu Meng's health. He was not like many men in the world who could not wait to immediately make love to their lover. Now he only hoped that Gu Meng could be well, no matter how long his memory could last and how much time he had left. He only hoped that he could be healthy. Unfortunately, a man's body and a man's brain were not allies on the same side. When Emoshi woke up from his deep sleep at noon, he immediately realized that Gu Meng had turned over at some point and was curled up in his arms. What was worse was that the bathrobe that Gu Meng had casually wrapped around himself before he went to sleep was undone. Under the snow-white lapel of the robe, a large patch of firm chest was exposed. One of his bare legs was slightly stretched forward and pressed against Emoshi's body. Emoshi's breathing suddenly stopped. His heart was thumping. This situation was really very similar to when they were still very young, before Emoshi had revealed his feelings to Gu Meng. During that period of time, Gu Meng also liked to stick close to him when he slept. In fact, it was not that Gu Meng liked to stick close to him, but because Lu Zhanxing had hooked up with a pretty female practitioner in the military camp at that time. Gu Meng and Lu Zhanxing lived in the same yurt at that time. Once, Gu Meng leisurely went back with an apple in his mouth. As soon as he lifted the curtain of the tent, he saw his brother and a woman on the bed. Gu Meng almost choked to death by the piece of fruit stuck in his throat. His face instantly turned redder than an apple. He hurriedly put down the curtain and ran away. Although Lu Zhanxing chased after him and apologized many times, saying things like Aya, it's all my fault that I accidentally forgot to set up the barrier, or Aya, Manger, why did I remember that you said you wouldn't come back tonight, it was all useless. Although Gu Meng looked like a playboy all day long, in fact, at that time, he was still a pure young man who had never even kissed anyone. Seeing a live sex scene at such a close distance, and it was even his brother's live sex scene, the shock was really too great. Gu Meng laughed and said that it was fine, but he had goosebumps all over his body. Therefore, he especially did not like to go back to his tent at that time, for fear that he would see something exciting again. But he had to sleep, right? Therefore, after thinking about it, he decided to seek refuge with the most virtuous and reliable person among all his brothers. Gu Meng held this mentality at that time and happily rolled onto Emoshi's bed. Emoshi refused no matter what, and gave all kinds of strange reasons. I'm a clean freak. Gu Meng said, I'll take a shower. My bed is too small. It's still okay to sleep with 2 people. I'm not used to sleeping with people. You'll get used to it if you sleep more. I don't sleep well, and I might even hit people in my dreams. Oh, is it that serious? Yes. Then Big Brother will have to sleep with you and help you correct your mistakes. In the end, Emoshi was tormented by him until he had no choice but to let him lie on most of the wooden bed while he slept facing the wall. Gu Meng looked at Emoshi lying on the bed with his clothes on and his hair still in a bun. He was very relieved, and relieved in his heart, he felt that he had chosen the right person. This was such a self-disciplined and serious flower on a high mountain. It was impossible for him to casually hook up with female cultivators in the military camp. But what Gu Meng did not know was the kind of desire that flowed in this flower on a high mountain. If those desires were to be unleashed without restraint, it would be enough to burn anyone and wash them to pieces. However, this desire was actually born from him, and it wanted to pour into his body like a torrent. Therefore, Gu Meng slept soundly for a while. He was far away from the nightmares that Brother Lu brought him, but he gave eldest young master Mo extremely bad wet dreams. She could not sleep well every night. He did not even dare to turn over. It happened that it was winter at that time. He was born with a hot body and Gu Meng was afraid of the cold, so Gu Meng would unconsciously hug him after he fell asleep. Many years later, Emoshi could still remember those nights. It was snowy outside the tent, and the north wind was whistling. It was dark inside the tent. Under a thick and warm quilt, Gu Meng curled up sweetly. One hand was on his waist from behind, and his soft cheek was pressed against his back. From time to time, he would rub against him in his sleep. At that time, Gu Meng really thought that young Master Mo was cold and heartless, and that men and women did not get close to each other. But he did not realize that this cold and heartless, and men and women did not get close to each other young man used restraint to suppress the beast desire and ambition that wanted to turn around and press him on the bed to bully him. The only thing he noticed was that Emoshi either woke up much earlier than him every morning, or he would wait until he left the tent before he was willing to sit up. In any case, he was not willing to wake up at the same time as him. And Emoshi was always heady. If his beautiful eyes were not bloodshot, there would be a blister at the corner of his thin lips. He always looked like he did not have enough sleep, and there was a faint green color in his eyes that only appeared when he stayed up late. Gu Meng even asked Lu Zhanxing worriedly, "Is my sleeping posture really bad? Did I hit him while I was sleepwalking?" At this moment, Emoshi looked at Gu Meng, who was sleeping soundly in front of him. His gaze swept over his senior brother's gentle facial features inch by inch, and his slightly open clothes. Everything was so similar to how it was back then. At his most ideal time, he had thought that many years later, he would be able to fall in love with his senior brother Gu, and be entangled with him endlessly. At his most pessimistic time, he had also thought of capturing that traitor, locking him in his residence, and torturing him to death. The only thing he had never thought was that after so long, after so many things had happened between them, he would still relive the feeling of his senior brother lying beside him, but he did not dare to touch him easily. On this bed, everything seemed to have returned to the time when they were still young. More than 10 years of tumultuous time, a sea of blood, and a prehistoric time were all written off in one stroke. Emoshi's heart was burning fiercely. He looked at Gu Meng, his gaze so soft and so passionate. Whether it was his love for him or his desire for him, in fact, it had never been worse than it was back then. Marshal Mo. Suddenly, a guard's voice came from outside. He raised his voice and shouted, "The kitchen has already prepared the food. The brothers have all been sent down. You can also go to the main camp to eat." Xiao Xiu's shout was so loud that before Emoshi could stop it, Gu Meng was woken up. That pair of azure blue eyes opened. More than 10 years of time returned to them in an instant. "Oh," Emoshi's voice was slightly hoarse as he said softly, "It's noon. We can eat now. I'm sleepy." Gu Meng blinked in a daze, yawned, and wanted to snuggle into Emoshi's arms. Lie down for a while more, the bed was only so big. When Gu Meng snuggled in, Emoshi was caught off guard. He wanted to hide, but there was nowhere to hide. Thus, when Gu Meng pressed against him and felt that familiar hardness, Emoshi froze awkwardly. "Please indicate the source of the riposte." After a few moments of silence, Emoshi suddenly sat up. "You sleep, I'll go first." Before he could finish, he was dragged down lazily by Gu Meng. Gu Meng's bun was very loose, and his soft black hair hung by the side of his fair face. He propped himself up and half-pressed against Emoshi's sturdy chest. He grabbed Emoshi's wrist and looked at him with his blue eyes, half awake and half asleep. Gu Meng's mood was much better than before, probably because he had finally returned to the battlefield that he was familiar with and could fight a battle that he was willing to fight with a new identity. He even teased Emoshi a little. He smiled and showed his 2 small canine teeth. How are you going to go out like this?" "Emoshi. Let go. Can you cover it?" Emoshi turned his face away from the pillow, unwilling to look at him. His beautiful and handsome face was slightly red. He whispered, "Shut up." Gu Meng laughed, still lying on his chest. Emoshi's eyelashes were too long. When they fluttered, they were like catkins, making Gu Meng want to blow on them. Gu Meng laughed. "Baby, didn't you say that you won't be fierce to me? Look, you're fierce to me again." Emomia's eyes suddenly widened. He had not seen his senior brother's shamelessness in a long time. He was the one who had provoked him first, but now he was accusing him of being too fierce. This was really too inconceivable. When he widened his eyes, those eyelashes made Gu Meng's heart itch. Gu Meng then really leaned over and blew on them. Emoshi instinctively closed his eyes, turned his head and said helplessly, "Gu Meng, can you not?" Before he could finish, he let out a muffled groan. This was because Gu Meng had taken advantage of his closed eyes and leaned over him, lowering his head to kiss his cheek. Emoshi opened his eyes immediately. His gaze was dark as he stared at him in shock and unease. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down as Emoshi said in a low voice, "Stop fooling around. Think about your injuries." "It's almost healed," Gu Meng said. "The blood of the demon wolf is not for nothing. That won't do. If you fall sick again, Jiang Fuli isn't here." Gu Meng leaned over and touched his forehead. "If you continue to hold it in, you'll develop bipolar disorder. There's no Jiang Fuli here." Gu Meng. Gu Meng naturally ignored him, and he could not force Gu Meng off the bed. However, Emoshi's eyes looked distracted and anxious. Apart from that, there was also a sea of worry. Gu Meng sighed and straightened his body. He raised his hand to gather his hair into a soft bun. "It's true. If you don't believe me, let me show you." As he spoke, he removed half of his white robe. Speaking of which, it was not the first time that Emoshi had seen Gu Meng's upper body after he returned to China. However, those times were mostly accompanied by anger, shock, sadness, and other strong emotions. Furthermore, the lighting was dim, so he had never seen Gu Meng's body so closely. The scars on Gu Meng's body were indeed from old injuries. Although there were traces of new injuries on his body, it was obvious that they were slowly fading away. "Although I don't remember too many details, the demon wolf that Liao country gave me should have been bred to imitate the blood scourge," Gu Meng said. "Isn't it rumored that the blood scourge is actually an immortal monster? As long as it is not sealed, after it dies, its flesh and blood will naturally reassemble after a few hundred years. It can be reborn like a phoenix. Emoshi said, that's just a rumor. Yes, no one knows if it's true or not. After all, no one has lived for a few hundred years in this world, right? Gu Ming said as he held Emoshi's hand. However, the blood scourge's self-healing ability is really strong. The demon wolf that Liao Country imitated had the same ability. They gave its blood to me, so, he held Emoshi's hand that had thin calluses and pressed it against his cool skin. The scars left by the operating table could still be seen, but he could not feel any trace of them. Gu Ming said in a low voice, it's the same for me. There were thin muscles under his fingertips. Gu Ming held his hand and rubbed it inch by inch. Emoshi could not tell if he felt comforted or distressed. He was comforted because Gu Ming's injuries were quickly disappearing, but distressed because there were not many traces of pain left on this body. Gu Ming's pain was far more severe than what could be seen with the naked eye. But these old scars have always been there. Gu Ming said, for example, the scars from fighting with the Murong Lian when I was young, and some other marks. Actually, I always thought that these scars were quite ugly. It would be great if they could all disappear. Gu Ming said, unfortunately, the demon wolf's blood can only heal the injuries that have been reforged. It can't heal the injuries that have been reforged before. Then, he touched his shoulder and the sword wound on his chest. So ugly, in response, Emoshi pulled him down and held him in his arms. He kissed his soft lips gently and passionately. Emoshi said to Gu Ming in a low voice, what are you thinking about? No matter how many injuries you have, no matter how many scars you have, you will still look good. Gu Ming was kissed by him. Soon, his waist became weak. Their lips and tongues intertwined and made ambiguous sounds. Both of them could not control their desires. However, Mo Mia was no longer the weak youth he was before. He still retained his rationality. He knew that his brother Gu Ming always indulged him. He liked to tell him it's okay, it's fine, and don't worry. Gu Ming was like this when they first got together, and it had not changed much now. The only difference was that 10 years ago, Mo Kui would have believed it to be true, and the rash kid would have poured all his strength and passion into his senior brother without knowing the gravity of the situation. 10 years later, Emoshi was no longer so foolish. The rash boy had become the pillar and hero of Chonghua. He had also become a man that Gu Ming could not easily fool. Emoshi turned him over and said in a low voice, close your legs. The author has something to say. Today, you will be giving away 2,000 yuan. Meaty Demon King on the Scarf de Guzi, thank you Rongshi, Ji Chen, Kurosawa Kong, Shimada Naruto Scroll, Osmanthus Sugar Rice Cake Essence, Linko, Mine X2, Choku, Gongzi Qianmu, Xiang Muyun, Late Night Yuhing declines to visit, Chiochi Family's Yan Shua, Eating Team's Leader, Lianling Ling Ling, Night Rain Light Thunder, Jing Xing, Niezi, Nini, Qingmu looks back at Aoki, I'm wholeheartedly devoted to Wanning Gij, neglecting you, look at little. 11. Xiasu, Mo, Migwu Jing, Chubby Zeman, Lin Ing, Little Sweetie's Physical Education Representative, 350400043, Ziki, 351795150, Muhi Mo, Sunset, 9 mkb, Eating Fish, Passersby are Shrimps, Carotene, Chuku, Shuri Shia, Schwanching, Your Flavor My Fruit, Dill, Jianghai Inch Heart, Night Sky Flower Scatter Behind Me, Yu Hang, Me Love Drinking Pulse and Eating Potatoes, Yugue Shu, Man Manyaya, Lin Jiangji, Take One, Mu Xiaotong, Throw Mine. Yi Ning, Fog Grass, Corn Mushroom, Sleeping Cat, Jujuzi, Did Zhong Yuan Su Dai write calligraphy today, Omiru, Milk Thoughts, Meow and Fishes Nagging, Bamboo, Granada Lass, Mochenjiu, Gu Tang, Rocket Launcher Gu Mang Mang Mang, 201906122214007 Irrigated 10 bottles of nutrient solution, 201906131211614 Irrigated 1 bottle of nutrient solution, Eddie, Crab, You Crab, Carotene, Yu Lijing, Yu Gui, nickname is not important, Chonyang, Deja Vu, Mo. Hingshan Huzi, Zimo, Tesla Coil, Salt, Bright Light Night, Thousand Drunken, ASCII Degree, 2K, Neglecting You, Ha Xiao Xiao, Like Water, 2019 China Koi, Zhuqing Yu, Akul, Mizwa Miao Yu, Jiang Yeshua's Little Uncle, Chiochi Family's Yan Shua, yu zhao zhao how many tails, fog grass, linko, chin ching, wind knocks on bamboo, sweet and sweet, crane feather, 8 rolls of summer, Ameng, lions 1325. Yu Lanchuan, sing star magic, she, yu suing, husky eats meat bun, holding cat, the most delicious in the world is loach, xiao xiao xiao, just envy forgetting envy, huazeo, guiyuan, kajin, de ba wan, Ameng, lions 1325, yu Lanchuan, gushing fa, she, yu suing, husky eats meat bun, holding cat, the most delicious in the world is loach, xiao xiao xiao, just envy forgetting envy, huazeo, guiyuan, kajin, de ba wan, Ameng. Lions 1325 you daily thanks to the little friends who follow up stories after they finished, their hearts were pounding and the temperature around them was terrifyingly hot. Everything seemed to have nothing to do with them. Time, hatred, sin, hope. At this moment, they were like 2 young people who loved each other more than 10 years ago and wanted to be entangled with the person they loved until the end of time. When they climaxed again, Gumeng hugged Emoshi's neck and couldn't bear it anymore and cried. Emoshi heard Gumeng call his name, calling him shitty, princess, and brother. All the identities and relationships they had in their lives, as long as they were good, were granted to him by Gumeng in this intense entanglement. It was as if he wanted to make up for all the heartfelt words they had said in the past 14 years of love. Hey, did you hear it at noon today? In the evening, the garrison commanders all went to the main tent for a meeting. A few Xiaoxiu soldiers who were free gathered together and whispered. Are you talking about, that kind of sound came from General Mo's tent? Yes. So you heard it too? I thought there was something wrong with my ears. But I'm not sure, no one dares to get too close to General Mo's tent. It's probably something else. After all, it's General Mo. The Xiaoxiu soldier licked his lips a little awkwardly. We followed General Mo for so many years, we should know what kind of person he is. He won't mess around with any girl in the camp. Everyone felt that what he said was reasonable. But after a while, someone whispered, that's right, but don't forget, Princess Mingzhe has also come to the front line. With this reminder, several people were suddenly enlightened and showed an expression of sudden realization. I see. But they've already developed to this point in private? It shouldn't be, why not? I heard from Xiaohua in the next camp that he saw General Mo and Princess Mingzhe having a tryst in an alley during the Dragon Boat Festival. For the sake of convenience, Princess Mingzhe dressed as a man and even wore a mask. However, when the 2 of them were kissing, Xiaohua happened to see them. Mo Shui was extremely cautious and immediately covered Princess Mingzhe's face. He's so protective of his wife. TSK. I'm speechless. Every time he spoke, everyone would exclaim in surprise. For a moment, almost all the cultivators who had joined in the fun believed that Princess Mingzhe must have gone to Emoshi's tent at noon and even slept with Emoshi. The commotion has been going on for at least 2 hours, right? Stepfather is really capable. The princess's body is so weak, can she take it? There were even some who were so bored that they started to worry, they are already like this and that, does ruler know? I think it's wrong for our stepfather to do this. He hasn't even married her yet and he's already done it. It's not good. Do you think the princess will accidentally get pregnant? In the main tent, Gumeng, who had put on the golden mask again, stood by the wall and couldn't help but sneeze softly, ah cho. Many people had gathered in the tent to discuss how to fight the next battle. As an inconspicuous little attendant, Gumeng stood in the corner and wasn't very eye-catching. But when he looked up after sneezing, he saw Emoshi standing next to the sand table with his arms crossed, looking at him from a distance. When Gumeng saw him, his face burned and his heart burned even more. There were so many people in the tent. The Morong Lian was talking about his opinion in front of the sand table with a cigarette in his mouth. Princess Mingzhe, who was dressed in a black and gold military uniform and had her hair tied up with a golden ribbon, was also listening attentively. The rest of the team leaders were gathered around the sand table with their attendants. Emoshi, who was separated by so many people, deliberately looked at him because of his sneeze. Under the gaze of so many people, Gumeng couldn't help but feel a little guilty. He wanted to look at Emoshi, but he was afraid that someone would find out something was wrong. But he couldn't dwell on it for too long. The Morong Lian's deduction was quickly rejected by Meng Zhe. Meng Zhe only used 2 military deployments to destroy the Morong Lian's attack route. The Morong Lian bit his cigarette and squinted at the situation on the sand table. In the end, he spat out a few words, "A woman's heart is the most poisonous." "I'm convinced." Meng Zhe didn't argue with him. Instead, he smiled at him apologetically, "Brother Lian, I'm so sorry." The Morong Lian snorted. Next was Mo Shi's turn. Mo Mia retracted his gaze from Gu Meng and walked up to the sand table. He looked at the simulation that Morong Lian had left behind and lowered his head in thought for a moment. He adjusted a few of the flags that represented combat strength and then began his explanation of the attack. Speaking of which, this was the first time Gu Meng saw Mo Shi as a general strategizing. In the year of his betrayal, Mo Shi was still too young. Although he had experience in leading troops alone, it wasn't a particularly big battle. After he left, Mo Shi had also grown up. However, he and Mo Shi had been enemies for so many years. The practitioners of the Red Plume camp will prepare the healing formation on the left side. Leave 200 medical practitioners at the place where I marked the blue flag. Mo Shi lowered his long eyelashes and took down the 2 blue flags that the Morong Lian had placed on the south peak. He changed them to the lakeside in the suburbs. The Northern Frontier Army will allocate 3,000 people to cooperate with these medical practitioners and activate the Black Tortoise Formation and the Demon Repelling Formation. Gu Meng leaned against the wall, the furthest place from Mo Shi. He quietly watched this man become the focus of the entire room and listened to him carefully and meticulously plan the overall battle situation. He used to stand in that position. Now that Mo Shi replaced him and became the backbone and core of the Northern Frontier Army, Gu Meng felt that there was no better arrangement than this. He only vaguely felt that his memory was fading faster and faster recently. He didn't know how long he could stay awake and watch him like this. "Hey, you, yes, it's you." Suddenly, someone entered the tent and called out to him in a low voice. Gu Meng was slightly startled. "Looking for me? What's the matter?" "You're Lord Shiyi's personal guard, right? The Imperial Capital's transport officer who supplies magic tools and talismans is here. I'll have to trouble you to clear out the supplies first." Gu Meng wanted to turn around and look at Mo Shi. However, because Mo Shi spoke in detail and his tactics were very strange, many people who were standing around casually gathered around the sand table. From Gu Meng's angle, he could no longer see Mo Shi's entire face. He could only vaguely make out Mo Shi's silhouette through the gaps in the crowd. Because of this, Gu Meng felt somewhat melancholy but also somewhat comforted. In fact, he already knew that this would happen. When he saw Mo Shi sitting under the tree in the academy and reading the scroll seriously, he knew that Mo Shi would one day become the center of attention. His pearl was emitting brilliance. This was really good. Gu Meng agreed to Xiaoxiu's request and quietly turned around to leave the tent. The former commander-in-chief of the Northern Frontier Army was now so inconspicuous that no one would notice or discover him if he quietly walked out like this. Mo Shi was always very focused when he was deducing the route of the army. When he finished, the sky was completely dark. However, the layout was very exquisite. Everyone didn't feel bored listening to it. On the contrary, many people felt a chill run down their spines and their clothes were soaked with sweat because of his design. After he finished talking about the siege, several team leaders heaved a heavy sigh of relief. "It's too scary," Stepfather really dared to think. When the military meeting dispersed, those people walked back to their own tents and gathered together to whisper. Mo Shi was very focused when he was talking and didn't feel tired. After he finished talking, he sat down and finally felt a wave of tiredness. He raised his hand to support his forehead and slowly rubbed between his eyebrows. The people in the main tent gradually left. Even though these people felt that there was no flaw in his story and that no one present could break his fighting style, Mo Shi still felt that he could reduce the losses. So he still sat in front of the sand table, planning to rest for a while before deducing again. Just as he was rubbing his eyebrows to relax, he heard the sound of tea being poured not far away. After a while, a cup of warm tea was handed to him. At this time, everyone had already left. Mo Shi naturally thought that only Gu Meng could silently stay here to accompany him. He closed his tired eyes and said, "Sorry, I was busy just now and didn't have time to see you." What tea did you make? Miraculous rain from Lingshan. Mo Shi suddenly opened his eyes and raised his head with a slight change in expression. Mengzai, Morong Mengzai smiled gently and said, of course I know that you were explaining the sand table to them. I was also very focused. How could I be angry because you didn't look at me? This misunderstanding was a bit big, but Mo Shi couldn't explain it. Otherwise, what would he say? That the person he wanted to see was not him, but the attendant next to him? This was practically pushing Gu Meng to the teeth of the storm. He saw Meng Zai's eyes move, as if because of his overly gentle words just now, a tiny bit of hope rose. Mo Shi was silent for a moment, then said, it's getting late. We have to attack the city again tomorrow. You should go back and rest. But I want to accompany you. Seeing that Mo Shi was about to speak again, Meng Zai immediately stopped him and said, I know what you want to say. You want me to cherish my reputation and not follow you all the time, or you want to say that you don't have any romantic feelings for me and don't want me to misunderstand. Mo Shi, Meng Zai's slender neck drooped. Although he didn't lose his composure, his expression was somewhat sad. You've said these words to me for many years. I can even recite them by heart. I know very well that you only treat me with gratitude and no other feelings. I'm not stingy with other feelings, but can't you let me look at you and accompany you? Mo Shi said, if you keep looking at me and accompanying me, you won't be able to see the other people you really should be looking at. Meng Zai looked up, his eyes glistening with tears. You don't have to worry about me. Meng Zai will choose who to look at and accompany in this life. No matter what the outcome is, I won't regret it. I don't ask that person to look back at me. I just want to know, big brother, do you have someone else in your heart now? Mo Shi didn't expect her to ask such a question directly. He was silent for a moment, then put down the untouched teacup and looked up at her. I always have. Meng Zai wasn't too surprised to hear these words, but his body still trembled. After a long while, he forced out a smile with a pale face and said, that's true. When you rejected me in the past, you told me that you wouldn't like me. But I. She couldn't continue, her voice trembling slightly. She didn't finish her sentence, but Mo Shi knew what she meant. He had already expressed his feelings to her, saying that there was no place for anyone else in his heart. But how could Meng Zai believe him in the past? She only thought of it as a way for him to reject her. After all, he didn't have any intimate interactions with any girl, and he couldn't say that the person he loved was Gu Meng. So no one thought that Mo Shi's words about having someone else in his heart were true. Until recently, when the traces of ambiguity became more and more obvious, and many details floated to the surface, Mo Shi's words finally became convincing. Meng Zai held the edge of the table for a while, then forced a smile. Which family's daughter is it? You. Why did you hide it from everyone for so long? It's not a daughter. Meng Zai's face became paler. Is it a commoner? In this silence, Meng Zai's gaze swept past Mo Shi's hairband. The crown Mo Shi wore by mistake that day had naturally been changed. This man didn't even care about these small things, so he didn't even realize that he had worn a band that obviously didn't belong to him. Meng Zai said softly, brother, you're a noble. Mo Shi folded his hands in front of the table and looked up at her. Meng Zai said sadly, do you think you can be with an ordinary girl? Let's not talk about the distant ones, take a look at the near ones, Lord Wangshu. Chonghua has so many examples, you grew up in Wangqing, you know. Mo Shi said, do you think Lord Wangshu didn't know? Then you should think about what happened to him. Mo Shi paused for a while and sighed. Meng Zai, thank you for reminding me. But I don't have anything to do with him or anyone else. I'll protect him. Because I like him. Meng Zai's eyes were full of tears. Mo Shi got up and said to her, I'll protect you too. Meng Zai asked with tears in her eyes, because of what? Because I'm grateful to you. When Meng Zai heard this, he closed his eyes and smiled sadly. I've told you a long time ago that I owe you my life. If you ever need me, I'll do everything I can for you. But this heart, Mo Shi pursed his lips and said, is something I can't give you. Meng Zai looked up again and asked in a trembling voice. You won't change your mind again, will you? As a member of the royal family, Mo Mia was well aware of how humiliating it was for her to ask such a question. However, this wasn't something that could be changed just because of humiliation. She looked into her eyes and said, "I won't." After a moment of silence, Meng Zhe laughed softly in this dead silence. She looked up and choked with sobs. Okay. Okay. She didn't force anything else. Or perhaps she had said and done all that she should have said and done over the years. Brother Mo, I can't wait for you to be a little more hypocritical. It's good that you can deceive me. But you won't even give me a dream. You're really, she didn't know how to end this conversation, which was a complete failure for her. She wanted to smile to maintain her shattered dignity, but tears almost came out of her eyes. She opened her eyes wide and tried hard to hold back her tears. Then, she turned around and slowly, almost as if she was walking unsteadily, left the large tent of the military camp. The Great Lake is a city of rain. When Gu Meng finished counting the provisions, the sky was already dark. There were thick clouds in the distant mountains, approaching the outskirts of the city. Gu Meng arranged for the cultivators who were escorting the provisions to rest in the barracks. He also ordered people to cover the haystacks in the granary with tarpaulins. The wind was blowing outside the frontier fortress. The Xianxia soldiers clamored as they pressed the four corners of the tarpaulin together before the heavy rain fell. Gu Meng heard someone shouting, hurry up, it's raining. If you can block it, hurry up and eat your food. If you can't block it, eat your porridge slowly. We are snatching food from God." These words were often shouted by him when he was in the army of tortoises. Therefore, Gu Meng immediately looked up and saw one of his former subordinates with his trousers rolled up. He was standing on the haystack and giving orders. The former subordinate saw Gu Meng looking at him and walked over from the golden haystack. "You are Commander Mo's personal guard?" "Yes." "You must be new." "Don't be silly. We, the Northern Frontier Army, also need to do something. Hurry up and help." "Oh, of course." Gu Meng rolled up his sleeves and supported himself with one hand. He jumped up the haystack in a few steps and pressed the bricks on the corners of the tarpaulin with him. The former subordinate looked at him with satisfaction. "You are quite agile. No wonder you can work beside Commander Mo." Gu Meng stepped on the soft haystack and chatted with him while pressing the tarpaulin. The former subordinate was a chatterbox. He kept talking to Gu Meng. Hey, you need to press another one next to this one. The brick in your hand is not heavy enough. You don't know how strong the storm is at the frontier fortress. When the small brick is blown, it will fly up like a leaf." "What? Exaggerating?" "I'm not exaggerating at all. Although I'm young, I'm a veteran of the Northern Frontier Army. I was in the barracks when the Northern Frontier Army was still called the Bastard Army. I fought alongside Gu Meng. This rule of mine was taught by Gu Meng to his brothers." Gu Meng found it amusing. He held back his laughter and teased him. "Gu Meng personally taught you how to press bricks back then?" "Of course. I learned it quickly and he even praised me for being smart." "What are you laughing at? You don't believe me?" Xiaoxiu's eyes widened. "I'm really not lying to you." Although Gu Meng turned out to be a good-for-nothing in the end, when he was in the army, he was quite human. "Is that so?" "Yes, Marshal Mo is cold and aloof, while Gu Meng is amiable. Their military management styles are too different. When we were reorganized into the Northern Frontier Army, we were not used to it." Gu Meng smiled and said, "Marshal Mo is not cold and aloof. He's just not good with words. In fact, he treats you very well." Xiaoxiu moved a brick that was placed crookedly and said, "Sigh, anyway, Marshal Mo is like that. He's so serious when he speaks and does things. He's also cold and doesn't like to talk to people. But it's fine once you get used to it. It's better than giving it to the Lord Wangshu." Gu Meng was startled. "Giving it to the Lord Wangshu?" "Yes. There are rumors that when the emperor reorganized the Bastard Army, he wanted to give it to the Lord Wangshu, or simply break it up and distribute it to the various barracks. But later, I don't know what happened. I heard that Marshal Mo said something to him, and the army was transferred to Marshal Mo." The smile on Gu Meng's face faded. He fell into deep thought. So the emperor's original plan was to deal with the remaining 30,000 troops he left behind. But he knew what kind of person the emperor was. If there was no exchange of benefits, the emperor would not casually change his original plan. What did Emoshi do to make the emperor change his mind? Aya, it's raining. Xiaoxiu poked him. There's one last thing. After you're done pressing the bricks, go back to the barracks to avoid the rain. There are oil paper umbrellas in the granary. I'll take you to get them later. Gumeng came back to his senses and nodded. Okay. The rain soon became heavier. The colors between heaven and earth seemed to be washed away in an instant. Great Lake, Great Lake. That was how the name of this city came about. Gumeng stood under the shed of the granary. The cultivators who helped store the provisions had already opened their umbrellas and barriers. They ran away one after another, laughing and joking. The Northern Territory Army was still the same as when he was still in the army. Most of them were youths full of energy and optimism. Even if tomorrow was a big battle, it did not stop them from laughing and playing around in the rainwater pond. Come on. The rain is a bit heavy, but you can walk on the water back. Xiaoxiu invited him. We're like this here. Gumeng's bad habits from the past can't be changed. He's noisy and unruly. Back then, he ran the fastest in the rain. Gumeng stood under the dry shed and smiled. That's because he was young back then. If it were now, he definitely wouldn't be able to move. You go back first. I'll wait for the rain to lessen before leaving. Xiaoxiu did not force him. He walked on the water and disappeared into the depths of the torrential rain. There was no one left in the granary. Gumeng stood quietly by the wooden fence, looking up at the vast land. The rain splashed up, creating a thick earthy smell. The eaves converged into streams, and the ground was a swamp. He stood to the side and watched as the Northern Army soldiers hooked their arms around each other's shoulders and chattered noisily. He watched as their youthful figures disappeared into the distance one by one. Finally, he saw the 20-year-old Gumeng and the 17-year-old Emo Miao laughing as they plunged headlong into the torrential rain with a tarpaulin over their heads. He blinked his azure eyes, and those shadows blurred. When the rain gradually subsided, Gumeng opened his oil paper umbrella and prepared to go back. When he passed by the main tent of the Central Army, he saw the candlelight in the tent. The dim and warm light was reflected in the pond. When the rain hit, it became a flickering light. Gumeng stopped in his tracks. It's already so late, but Emoshi still hasn't returned. He knew that Emoshi had the habit of deducing the strategy after he finished explaining it, but this was too long. He should have deduced it 5 or 6 times, let alone once. He found it strange, so he closed his umbrella and leaned against the side of the tent. He gently parted the curtain and walked in. In front of the sand table, there was indeed a person deep in thought with his arms crossed. Unexpectedly, that person was not Emoshi, but Gumeng was slightly surprised. Morong Lian, the Morong Lian was half sitting and half leaning against the sand table. He held a smoking pipe in his hand. He squinted his peach blossom eyes and smoked lazily as he looked at the sand table map. Maybe the rain was too loud, or maybe he was too focused, but he did not hear Gumeng coming in. He only raised his hand and picked up a few small flags and placed them in different dangerous places on the sand table. Gumeng looked carefully for a while and suddenly felt cold sweat. The positions under the Morong Lian's flags were treacherous and cold. Although the route of the army was different from Emoshi's, the method was just as ruthless and strong. If he followed this strategy, although his chances of winning were not as high as Emoshi's, as long as he could win, his speed would be even faster than Emoshi's. The Morong Lian was not playing. He was seriously deducing. And he was constantly revising his ideas. He changed the flags that represented different abilities many times. Every time he adjusted them, Gumeng could see his extremely clear intentions and thoughts. Then what was the Morong Lian strategy that could be easily broken by the Morong Mengze during the day? Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cough woke Gumeng up from his thoughts. The Morong Lian put down his pipe, frowned and kept coughing. His expression was very gloomy. He pressed one hand on his chest, as if he was trying to suppress something, but in the end, he still coughed out bits of blood. The Morong Lian wiped the blood with a snow-white handkerchief with a gloomy expression. He straightened his body and stared at the sand table for a while. Then he raised his hand that was wearing a sapphire ring and pulled out the carefully arranged flags on the sand table bit by bit. He slowly destroyed the whole battle situation that he had designed. After doing all this, he tossed the scattered small flags to the side with a flick of his fair fingers, and then sat down on the chair dejectedly. He raised his head and closed his eyes in incomparable exhaustion. In the dim light, the Morong Lian's silhouette looked so thin and lonely. He crossed his hands and kept rubbing the surface of the sapphire ring subconsciously. After a long time, Gu Meng heard him murmur. How ridiculous. Am I really not as good as you? Am I really not as good as you? This sentence lingered in Gu Meng's ears for almost the entire journey. He couldn't understand. The Morong Lian had his own ideas and didn't want to admit defeat. Why did he do it half-heartedly during the military meeting? Why did he wait until the night was quiet and there was no one around before he smoked a floating like a dream and fiddled with the soldiers in front of the battle formation alone in the misty and desolate smoke, deducing a magnificent and surging lightning battle? When he returned to the commander-in-chief's tent, Shi happened to be sending a message to the Juansheng. He released the message sparrow. When he saw Gu Meng enter the tent, the expression on his face relaxed. Where did you go? You came back so late. As he spoke, he touched his hair. Did you get caught in the rain? I went to count the grain and fodder in the warehouse. I didn't get caught in the rain. There's an umbrella. Gu Meng rubbed his nose. He didn't tell him that he saw the Morong Lian in the main tent. Shi took him into his arms and warmed him up for a while. He said, the kitchen sent food. Eat first and then rest? Gu Meng stuck his head out to take a look. Indeed, there were a few simple dishes on the table. Beside them was a bamboo tube filled with warm rice. You didn't eat either? I waited for you to eat together. Gu Meng opened his mouth. He wanted to say, you know that your stomach is so bad. Why did you wait for me? Just leave some for me. But when he saw the gentle look in Shi's black eyes, he swallowed his words. He sighed and pinched Shi's jade-like face. He was probably the only person in the world who could pinch Marshal Mo's face like this. Gu Meng said helplessly, oh, you. When he sat down at the table, he realized that the dishes were the ones that the cultivators of the turtle army liked but couldn't eat. There was a plate of braised pork with bright sauce, white steamed buns, a plate of crispy bamboo shoots and lotus sprouts, and a bowl of egg drop soup. Although these weren't exquisite dishes, it was still a big expense for everyone in the army to eat one. Gu Meng said, you've really improved their diet. If I wanted to give them a meal of meat back then, I really would have had to beg my grandparents many times, or sell my body to coax the pretty widow in the village tavern. She poured a bowl of soup and pushed it to him. He said, you've done enough for them. You don't have to sell your body to the beautiful widow anymore. If you really want to sell it to me. Gu Meng smiled while biting his chopsticks. The egg drop soup in the barracks was cooked in a big pot and sprinkled with green onions. However, Shi knew that Gu Meng didn't like to eat it, so he had already removed the green onions on top. He watched as Gu Meng gulped down the hot soup, dispelling the moisture brought by the sudden rain. His eyes gradually became very gentle. If it were anyone else in the world, they would feel that they were possessed when they saw Shi's eyes. Only Gu Meng didn't feel that way. After drinking the soup, he looked up and met Shi's eyes. Naturally, he grinned again. Shi sighed. He took out a white handkerchief and wiped the corners of Gu Meng's mouth. He then said, why are you still the same as before? You never remember to wipe the soup clean after drinking it. Young master, I'm not as particular as you. I grew up eating dirt. The two chatted for a while. Halfway through the meal, Gu Meng thought for a while and finally decided to say, by the way, Shi, there's something I want to tell you. By the way, Shi, there's something I want to tell you. What is it? Gu Meng said, I saw the Morong Lian in the main camp just now. He was pushing the battle formation. Shi was scooping soup with a porcelain spoon. Hearing this, he paused. Is that so? Yes, and I saw his battle formation. It's completely different from what he said during the day. He has a very good idea, but he doesn't seem to want to say it. He's just deducing it himself. She lowered his eyes and scooped soup a few more times, but he didn't put it into his mouth. In the end, he put the spoon down. Gumeng asked, "Aren't you surprised?" She said, "To be honest, it's not that surprising. I actually feel that the Morong Lian's behavior has been a bit strange recently. For example? When he wanted to take you to the Hamo trial, he went to stop him. After he failed to stop him, he put a thumb ring on you, saying that it could let him know your situation at any time. Then he came to the school to inform me." When Gumeng heard him mention this out of the blue, he didn't know why, but his eyes suddenly became evasive. She didn't expose him. He only took in his expression. Then he continued, "I later found out that the reason the Morong Lian stopped he from taking you away was that he also wanted to take part in the Hamo trial." "Yes. I'm afraid there can't be such a coincidence in this world. And even if the Hamo trial was a coincidence, and he and he both needed people at the same time, then after you escaped from why didn't he ask to take you back to continue the trial?" Gumeng lowered his head and drank his soup silently. After drinking a few mouthfuls, he said, "Maybe he didn't want to anger you again?" "Then how do you explain the thumb ring?" She said, "The Morong Lian gave you the thumb ring because he could find out about your condition through it. I didn't think much of it before, but after thinking about it carefully, it doesn't make sense. He took you away to train under Jun Shang's orders. If the Morong Lian doesn't intend to fall out with Jun Shang, then no matter what your situation is, he can't interfere." Gumeng nodded. He continued to drink the soup. He even began to use a spoon to drink the soup. She knew very well that Gumeng never liked to drink soup with a spoon, unless Gumeng wanted to avoid eye contact with her. Gumeng was able to keep his secrets in front of many people, but in front of his small details would often reveal his true thoughts. So when he gave you that thumb ring, I think there are two possibilities. First, if your life was really in danger at that time, he would fall out with Jun Shang and stop the training even if I didn't interfere." Gumeng slowly swallowed a mouthful of soup. He raised his head and laughed, "Little brother, what are you thinking? He hates me too much. It's not like you don't know how he treated me in Fallen Plum Courtyard. Why would he fall out with Jun Shang for me? Then there's the second possibility." She said, "The Morong Lian is lying. That ring isn't used to report your condition at all. It has other uses." When he said this, Gumeng's expression changed slightly. After a while, Gumeng said, "When he lent me the thumb ring, I did feel a strange feeling, but I couldn't tell what it was. I had a headache and my heartbeat suddenly quickened. Could it be that there's some kind of spell attached to that ring?" "It's hard to say." She shook his head. "I'm afraid that only he knows what's going on. After he took you away, the Morong Lian came to the Cultivation school to find me. At the time, he left a few words for Xianxia. He didn't mention anything else, but the most important thing was that he wanted to tell me that you were taken to the Hamo trial by the judicial altar. If his ring could really track your condition, why would he come to find me? He could have just reported to Jun Shang himself in an emergency. Him coming to find me would only lead to one result, and he knew what that result was." She paused. "He was sure that I would have stopped The soup was gone. Gumeng lowered his head and played with the spoon in a seemingly absent-minded manner. She said, "I've been thinking about this before. The more I think about it, the more I feel that the Morong Lian only had one goal at the time, and that was to prevent the Hamo trial from being carried out. Other than that, there's no other reason that makes sense." Gumeng didn't utter a word. His soft, long eyelashes drooped, casting tiny fragments of light and shadow on his eyelids. After a long period of silence, Gumeng said, "Shi, between me and him, actually, he looked like he wanted to say something, but hesitated, as if he wanted to reveal some secret that had been suppressed for a long time. But when the words reached his mouth, they disappeared as his lips pursed." She said, "If you have something that's hard for you to say, then don't say it. You've lived in Wangshu Manor for so long, it's normal for you to have some things that you can't say. I don't have any other intentions in saying this to you today. I trust you, so you don't have to explain it to me. I just want to ask you one thing, what do you think of the Morong Lian?" She originally thought that Gu Meng would carefully consider before answering, but unexpectedly, Gu Meng answered this question very quickly. Gu Meng said, "I don't know." She looked into his eyes. Those blue eyes were clear and bright, without hiding anything. What I remember in my mind. Even though he didn't want to mention this point, Gu Meng couldn't avoid it, so he still said it. It's not very complete. I don't know if I can still remember all the important information about him, so I don't dare to say it. Then judge based on what you remember. Do you think it's normal for him to consume Fusheng Luo Meng? Gu Meng said, "It's not normal." She sighed and nodded, "I think so too. When I first returned to Wangqing and saw him, I felt that it was disgusting that he had fallen to such a state. But after experiencing all kinds of things, I always felt that what I saw might not be true. The Lord once told you that he wanted to abolish his fallen plum garden, and the Lord Lao Jun once had the idea of abolishing the crown prince and making the Murong Lian the crown prince. Perhaps he made such a choice because he had no choice but to protect himself." Gu Meng shook his head this time and said, "What you said is wrong." She was slightly astonished. "What's wrong?" The Murong Lian was once the closest to the crown prince's position. This matter is known by all of Chonghua. It seems that he is the biggest threat to the Lord's position, but that's not the case. He was watched too closely and didn't have the chance to make any waves. And because he didn't have the chance to make any waves, the Lord didn't need to punish him. In fact, the Lord even treated him the most leniently in order to show his benevolence. Gu Meng paused for a moment and continued, "Do you still remember the Murong Lian's situation before he consumed Fusheng Luo Meng?" She sighed and said, "He wasn't any better. He was foppish, dissolute, and competitive." Gu Meng nodded and said, "The last one is the most important. Yes, the Murong Lian was once very competitive, but didn't he want to protect himself at that time? Didn't he care about what the Lord thought of him at that time? Before and after he consumed Fusheng Luo Meng, his situation in the imperial court didn't change at all. Therefore, he didn't consume this sleeping gas to lower the Lord's guard against him. There should be another reason." He puffed up his cheeks and then slowly exhaled, saying, "It's just that I don't know what it is. Before, I also thought that perhaps the Murong Lian encountered some secret misfortune that we didn't know about, so his temperament changed greatly and he abandoned himself. But just now, when I saw him deducing the art of war in the military tent, I knew that deep down, he was still that aggressive young master of the Murong clan. He hasn't changed." "Do you know what he said in the military tent?" "What?" "He said, 'Am I really inferior to you? Look, he's still holding his breath and competing with you.'" For a moment, she didn't know what to say. But just as the two of them were talking, there was a sudden commotion outside. The sound of footsteps was accompanied by a few people arguing. They could faintly hear, "I was just casually mentioning it. Why are you so strict? Don't hold me so tightly. Aren't you just a guard who used to be a slave?" Then there was the sound of scuffling and struggling. A guard outside the tent reported, "Marshal Mo. There are people in the Red Plume camp who have violated military discipline and spread rumors before the battle. The 3 main culprits have been detained. Marshal Mo, please punish them." Spreading rumors before the battle, or were they from the Red Plume camp? She and Gu Meng looked at each other. She said, "Wait a moment." After Gu Meng put on his golden mask again, he let the people outside in. The Red Plume camp was different from the Northern Frontier Army. They only accepted pure-blooded nobles and their uniforms were embroidered with totems that represented their clan's identity. She looked at the 3 people one by one. One was a direct descendant of the Lin clan, one was a direct descendant of the Zhou clan, and the last one surprised Shi because he was a distant uncle of Meng Zhe. Shi had met him before at the end of the year ceremony. Shi frowned, "What's going on?" The guard cupped his fists and reported, "Lord Shihi. These 3 Red Plume camp cultivators are talking about the marshal's private affairs and spreading rumors. They are saying that you." "Saying what about me?" The guard was in awe of Shi and couldn't find the right words to describe it. At this moment, the distant relative of the Murong clan shouted, "What rumors did I spread? The whole world knows that Marshal Mo and my niece are in love with each other." They would talk about their relationship in private. As her uncle, I was happy to hear it and said something. Did I break the law? The guard said angrily, Bah. Why don't you shut up? You want me to shut up? You don't have any noble blood in you. How dare you order me around? Do you know what kind of relationship I have with Xianxia? If I'm unhappy, I can make your whole family pack up and leave Chonghua. Mia finally understood. He interrupted his uncle's clamor and said, Elder, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. What? Meng Zhe and I were alone in the main tent to talk about business, not personal matters. Senior is also a high-level red plume camp cultivator. You should know what to say and what not to say. Chonghua and Liao are about to go to war. I won't pursue this matter for now. I hope Senior will be careful with your words and don't do it again. The uncle didn't appreciate it. He glared at Moshi like a bullfrog. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, Fine. Lord Shihi, you're really a two-faced person. That's right. You're the marshal, but you're also my junior. You just slept with my niece and now you're pointing fingers at me without any respect. Do you believe that Moshi raised his hand and interrupted him. When did I sleep with your niece? Moshi raised his hand to interrupt him. When did I sleep with your niece? You're still denying it. Uncle was furious. He pointed at Moshi's nose and said, Great, everyone says that the Lord Shihi is a gentleman, but I think you're just a beast dressed in human clothing. You just slept with me and now you're denying it. You even want to punish your woman's uncle. You're simply an ingrate. While he was roaring with vigor, the expressions of the people around him were all different from one another. The guard who admired Moshi looked like he was about to go crazy. The other two who spread the rumors were trembling. Gu Mei was wearing a mask so his expression couldn't be seen, but his posture was still calm. As for Moshi himself, he sat on a chair in the tent with his hands folded on his knees. He stared at the man for a while and said, Meng Zhe is my benefactor. For her sake, I'll call you Senior again. Senior, I don't know who told you such a ridiculous thing, but I'll tell you now. Meng Zhe is completely innocent and has never had anything to do with me. Bah. Who are you trying to fool? Don't pretend to be a decent person in front of me. Moshi suppressed his anger and said, Although I was alone with Meng Zhe in the command tent, I didn't do anything inappropriate. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Who told you about the command tent? Uncle raised his thick eyebrows and looked at him with disdain. Don't tell me you want to touch my niece in the command tent? Hooligan. I'm talking about Noon. You were in your own tent, I'm embarrassed to say this. You know very well what you did to Meng Zhe. Moshi, Gu Meng, seeing that Moshi's expression changed slightly and he didn't say anything, Uncle was a little pleased. He sneered and said, Am I right? Are you still going to quibble this time? Lord Shihi, when I was in the Red Plume Battalion, I heard that your Northern Frontier Army was very strict and that you were never fooled by women. Today, it seems like he only dared to do it but didn't dare to admit it. Alas, it's a pity that my foolish niece was blind. She didn't like anyone else but you, a pervert with a human face but a beast's heart. You even tainted her body. Taking advantage of his age and status, his words became harsher and harsher. Moshi's expression was dark. He pursed his lips and did not say anything, but Gu Meng could not bear to listen to him anymore. Still not done? And what are you? Uncle sized him up a few times and rolled his eyes at him. Oh, you're just a guard, yet you're here to teach a royal relative a lesson. Hee, what a strange story. After saying that, a string of cold laughter emerged from his throat, neither yin nor yang. Before she finished laughing, she heard Moshi say, You're right. I did have a private meeting with someone in my tent at noon. Everyone was shocked. Every pair of eyes turned to Moshi. Uncle was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, look. Look. What I said wasn't wrong at all, right? Little fireball, it's not a big deal to have a crush on Xiaoai. You didn't violate any military discipline, as long as you, Moshi interrupted him. Attendant. The attendant looked like he was about to lose his mind. He replied with a complicated expression, Yes. Remember that I had a private meeting with someone and participate in the monarch's punishment. Yes. Before Emoshi could finish, he leaned back in his chair, crossed his slender fingers, and said word by word, in addition, remember that the 3 people from the Red Plume camp spread a rumor and report them all. Uncle's eyes widened. Emoshi, what do you mean by this? You've already admitted to your actions, yet you still accuse us of spreading rumors. What right do you have? Emo-chan stood up. His cold, glass-like eyes glanced down and looked at him coldly. Because that person wasn't Princess Mingzhe. If it was said that Emoshi admitting that he had a private meeting with someone was already terrifying, then after he said this, the atmosphere in the tent was like a bow with a broken string, suddenly shattering. Needless to say, everyone else, even Gu Meng, widened his blue eyes, staring at Emoshi in shock. Emoshi walked in front of Uncle, stretched out his hand, and lifted his fat face. He said in a low voice, I've really tolerated you for too long. Since the day Mingzhe saved me, for nearly 10 years, you've been making up stories every day, spreading false rumors. Today, you've actually spread it directly to me. Elder, I just want to ask you one thing, is it interesting? Rumor has it that I have a relationship with Mingzhe, rumor has it that I have a private meeting with Mingzhe. Do you think that as long as you say enough, I'll really marry her, or do you think that you know me better than I do myself? For so many years, I've respected Mingzhe, I'm grateful to her. I've told everyone countless times, but no one listens to me. You just listen to the rumors, and you say with certainty that I'm ready to marry her at any time. Emoshi paused for a moment. If Mingzhe really marries into Shihi's household, will it be good for her, or for you? Uncle's face gradually turned yellow, his eyes darting as he said, Lord Shihi, what are you saying? I'm asking you. Emoshi said coldly, you're wholeheartedly spreading rumors, even going as far as to slander your own niece's innocence. You know very well in your heart what you, a branch of the Morone clan, want. Why do you have to ask me again? You. Uncle's lips, which were as fat as pig intestines, trembled for a long time, his eyes rolling around. But because of his guilty conscience, he couldn't say anything more. Emoshi straightened up and closed his eyes wearily. Just as he was about to end the conversation, Uncle suddenly thought of a new foothold. He raised his eyebrows and hurriedly shouted, Emoshi, you don't have to make up any other excuses. I think you are a cold-blooded and heartless person. Mingzhe and you grew up together. You two were childhood sweethearts. Who doesn't know that you originally had feelings for her? Emoshi's phoenix-like eyes widened. In this argument, he was shocked, disgusted, angry, and tired, but he was never at a loss. However, his uncle's words almost stunned him. He almost choked for a while, and then asked, how did I originally have feelings for her? Uncle said, if you didn't have feelings for her, she wouldn't have hurt herself to save you in the Dongting Navy battle. Since she could treat you like that, it must be because you treated her well. Otherwise, who would do such things for others for no reason? Do you want to say that Mingzhe is imagining things? Of course, Emoshi wouldn't label Mingzhe as imagining things just to clear his name. Uncle saw that he was silent, and became more and more excited. Now that her body is broken and she is old, you don't like her and are eager to draw a line with her. People say that Lord Shihi is a righteous gentleman. It turns out that not only are you not a gentleman, but you are also a heartless, despicable, and shameless person. The last 8 words were said in a strong and powerful tone. The tent was silent for a long time, and suddenly someone clapped. That's great. Have you finished, brother? Uncle turned his head and saw that it was the little bodyguard beside Emoshi who was clapping. He couldn't help but be angry. Why is it you again? I said that you don't deserve to talk to me. Gumang laughed, I didn't intend to talk to you. I just wanted to ask if you had a good talk. Then he turned to the bodyguard and said, brother, please take this senior away. Find a tent and lock him up. Keep a strict watch on him. I don't mean anything else. It's just that the senior's speech is too good. If we let him go out and shout, we don't need to fight the war anymore. We can just convict Lord Shihi directly. The bodyguard was still in shock that Lord Shihi actually had a private meeting with someone in the tent. He couldn't extricate himself from the shock. After a while, he reacted and stammered, Then, Marshal M.O., what do you think? Before Mo Mia could say anything, his uncle shouted, Mo Mia. Even if you lock me up now, what can you do? If you have the ability, you can announce to the whole Chonghua that you have a new lover. Don't say that we, the collateral branches of the Murong family, have ulterior motives. Let's see how other unrelated people will judge you. Let me tell you, Fireball. You betrayed Mengze. You are a degenerate. As for the one who secretly hooked up with you, she is. He didn't have time to say what she was. Xia suddenly raised his hand and grabbed him by the throat. Xia's strength was extremely strong. Even though he did not intend to hurt this person, in his rage, he still managed to choke him to the point that he almost fainted. Xia lifted him up from the ground with one hand. He stared at the reddened face and said, I suddenly remember. Senior, your name is Morong Lai, isn't it? Morong Lai was lifted into the air by him. His legs were kicking wildly, and his face was red as a pig's liver. He rolled his eyes and glared at Xi. Rumor has it that when Wang Shu insisted on not marrying Madame Zhao, there were hundreds of officials who admonished him. Among them, the one who spoke the harshest words was a distant relative called Morong Lai. It's you, right? Woo, woo woo. Xi's black eyes flashed with a cold light. It was obvious that he had endured to the limit. He said word by word, from Wang Shu to me. Senior, you've really been worrying about other people's marriage for the past 30 years, constantly worrying about other people's marriages. However, I will have to disappoint you. Mengze is like a sister to me. Even if I become a shameless person in the eyes of the Chonghua people, I will never marry her. Morong Lai was almost squeezed to death by him. His eyes rolled back and he gasped for breath. The two nobles from the Red Plume camp were trembling with fear. Seeing that he was going to die if he squeezed any more, Xi's slender fingers loosened. Morong Lai fell back to the ground like mud. He held his red neck and gasped for breath. Senior, you may have gained some benefits from Xian Wang Shu, but let me remind you of something today. Wang Shu is Wang Shu. I am me. What happened to him more than 30 years ago will not happen to me. Chonghua doesn't lack Wang Shu. Xi paused. We don't lack Madame Zhao either. Don't worry. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand weakly and ordered his attendants to suppress him and the other two people who had spread the rumor. After everyone had left, Xi raised his hand and restarted the enchantment in the tent. Gu Meng looked at him worriedly. Xi, although he pushed you too hard, it's not like there's no way to smooth things over. Why did you have to admit what happened in the tent at noon? Xi glanced at him. I didn't just admit it to him. I've already told Mingze about it. Gu Meng was startled. What did you say? I said that I already have someone I like. I told her before, but she didn't believe me. However, she probably sensed something recently, so she knows that I didn't lie to her. Xi said, you don't have to think too much. This kind of thing can't be hidden sooner or later. We still have to attack Dazai City tomorrow. I still have some files to read. You should rest early. Gu Meng looked at his deep eyes and his stubborn expression. His heart was chaotic and bitter. He couldn't help but sigh. Alas, why do you have to? Xi finished setting up the last layer of enchantment. He turned back and said, I'm willing. Gu Meng sighed and didn't say anything. He walked up and held his head. After a moment of silence, he pressed his forehead against his. It was late at night. Gu Meng, on the other hand, was not sleepy. While Mok was reading the dossier, he sat beside him, eating snacks while reading his own memories. After reading for a while, he suddenly closed the dossier and said, Mo Quebec. She raised his head from the scroll. He raised a silver spoon and lit the candle. What's wrong? Gu Meng said, I suddenly remembered. I forgot to ask you before. You and Morong Lai mentioned Xian Wangshu and Madame Zhao. What's the matter with them? Xi's eyelashes fluttered. Madame Zhao is the Morong Lian's mother. Don't you remember her? I don't remember very clearly. Gu Meng said, besides, I didn't have much contact with her. She didn't like to talk much with others. When she was alive, she didn't control the servants much. However, she was always very strict with the Morong Lian. The most common thing I heard in the residence was that she didn't let the Murong Lian do this or that. Everything had to be done according to her wishes. After a pause, he smiled embarrassedly. But she was quite good-looking. She said, Madame Zhao's appearance was indeed outstanding. She was once one of the most beautiful women in Chonghua. Back then, she was betrothed to Xian Wangshu, Murong Lian's father, Murong Xian. Her talent and appearance were impeccable. Her family background was also well-matched with Xian Wangshu's. However, Murong Xian had feelings for another lowly woman at that time. He was unwilling to marry her. The situation was very embarrassing. Gu Meng scratched his head. Although he didn't remember these rumors, he could infer some of the past disputes between Madame Zhao and Murong Xian from other memories. Therefore, it wasn't surprising. He asked tentatively, then why did Murong Xian agree to marry her later? Pressure from the situation. There were many other reasons. Emoshi shook his head. It's been too long. There are many rumors and all kinds of theories. Why are you suddenly thinking about this? Gu Meng said, well, because I have an impression of someone. She was also a slave of Wangshu's family. When I was young, she took care of me very much. I always feel that she might be the girl that Xian Wangshu once liked. Emoshi said, it can't be her. Gu Meng was surprised when he heard his firm denial. Why? The girl that Xian Wangshu liked was an ordinary person from Linen. She wasn't a slave. Gu Meng stuffed another piece of mung bean cake into his mouth. His cheeks bulged slightly. His long black hair hung gently on his cheeks. Since she wasn't a slave, why couldn't she marry Xian Wangshu? Because even if she wasn't a slave, the difference in status was too big. Moreover, the girl seemed to have been injured before and couldn't remember her identity. I don't know the details, but I have heard many different theories. There is a rumor that Linen belonged to the Yujun Tian and the people were under the jurisdiction of the Yujun Tian. However, the relationship between the Yujun Tian and Xian Wangshu had always been bad. After knowing that he fell in love with a girl from Linen, the Yujun Tian instigated his henchmen to go to the emperor and accuse the girl of being an undercover agent of the Liao country. In the end, the girl was forced to leave Xian Wangshu. Emoshi put down the scroll. He had always disliked this kind of gossip. When he heard it from others, he was very disgusted. When he heard it from himself, he felt even more embarrassed. He paused for a moment before continuing, however, there is a more popular theory. It is said that the Yujun Tian didn't say that she was an undercover agent of the Liao country. Instead, they sent people to inquire about her background. Later, they learned that she used to be a prostitute in a brothel, so they reported it to the emperor. Therefore, the girl from Linen naturally couldn't enter Wangshu mansion and become the wife of the Murong. He rubbed his brow bone with a headache and said, that's about it. There are many other theories that I don't remember. But most of them are related to the Yujun Tian. It is said that he ruined the marriage in the end. He felt that the girl was a citizen of his fief and her background was unknown. He didn't want to take the blame, so he always opposed their marriage. Gu Meng looked at him helplessly gossiping. He looked funny and pitiful. He quickly went over and massaged his shoulders. He leaned on his back and coaxed, okay. If you can't remember, I won't talk about it. Sorry. If you are interested, I will buy you a book from the bookstore next time. Gu Meng hurriedly said, no need. Let Emoshi buy a book from the bookstore? Don't make things difficult for a small business. Shopkeeper Rin probably thought that he was going to close down the bookstore. The two chatted and the night passed like this. Although there were already rumors about Meng Zhe in the army, the situation was urgent. Moreover, the discipline of the Northern Frontier Army was much better than the other two battalions. Therefore, most of the rumors were only circulated within the Red Plume camp. For the time being, there were no waves. At dawn the next day, Chonghua launched a second attack on Meng Zhe City as planned. Reporting. Inside the governor's mansion, the Grand Tutor heard the voice and looked up. His fingers did not stop playing the zither. As he stroked the strings, he said, come in. The messenger hurried in and knelt down to salute. The Grand Tutor asked casually, how is the situation outside? The Chonghua attacked for the second time this morning. The north corner tower fell. The city guards have retreated to the north market to reinforce the enchantment. Can they hold on until tomorrow? The messenger's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He clasped his hands and lowered his head. The commander of the city guards said that he is incompetent. He can only do his best, then he is indeed quite incompetent. The Grand Tutor finished this sentence casually. The sound of the zither gradually quickened. Suddenly, he raised his finger and shouted, "Lin Ling, summon." A stream of light flashed. One of the 9 eyes inlaid on the zither opened completely following his command. The eye blinked, and the pupil emitted a faint green brilliance. The brilliance became brighter and brighter, forcing people to look at it directly. When the brilliance was extinguished, there was already a colorful scale hanging above the zither. The Grand Tutor waved his wide sleeves. The scale flew directly to the messenger and hovered in front of him. "Take it. This is the Black Tortoise heavy armor." The messenger turned pale with fright. Wasn't the Black Tortoise heavy armor one of the miracles left from the ancient times? That was the world's most indestructible defensive artifact. Why was it hidden in the Grand Tutor's 9-eyed zither, before he could recover? From his shock, the Grand Tutor added, "One of the pieces." The messenger was speechless. Don't underestimate this piece. It is enough to withstand the attack of 100,000 lions. Take it and give it to our useless city guards. Remember, the city guards can die, but we can't lose the Black Tortoise heavy armor. If there is any loss to this piece of scale. After a pause, the strings of the zither rang. The Grand Tutor smiled sweetly. "I want all of you to be buried." The messenger hurriedly complied, holding the scale armor over his head with both hands, and retreated with his legs on both legs. Only the state preceptor was left in the eerie governor's mansion. The sound of the zither was still flowing like a quiet spring. In front of the Grand Master, the brilliance called purifying dust had already taken on a vague form. It looked like a puppy with a pure white body. Every strand of its hair was glowing. However, the puppy was still unconscious. It lay on the soft carpet in the governor's residence, its paws covering its eyes as it lay there motionlessly. In the soothing sound of the zither, it seemed very peaceful. The imperial preceptor raised his eyes, and the light emitted by the spirit beast floated in the depths of his eyes. He said in a low voice, "Xianxia, I've almost undone the seals they gave you. In another day and a half, I will be able to take you away from here and return to my hometown. You have to be obedient and not cause any more accidents for me." The puppy's ears twitched, and its eyelids opened slightly, revealing a cold blue demonic light that was completely different from its cute and petite appearance. At the same time, in the northern corner of the city, the burning country was defeated in this battle. The soaring serpent flag of the Northern Frontier Army was already fluttering in the broken walls in the corner. Emoshi's vanguard was stationed in this corner of the great swamp city. Not far in front of them, the burning country's cultivators created a green protective barrier that was rising layer by layer. The scout retreated and reported the situation to the commander-in-chief Emoshi, who was sizing up the burning country's garrison. He then asked, "Commander-in-Chief Emo, should we take advantage of the victory and attack again?" Emoshi's sword-like eyebrows were knitted. He crossed his arms and looked at the defensive barrier that was rising higher and higher. Where did they get the Black Tortoise heavy armor? The scout was shocked and turned to look at the green barrier. Black Tortoise heavy armor? Isn't that the divine weapon that only our Junzi Hui has? And after Junzi Hui passed away, the Black Tortoise heavy armor also lost its contractor and was scattered somewhere. How did it appear in the hands of the burning country? Emoshi pursed his lips, his eyes dark. The effect of their barrier is far from the true strength of the Black Tortoise heavy armor. The burning country should not have the complete armor, perhaps only 1 or 2 pieces. He paused and then said, "But as long as it's the Black Tortoise heavy armor, even half a piece is enough for us to suffer. Pass down the order, the entire army will first slow down the attack. Defend the north of the city and rest here." "Yes. Also, invite all the commander-in-chief to the main tent. I want to discuss the plan for the third siege with them." The third siege was not so much a siege, but a search and capture. Back then, the place where Chen Tang sealed the blood scourge was a lake in the north of the Great Swamp City. The Chonghua army had already torn a corner of the Great Swamp City. From this corner, cultivators with fast movement techniques could go to the lake to hunt. However, this matter involved the Xianxia's secret, so Mo she could not say it clearly. He only told the search and capture team selected by Xianxia about the demonic blood demon's remnant soul. The rest of the cultivators used other reasons to arrange the matter and coordinate with the team. Gu Meng's mission to accompany the army was also arranged in this operation. That's about it. After everyone in the main tent left, Mo Shi and Gu Meng explained the real situation in detail. I sent the Morong Lian and Mengzai battalions to attack the main city of the Great Lake City. But the purpose was not to attack the city, but to disperse the burning country's army. The most important thing was the team of 10 elite spies. They had to go to the lake in the north and capture the demonic blood demon's remnant soul while we were fighting with the burning country. As he spoke, he handed the search and capture mission and the soul-seeking rope given by Xianxia to Gu Meng. As long as we bring the remnant soul back, it won't be easy for the burning country to reawaken the demonic blood demon. So in this battle, whether we can take down the Great Lake City or not is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that we can't let the burning country take the demonic blood demon's remnant soul first. Do you understand? Gu Meng tied the shining soul-seeking rope around his waist. He patted his waist and took the mission. Don't worry. When has your brother Gu Meng ever failed a mission? At this time, he did not wear his mask. He only wore the tall and straight Northern Frontier Army uniform with neat braids. His waist was equipped with a golden rope, a bayonet, and a mask. His wrist was tied with a 1,000 possibilities box. The blue-black border of his collar was raised high, concealing the slave locking ring under his strict and ascetic robe. Looking at him now, he was actually just as heroic and imposing as he was many years ago when he went to war. Mo Shi looked at him for a while. Suddenly, he raised his hand and hugged him in his arms. He lowered his head and gently kissed the top of his head. Yes, you have never failed. After a pause, he said, but this time, you have to remember that no matter what, your own safety is the most important. If there is anything you can't handle, you have to call me. He raised his hand and rubbed Gu Meng's neck through the overlapping collars of the military robes. It was the place where they had placed the lotus seal to protect each other when they were young. Mo Shi pressed against Gu Meng's forehead and said in a low voice, as long as you call me, I will immediately come to your side. Do you remember? In the past, Gu Meng was Mo Shi's guardian. He was only willing to give Mo Shi the most comprehensive protection. He never wanted to share his hardships with Mo Shi. So in the past, Gu Meng only laughed and said, it's okay. He said, your brother Gu Meng is the best. But now, Gu Meng blinked his gentle blue eyes and then raised his head. Okay. He said, I will remember. There was no time to lose. It had only been less than 4 hours since the first round of repairs. When dusk had closed in and the setting sun was as red as blood, the military order of the northern region had been passed down. Xianxia had launched the third siege. This round came too quickly. Even though the Liao kingdom was prepared, they were still a little flustered. The 50,000 cultivators led by the Morong Lian acted as the vanguard to confront the Liao kingdom. Meanwhile, Mo Shi's army clashed with the defenders on the north side of the city. For a moment, the sun was covered in smoke and the blood on the ground was more intense than the red clouds in the sky. Under the cover of this huge attack, the 10 elite secret agents including Gu Meng set off from the north side. They sneaked into the depths of the city through different routes and rushed to the lake where the remnant soul of the blood-sucking scourge was trapped. Beside the Great Lake. This was a vast and boundless lake. Mountains stretched out on both sides of the lake, and one couldn't see the end of it. At this time, the sky was already very dark. A ray of the setting sun spread across the lake. A few sand geese were startled and flew into the depths of the sunset. Gu Meng, dressed in a black robe, flew to the top of a pavilion by the lake. He stood in the wind with his hands clasped behind his back and looked down at the lake below the pavilion. Just as he was about to descend to the lakeside, his head suddenly constricted and a searing pain exploded from his heart, spreading up his spine. Gu Meng let out a low cry of pain and clutched his throbbing temples. Why did it have to be at this time? He took a few deep breaths. After a while, the pain subsided a little, but the dizziness did not decrease. At this moment, the sound of fighting in the distance was deafening. The main force had officially launched the attack. Gu Meng knew that he could not delay for too long, so he tried to blink his eyes, trying to clear his vision as soon as possible. But when he raised his head and looked at the vast Great Lake again, a blurred image suddenly appeared in front of him. Gu Meng was shocked. Chen Tang. In the illusion, he seemed to see Chen Tang standing in the middle of the lake. Behind him, a flood surged and huge waves surged. Wind and thunder surged. Chen Tang stepped on the waves, his white clothes fluttering in the wind. The immortal-like man had a solemn expression. He raised his hand to summon a 7-stringed guqin and slightly raised his chin. Hua Peng, listen. Your ambition ends here. Whether it's 9 regions or Chonghua, they will never fall into your hands, you will never get what you want. Hua Peng, Hua Peng. These 3 words were like the deep meaning it contained. Like an epiphyllum flower breaking through the deep darkness, it exploded in Gu Meng's chaotic brain. Gu Meng only felt that this name seemed to have some kind of power, making his heart surge with a crazy bloodthirsty killing intent. You will always be the disciple of the cultivation school who has nothing. Gu Meng seemed to have a voice in his heart that was angrily shouting, nonsense. You're talking nonsense. I will tear you to shreds. Wait until I kill you, what do I not have? What right do you have to determine my fate, you ridiculous person, you incompetent person, Chen Tang said, it's all over. His fingertips fell, and the sound of the guqin rang out. Gu Meng's heart was greatly shaken. He actually felt that the black demon energy in his body was about to break out of his body at this moment. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Gu Meng clenched his teeth and shouted, Eternal Night, summon. The magic weapon bayonet changed shape. Gu Meng took it, clenched his teeth, and fiercely stabbed the back of his left hand. Blood flowed, the intense pain pulled him out of the swamp of hallucinations. He gasped for air and closed his eyes with all his might. When he raised his eyes again, the great marsh lake was bleak and clear. Chen Tang's illusion had disappeared. Gu Meng panted as he withdrew the eternal night. He raised his hand and quickly treated his wound. He glanced at the sparkling lake with lingering fear. He didn't know why he could see the afterimage of the great battle hundreds of years ago, but this wasn't the first time he saw Chen Tang in his mind. Why was it? Thousands of thoughts welled up in his mind, but he didn't have time to think about it. Gu Meng planned to go back and tell Mo Shi about his strange condition. Right now, the most important thing was to catch the remnant soul that the blood-sucking scourge left in the lake. Thinking like this, he adjusted the compass and injected spiritual energy into it. Then, he pointed it into the vast lake. Show me the way. The compass received the order and began to spin wildly. After about half a cup of tea's time, the willow-shaped leaf gradually slowed down. Bit by bit, it finally stopped moving. Gu Meng was stunned. The compass didn't point to the lake as Jun Shang said. Instead, it pointed to the direction where Gu Meng was standing. Gu Meng was shocked. He looked back and saw the houses behind him. The compass actually pointed to the core of the great marsh lake. Is it broken? Gu Meng adjusted his standing position and shook the compass again. The compass was trembling and hesitating. It didn't know where to point. Where's the remnant soul of the blood-sucking scourge in the lake? After asking 2 or 3 times, the compass began to spin slowly. But in the end, it still pointed to the center of the great marsh lake. Gu Meng was silent. He put the compass away and touched his chin. According to Jun Shang's investigation, the remnant soul of the blood-sucking scourge sank into the depths of the great marsh lake. Other spies didn't know how to show the compass, but Jun Shang insisted on pointing it to the center of the city. It couldn't be a coincidence. Could it be? His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the remnant soul of the blood-sucking scourge had been successfully captured by the Liao kingdom in just a few days and was now trapped somewhere in the city? The last bit of blood from the setting sun on the horizon disappeared. Night had fallen. Gu Meng stopped on the ridge of the governor's mansion. Looking from where he stood, there were flashes of light on the gate tower. The Chonghua and the cultivators of Liao country were fighting fiercely on the high city wall. Spells and spells collided with dazzling lights. Looking from afar, it was like thousands of fireworks, magnificent beyond words. The sound of explosions came from afar with the east wind. Shouts and cries broke through the smoke and fire and reached Gu Meng's ears. But Gu Meng knew that the situation on the other side had nothing to do with him at this moment. He looked down at the Xinan in his hand. The mark was pointing to the room in the center of the governor's mansion. The light in the room was on, and the soft sound of zither kept flowing out. It seems that this is the place. Dealing with the defense of Liao country might be difficult for others, but it was easy for Gu Meng. Although he had lost his memories of the past 5 years in Liao, when the imperial preceptor had tempered him, he had engraved black magic incantations into his bones. Even if he could not remember anything, he could still easily cast these spells. With just a few simple black demonic incantations, all the cultivators in the yamen fell into a deep sleep. Gu Meng lightly leapt down from the roof and landed in the courtyard. Only then did he realize that there weren't many people left here, and almost all of them were ordinary cultivators with shallow cultivation. These people could send messages, but if they really fought, they might not even be able to defeat him with one finger. Gu Meng put his finger on the neck of one of the Xianxia to test. Sure enough, the spiritual power was very weak. His eyes couldn't help but become serious. According to the Xinan, the remnant soul of blood-sucking scourge was in this room. There was only one reason why Liao country didn't take it away immediately: Chen Tang's seal hadn't been completely broken. Before that, Liao country didn't dare to take it out of the Great Lake. But if such an important soul was here, why were there so few guards around, and their spells were so weak? While he was thinking, Gu Meng suddenly heard a man singing in a low voice from the room. 5 years, a sword changes spring and autumn. 10 years, a sword reverses the vicissitudes of life. This sword can cut through water, but it can't cut through the king's heart. In the small courtyard, the pine and bamboo swayed. The moon was white and the wind was clear. Inside the yamen master's room, the sound of a zither drifted in and out of the air. It was as if dust was being blown up by the wind. It was endless and infinitely sad. Blood flowed like a river on the wall. The zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting on the wall made the atmosphere extremely strange. The unguarded house, the unending sound of the zither, the lonely warrior who burned people in the night, and this song that seemed to have been heard somewhere before. Gu Meng suddenly felt that all of this was very familiar, as if he had seen something similar somewhere before. But with the urgency of the battle, he had no time to think. His eyes dimmed, and light flashed in his eyes. He said in a low voice, "The devil's heart is calling to me." Although the Xiaoxiu of Liao country hadn't been refined, the mental cultivation method they cultivated would accumulate a certain amount of evil spirit in their bodies. Those Xiaoxiu were easy targets to be manipulated. Under Gu Meng's order, those cultivators of Liao country who had been controlled by him opened their eyes one after another. Their eyes flashed with dark blue luster. Go! Those Xiaoxiu of Liao country immediately went wild. More than 10 of them formed a line and rushed to the door of the main house. With a loud bang, the door was broken. In the splashing with dust and smoke, Gu Meng saw the dead family members of the governor's mansion hanging in the room like wind chimes. In the deepest part of the dead wind chimes, a man in a platinum robe was sitting with his back to Gu Meng. Under his slender palm, there was a human skin guqin lying horizontally. The 9 eyes inlaid on the guqin were rolling. Gu Meng felt a bone-piercing chill surging up from the bottom of his feet and invading his whole body. He instantly remembered where he had seen a similar situation before. The memory illusion of the sword demon Li Qingqian. At that time in Murong Chuyi's house, Gu Meng didn't see the illusion directly. But later, Emoshi showed him what happened to Li Qingqian with a spell. Gu Meng knew that Li Qingqian broke into the Liao country state preceptor's hall alone to avenge Hong Xiao. At that time, the hall was also empty. A man who was playing the guqin turned around. He wore a golden mask and showed his white teeth to Gu Meng. It was like a replay of that memory, but the state preceptor's residence was replaced by the governor's residence. The state preceptor of Liao country turned his head and raised his face covered by the golden mask. He grinned, "Long time no see, Marshal Gu." Even though the memories of the 5 years in Liao country were incomplete, Gu Meng still didn't forget that he was the one who locked him up in the secret room and tempered his bones. So the person who personally guarded the remnant soul of the blood demon, he was the state preceptor of Liao country. No wonder. The state preceptor of Liao country was so unpredictable. If it were him, he wouldn't need any other guards at all. Someone told me that you were captured by the king of Xianxia to undergo the black demon trial. Now, your mental strength has collapsed and your limbs are exhausted, the state preceptor said calmly. It seems that Jiang Fuli has taken good care of you. He really has a pair of hands that love to meddle in other people's business. You still came. As the state preceptor spoke, he glanced at the cultivators of Liao country who were controlled by Gu Meng. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Look at how skillful you are in using the black demon spell. What a pity. He retracted his gaze and looked at Gu Meng's mask repeatedly. He smiled sweetly and said, your country doesn't recognize you. You've been back for so long. Only when you're wearing a mask are you worthy of serving your Xianxia. Gu Meng didn't want to waste time with him. He quickly looked around the room and immediately saw the puppy that was emitting a silver-white light lying beside the zither. Perhaps it was because of the strong black demon aura on its body, but he could almost immediately sense that this ordinary-looking puppy was the remnant soul of the blood demon that was sealed. Gu Meng's eyes darkened. He said in a deep voice, disperse the formation. The 10 or so Xiaoxiu who were being controlled immediately scattered into an attack formation in the room and surrounded the state preceptor. Gu Meng knew that their spiritual energy was weak. Thus, he twisted his fingertips and gathered a stack of evil talismans that were surrounded by black gas. He scattered them into their bodies. The Xiaoxiu immediately let out a low roar. The surrounding spiritual energy suddenly increased. They whistled and attacked the state preceptor. The state preceptor wasn't easy to deal with. He stood up with the zither in his arms. The sound of the zither flowed from his fingertips. While dealing with the Xiaoxiu, he said, in any case, the two of us are old acquaintances who have worked together for 5 years. When old friends meet again, you're not even willing to exchange a few words. You want to directly start a fight. After a pause, he smiled sweetly and said, Marshal Gu's temper is so impatient now. Who spoiled you? Why do you care? Oh. The state preceptor's smile became brighter. You're quite stubborn. The spy said that you've recovered your memory. It seems that it's not false at all. However, after you returned to Xianxia, you completely forgot everything you did in Burning Country. I'm also very surprised. Don't tell me you've forgotten how you gave me advice in the past and how you went to war. Don't tell me you've forgotten how many Xianxia people died in your hands in the past. Have you forgotten how many battles you led our people to win? Gu Meng raised his hand and polished the eternal night bayonet in his palm inch by inch. Wherever his palm passed, the bayonet burst forth with specks of spiritual sparks. The gleam of the bayonet reflected Gu Meng's cold eyes. Gu Meng said coldly, whether I remember these or not, I don't want to answer you. However, there's one thing I'm very willing to say. What? State preceptor, under normal circumstances, you wouldn't talk so much nonsense. When the last word fell, the figure had already rushed towards the state preceptor like a cheetah. With a clang, the zither strings sounded rapidly. The nine-eyed zither instantly opened up a golden barrier and fiercely collided with Gu Meng's bayonet. In an instant, sparks flew and magic and martial arts rang out. The two people's eyes were filled with light from this fierce confrontation. As expected, after one attack, Gu Meng could feel the obvious exhaustion of the state preceptor. In order to quickly recover the remnant soul of blood-sucking scourge Qing Chen, the state preceptor had played the nine-eyed zither for 2 days and 1 night without rest. Although he was still strong, his spiritual power was already not as good as before. Therefore, he deliberately delayed like this, intending to slowly accumulate some energy. How could Gu Meng let him succeed? He immediately attacked the state preceptor with killing moves like a gust of wind and snow. He also urged the Xiaoxiu to cooperate with him. For a moment, the governor's office was filled with a cold wind and demonic aura. The state preceptor praised, good skill. As he played the zither, he saw Gu Meng chopping down again. The state preceptor shouted, Frost and Frost, summon. As his voice fell, the nine-eyed zither instantly opened another eye. Gu Meng only felt a faint movement at his feet and immediately jumped up. Almost at the same time, dozens of sharp icicles were pulled out of the ground and stabbed at the place where Gu Meng was standing. If Gu Meng had been a step slower, he would have been pierced into a sieve. Gu Meng did not dare to slack off. His whole body was tense as his blue eyes stared at the state preceptor's every move. The nine-eyed zither, he tried hard to remember, trying to remember more details about this magic zither. He had worked with Liaren in the burning country for 5 years. He should know very well what this zither was capable of, ugh. But as soon as he thought about it carefully, he felt a bone-piercing pain in his head. The sound of the magic zither was like a sharp knife stabbing into his brain, causing his whole body to be soaked in cold sweat. The nine-eyed zither. Clang clang. There were 2 more sounds of the zither being played. The state preceptor pulled the strings and the icicles broke through the bricks on the ground. In an instant, the 3 Xiaoxiu who were slow to react were cut through. In an instant, filthy blood flew a foot high and splashed onto Gu Meng's body. The thick smell of blood stimulated Gu Meng's brain even more. The nine-eyed zither, a few fragments suddenly flashed through his chaotic mind. It was in the main hall of the burning country. The state preceptor smiled as he stroked the human-skinned zither. This magic weapon was made by my heart. It has 9 eyes, and the owner of each eye was very powerful. Some could communicate with the spirit of divine beasts, some could attack with icicles. With this zither, it's like having the 9 masters by my side at all times. It's far better than having an ordinary servant. That's right. Gu Meng vaguely remembered that the state preceptor of the burning country did have such a crazy ability. He could seal a person's magic in the eyes and then embed it into the 9-eyed zither. These 9 eyes won't always be with me. If I find a more powerful cultivator, I'll abandon the most useless eye and replace it with a new one. The state preceptor in his memory laughed coldly. If this cycle repeats, the 9-eyed zither will only become stronger with time, until it's invincible. In a trance, dozens of icicles broke through the bricks and stabbed the last few Xiaoxiu to death. Then, they went straight for Gu Meng. Gu Meng jumped up and swam to the pillar. He took a deep breath and quickly glanced down. The blood-sucking scourge Qianxia was firmly protected behind the enchantment by the state preceptor. It was impossible to capture it with the soul-seeking rope. He closed his eyes and heard that the state preceptor's zither had changed a tune. This tune was infinitely demonic, like the dance of ghosts and demons. Gu Meng snorted. He only felt that the devil chi in his chest was rolling over, and it was all drawn out by the sound of the magic zither. At this moment, the state preceptor chuckled. Gu Meng, I told you 5 years ago. The moment you nodded and agreed to infuse your body with the black devil chi, you became a monster that was neither human nor demon. In the 9 provinces, only I, Liao, can tolerate you. Gu Meng half knelt on the beam with one hand supporting the pillar. He gritted his teeth and gasped for breath. Do you think that I don't keep a few guards around me just because I'm capable? That's not the case. In fact, I've been waiting for you. Even though someone told me that you were seriously injured and would never come to the front line, the truth proved that they had underestimated Jiang Fuli's medical skills and your heart. As the state preceptor spoke, he calmly sat down beside Qianxia. My intuition told me that you would definitely come. Previously, I dawdled with you to buy time, not to accumulate spiritual power, but to let you use a few more moves to mobilize the devil chi in your body. As he spoke, the sound of the zither under his hands became more and more treacherous. It was as if it had turned into a pair of invisible deer claws, stripping off the devil chi in Gu Meng's bones layer by layer. The devil bait had appeared. The state preceptor laughed eerily. Gu Meng, your persistence is meaningless. Why don't you live according to your heart? After saying that, the tune turned higher and higher, forcing Gu Meng to scream. He curled up in pain and rolled down from the beam to the ground. Bang! A heavy sound rang out. The sound of flesh and blood hitting the ground was incomparably painful. Gu Meng panted heavily. His face was pale, and he raised his eyes to look in the direction of the zither. Don't play anymore, his lips trembled, and cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead. Don't play anymore. I beg you. I beg you. At the last inch of his pleading voice, a cold light suddenly burst out. Gu Meng actually jumped from the ground and took advantage of the state preceptor's relaxed state to rush into the enchantment. Eternal night, spirit tempering. With a violent shout, the eternal night burst out with intense light. Gu Meng poured all of his devil chi into it and stabbed fiercely at the state preceptor's enchantment barrier. Gold and black intertwined, and the spiritual current trembled. The confrontation of power only lasted for a short moment. After a moment, the enchantment created by the nine-eyed zither made a dangerous cracking sound, and then it suddenly exploded into pieces of smoke and dust. Gu Meng held the soul-seeking rope at his waist. His eyes were as sharp as a knife, and he rushed to strangle blood-sucking scourge, Qing Chen, who was curled up in the corner. The state preceptor's face suddenly changed. Even through a mask, one could see how ferocious his expression was at the moment. He gritted his teeth and said, "Gu Meng. You what?" It was true that he was destroyed by the black demon. It was also true that he was about to lose his mind at any moment. It was Gu Meng's own will that was as strong as iron. He was able to suppress the inhuman pain. He did not pretend to be weak and take the opportunity to search for the soul. He really resisted the pain and broke the enchantment. For a moment, the state preceptor did not know what words to use to curse him. He wanted to snatch Qing Chen, but how could Gu Meng be so easy to deal with? He had already tied Qing Chen up and put him into his Chankuan bag. He stood up shakily and fiercely wiped the corner of his mouth that was stained with blood. He stared at the state preceptor with burning eyes. On his face that was tortured beyond recognition by the devil Qi, a fierce and proud smile bloomed. "It doesn't matter if the land of the 9 prefectures can tolerate me or not. The important thing is, brother, this universe can't tolerate you." After saying that, he jumped up and quickly retreated in the direction of the Chonghua army with the blood demon's remnant soul. How could this be? The state preceptor's eyes were burning with fire. He flicked his finger and shouted, "Snowflakes, summon them." The third eye of the nine-eyed zither suddenly widened. The state preceptor's body was surrounded by layers of wind and snow. He stepped out of the house and raised his hand. There was a thunderous sound, and a talisman was slammed on the ground. In a moment, dozens of black demon elites rushed over. They all knelt on the ground and said, "State preceptor." "At your command, state preceptor." The state preceptor of Burning Country said coldly, "The blood demon's remnant soul was taken away by Gu Meng. The city gate is at the outskirts of the city. You can find him by following the breath of blood-sucking scourge. Follow me." Gu Meng flew above the roof, his breathing rapid. The night wind blew his black robe. Under the golden mask, his face was no longer as proud as before. Instead, it was twisted with pain. His head was throbbing with pain, and his memories were in a mess. He knew very well that the qi of the black demon was getting harder and harder to suppress in his body. He did not know how long he could hold on. At the very least, he had to send the captured blood-sucking scourge to Chonghua's camp. His blue eyes glanced behind him. He could acutely sense that the Grand Tutor and the black demon elites were closing in on him. At this speed, he would not be able to reach Imoshi's place. His only choice was to escape to the main gate. "Gu Meng, how long are you going to be stubborn? The Chonghua gave you the title of Beast of God. Are you going to be their lackey for the rest of your life?" The Grand Tutor had not arrived yet, but his voice had already reached Gu Meng's ears through secret voice sending. Gu Meng endured his increasingly chaotic mind, gritted his teeth and retorted, "I'm fighting for myself. I'm not going to be your lackey." Then, he sped up his lightness skill and rushed to the main gate. There, the 2 armies were fighting fiercely, and sparks were flying everywhere. The wind blew past his ears. The gate was getting closer and closer. But at this moment, the Grand Tutor of Liao Country, who was supported by the drifting snow spell, rushed over. His robe fluttered, and he was like a paper kite that floated to Gu Meng's side. Drifting snow is the spell of the #1 lightness master in Lichuan. The Grand Tutor sneered from 10 feet behind Gu Meng. "Gu Meng, do you think you can escape?" Cold sweat had already seeped out of Gu Meng's forehead. Suddenly, his gaze caught sight of the dozens of explosive talismans displayed on the walls of the inner city. Almost without thinking, he ran in the direction of the talismans. The Grand Tutor's smile had not disappeared when he saw Gu Meng land steadily on the city wall and stop running. Gu Meng turned around and tilted half of his face. "Hey, do you want to see who's crazier?" The state preceptor suddenly reacted, "Gu Meng, you." Gu Meng sneered as he raised his hand and pointed at the wall. Flames shot out from his fingertips, and the moment they hit the wall, it caused a huge explosion. The state preceptor curses under his breath and is forced to retreat. However, the flames soar into the sky and set off waves of heat. Gu Meng tightens his body at the moment when the talisman explodes and rushes back, boom. A series of explosions shook the heavens and the earth. Bricks and stones were sent flying, and the airwaves were so strong that they quickly separated him from the pursuers of the burning country. This move was too dangerous. Even though Gu Meng was fully focused on retreating, he was still thrown off the roof by the airflow. He couldn't care less about the pain. Taking advantage of the fact that the state preceptor hadn't caught up to him, he got up from the ground and dragged his wounded body forward to continue running. The spell light in his eyes became brighter and brighter, and the sound of the two armies fighting was close to his ears. In the end, he suddenly jumped up and broke through the defenders of the burning country, who didn't react at all, and broke into the battle formation of the Xianxia army. The city gate is already full of blood, and half of the sky is lit up by the flames of war. In the billowing smoke, the cultivators of the Xianxia army and the cultivators of the burning country army are fighting. The collision of spells and the roar of spirit beasts are everywhere, and blood is splashing everywhere. Gu Meng gasps for breath. He doesn't feel relaxed for a moment after escaping here. His vision is getting heavier and heavier, as if he will be swallowed by the black demon's breath at any time and lose his consciousness. He anxiously opens his eyes and looks for the commander's flag in the chaotic battle. He finds it. But at this moment, he feels a chill behind his back. He perceives that the angry state preceptor of the burning country has broken through the sea of fire and is approaching. He can't help but shout, "Morong Lian!" The commander-in-chief, the Morong Lian, who is in charge of the attack at the city gate, is sitting on the golden-winged snow horse. He doesn't seem to care about the battle at all. He is watching the battle through the protective barrier built by the cultivators guarding the city gate. He doesn't seem to want to fight personally at all. He is even biting his hookah pipe and squinting his eyes to smoke his floating dreams. Suddenly hearing such a shout, the Morong Lian is startled. He coughs a few times and raises his misty peach blossom eyes to look at the chaotic battle. With this look, he sees a burning country cultivator in a white and golden robe rushing over like a ghost in the night, approaching a guard of Lord Shihi. As for the shout just now, it was this little guard who was running in a sorry state while asking for help. "What's going on? Take this Xianxia bag." The guard shouts and runs through the flames of war to him. His eyes are full of anxiety and urgency. "Take it to him, O Shi. Don't even think about it." The state preceptor, Wu Dai, floats to the ground like a gust of wind and grabs Gu Meng's shoulder with lightning speed. Gu Meng fiercely pushes him away. In an instant, the two have exchanged more than 10 moves. Although the state preceptor doesn't have enough energy, Gu Meng is more seriously injured and is at a disadvantage in an instant. During the battle, the two are getting closer and closer to the Morong Lian's barrier. Gu Meng turns his head and throws the Xianxia bag that contains the remnant soul of the blood demon to the edge of the barrier, then shouts, "Go." The Morong Lian is an extremely cautious person. He is afraid that there is a trick, so he doesn't immediately pick up the brocade bag. Instead, he stares at Gu Meng and asks, "Are you using the burning country's black magic?" The Morong Lian squints his eyes. "How can I believe that you are not a burning country cultivator?" Gu Meng suddenly feels that he can't defend himself. He can only use the burning country's black magic. His spirit nucleus is damaged, so he can't use the Xianghua's black magic. How can he prove himself at this moment? While blocking the state preceptor's attack, he anxiously thinks, his blue eyes rolling chaotically. The state preceptor's palm strikes close to his ear and chuckles, "What did I say? As long as you have the power of the black magic flowing through your body, there is no place for you in 9 regions except for the burning country." After saying that, he is about to seize the remnant soul. Gu Meng quickly retreats, and with a sudden roll, he once again holds the Xianxia bag in front of his chest. However, although he has seized the brocade bag, he can't avoid the state preceptor's attack. The moment he got up to dodge, his eyes suddenly blurred, and then the state preceptor's black magic hit his waist. Gu Meng suddenly choked on a mouthful of blood and knelt on the edge of the barrier where the blue light is flowing. Raising his head, he looked at the Morong Lian whose eyes were wandering. He can't say that he is Gu Meng. Once he says it, the Xianxia soldiers around him are bound to be in an uproar. But he also can't explain why he can only use the burning country's black magic spell. His blood-stained lips trembled as he opened and closed, and his fingers touched the barrier light array. The Morong Lian narrowed his eyes. Through the mask, he can't see what kind of face is below. Even because of the black magic spell, when others see Gu Meng's eyes, it is the most normal appearance, and not the blue eyes that would reveal his identity. The Morong Lian still can't tell whether there is a trick or not, but he vaguely feels that this person's eyes are very familiar. When his heart trembled, he heard this person whisper, "I went to your house that day because I miss her very much." What? This close attendant spat out 2 words that are enough to prove his identity to the Morong Lian, "Aunt and I." The Morong Lian instantly felt like he was struck by lightning. Gu Meng? At this moment, the state preceptor's second attack suddenly came down, blood splattered everywhere. In just a flash, the Morong Lian opened the barrier, but he didn't have time to pull Gu Meng into the barrier. Gu Meng just threw the Qianquan bag into the barrier when he was hit by the state preceptor on the back. If the state preceptor was not worried that the spiritual current will brazenly affect the remnant soul and only used 10% of his strength, Gu Meng would have died at this moment. The Morong Lian's face was pale, and he looked at Gu Meng, who suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, but he still waved his hand to repair the barrier light array. "Leave it to Lord Shihi, you don't understand his magic, you are not his opponent." Gu Meng gasped for breath. "Go. What are you waiting for? Do you hate me so much?" The light flashing in the Morong Lian's eyes was extremely complicated. He bit his lower lip, ordered someone to bring the Qianquan bag that fell on the ground, and held it tightly in his hand. The Qianquan bag had already been dyed red by blood, and there was indeed an indescribable evil spiritual current surging in it. The Morong Lian's heart pounded, and he didn't know what to feel for a moment. Gu Meng shouted angrily, "Get lost. I can't block it, you are the next one." They didn't know what was going on, and they didn't know what kind of riddle this close servant wearing a golden mask was playing with their Lord Wang Shu. However, the Morong Lian's expression was complicated. In the end, he put the brocade bag into his arms and then ordered the top cultivators guarding Xianxia around him, "Retreat to the north gate and meet with Lord Shihi." Yes. The state preceptor's eyes were fierce, and he and the high-level cultivators of the burning country immediately wanted to stop him. However, unexpectedly, Gu Meng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and drew a curse mark on his chest. "Oh no." The state preceptor immediately jumped back, and almost at the same time, a strong black demonic aura that could swallow the sky burst out from Gu Meng's body like a surging wave. Gu Meng's eyes flashed with a wolf-like blue cold light, and the demonic lone wolf devil flame rose behind him. This move was obviously out of the state preceptor's expectation, because once Gu Meng used this move, he was destined to be devoured by the black demon, and it could only last for a short period of time. His bleeding lips opened and closed as Gu Meng blocked Morong Lian's path. He raised his gloomy and lustrous eyes and eerily uttered 4 words, "Lone wolf. Release the seal." Suddenly, a fierce wind swept the ground, and the clouds gathered. The howls of hundreds of millions of wolves seemed to come from the depths of the hinterland, and then the sand and stones rolled up, rolling around Gu Meng. The state preceptor's eyes flashed with excitement, and he gritted his teeth. "Good, very good. You've actually refined this spell? Gu Meng, I underestimated you. You are really, the younger generation will surpass us in time. But you have to think clearly, after this move, whether it is the black demon or the Qianxia technique, you will not be able to use it again. And you can only last for a maximum of 30 minutes. Then what will you do after that?" Gu Meng slightly raised his chin, and there was a fierce and unruly arrogance in his eyes. "You shouldn't care what I do after that. You should care about whether it hurts when I beat you up before." The state preceptor sneered, "Let your emotions affect your decisions. As long as I am happy." After saying that, his body that was burning with the demonic aura of the demonic wolf leaped into the air, and instantly shot towards the state preceptor, who was standing on the ground like an arrow. While Gu Meng and the state preceptor were fighting fiercely, the Morong Lian did not hesitate. He took the brocade pouch and retreated to Imoshi's place with his entourage. The distance from the main gate to the north of the city was not too far, but at this time, the flames of war were burning everywhere and the cultivators of the burning country were obstructing them. The Morong Lian's escape was not smooth. Both sides were fighting with masters. The cultivators brought by the state preceptor were the most terrifying men of sacrifice in the burning country. Although the Moron Lien's subordinates were also elites, they were still unable to cope with these top black demon cultivators. Therefore, when the Moron Lien reached the apricot forest in the suburbs of the city, his protective enchantment was already broken, and most of his entourage were also heavily injured. He did not dare to fight with the burning country cultivators directly, so he could only use the winding and complicated terrain of the apricot forest to avoid their pursuit. I've long heard that Lord Wangshu is a good-for-nothing. Not only is he brainless, but his spells are also not worth mentioning. What a joke. The leading cultivator of the burning country was a female cultivator. The weapon in her hand was a tanning whip. She jumped on a branch, and the sneer from her internal energy covered the entire apricot forest. Moron Lien, you're at the end of your rope. Where do you plan to run to? The Moron Lien ran and said, your brother likes to ride a horse when he has nothing to do. It's none of your business. Damn duck, you're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. I have a harder place. Do you want to see it? You. The female cultivator of the burning country did not expect him to be so shameless. She was stunned for a moment, and then her pretty face turned red with anger. She hurriedly lashed out with her whip. You rogue. The Moron Lien rode his golden flying snow horse and dodged the whip. He mocked, I missed. You missed on purpose, didn't you? Is this okay? You're not seriously completing your state preceptor's task, but flirting with me here. To be honest, I don't like your type. Although your face is not bad, your waist is too thick, and your chest is not big enough. Moron Lien. I'll kill you. The Moron Lien rolled his eyes and said, that's why I don't like to take women as my subordinates. Just a few words and they forget that their job is to snatch the brocade pouch and not to kill people. The female cultivator's face contorted as if she was about to vomit blood. I can kill people and seize the brocade pouch. Sure. The Moron Lien's gaze was perfunctory. He said casually, baby, you're the best. The female cultivator angrily screamed ah, and hurriedly chased after her. The rest of the cultivators shouted, Seventh Madam, calm down. The Moron Lien's bodyguard shouted out, Master, be careful. Seeing the rain of whips crushing the Moron Lien's drifting snow horse, he rushed forward. But because she was too angry, she rushed forward recklessly, which made it easier for the Moron Lien to dodge. The Moron Lien did not dare to slack off. He sped up and galloped through the misty forest. When he broke through the edge of the apricot forest, he suddenly tightened his grip on the reins and shouted, up. The golden-winged drifting snow horse suddenly spread its wings in this wide terrain. The wind whistled under its wings as it carried its master to the battlefield in the north of the city. Although his flight was fast, Liao's pursuit became a straight line because of this. Several spells narrowly brushed past his body, causing people to break out in cold sweat when they saw this. As the brightly lit camp in the north of the city got closer, the Moron Lien's pursuit became more and more frantic. Just as he was about to land in front of the northern frontier army, Seventh Madam's vine whip fiercely reined in the drifting snow horse's hind hooves and suddenly pulled. The spiritual horse neighed and the Moron Lien fell from the horse's back in an instant. He fell into the mud and dust in a sorry state. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Before he could stand up, the cultivators who were chasing him had already landed on the ground. Their eyes flashed with a sharp light, except for Seventh Madam, of course. Seventh Madam's eyes flashed with anger. She gritted her teeth and said, see if I don't cut off your tongue. The Moron Lien was a person who was born with a bad mouth. Although he fell like this, he did not forget to sneer and ridicule. What do you want to cut it off for? To hold it in your palm and lick it every day? Seventh Madam was so disgusted by him that her face turned green. She was one of the guards with the highest status in the blazing army. Usually, people would respect her by calling her sister or Seventh Madam. She had never been insulted by such words. She immediately rushed up to him and wanted to chop him into minced meat. However, at this time, the two guards who accompanied the Moron Lien also broke out of the forest. Seeing that their master was in a critical situation, they hurriedly rushed over. When Seventh Madam was about to smash the Moron Lien with her palm, they formed a formation in front of him. Master, run! Run! The Morong Lian coughed and crawled up from the ground. His fighting strength was not like this in the past, but in the past few years, he had been drinking floating life like a dream, which had eroded and damaged his spiritual power to the extreme. He glanced at the two guards, turned around, and wanted to run back to the camp with his Chankuan bag. However, before he could run 2 steps, he felt a fishy taste in his lungs. He bent over and spat out a mouthful of blood. His guards were originally arrows at the end of their flight, so they could not stop the Morong Lian. They could only buy time for him to escape. However, no one expected that the Morong Lian's smoke disease would act up at this time. With a bang, the light formation of the boundary suddenly exploded. The 2 guards fell to the ground with serious injuries. The demonic cultivators of the blazing army attacked him again. The Morong Lian fell to the ground. His pale face was mottled with blood. He cursed inwardly and made half a hand seal with his fingertips. He was determined to risk everything and fight. However, at this time, a red wall of raging fire fell from the sky and fiercely chopped in front of the demonic cultivators. The earth rumbled, and in an instant, clouds gathered. The wall of fire rolled up wind and waves, and blurred orange-golden sparks splashed in all directions. On top of the wall of fire, a man in a black robe stood facing the wind. He held his staff horizontally and stepped on the flames. Lord Shihi, Emoshi stood on top of the billowing spiritual flames. The swallowing sky scepter in his hand was shining inch by inch. With just a point, a blazing tongue of fire suddenly appeared behind him and turned into the shape of a giant whale, illuminating the 9 heavens. In front of the Northern Frontier Army, don't think about taking another step forward. Emoshi looked down from above. The giant whale swam and danced behind him. It had not swooped down on anyone yet, but everyone knew how terrible the Chonghua Lord Shihi swallowing sky scepter was. Emoshi said coldly, "That's it." Before the 7 ladies and the others could answer, they heard the sound of fighting. Looking through the wall of fire, they could see that the Northern Frontier Army's cultivators were coming with their general. 10,000 horses galloped. In an instant, the situation was reversed. The Morong Lian looked back at the Chonghua cultivators that stretched across the horizon, and then turned back to look at Emoshi's back. He finally exhaled. He stretched out his hand that was slightly trembling because of his smoking sickness and took out the brocade pouch that sealed the remnant soul of the blood scourge from his chest. He coughed a few times and said to Emoshi unwillingly, "This, he gave it to you. You gave him the task." Gu Meng's name was tainted. In front of the army, whether it was the Morong Lian or Emoshi, no one could directly mention his name. Once they did, it would inevitably cause a riot. However, Emoshi's face clearly changed. Emoshi asked, "Where is he?" Morong Lian moved her lips, but before she could reply, she heard an eerie and cold voice that was like a ghost using a sound amplification technique spread throughout the entire night. "He's in my hands. Be obedient and return the brocade pouch you obtained to me. Otherwise..." In the strange voice that sounded like a vulture, the man in the white and gold robe floated in the night. With a tap of his toes, he stood firmly on the top of the nearest banyan tree. In his hand was a limp and powerless valet Chonghua, who had obviously fainted. The Morong Lian was shocked. "Gu Meng?" Emoshi was even more pale. "It's Gu Meng," who had used his killing move to buy time and had already exhausted all his magical energy. The state preceptor licked his lips. He had obviously gone through a fierce battle. His clothes were stained with blood, and there was a deep wound on his shoulder. However, his eyes were still so cold and calm through the veil. It could not be said that he was not anxious, but there was a very strange calmness engraved in his bones, as if he had already experienced waves that ordinary people would never experience. The state preceptor smiled coldly, "Otherwise, Lord Shihi, I will definitely let you know what it means to regret it too late." At this time, Meng Zhe also came with her red plume battalion. She was dressed in a black and gold robe embroidered with a python, and her black hair was tied up high. Tens of thousands of people and horses followed behind her. Seeing such a confrontation, she said in shock, "What's going on?" Emoshi pursed his lips and did not answer her. His line of sight did not move away from Gu Meng for even half an inch, and the brilliance of the scepter in his hand burned brighter. The state preceptor saw that Gu Meng was about to make a killing move. He lifted Gu Meng up, transformed a dagger and pressed it against Gu Meng's neck, and then smiled sweetly. "Oh, do you want to make a move? Do you want to be faster than my blade or your magic?" "Mo," she said coldly, "let him go." "Well said, well said." The state preceptor said lazily, "What's the use of keeping him in my hands? I only want that brocade pouch. You give me the item, and I give you the person. It's a fair trade. Don't tell me he's not worth this price in your eyes?" The surroundings gradually quieted down. Whether it was the commanders or the soldiers, they all silently stared at the extremely strange situation in front of them. They could not be blamed for feeling strange. They had followed Lord Shihi to the north and south for so many years, and Lord Shihi had never wasted any words and directly started a battle. But today's situation was indeed strange. Whether it was Lord Wangshu, the state preceptor of Liao, or their stepfather, everyone seemed to be speaking in riddles. What brocade pouch? What was the identity of this captured attendant? Why could the state preceptor use him to threaten Lord Shihi in front of the battle? Gradually, the tens of thousands of horses fell silent, and the battlefield that was filled with cultivators became terrifyingly quiet. Almost everyone's gaze converged on these people, waiting for Emoshi's response. The state preceptor pressed the tip of the dagger against Gu Meng's face, and raised his lowered head. The mask covering Gu Meng's face was already stained with blood. The state preceptor said, "Lord Shihi, how long do you think he can last in this situation? Obediently give me the brocade pouch in your hand. Don't wait until he breathes his last, and then you will regret it." Seeing this, the Morong Lian was afraid that something would go wrong. He clenched the brocade pouch in his hand and said to Emoshi, "Fireball, don't be stupid." He was seriously injured because he was trying to bring the universal sack back. "If you hand it over, he will hate you to death when he wakes up." Emoshi was silent for a moment, but said, "If I don't hand it over, I will hate myself to death." After saying this, he raised his hand and pointed at the Morong Lian. A blazing flame spurted out from the wall of fire and suddenly burned the Morong Lian. The Morong Lian let go of his hand in pain. The universal sack containing the remnant soul of bloodsucking scourge was wrapped in spiritual fire and quickly flew into Emoshi's hand. "Emoshi, you!" The Morong Lian was angry and shocked. He was angry because of Emoshi's attitude and shocked because he was willing to choose the latter between the responsibility of the state and his brother's life. For any general, this was a big taboo and a big mistake. Once a general placed personal feelings above everything else, it would inevitably bring irreparable consequences to the army and even the state. Emoshi had been in the military for many years. He should understand this principle. But how could he? Before he could finish his thought, the mighty wall of fire was extinguished. Moxie fell from the top of the wave of fire, his iron-plated military boots stepping on the scorched earth. Under everyone's shocked and confused gaze, he held the brocade pouch in his hand and walked step by step toward the state preceptor. The state preceptor withdrew his dagger and held Gu Meng's neck with one hand. He opened his other hand to Emoshi and said, "Leave him to me." "You leave him to me first." The state preceptor seemed to be amused by his words. He lowered his head and licked his teeth. He grinned and revealed a sinister smile. "Lord Shihi, you are really too young. You haven't experienced any irreparable mistakes." He smiled and lowered his dark eyelashes. "Since you are quite obedient, let me give you some advice. When the person who is incomparably important to you is in the hands of others." The state preceptor's fingertips brushed Gu Meng's neck and said in a low voice, "You'd better accept all the conditions offered by others, unless you don't care so much about his life." Pausing for a moment, the imperial preceptor grabbed Gu Meng even closer, his eyes flashing with infinite malice. "Come." He lifted his chin. "I'll give you one last chance. Give me your Cosmo sack." This time even the soldiers who did not know what was going on began to understand. Their Lord Shihi seemed to want to use something extremely important to the Chonghua in exchange for the life of the person in the hands of the state preceptor. However, even though they understood what was going on, many of them were still unable to recover from their shock. They had fought such a cruel battle in the blink of an eye, and many of their comrades had become bones by the indefinite river. However, the Lord Shihi was actually going to sacrifice all these sacrifices for one person? The state preceptor stretched his fingertips. "Quick." Emoshi walked in front of the state preceptor under everyone's gaze. After a moment of silence, he handed over the cosmos sack. However, just as the state preceptor was about to touch the cosmos sack, Emoshi's eyes suddenly turned fierce, and he ordered sternly, "Open the array." The state preceptor dared to let him come close because he had been watching Emoshi's every move. He knew that if he wanted to attack, no matter how subtle the attack was, there would be a warning sign. Therefore, this order was completely within his expectations. The state preceptor immediately raised his hand to open the array, and a colorful defensive boundary appeared between him and Emoshi. He smiled sweetly. "You're scheming against me? You're still so." Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a chill on his side. Before he could react, dozens of blue light swords suddenly burst out around Gumeng, who he was tightly restraining. The Lotus Sword Array, the protective sword array that Gumeng and Emoshi had left on each other when they were young and affectionate, had obeyed Emoshi's command and exploded in an instant. At such a close distance, and caught off guard, no matter how good the state preceptor's movements were, he could not dodge. In an instant, blood spurted out, and blood splattered all over the battlefield. Everyone cried out in alarm. Emoshi took this opportunity to break the state preceptor's barrier with one blow, and swiftly took Gumeng back into his arms. The sword array knew its master, and the moment those sharp light swords touched Emoshi, they turned into countless sparkling and translucent feathers, drifting and scattering. Amidst the fluttering feathers, Emoshi held the cosmos sack in one hand and Gumeng in the other, and flew back to the front of the Chonghua army's formation. "Senior." Emoshi gently touched Gumeng's face, and muttered in an almost inaudible voice, "It's all right now." The state preceptor's strength was truly astonishing. After going through endless soul summoning, fighting against Gumeng's killing move, and exhausting so much mental and physical energy, he was still able to prevent the sword array from harming him in time. Only his shoulder was pierced, and blood dripped down, but he did not care. A pair of eagle-like eyes flashed with a crazy and sharp light. "Good, good. Ha 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 ha." He laughed loudly, and his voice was fierce. "I didn't expect that such an upright person like Lord Shihi would use such a vicious trick. You really can't judge a book by its cover." But how could she let him say that? Not only did Emoshi not intend to hand over the cosmos sack, he also successfully rescued the bodyguard who was held hostage. The Chonghua cultivators in front of the formation all heaved a sigh of relief, and many of them felt ashamed because of their conjecture about Emoshi. Immediately, a Xiaoxiu cultivator who could not hold back his anger scolded the state preceptor. "Shut your dog mouth. You're not as skilled as him, and you still say that our martial MO is vicious. You're so shameless. You're holding a hostage, and you're not vicious?" "That's right." As a medicine cultivator, Meng Zhe immediately ordered his subordinates to bring the Murong Lian and the Murong Lian guards over for treatment, while she walked to Emoshi's side and said in a low voice, "I'll take care of his injuries." Emoshi was worried about Gumeng's injuries, so he nodded and said, "Thank you." Meng Zhe then ordered his subordinates to help Gumeng to the front of the Crimson Plume formation, and the medicine cultivators began to stop his bleeding and treat his injuries. Emoshi glanced at Gumeng a few more times, then turned his head and was about to give orders to the messenger when he heard the state preceptor suddenly sneer. "Ha ha ha, yes, you're all right. Lord Shihi is upright. He used the sound amplification technique, and his gloomy voice continued to hover around the battlefield. "But do you know that your Lord Shihi, whose name has been passed down from generation to generation, actually allowed a dirty traitor to wear a mask as his bodyguard?" There was a silence in the camp, and then a commotion gradually spread out like ripples. The state preceptor smiled sweetly without malice, and said to the people on the battlefield, "Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Your country's mainstay, a saint and a gentleman, on one hand, he coaxed you to risk your lives for him, on the other hand, he was entangled with a traitor. They even left an intimate blood-packed curse brand on each other's bodies." Some Xiaoxiu soldiers couldn't hold back and shouted angrily, "Nonsense." The state preceptor chuckled and said, "Oh, I'm the most honest person, and I never talk nonsense. If you don't believe me, why don't you let him take off the mask of this bodyguard and show it to you? See if this man with your commander Mo's mark is the former commander that you hate so much, Gumeng." The crowd was in an uproar. The state preceptor was a person who knew his priorities. He had already exhausted too much of his spiritual power, and now the battle was not in his favor, so he wouldn't continue to fight. After leaving these words, he waved his plain clothes and flew into the sky with his elite bodyguards. Only the wanton and ferocious laughter resounded through the clouds, and the thunderous truth that he said reverberated in front of the formation for a long time. There was dead silence in the Chonghua army. The Morong Lian's camp was a newly formed army, and they didn't have any direct feelings for the former commander, Gu Meng, so most of them were just stunned. Many people in Mo Shi's northern frontier army had changed their expressions and stood unsteadily. The most intense reaction was from the Morong Mengze's Red Plume camp. The cultivators in this camp were all of noble birth, and many of them had relatives who had died in the hands of Gu Meng. When they heard that the masked bodyguard was their enemy, they immediately lost control. Lord Shihe. Is what he said true? Who is this person? One of the cultivators who was in charge of treating Gu Meng's injuries happened to have a deep hatred for Gu Meng, and he raised his hand to take off Gu Meng's mask. But the moment he was about to take off the mask, a faint green light suddenly hit his fingertips. The cultivator suddenly raised his head and saw that the person who stopped him was none other than the Morong Mengze who was standing beside him. Princess. Mengze said, if the commander's bodyguard wears a mask, his identity will be kept secret. Other than the commander himself and the emperor's orders, no one can take it off without permission. The cultivator said emotionally, if he is really Gu Meng, why can't he? Mengze said sternly, but what if he is not Gu Meng? The cultivator was speechless. Did you hear that person's words and want to disregard the law and offend the commander? But, Mengze said, take him away. Yes. The left and right stepped forward and took the cultivator who acted without permission out of the military formation. Although Gu Meng's mask was not taken off under the eyes of the three armies with the protection of the princess, there was not much meaning in taking off this mask. Mo Shi was a decisive person and did not like to have misunderstandings with others, let alone misunderstandings that could shake people's hearts. If the person under the mask was not Gu Meng's face, according to his temperament, he would definitely take off the bodyguard's mask to calm the commotion. But Mo Shi did not. So almost everyone understood that there was only one reason why he did not do so, because the state preceptor was right. The person under the mask was indeed Gu Meng. The battle was won, but the morale of the army was slack. Although Mo Shi's military achievements were in front of them and no one dared to cause trouble in the open, there were endless rumors and slanders in the dark. There were those who suspected the relationship, those who cursed in whispers, and those who speculated about his intentions. For a moment, it was like a whirlpool of undercurrents surging among the cultivators. There had never been a victory that made Mo Shi so tired. Liao country withdrew from Great Lake City and the cultivators of Chonghua re-entered the city. He did not immediately return to the capital, but led the army in Great Lake City to help the people rebuild their houses and settle the refugees. He walked among the broken bricks and tiles after the battle. But he was not as respected as before. The people around him were all secretly sizing him up. But Mo Shi did not feel any discomfort for his situation. He had experienced such days long ago. The fickleness of human nature was something he understood when his father passed away when he was 7 years old. Moreover, at that time, the situation of stepping on the weak and holding up the strong was much more serious than now. He only felt extremely depressed and sad because of the Gu Meng that others talked about. He could tell from the eyes and whispers of people that they hated Gu Meng. And he had the truth in his hands, but he could not testify. How is he today? Great Lake was broken and the military camp was in chaos. These days, Mo Shi had been leaving early and returning late, so he could not accompany Gu Meng. He did not dare to let other people treat Gu Meng. These days, the people who stayed by Gu Meng's side were the Morong Mengze. Mo Shi told Mengze all the secrets that he could not tell others. Mengze was also shocked when she found out that Gu Meng was a spy. Then, she regretted her attitude towards Gu Meng. These days, Mo Shi was willing to let her stay by his side for treatment because of this reason. When Mengze saw him return, she looked up with a haggard expression. Nothing serious happened for the time being. But I can feel that because he released the Black Demon's unique skill, his mind has been eroded and he has become somewhat uncontrollable. I don't know how long he can suppress it. Mo Shi closed his eyes. When Liao country sent him back, it was because they knew that his situation was getting more and more dangerous. They did not dare to keep or kill him. They did not know what would happen to him after he was completely devoured by the black demon, so they hid the truth and threw him back to Xianxia like a hot potato. Mengzi, let's not talk about this. Emoshi sighed. Did he wake up today? He woke up, but his mind was not clear. After drinking some medicine, he fell asleep again. Emoshi felt bitter in his throat. After a moment of silence, he said, Is his memory about to disappear? I'm not sure. Mengzi said softly, but when he was awake, I talked to him for a while. He still has some vague memories. Brother Mo, don't be too pessimistic. Emoshi saw that there were dark circles under her eyelids, indicating that she had not slept well these days. He said in a low voice, Mengzi, thank you. I'm a medicine cultivator. It's my duty to practice medicine and save people. You don't have to thank me. Emoshi shook his head. Thank you for not taking offense to what I said to you in the military tent. Mengzi was silent for a moment. She lowered her delicate face and said in a slightly hoarse voice, those words. I don't take offense to what you said. All these years, I've always known that you don't like me, but when I heard that you had someone in your heart, I couldn't get over it. I'm sorry. Mengzi was silent. She still looked down at her toes. After a while, she said, You don't have to apologize to me. Feelings were something that couldn't be forced. I'm the one who should apologize. That night, I was impulsive and said a lot of inappropriate things. I made Brother Mo laugh at me and embarrassed you. She paused and said with her head bowed, I'm sorry. There were only a few countries in the 9 regions that could give female cultivators status, and Xianxia was not one of them. But even so, Morong Mengzi could still be honored as one of the discipline, restraint, wisdom 3 gentlemen, which showed that she was unusual. Although she also had personal feelings and was weak, in the end, she could always understand things. Mengzi raised her head and smiled reluctantly, but she still tried her best. Big brother, if you're willing in the future, just tell me who you like. Even if it's inappropriate, I think if it's someone you like, then it won't be wrong. Emoshi didn't speak. He just looked at her soft eyes. Recently, there were too many rumors in the army. Many people had already started to say that he and Gumeng had an affair. These words had already reached his ears. He didn't know how much Mengzi had heard. But he also didn't know what to say to Mengzi. She had done a lot for him over the years. He had already thanked her, said the words, and promised her. The only thing he couldn't give her was love. The two of them had reached the end of the road. Even if Emoshi had a lot of apologies and thanks in his heart, he had already said everything. It was meaningless to mention it again and again. So in the end, he just said seriously, okay. After a pause, he said, It's getting late. You've been tired all day. Go back and rest. I'll look after him here. Mengzi's eyes were moist. She looked at Emoshi and then glanced at Gumeng behind Emoshi. She seemed to want to say something but hesitated. But in the end, she just gave a low and turned to leave the military tent. Only the two of them were left in the tent again. Emoshi walked to the bed and sat down beside Gumeng. He raised his hand and touched Gumeng's forehead. It was still a little hot, but it was much better than a few days ago. Mengzi said you woke up during the day, but maybe I'm unlucky. Every time I come to see you, you're still asleep, Emoshi said to him in a low voice, as if he hoped he could hear it, but also as if he didn't want to disturb him. When a person was facing his true love, no matter how strong he was, he would always be weak. The remnant soul of the blood scourge has been sealed again. It's sealed very well. You've once again completed your task. Emoshi said softly, no matter how difficult the task is or how strict the requirements are, you can always complete it. Jun Shang has never misjudged you. You're more capable than anyone else. He lowered his head and pressed his forehead against Gumeng's. But when will you care more about yourself? The person lying on the bed was quiet. His soft and long eyelashes cast deep shadows on his eyelids. Emoshi said in a low voice, you clearly know that you can't suppress the dark demon's aura anymore, but you still want to unseal the demon wolf's blood. You want to delay the state preceptor so that the Morong Lien can have time to give me the brocade pouch. He closed his eyes. His eyeballs moved restlessly under his thin eyelids. Senior brother, the person sleeping soundly didn't respond. She pressed his forehead against his. After a long time, he said, "You've done everything you can. When we return to the capital, you should rest well. You don't have to worry about anything. I'll take care of everything. I don't know how long I can protect you, but as long as I'm alive, I won't let anyone bully you. You can rest well." After Emoshi finished speaking, he sat with him for a long time. He only got up and left the tent when a messenger urgently reported the situation of the disaster victims in the east of the city. The wind outside was blowing rapidly. When the curtain of the tent was lifted, the sound of the whistling wind could be heard. When the curtain fell, the inside of the tent returned to silence. In this silence, the eyelashes of the person lying on the bed fluttered, and tears flowed down her soft cheeks into the depths of her hair. Gu Meng slowly opened his eyes. In fact, he was not asleep at all. Every night when Emoshi came to visit him, he was awake. It was just that he didn't know how to be magnanimous and how to face it. He was not afraid of heaven or earth, but he was afraid of parting. That day, he unsealed himself and stimulated all the demon wolf blood in his body to fight against the Imperial Master. Since then, the chi of the black demon had gone out of control in his body. He could feel that his memories were almost collapsing and flowing away, and this kind of flow could not be concealed no matter how hard he tried. And Emoshi was already so entangled. If every day when he came to visit him, he found that his mind was even less clear than the day before, what would Emoshi do? Although it was terrifying to be beheaded by a swift knife, it was even more torturous to be cut inch by inch with a blunt knife. Gu Meng did not want to drag Emoshi into this torment, so he would rather not talk to Emoshi directly. But in the dead of night, when there was no one in the tent, he would fumble for the book of memories he had written in the depths of the pillow and carefully unfold it. Like a drowning person holding onto a piece of driftwood, he would read it over and over again, almost paranoid. At first, he could still remember the contents written in it, but as the days passed, the words on the paper became more and more like someone else's story. Today, he could barely recall any details in half of the book. Gu Meng raised his hand and tucked the crumpled page from reading too many pages into his chest. He used so much force that the meridians on the back of his hand floated up. He pressed the book of memories against his chest, as if he could lock those scattered memories back into the depths of his heart. He curled up on the bed, unable to sleep for the entire night. After the reorganization of the Great Marsh City, it took 7 days. On the evening of the 7th day, the army had settled everything and was ready to move out. And by this time, Gu Meng's memories from the Mirror of Time were almost gone. But this was not the worst. Even if his memories were lost, he could at least be like before he went to Bad Island. The worst thing was that because the black demon's aura was out of control, Gu Meng's mind was on the verge of collapse at any moment. Mengze had to give him medicine to calm his mind every day, and only then could he barely suppress his evil aura. This night was no exception. Gu Meng drank the medicine Mengze gave him as usual, then sat on the edge of the bed, silently playing with his fingers while thinking about how he should face Emoshi tomorrow. He couldn't keep pretending to be asleep. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a guard outside say, "Princess, the Lord Wangshu wishes to see you." Mengze was tidying up the medicine. Hearing this, he was startled and looked at Gu Meng. Gu Meng was slightly surprised. "Why is he here? I don't know, but you should put on the mask first," Mengze said and handed him the mask. Although most of the cultivators in the army were now convinced that this mysterious guard was Gu Meng, and this matter was already clear, it was not the same thing whether it was revealed or not. At the very least, they still needed window paper. Gu Meng had just put on the mask when the Murong Lian came in. As soon as he entered the room, his peach blossom eyes swept over Gu Meng first, then fell on Mengze. Mengze put the last packet of medicine powder into the medicine box, then turned to the Murong Lian and smiled. "Brother Lian, we're going back to the capital tomorrow morning. Why don't you go rest early and restore your energy? Why did you come here to find me?" The Murong Lian didn't say anything. He took 2 puffs of floating like a dream, then his gaze fell on Gu Meng again. Finally, he exhaled a cloud of smoke, took the pipe and pointed it at Gu Meng, saying, "I'm not looking for you. I'm looking for him." Mengze's expression changed slightly, but he still said gently, "He's just a small guard. If you have any business with him, it's better that, a small guard? The Morong Lian sneered, Mengze, it's fine if you help Emoshi hide it from others. Why do you have to hide it from me? Do you think I don't know who he is? When he gave me the brocade pouch and asked me for help, he revealed his identity to me. Mengze suddenly fell silent. The Morong Lian said, Gu Meng, come here. Mengze hurriedly said, Brother Lian, he's exhausted a lot of energy when he unsealed the demon wolf's blood. Moreover, his divine sense is unstable these days. It's easy for him to go out of control. You should go back first. If you have any business with him, it won't be too late to talk about it after we return to the capital. What do you mean? Do you think I'm going to beat him up? Or do you think he's going to beat me up? The Morong Lian looked at her coldly, Don't worry, your brother won't fight with a useless brat. Then, he waved at Gu Meng impatiently, Come here. I have something to say to you. Gu Meng thought for a moment and stood up. Mengze said, You're not mentally stable. It's best if you don't go. The Morong Lian ignored her. Without saying anything, he grabbed Gu Meng's hand and dragged him out of the tent. On the eve of the departure, the cultivators were all busy with their own things. There was no one around the main tent. The Morong Lian dragged Gu Meng for quite a distance without saying a word. When they reached a secluded riverbank in the suburbs, he finally let go of his hand. Gu Meng didn't understand. He rubbed his red wrist, What's the matter? The Morong Lian didn't answer him immediately. Instead, he walked back and forth along the riverbank. The moonlight shone on the sparkling lake and reflected on the Morong Lian's pale face. The Morong Lian looked a little anxious. His clothes were slightly open, and there were bandages wrapped around his body. In the previous battle, he also suffered serious injuries. Even after recuperating for a few days, he still looked a little tired. The Morong Lian's silk shoes creaked as they stepped on the gravel on the riverbank. After pacing a few times, he stopped. He stared at Gu Meng, raised his hand and took a few puffs of floating like a dream. He said dryly, I have a question. I want to confirm it with you. He took 2 more puffs. He raised his peach blossom eyes and stared fiercely at Gu Meng, but before that, I want to ask you one thing. How much of your F***king memory have you recovered? Gu Meng said sincerely. I recovered quite a bit before. Now, I don't even have 20% left. The Morong Lian looked as if he choked for a moment. Then, his face became gloomier, Then do you still remember Aunt and I? Gu Meng shook his head, but before he could shake it twice, he was stopped by the Morong Lian's stern voice. What are you shaking your head for? 2 days ago, when you begged me to give you the brocade pouch, you still remember her. Brat, you better think carefully before you answer. I seem to remember 2 days ago, but I don't remember clearly now. The Morong Lian cursed in his heart and said unhappily, At that time, I told you to tell me the truth at Wangshu Mansion, but you pretended to be dumb and played dumb with me. Alright, this time you're really dumb again, King hell. What's the use of you? After he finished speaking, he kicked a stone while cursing. Gu Meng said helplessly, What do you want to talk to me about? You can't be here just to scold me, right? The Morong Lian said angrily, Nonsense. Of course I have something to talk to you about. Otherwise, who do you think would want to see your face? Gu Meng touched his mask and was sure that his face was completely covered by the mask. It was purely the Morong Lian who was making trouble for no reason. Gu Meng said, Then you can continue. The Morong Lian opened his mouth, but no sound came out. After repeating this several times, he cursed and turned his head away. He walked to the edge of the beach and took 2 deep breaths of floating life like a dream. Then, he spat it out. Surrounded by a faint green, the Morong Lian said with a gloomy face, I have something that you told me when you were still clear-headed. I originally wanted to confirm it with you again. But at that time, I felt that your words were too absurd. I didn't really believe it. That is, until the recent situation happened. Gu Meng's eyes widened slightly, Did I ever tell you something? The Morong Lian snorted. You're the only one I told? The Morong Lian snorted again. When? The Morong Lian snorted again and replied, When you were just sent back to the Chonghua. Gu Meng looked at his reflection in the lake and was a little confused, Is that so? But I should have been confused at that time. I still have some recollection. Before I was sent back to the city by the Liao kingdom, they destroyed my memory again. The Morong Lian puffed and said, if they could really destroy your memory completely, would you still have some recollection? Gu Meng. It seemed that what he said made sense. The Morong Lian said, listen to me. What I'm going to say to you is what you told me yourself when we returned to the city. At first, I thought that you were a scheming person and had a lot of hatred for the Chonghua, so I didn't want to believe your instigation. But now it seems. He lowered his eyelashes and shook off the ashes in the pot. The ashes drifted in the wind like snowflakes. The Morong Lian thought for a moment, as if he was making a final decision. Finally, he raised his head and his gaze fell on Gu Meng's face. What you said may not be false. It's just that there are some things that I still need to verify with you. Are you? Before he finished speaking, there was a sudden gust of wind. Morong Lian was startled instinctively. She raised her palm and activated a layer of protective enchantment. With a crisp sound, a sharp arrow imbued with wood and water spirit chi shot out from the dark forest and hit the enchantment, exploding violently. Bang! After all, the Morong Lian had been weak for a long time, and his previous injuries had not healed. Under this attack, the barrier collapsed and broke into pieces. He fell on the rocky beach and coughed out a mouthful of blood. With just one exchange, the Morong Lian knew that this person's strength was far above his. He didn't have time to make a second defense and immediately reacted. He shouted at Gu Meng, run. Gu Meng was shocked. The surrounding forest was like a ghost. The rustling sound of the assassin brushing past could be heard from the branches and treetops. Morong Lian gasped for breath and said, quickly run. What are you waiting for? But you, suddenly, a voice that was obviously distorted by illusion came from the depths of the forest, Lord Wang Shu, you don't have to rush to let him run. No one will hurt him. The Morong Lian said coldly, what are you? Haha, do you think I'll tell you? The voice was as sharp as an owl's laugh, the imperial palace, the royal bloodline, there's actually someone as naive and laughable as you. Morong Lian, you've really opened my eyes. The Morong Lian bit his blood-stained lips and suddenly raised his hand to quickly form a defensive barrier. He signaled to Gu Meng and said, why aren't you running? What a joke. With a bang, following the other's sneer, the barrier was suddenly shattered. Do you think that with your weak body and Gu Meng's damaged body, which one of you can escape alive? However, Morong Lian, you can rest assured. The one I want to kill is only you. As for him. The person's laughter was like a sharp thorn that drilled into the eardrums. If I kill him, who will take the blame for your death? Don't worry, your death won't be very painful, and won't be very embarrassing. On the contrary, it will be very valuable. Come, let's do it. The figures of the assassins that were swiftly moving through the forest immediately rushed out upon receiving the order. More than 10 black-cloaked cultivators held bows and arrows and stood on top of the cedar forest, surrounding them like a pack of wolves pouncing to kill. The leader was a man wearing a black cloak with golden edges. He swept up and gracefully stood on top of the tallest tree, his back facing the bright moon in the sky. Gu Mei raised his head to look at the group of assassins. He originally wanted to raise his hand to summon the eternal night, but his body was currently unable to withstand any black magic. Just as he was about to summon the eternal night, a sharp pain suddenly erupted from his head, and he abruptly knelt on the ground. His vision swayed and his ears buzzed. In a daze, Gu Meng heard the black-clothed assassin coldly give an order, kill the Morong Lian on the spot. Release the arrows. The black crows on the banks of the river cried out in alarm, flapping their wings and flying away in all directions. The wind was filled with the strong smell of blood. Bright red blood slowly spread from the Morong Lian's wound, soaking the rubble and bricks beneath him. The assassination began in the blink of an eye, and it ended just as quickly. This group of people moved quickly and had received the most rigorous training. Gu Meng and the Morong Lian were standing so close to each other, but the spells only attacked the Morong Lian and did not hurt Gu Meng at all. Moreover, the arrows they used to assassinate were condensed from spiritual energy. The moment they entered the flesh, they would explode. Therefore, although the Morong Lian did not have any arrowheads on his body, there were already more than 10 bloody holes in his body. At the beginning of his injury, he did not immediately fall down. However, as more and more blood flowed out, the pain became more and more intense. Finally, he could not hold on any longer. He suddenly knelt on the ground and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Gu Meng looked at him like this. There was a buzzing sound in his head, as if something had exploded. Morong, Morong Lien, the Morong Lien covered the deepest wound on his chest and gasped for breath. His thin lips were losing color at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning white and green. Suddenly, one of the assassins on the treetops said in a muffled voice, "Master, someone is coming. Retreat." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few black shadows flashed. Just like how they came, the assassins quickly disappeared into the depths of the forest. The Morong Lien cursed weakly, "Damn it, bitch, don't run if you have the guts," cough, cough, cough. As soon as he finished speaking, he coughed out another mouthful of blood. He staggered and fell down. On the sandy banks of the river. The bright moon was in the sky, and blood was everywhere. In an instant, only Gu Meng and the severely injured Morong Lien were left on the banks of the river. Even though there weren't many good memories left of Morong Lien in Gu Meng's memory, when he really saw Morong Lien lying in front of him covered in blood, the most secret nerve in his brain still felt a stab of pain. His fingertips were cold, and he stood still for a while. Suddenly, he came back to his senses and hurried forward to check on the Morong Lien's injuries. With one look, it was even more shocking. Not to mention other things, his chest had already been blasted into a bloody mess by the spiritual arrow, and blood was flowing non-stop. Gu Meng instinctively wanted to cover it with his hands, but it was of no use. His palms were soon stained with sticky blood, but it couldn't stop the Morong Lien's blood loss at all. Morong. Morong. At this time, the Morong Lien was already on the verge of collapse. His eyes were starting to lose focus, and he was lying on his back on the sandy ground. His chest rose and fell rapidly, and with every breath, more blood flowed out. He strenuously turned his glassy eyes, looked at Gu Meng for a while, and said in a low voice, You, really, those, cough cough, things related to me, you, don't remember anything?" If this scene had been asked a month earlier, before Gu Meng's memories of reunion had dissipated, then Gu Meng might have told him the truth. Unfortunately, it was too late. Gu Meng looked at the Morong Lien's slightly upturned peach blossom eyes. They were clearly beautiful eyes, but because of the glassy eyes, they were born with 3 white eyes and 3 white eyes. "You should at least. The Morong Lien gasped for breath, and stretched out his trembling hand, as if he wanted to do something. But his injuries were so serious that he couldn't use any strength. He stared at Gu Meng's face, and his eyes flashed with an extremely complicated and unwilling luster. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but what came out of his mouth was not a sound, but a congested blood. In the distance, there were sounds of people and lights approaching from the dense forest. The Morong Lien's pale face suddenly flashed with a trace of clarity. He raised his bloody hand, gathered a thin layer of light, and gently touched Gu Meng's chest, and then pushed him away. "Run." At this time, the Morong Lien's consciousness was on the verge of extinguishing, and his eyes began to lose focus, but he still urged in a low and muddy voice. "Run, or..." Another mouthful of blood surged up, and the Morong Lien's voice was almost inaudible. His beautiful peach blossom eyes were wide open, and his eyeballs moved weakly from side to side, reflecting the stars in the sky and Gu Meng's frightened face. The last sentence fell from his blood-stained lips. "I can't explain it anymore, Morong Lien." "Gu Meng." In a daze, he said in a low voice. "Actually, I didn't." Before he finished speaking, another mouthful of blood surged up. The Morong Lien's hand moved, as if he wanted to do something, but he had no more strength, and his hand suddenly fell down. All of this happened so suddenly that Gu Meng's head was buzzing, and he couldn't react at all. What did the Morong Lien want to say? Almost at this moment, the patrolling cultivators of the Northern Frontier Army who heard the sound rushed out of the dense forest with wind lanterns in their hands. The light of the lantern swayed on them, and the leader of the patrol was silent for a moment, and the lantern in his hand suddenly fell to the riverbank. The cultivator cried out, "Lord Wangshu?" The wind whistled, and the sound of the sentries pierced the sky from the riverbank, and spread throughout the night. "Someone come quickly. The Lord Wangshu has been assassinated." Catch the assassin. Catch him. Gu Meng didn't intend to escape, but why would the cultivators care? Suddenly, an aurora of magic shot out from the side, and hit Gu Meng's back hard. At the place where the aurora came from, someone shouted, "It hit him. He can't run away. Take him back." Gu Meng fell down beside the Murong Lian in a daze. He just happened to be facing the Murong Lian, facing the face that no one could see through. At this moment, the face was completely bloodless, and the pair of peach blossom eyes that were always filled with ridicule were also tightly shut. What did the Murong Lian want to say to him before? The Murong Lian. What kind of person was he? Gu Meng, who had lost his memory, thought in a daze, but he didn't have a clue. The last thing he saw before he lost consciousness was a group of people from the Red Plume camp surrounding him. "You, really, those, cough cough, those things related to me, you, don't remember anything? You should at least, what should he do, what should he remember?" The Murong Lian's words before he lost consciousness were like a nightmare, echoing in the depths of his dream. Gu Meng floated in the boundless darkness, and a ray of light suddenly penetrated his chest. He sat up in his dream and touched his chest. The place where the light was emitted was the place where the Murong Lian's finger had last pointed. The light became brighter and brighter, continuously flowing out from his chest, and finally turned into a white butterfly in the darkness. Gu Meng seemed to be attracted by something. He got up from the ground and kept moving forward with the white butterfly. The dream was getting deeper and deeper. Following the guidance of the butterfly, he saw Madame Zhao's misty, distorted face. "You are so stubborn. How can you inherit your father's family business in the future and bring glory to the Wangshu family?" He saw the housekeeper of the Wangshu family reach out to him in the thick fog. "Young master, it's getting late. You need to hurry back to the music room to practice. If you're late, you will inevitably be punished by Madame Zhao again." He also saw that in the depths of the fog, the young man Moshi was standing on the shooting range with a bow and arrow in his hand. His loose robe with black and gold edges fluttered in the wind. Around him were some elders of the school whose faces were blurred out, praising him. The Murong Lian looked gloomily in the corner, holding a scroll of music cultivation books that he did not like to read. Suddenly, there were countless sounds that sounded like tidal waves in the dreamland. Madame Zhao said, "You will never be better than him." Then the elders of the school said, "You will never be better than him." Finally, those voices laughed sinisterly, twisting into the Murong Lian's own words. "Murong Lian, you will never be better than him. You are a clown, a dark villain. You can't even decide what you like. Are you a Murong Lian? No, you are just a copy of your father, a puppet. Ha 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 ha." He continued to walk forward. Slowly, these voices faded away, and the white butterfly's light became more and more intense. When it flapped its wings, the fluorescent light kept fluttering, gradually dispelling the endless darkness. Gu Meng saw a crack in the sky not far in front of him. At first, there was the sound of wind coming from the light beam, then petals drifted down bit by bit, and more butterflies formed by illusions flew out. He walked forward to the center of the pure white. He heard the voice of a child Murong Lian, softly coming from the depths of the pure white. "Is that you?" Before Gu Meng could answer, the butterfly in front of him suddenly turned into a blurry shadow. The little Murong Lian stood in the white light, turned around and looked at him. "It's you." Almost as soon as he said this, a dazzling light suddenly flashed, and Gu Meng suddenly closed his eyes. After a while, he heard the tinkling of wind chimes hanging from the eaves. A flattering voice was speaking. "Young Murong, please take a closer look at the dessert box you want. If there is anything you are not satisfied with, I will immediately ask the pastry chef to take it back and remake it." Gu Meng slowly opened his eyes. The dream had changed. Reflected in front of him was a building of gold and red. The whole hall was piled with bull-sized camellias. Most of the servants were simple and fat women in their 40s or 50s. They wore the same coarse floral clothes and were busy in the hall with smiles on their faces. This was Ling Longjai. Chonghua was the most famous pastry shop in the capital city. The young Murong Lian stood in front of the tall cedar counter, raised his head, and talked to the shopkeeper arrogantly. At that time, he looked only 4 or 5 years old, a very young child. He was dressed from head to toe in luxurious ornaments, and even his fingernails were inlaid with gems. But he was so small. Gold, silver, jade, and pearls were all piled up together. So at first glance, what others saw was not a living person, but a moving treasure cabinet with short legs. Businessmen naturally welcomed this kind of customer who wished to write "I am rich" on his forehead. In addition, the Morong Lian was one of the richest young masters in Chonghua. So even if it was a young child who was still wet behind the ears, the shopkeeper, who was over 50 years old, wished that he could kneel down and call him father. The Morong Lian stretched out his short hand and took the box of desserts. When he opened it, he saw that the yellow pastry was shiny and crisp. The light pink lotus pastry was layered clearly. There was also the unique milk jelly of Ling Long Jai. It was crystal clear and small, with a budding spring peach on top. The Morong Lian stared at it for a while, then reached out and took one without hesitation and stuffed it into his mouth. He ordered vaguely, "I want this. You go and make another box." Although the shopkeeper felt that his serious yet greedy appearance was very funny, he didn't dare to laugh out loud. He could only nod and bow in agreement, and once again ordered the chef to steam the pastries and make the pancakes. While waiting, the Morong Lian sat in the seat of honor of Ling Long Jai. He drank a pot of Chinese rose tea and ate all the desserts without hesitation. Gu Meng was puzzled as to why the Morong Lian left him such an illusion. He saw the shopkeeper lift the bamboo curtain and carry a box of desserts to the Morong Lian. "Young Master Morong, I have made another set. Would you like to take a look?" The Morong Lian was very mischievous. He imitated his mother and waved his hand in a dignified manner. "No need, I will take it. The money can be deducted from my account every month." The shopkeeper: "Young master, you don't have an account. Only your family's Madame Zhao has a fixed account. Would you like to deduct the money from Madame Zhao's account?" "No." The Morong Lian stared at him and immediately refused. Then he said, "Wait, I have money." After that, he began to take out money from his small cloth pocket. The cloth pocket was where Madame Zhao usually stored the Morong Lian's spare money. Madame Zhao was very strict, so she did not give him much money, and most of it was loose money. Therefore, the shopkeeper watched as young Master Morong, who was wearing gold and silver, took out a handful of extremely shabby white shell coins from his pocket. He gathered them together and counted them 1 by 1, 2 by 3, 4 by 4. When he found that it was not enough, he took out more. But how much money could a 4 or 5-year-old child have? After digging for a long time, all he could find were bits and pieces of broken shell coins. The Morong Lian looked up, obviously a little guilty, but he still had to put on airs, so he said, "That's all. Keep the change. We'll meet again." After saying that, they carried the box of pastries and left in a group of 5 and 6 people under the shopkeeper's stunned and tearless eyes. After returning to Wangshu Mansion, the Morong Lian summoned his closest servant. He first pretended to take a sip of tea, then raised his eyes and asked, "Cough. That little slave, yesterday I pushed him and he fell and hurt his head. Is he still alive?" Gu Meng was stunned for a moment. He more or less had some recollection, so he vaguely understood. It turned out that this memory happened when he was pushed off the swing by the Morong Lian and hit his head. Aunt Zhou carried him to treat his injuries. The servant could not understand the Morong Lian's thoughts, so he replied in fear and trepidation, "Young master, he is still alive." The Morong Lian said, "Oh," with a mysterious look in his eyes, and repeated, "Still alive. Yes, Aunt Zhou took him to see a medicine practitioner in time. Now that kid is probably resting in Aunt Zhou's room." "Young master, do you have any orders?" "Nothing." The Morong Lian said, "You can leave." After the servant left, the Morong Lian sat in front of the table and thought for a while. Finally, he took out an ancient coin from the storage box, held it in his hand, and said to himself, "If it's heads, I'll go and apologize. If it's tails, I'll eat the whole box of pastries." After saying that, he threw the coin, which rolled a few times on the table, and finally stopped moving face up. "Okay." The Morong Lian said in a bad mood, "Anyway, I pushed you. If I apologize, I won't lose anything." So he jumped off the chair, tiptoed and picked up the pastry box from the table, and walked to Aunt Zhou's room. Although Gu Meng followed the footsteps of the Murong Lian, he was confused and surprised that the Murong Lian wanted to see him. Although he had little memory of the Murong Lian, he was very clear that the Murong Lian had never treated him kindly, let alone bought him a box of snacks to apologize to him. Children's love and hatred were not that complicated. Today, if you pushed me, I would hold a grudge, but if you gave me a stick of candied haws tomorrow, the grudge would disappear. Therefore, Gu Meng firmly believed that he had never received a box of snacks from the Murong Lian. If he had received it, his relationship with the Murong Lian would not have been as gloomy as it was later. With this question in mind, he followed the Murong Lian all the way to Aunt Lin's hut. There was a peach blossom tree outside Aunt Lin's hut. It was currently in full bloom and was blooming beautifully. The Murong Lian stood under the flower tree, tidied his clothes, and coughed twice to make sure that he was putting on the airs of a young master. Then, he raised his hand and prepared to knock on the door. But before his knuckles touched the door, he heard the voices of two women talking inside. "How did you get hurt like this?" The woman who spoke first had a dignified and oppressive voice. It was the voice of the Murong Lian's mother, Madame Zhao. "I told you to take care of the child, and this is how you take care of him?" When the Murong Lian heard his mother's voice, his face showed some awe and surprise. He put down his small fist that was about to knock on the door. Then, Aunt Lin's soft and timid voice came from behind the door. "I'm sorry, I was careless." "I don't think you were careless, you were brainless." "Aunt Lin, when have I, Zhao Susu, ever bullied you in the Wangshu mansion these past few years? This child was seriously injured, why didn't you report to me immediately? Did you think that I wouldn't help you?" Aunt Lin hurriedly said, No. I didn't." Madame Zhao snorted coldly, "There's no need to explain. I know you've always hated me. All the Chonghua people think that I'm a jealous woman. Are you the only exception?" "Madam, say no more." Madame Zhao said sternly, "I'll take the child away. You do your job well, don't show up in front of me." Aunt Lin did not say anything, but there were footsteps behind the door. After a while, Madame Zhao's voice, raised in pitch, pierced through the wooden planks. "What are you doing?" Aunt Lin whispered, "Madam, please, I beg you, leave him to me. He's be alone, he is afraid of strangers. He is, in fact, he is afraid of strangers. He can't have a good rest." "At you. Am I a stranger?" "It's not that." "Then, why is he? Will I eat him or poison him?" "I didn't mean that, then why aren't you letting go? What are you worried about? Even if I don't like him, would I harm him?" "Aunt Lin, wake up. I am the head of the Wangshu family, and he is a child of the Wangshu family." Dead silence. Gu Meng's head buzzed as if it had exploded. He almost couldn't believe his ears. "What, who is a child of the Wangshu family, Madame Zhao? What does she mean? What is she talking about?" Amidst the roar of blood, the door of the hut creaked open. Gu Meng was not the only one who was stunned. The Murong Lian was as well. The Murong Lian wanted to run away, but his whole body seemed to be filled with mercury. He could not move. He just stood at the door. Just like that, he bumped into Madame Zhao. "Ah, mother," Madame Zhao carried the unconscious Gu Meng out. She saw the Murong Lian and the blood drained from her face. "Why are you here?" The Murong Lian raised his pale face and stuttered to his mother, However, Madame Zhao didn't let Murong Lian answer after she asked her own question. She suddenly reacted and raised her hand to stop Murong Lian's voice. She then closed the door, blocking Aunt Lin's view. "Aunt Lin, madam, don't come out." "Madam. Meng is really timid. He's always afraid of disturbing others." Even though Auntie Lin knew that she had annoyed her, she was still stubborn. Since you've treated him, don't let him stay at your place anymore." "I'll definitely, shut up." Madame Zhao slammed the door shut. There was a loud bang. Madame Zhao did not want Aunt Lin to know that there was a Murong Lian outside. She lowered her eyebrows and gritted her teeth. "Come here." The Murong Lian did not move. "Come here." The Murong Lian was still stunned. He looked up at his mother in shock and fear. Madame Zhao cursed under her breath and grabbed him by the collar. She carried Gu Meng in her left hand and the Morong Lian in her right. She returned to her room without looking back. Madame Zhao dismissed all the servants and threw Gu Meng on the bed. She then said to the Morong Lian, "How much did you hear?" The Morong Lian was so young at that time. He had never experienced such a situation. He was so scared that he could not speak. His eyes were wide open and filled with tears of fear. "I'm asking you a question. You're a man. How can you cry just because of a few words?" I. The Morong Lian was still holding the small box. He was pushed by his mother and burst into tears. "Am I not Anyang's child? Did you pick me up?" Madame Zhao was stunned. The Morong Lian could not stop crying. He looked at Madame Zhao for a while, then looked at the unconscious Gu Meng on the bed. In the end, he almost choked. Madame Zhao pondered for a while and finally understood. She first held her forehead and then slammed the table. "Morong Lian. What kind of nonsense are you thinking about? How could an outstanding beauty like me give birth to such an ugly stinking brat?" The Morong Lian's narcissism was the same as Madame Zhao's. Just based on this point, it could be concluded that the Morong Lian was definitely Madame Zhao's biological child. The Morong Lian raised a small hand to wipe his tears. He choked and said, "Then you said that he is." Madame Zhao narrowed her eyes. The Morong Lian felt the pressure from his mother. His voice softened, but he still finished in a low voice, "He is a member of our family." This time, Madame Zhao did not immediately speak. She walked in front of the Morong Lian and took the box of snacks that he struggled to carry. She put it on the table covered with golden embroidered white satin. Then, she poured a pot of fruit tea and slowly drank a cup. Madame Zhao raised her eyes, but did not look at Morong Lian. Madame Zhao twirled the porcelain cup with her fingers that were dyed red with cardamom. Her gaze fell on Gu Meng. After a while, she said, "Morong Lian, come here." The Morong Lian walked over to her hesitantly. Madame Zhao put down the teacup and thought for a while. In the end, she still held his shoulder and said to him, "You should have known about this sooner or later. I originally wanted to wait until you were a little older to tell you, but since you've already heard about it, there's no point in me hiding it from you. But this secret must be buried in your heart. You cannot tell anyone. You are not allowed to tell anyone. Do you understand?" The Morong Lian nodded in confusion. But such a young child, how could he learn to keep a secret? Madame Zhao also had this thought, so she pulled the Morong Lian's palm. Her fingertips condensed light, and she drew a seal on his palm. It was obviously not a good seal. The Morong Lian immediately cried out, "Mother, it hurts." "It is only the pain of the seal." Madame Zhao said, "When this seal is cast, before you become the master of Wangshu Manor, you will not be able to speak of the secret you heard today. If you say something wrong, you will suffer far more pain than this. You will have to keep your mouth shut." As she spoke, she let go of his palm. "Don't blame Mother for being too cruel. You were born in the Morong family. If you reveal any weakness or make the slightest mistake, you may lose your own life." After doing all this, Madame Zhao let the Morong Lian sit down. With a complicated expression, she looked at the Morong Lian who was covering the back of his hand with tears on his eyelashes for a while. Then, she deliberated for a while before opening her mouth. She tried her best to explain the past in a way that the child could understand. "Your father, his relationship with me," she deliberated and finally said stiffly, "Actually, it has always not been as good as you think." The Morong Lian, Gu Meng had heard she mention this before. The old Lord Wangshu Morong Xian did not like Madame Zhao. Instead, he liked a girl from Linen. However, due to the obstruction of the nobility, Morong Xian did not marry her in the end. Instead, he married Madame Zhao, who was of equal status. But for this kind of thing, outsiders only knew part of it. Only the words of the person involved were the most truthful. With Madame Zhao's narration, the truth of the past gradually surfaced. It turned out that although Madame Zhao was of noble birth, she did not live in the capital before. Her father was an important official stationed at the eastern border. Her family lived in the fief all year round. Only during the annual end-of-the-year ceremony would Madame Zhao bring her wife and daughter to the capital to pay respects. When Zhao Susu was in her teenage years, she saw Xian play the zither for the emperor at a banquet. From then on, she fell in love with this young and promising nobleman. However, she was a proud person. When others saw through her thoughts, she felt embarrassed and tried her best to deny it. She even deliberately looked down on Xian. As a result, Xian did not have a good impression of her and did not have any romantic feelings for her. Madame Zhao was a woman who felt very good about herself. She believed that even if she rolled her eyes at him every time they met, Xian would still find her beauty and fall for her. The result was naturally very bleak. Xian did not take a fancy to her. However, one year, he happened to meet a girl who fled from Linen when he was hunting. He did not know what happened to the girl. It was probably because her brain was damaged when she fell. She did not remember many things. She only knew that her surname was Chu. When asked about other things, she could not remember anything. But other than that, she had everything beautiful. Not to mention that she was gentle and moving, her personality was also very gentle. Gradually, Xian developed feelings for her. In fact, if one calmed down and thought about it carefully, one could see that this was a relationship with no future. Miss Chu's origin was unknown, her birth was low, all of these showed that she was not a good match for Xian. However, Xian was too young at that time. He thought everything was very optimistic. So, he went to the emperor at that time, his brother, and confessed his feelings and asked the emperor to grant him and Miss Chu's marriage. Originally, this was not something that was absolutely impossible. However, unfortunately, the emperor had just agreed to eunuch Zhao's marriage proposal. He promised to betroth his daughter, Zhao Susu, to Xian as his wife. Most of the marriages of these pure-blooded nobles were decided by the emperor. The emperor did not expect that Xian already had someone he liked. The emperor did not joke. For the face of the royal family, he naturally refused Xian's request and asked Xian to cut off all ties with Miss Chu. But at that time, Xian and Miss Chu were very affectionate. How could he be willing? He, who had always been gentle and elegant, actually argued with his brother in court. The emperor was annoyed by him, but he did not want to make things too difficult for his brother. In the end, he suppressed his anger and reluctantly said that if Xian really could not let go of Miss Chu, then after he married Zhao Susu and had a son and a daughter, he could make an exception to raise Miss Chu's status and allow her to marry Xian as a concubine. The old emperor thought that he had already taken a big step back, but unexpectedly, his brother, who had always been tactful, was very stubborn this time. He insisted on not giving in even a little bit. In the end, he was furious. At this time, Yu Juntian, who was conferred the title of Prince of Linen, joined in and said that he had checked Miss Chu's identity. There was no Miss Chu in Linen at all. Such a woman of unknown origin was either a spy or an evildoer. In his anger, the emperor imprisoned Miss Chu on the altar for the crime of bewitchment and sent her to the trial. At this point, Xian could only agree to fulfill the marriage contract and marry Zhao Susu as his wife. In this way, he would let Miss Chu live. In fact, according to the emperor's intention, he did not think that Miss Chu was a spy. He knew that the Yu Juntian took the opportunity to report this out of personal grievances, so he originally wanted to use Miss Chu to threaten Xian. As long as Xian obediently got married and satisfied the demands of the important minister Zhao Susu, then he would naturally let Miss Chu go. But eunuch Zhao's family did not think so. Except for the extremely narcissistic Zhao Susu, who did not take the rumors outside seriously, she did not think that her husband and Miss Chu were anything special. The rest of the Zhao family felt that Miss Chu was a thorn in their side that had to be removed. In addition, the Yu Juntian fanned the flames, and the people of the Zhao family became more and more restless. After several calculations, they bypassed Jun Shang and bribed the cultivators of the judicial arts platform, making them release a fake Miss Chu, while leaving the real Miss Chu to continue to be treated as a body that could die at any time in the judicial arts platform. They originally thought that this would remove the stumbling block on their daughter's path of love, but there was no wall without a crack. The Zhao family's secret plan quickly reached the ears of Xian, who was at the front lines at that time. Xian was already very depressed at that time, and when he heard this news, his mind was immediately thrown into chaos. In the final battle, he was heavily injured by the enemy and died on the way back to the city. He breathed his last at the riverside. The Zhao family did not think that this plan would backfire. Not only did they not help their daughter, but they also implicated Madame Zhao and made her a living widow. When the bad news came, Madame Zhao was already 7 months pregnant. In her grief and shock, she prematurely gave birth to a boy in pain. That boy was the Murong Lian. After giving birth, Madame Zhao was depressed and immersed in the pain of losing her husband. She did not know that on their wedding day, Murong Xian was actually tricked into drinking wine. In fact, he did not have any feelings for her. She thought that the two of them were deeply in love, but they were separated by life and death. When she recovered slightly, she went to her late husband's study to collect his belongings. She found a stack of letters that her husband had exchanged with Miss Chu when he was alive. When the continuous feelings and warm words flowed out from between the lines, Madame Zhao finally realized that she had always been too conceited. In fact, those rumors were true. The one her husband liked was not her, but that lowly refugee. Madame Zhao was such a proud person, how could she not be angry? She had a big argument with the family elders who hid the truth from her and only wanted her to marry the Murong clan. She smashed the table and smashed the door, but she still could not get over it. When she thought of that Miss Chu, she was even angrier. She had unknowingly become a laughingstock, and all of this was thanks to the Zhao clan who used her as a chess piece, and that slut surnamed Chu. After Madame Zhao was done with the Zhao clan, how could she let Miss Chu go? After several inquiries, she finally found out that Miss Chu was currently detained in the Azure room of the arcane stage. Thus, she went to the arcane stage with a resentful heart. At that time, Miss Chu was being taken to the medicine refinement stage by a cultivator who had received benefits. The vixen slut she saw at the arcane stage was a body that had been frozen by a spell. She had a face that was unrecognizable, a body that was thin and bony, and a clearly bulging lower abdomen. It's been several months, but she has always been frozen in the mysterious underworld ice. Staying in there for a year is only equivalent to 2 or 3 days outside. The cultivator explained to her, "Your father originally wanted to directly take her life, but that would be too obvious. He was afraid that it would arouse the emperor's suspicion, so he first froze her." "Madam, do you want to kill her now?" Madame Zhao. She was a little dazed. She first saw the love letter her husband wrote to this woman, and her heart was filled with jealousy and hatred. But now, separated by the mysterious underworld ice, she looked at the woman who was about the same age as her. It was only because she didn't have a good family background that she couldn't marry the person she liked. Her face was ruined, her life was in danger, and even her child couldn't be saved. It was all because of her own family. In the end, Miss Chu and her were both pawns on the chessboard, 2 sacrificial lambs. Madame Zhao's heart was filled with mixed feelings. She looked at the pregnant abdomen again. She wasn't a merciful person, but after all, she had just given birth, and her heart was softer than before. After hesitating for a long time, she couldn't bear to see Miss Chu, so she rescued her. Zhao Susu hid Miss Chu in the dark room of the Wangshu residence without telling anyone. She also hired a tight-lipped midwife to take care of her until the child was safely born. In order to keep it a secret, she also changed Miss Chu's surname. She only took half of it, and the surname was Lin. From then on, that Miss Chu no longer existed in the world, and Wangshu residence had an ugly woman. That was Gu Meng's aunt and I. Deguzi, thank you Xianxia, Shikokuan, Shimada Naruto Scroll, Landmine X2, The Flowers of the Night Sky Scattered Behind Me, Glutinous Rice, Landmine X2 Take 1 Landmine X4 Dill Landmine X3 Fierce Cat Wanning Meow. Lin Sauce Landmine X2 Clear String is a Salted Fish Landmine X2 Ink Landmine X2 Blue Crystal Flame Landmine X3 Kuei Xiao Xiao Landmine X2 Xiasu, Cat Prime Minister, Akuchi Family's Words, Alien's Pipe, Late Night Jade Hang refuses to visit Landmine X3 A Cup of Wind, Pure Cleansing Looking Back at Greenwood Landmine X2 Yui Chen. My heart wholeheartedly devoted to Wanning Gidge Landmine X2 Passers-by are shrimps, Painted Beam, Colored Pen Ting, Rice Fruit. Crystal, XMMOAO, Ting Ting, Magic Cube, Flashing Girl's Heart, Cold Girl's Pipe, Sea Smoke, 23145852, Alien's Pipe, The Flowers of the Night Sky Scattered Behind Me, Eating Group's Tale Landmine X4 Vinaya, Xiasu, in, third watch, soda-flavored moon chicken, drink rainbow, rice fruit crystal, sea smoke, ink, the most handsome 11, Hyun, magic cube, night rain light thunder, Zishi, Jianghai inch heart, your father in society, fish head with chopped hot red pepper, 291379994, throw landmine when Zhu Grenade X2 meow and fish's broken words, eating group's tail, Grenade X2 calixi, glutinous rice, desperately working liver paper TT, Nyezi throw grenade ning, Nyezi rocket launcher X3 e ning, launch on throw rocket launcher, Suiyu weasel, throw shallow water bomb gu mang mang, crab, luo sanpao, peach blossom 323, fafa love sticky, beautiful voice wuao. Local wisdom sage, Chu Ning's lapdog, what fairy love is this, 100,000 merit begonia ice cream, Biming, gentleman's plume, green scoop, sunflower, rice cake spirit beihai, baked potato, time pse, green plum bamboo snow, when Huang's flustered heart, little goblin of Yuejian mountain, Jiaomaichi, Zhang Qiling's little wife, Xuandu, Qiuqi family's Yan Shua, Ameng, singing star magic, Kong Qi, crazy demon can't live, Ling Shu, dwelling little mosquito, Qionyang, hallucination, stop, time pse, local wisdom, night light, analysis, sweetness, irrigation nutrient solution daily thanks to the little friends who follow up stories Bunhit dog doesn't eat meat's reminder, please save it after reading. It's more convenient to read it again. Gu Meng held his head and felt dizzy. To deceive others, surnamed Lin and Chu's, these fragments were like sharp knives that pierced into his skull, swimming in the depths of his chaotic mind and stimulating the memories related to it. In a trance, he seemed to hear a soft voice singing in a low voice, Red begonia, Hai Tang, how melodious it is when the wind blows. Little Tong Xianxia is far away, making people miss their father and mother. The singer vaguely had a Lin accent. A nursery rhyme from the south of the Yangtze River coaxed the child who was about to fall asleep. Red begonia, Hai Tang, Gu Meng took a step back in pain, and the side of his skull throbbed. On the one hand, there were fading memories, and on the other hand, there were memories that were stimulated. The scattered past in his mind was difficult to capture like flowing wind and snow, but a shadow suddenly appeared and disturbed him more and more. He seemed to see the hut in Wangshu Mansion. Aunt Lin sat by the window with a blanket draped over her shoulders. She patted Gu Meng who was sleeping on her knees and sang softly, how melodious it is when the wind blows. Little Tong Xianxia is far away. In his memory, his young self squinted his eyes in a daze, smiled at her, and murmured as if in a dream, Aunt Lin, you sing so well. Aunt Lin's eyes were as gentle as spring catkins. She touched the child's hair and said, if Meng likes it, Aunt Lin will always sing for you. Won't you be tired? The woman smiled and said, no. Won't you be thirsty? No. The child was in a daze and yawned. He curled up beside the woman like a small beast and said, Aunt Lin, how nice it would be if you were my mother. The hands that were caressing him suddenly paused and trembled slightly. But at that time, Gu Meng didn't notice these details at all, nor did he look up to see Aunt Lin's complicated expression. He just shrank his body and adjusted to a more comfortable position beside her. Outside the open window of the small Xin, there were fine petals falling with the spring rain and blowing into the room. That faint pink color was like a good dream that could be woken up at any time. Little Tong Xianxia is far away, making one miss his father and mother. Gu Meng suddenly knelt down in the depths of the dream. His head felt like it was about to be split open by a blunt axe. He hugged his head and lay on the ground, gasping for breath. He was like a dying fish, spasming more and more violently. The Morong Lian said, at least you should remember. Remember what? He remembered that Aunt Lin's surname was not Lin, but Chu. He was also not a servant of Wangshu Mansion, but the child of Morong Xian and Miss Chu, right? He could not help but recall the important things he had written on the scroll. And the sentence that he repeatedly mentioned was, Wangshu Manor has saved your life. The past is hard to record, and the disputes are hard to express. I hope that you will at least remember this and not make things difficult for the Lord Wangshu. So before he lost his memory, he already knew the truth, right? As if feeling the strong tremors in his heart, some of the memories that had already sunk into the abyss came to the surface like a dragon emerging from the water. In the nursery rhyme, he vaguely remembered the words Aunt Lin had said to him before she passed away. That sickly woman clutched his hand tightly, her withered lips opening and closing. She said to him, Meng. Madame Zhao. Madame Zhao. Although Madame Zhao is so bad, but she is not like the rumors of Chonghua in the city. She is, a ruthless and jealous woman. She is different from her family. She has a good heart, but she is too stubborn, and many people misunderstand her. She does not want to explain, but you can't misunderstand her. If it wasn't for her, Meng, you wouldn't have come to this world, do you know? She saved you and your mother's life. A faint smile appeared on Aunt Lin's thin face. So, please don't resent the mother and son. Madame Zhao and the young master. Actually, when she said this, it was very difficult for her to breathe. Her pale lips trembled, and her eyes were fixed on Gu Meng's face, as if she wanted to imprint him into the depths of her soul. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's, but she still held back her tears and insisted, actually, they are also pitiful people, begging but not getting. There was no way out. A mother and son bound by blood and pride. How much better could they be? Aunt Lin. Aunt Lin. Little Gu Meng crouched beside the woman's bed. The woman's eyes were still open, and clear tears flowed down her cheeks, but the light in them had been extinguished. At that time, Gu Meng did not know what life and death was, but he knew that this woman who sang nursery rhymes to coax him would probably never come back. Because of this, he cried out loud. He was so sad for the first time in his life that he could not delve into the words that Aunt Lin said before she died. It was not until a long time later that he vaguely understood that Aunt Lin, who could say these words, must know some inside information related to his life. At least Aunt Lin should know who his birth mother was. But she did not give him a chance to ask. Later, Gu Meng grew up. Even if the Morong Lian had always made things difficult for him and humiliated him, he almost never hated or quarreled with the other party. Perhaps it was because Aunt Lin had never asked him for anything. Before she died, the only thing she asked him to do was not to make things difficult for Madame Zhao and her son. Or maybe it was because Aunt Lin had never lied to him. She said that he owed Madame Zhao, so it could not be wrong. He had always looked at them with gratitude. On the other hand, Gu Meng had always been investigating his life. He gradually had some vague guesses from the small forbidden books on the street and from the rumors passed by word of mouth. Year after year, until one time, when he was tidying up the dusty library of Wangshu Mansion, he found a box of letters between Murong Xian and Miss Chu. Everything finally came to light. He finally realized that he should be the son of Murong Xian, the brother of the Morong Lian with the same father but different mothers. At that time, whether it was Aunt Lin or Madame Zhao, they had all become bones in the grave. Gu Meng did not have any irrefutable evidence to prove his lineage. In fact, at that time, he already had his own dreams. He had lived in the dark for a long time. He had met Lu Zhanxing and a group of friends in the dust. He didn't want to shed a layer of skin and come ashore covered in blood. He didn't want to stand in the noble family that he should belong to. He had been a slave for so many years, and he knew the hardships, so he was more eager to lead the people in the cold cave against the wind than to be alone. The only nostalgia he had for his true identity was when he saw a stack of Murong Xian's sacrificial robes at the end of the year. He could not help but tear up. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked the blue-gold heroic valor ribbon. When no one was around, he tied it neatly in front of his forehead. It was obviously something that belonged to him, but he could only wear it like a thief. Before he could take a closer look, the door behind him slammed open. The Morong Lian rushed in angrily, his eyes flashing with resentment and anger. "You lowly slave! You dare to touch my father's relics? Take it off! Take it off!" the Morong Lian ordered sternly and urgently. He even reached out to grab Gu Meng's heroic ribbon. "This is my Morong family's thing, who do you think you are? You're not worthy." At that time, Gu Meng was too sad to realize that the Morong Lian who rushed in to snatch the ribbon was too anxious and panicked. He used to think that the Morong Lian bullied him because he simply did not like him. But it turned out that it was not the case. It was just like when he knew the truth about the two of them being brothers, but he never exposed it. In fact, the Morong Lian had known for a long time. Because of this, Gu Meng's every bit of progress was like a slap to his face. Every success of Gu Meng's was like a great threat to his power. "You are both bloodline heirs. If you don't learn well, Wang Shufu will be you sooner or later. How can you not be as good as a commoner's brat? Morong Lian, you have to treat him as a sword hanging over your head. Think about it, if one day he knows that he is also a Morong family member, how can he not take your power? The two of them, one in front and one behind, actually already knew about their blood relationship. However, one of them was always vigilant against the other, and speculated viciously. The other kept to his mother's last words, silently tolerating and protecting. Until today. Gu Meng suddenly woke up from the illusion, gasping for breath. Everything in front of him was pitch black. He did not know where he was, how long he had been unconscious, or what day it was. He did not have the heart to know. He only moved his lips, and raised his trembling hands to cover his eyelids. His surroundings were dead silent. He lay in the darkness, and his consciousness was extremely chaotic. He used his power to rub his face, but his hand was wet. He was trembling slightly. The blood that flowed out of the Morong Lian's serious injury seemed to still be in his palm. The court meeting was over. Jun Shang stood on the balcony behind the throne room with his hands behind his back. The sky was gray, and the dark clouds were moving towards the imperial city. Dragonflies flew around the lotus flowers in the flower pond, and there was already the smell of a storm in the wind. Jun Shang, the remnant soul of the demonic blood beast, has been put into the trial. So far, everything seems to be going well. Zhou He stood to the side and reported to Jun Shang. However, there are frequent movements in Liao country. I'm afraid that they don't want to leave too much time for the Chonghua to respond. You also said in the court meeting today that they may launch a large-scale attack at any time. I'm afraid that I won't be able to develop what you need before the war breaks out. Jun Shang closed his eyes. Man proposes, God disposes. The remnant soul of the demonic blood beast was not easy to obtain. It can be considered a blessing from the heavens. Gu Meng believes in the blessing of the Chonghua country. You don't have to think too much, just do your best. Zhou He responded, but did not intend to leave. Jun Shang turned his face. What? Is there something else? Yes. Zhou He said, the remnant soul of the demonic blood beast is very weak. It can't fully use its spiritual power. This subordinate heard that the state preceptor of Liao country used the magic zither to gather spiritual power for it. However, there is no such item on the judicial stage. This subordinate has thought about it for a long time, but still can't find a good solution. Thus, this subordinate dares to ask for Jun Shang's help. In the end, you want a magic tool that can store the spiritual power of the demonic blood beast? Zhou He nodded. Jun Shang frowned. This is indeed a bit difficult. Originally, this matter could be entrusted to the Yu clan. However, that old man Yu Juantian's health is getting worse and worse. Not long ago, he took everyone from the Yu clan to Lin An's old fief. They plan to recuperate in the Muddy Sky Cave. They won't be back for a while. Zhou He asked, then what about Elder Qing Su? He's also not in the capital. He said that after all, he is related to the Yu clan by blood. Although the Yu Juntian refused to recognize him, the old man is now in his twilight years. Qing Su is a person who doesn't care about it, so he followed him. Jun Shang said, Chonghua's three master craftsmen, Yu Juntian, Jiang Yeshue, and Morong Chuyi, are all in Lin An's fief. However, the matter of the demonic blood beast must be the most important. Jun Shang said, today, I will write a letter and send it to the Yu Juntian. Let him find a way to develop the magic tool while he is recuperating in Lin, and don't worry. Yes. Jun Shang wanted to say a few more words. At this time, the servant hurried over and whispered, Jun Shang, Lord Shihi is waiting outside. He wants to see you. Jun Shang then said to Zhou He, you can leave first. Then he said to the servant, let him in. Zhou He left and met Emoshi in the corridor. It had been 3 days since the Northern Frontier Army returned from the victory in the Great Lake. During these 3 days, the strange things that happened on the front line were spread like wildfire. Even Zhou He, who didn't like to listen to outside affairs, heard that the Liao country's imperial preceptor used Gu Meng to threaten Emoshi during the battle. Not to mention those charming and gentle or unbearable speculations. For a time, the entire city was in an uproar. Although no one dared to openly question Mo Mia, Almost every household and every mouth was secretly discussing the relationship between Mo Mia and Gu Meng when they were free. For example, the Morong Lian once said that Mo Shi went to Luo maybe Yuan to visit Gu Meng without permission. Also, Mo Shi once argued with the Morong Lian over Gu Meng's ownership in the imperial court. At that time, people didn't think much of it. Now that they thought about it carefully, there was an undercurrent surging and extremely ambiguous. And Zhou He, who had seen Mo Shi break out of prison with his own eyes, naturally had more speculations than others. Thus, when he saw Mo Shi under the veranda, he sneered ambiguously. "Lord Shihe, you're here to plead for that good brother of yours again? It won't be so easy this time. He's the #1 suspect in the assassination of the Lord Wangshu." Mo Shi couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. With a cold and handsome face, he brushed past him without blinking and walked towards the balcony of the throne room. When he arrived, Jun Shang was sitting on the edge of the railing, teasing the red dragonflies circling above the pond with a piece of green foxtail grass. "Jun Shang. You're here." Mo Shi didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "How's the Lord Wangshu?" "Meng Zai is in charge of looking after him. His condition isn't very good. It's been so many days, but there's still no sign of him waking up. But don't worry, I know the inside story. No matter what, I won't believe that the Lord Wangshu was assassinated by Marshal Gu. It's just that he's on the cusp of the storm now, so he has to keep up appearances." Jun Shang paused, then continued, "The prison cell where I'm holding him for interrogation is called a prison cell, but I've already shown it to you. It's actually a quiet room for him to recuperate and rest. If you want to see him, you don't have to report to me. You can just go there yourself." Mo Shi said, "That's exactly why I'm here." Jun Shang raised his eyebrows slightly. "Why?" Before Mo Shi came, he thought a lot. He wanted to tell Jun Shang that even if the royal family provided the most comprehensive protection for Gu Meng, he still couldn't be at ease. He wanted to say that he had experienced too many separations with Gu Meng in the first half of his life. He didn't want Gu Meng to leave his sight. He even wanted to directly tell Jun Shang about his relationship with Gu Meng. But when it really came down to it, he felt that there was no need for any extra explanation. He almost had a very subtle feeling. He felt that Jun Shang seemed to know everything and didn't need to say anything. So Mo Shi said, "I still plan to secretly bring him back to Shihe's residence." Jun Shang was silent for a moment, then sighed, "Lord Shihe, imprisoning him for interrogation is just an excuse. You also know that ever since you returned to the city, I haven't treated him badly at all. The black demon's aura in his body has gone berserk, and his memory is so chaotic that it's on the verge of collapse. I've been trying my best to treat him." "I know." Mo Shi said, "I've also been tied up with the military council these past few days, leaving early and returning late. I know that I can't take good care of him, so I'm relying on Jun Shang to take care of senior brother for me. It's good that you understand, but I've finished all the things on hand now. I still want to accompany him personally." Jun Shang put away the green foxtail grass, and the surrounding dragonflies scattered in shock. "You don't trust me?" "I just promised him that I won't leave him again." Jun Shang sighed, "Lord Shihe, now the whole Chonghua has their eyes on him, and also on you. I don't know about the rumors outside, you." He didn't continue speaking, paused, and said, "It's better for him to stay here with me." But Mo Shi didn't have any intention of negotiating, and only looked at him silently and persistently. After a while, Jun Shang was defeated, and said with a headache, Fine. If you're really unwilling, you can just take him back from my treatment room. But you have to be very careful, and don't let anyone know that he's still in your residence." Mo Shi cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Jun Shang." Just as he was about to turn around to pick him up, he suddenly saw a high-level shadow guard from the palace rush over. The shadow guard jumped down from the eaves, then staggered and knelt on the ground, obviously seriously injured. Jun Shang. Jun Shang was stunned. "What's wrong?" "Not good. In the direction of the treatment room, there's an expert intruding." End of chapter 158. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.